Chapter 1 The engagement is called off. She no longer loves him. Han Sheng, do we look beautiful? Xingran stood at her net in a pristine white gown, her graceful silhouette perfectly accentuated, and her lovely face, enhanced by makeup, radiate a captivating brilliance. Today marked the day of her engagement to He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng sat in the sofa, talent impeccabilized, his features resembling the most exquisite creation of a celestial being, perfection in ever-reared, and an tray of authority surrounded him, exuding a powerful presence. Her eyes to gaze, his coldness revealing no emotion. Before he could speak, his phone, resting unfeedable, began to ring. Xingran she skipped a beat. Danton, sir. Hello. It was too late. Whatever was it on Theotherin transformed He Han Sheng's expression into enough grave concern as she rose from the sofa, his stall from imposing. Ill better shortly. He dead the land immediately grab a discote, leaving Xingran with a frigid silhouette and a curt statement. The engagement is off. It felt as though a knife had pierced her heart, bloody and raw. She yearned to rush forward and halt his departure, but her feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, utterly immovable. The heavy sound of the door closing echoed in the silence. She stood motionless before the mirror, her expression frozen in a moment of happiness just seconds before, no shattered and pale. Simultaneously, her phone buzzed with a new message. Xiao Qing I won. A bitter smile graced Xingran's lips. Indeed. Xia Qingqing had triumphed. Xia Qingqing was He Han Sheng's true love. Xingran had spent 7 years by his side, loving and warming him, only to find herself reduced to complete a joke. With just a phone call from Xia Qingqing, He Han Sheng would abandon her without a second thought. Her birthday. Their anniversary. The test they had planned. Now, even at an engagement banquet, He Han Sheng could effortless like astericide. Did it not realize how humiliating this would be for her, how it would render her a laughingstock? Of course, heck knew. Has didn't care. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a torrent of sorrow enveloping her. Yet, amidst anguish, there was also signs of relief. She had endured this relationship for 7 long years. During those years, she had suffered enough indignity and neglect. She could no longer holden. Today's engagement banquet was her final opportunity to salvage whatever remained of their relationship. It was evident that He Han Sheng was indifferent. Taking a deep breath, Xingran opened Horfen to He Han Sheng's chat window. Let's break up. After sending the message, she looked at him. As he dragged her suitcase towards the elevator, a sharp whistle pierced the air behind her. Xingran frowned. She had loathed that sound for 7 years. It was He Han Sheng's cousin, He Yunting. He intended to laze his illustrious cousin He Han Sheng, believing him worthy of the finest in the world, certain linet somian like Xingran, whom he deemed a country bumpkin. Thus, over the years, he had made a point to meant the every opportunity. He Yunting approached her with his mugrin. Oh, the engagement is how embarrassing, a really avenging disgrace, don't worry, I won't to use la pawe so easily, everyone, come out. Heckla petitions. In an instant, 6 of his friends, who had been mingling, rushed forward. They brandished their phones, intent in capturing Xingran's humiliation. He Yunting wore a malicious grin as she began to interview her. Xingran, the engagement is how do you feel? Laughter erupted from the others, their eyes gleaming with mockery. Xingran felt a numbness wash over her. She had endured this for 7 years. With her arms crossed, she regarded He Yunting with a sardonic smile. How do I feel? Well, it's rather unpleasant, but I dare say it's still better than how you must feel, being a legitimate heckled, don't you think? Her words froze the onsedge of vile atmosphere in an instant. Everyone gasped, their breaths caught in their throats. He Yunting's face darkened to a upshot of anger. Thuffle was He Han Sheng's cousin, he shared no bond with him, being the product of an affair. This was He Yunting's most painful secret. In the past, as a member of He family and recognized by He Han Sheng, he had tormented her without tremors, knowing she would endure it. Now, devoid of He Han Sheng's protection, why should she care about this scum? Enraged, He Yunting spat, "You shameless wretch, you're asking for it." Ash spoke, Harazetish and high, aiming to strike Xingran's delicate face. But Schwood not tolerate his aggression. She deftly dodged and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him stumbling backward, crashing to the ground. Hester dat Xingran in disbelief. You dar him, or rent you afraid you'll tell me, brother? Xingran with this gaze with us irresolve. Go ahead, ya little brat still nursing, I tolerate you out of respect for He Han Sheng, but no that I cast them aside we shall endure you? With that, she turned to leave, dragging her suitcase behind her. He Yunting screamed in frustration. Fine, if you really hate the guts, then ever come back, don't come a-crying to my brother for help. Su Xingran paused momentarily. Seeing her hesitation, He Yunting's face twisted in disdain. Regretting it, you shamal a sycophant, if I don't want me to tell my brother, think Neil and lick my shows, and I might graciously forgive you. Su Xingran's lips curled slightly. She noticed he don't of He Yunting's friends is still filming with his phone. With a calm gaze fixed on the camera, she declared, I Su Xingran have ended my relationship with He Han Sheng for the rest of my life. I shall never marry him. Should he break this vow, may He Han Sheng meet a terrible fate. Chapter 2 Obtaining a marriage certificate with He Yueguang. He Han Sheng returned to the village the next morning. Upon entering, He Zong at the sofa, massaging his temples, his usually composed face betraying into fatigue. Su Xingran, come hurry and give me massage. After spoke, an unsettling selling aired. In the past, whenever he returned home, Su Xingran would joyfully rush to him, inquiring about his well-being, offering Tony to shoulders and cheer him up. He glanced around the spacious villa, no devoid of warmth and life. There was no sign of Su Xingran. At her kitchen doorway stood Anshan, her expression of uncertainty as spoke softly, Miss hast returned since yesterday. A flicker of impatience across He Han Sheng's hands semi-fetch Arisa Rabi disbro again. He understood that she was upset about the cancellation of the arrangement party, and no she was sulking. He pulled out his phone and opened Su Xingran's window, where he found her breakup message. He Han Sheng couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Breakup? Cold shattering let go? Rising to his full height, he grabbed a discoat from the sofa and contacted the secretary. Chinan book a flight o country immediately for them A1 conference. Anshan, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped forward and whispered, Sir, Miss Su hast returned to light, aren't you worried? How called he net comfort? After all, cancelling an engagement of such significance was not something any girl could celebrate. He Han Sheng understood the implication behind Anshan's words. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. I have no time for that. With that cold remark, he departed without a backward glance. The conference in country Woldlestock. He gave Su Xingran a week to cough. By then, wouldn't she return obediently? Meanwhile, Su Xingran flew back to Xiangqing, spending a night at the airport before taking a taxi to her small villa in Heset the next day. As he gazed at that stories before her, it was filled with cherished memories of her childhood. A warm current swept through her heart. The sense of belonging was a thing she had not felt during her 7 years in the opulent capital. Just as she was about to push open the door, the adjacent villa's door swung open and a hurried figure dashed out, heading in the opposite direction. The footsteps were filled with urgency. Su Xingran recognized him immediately. Brother Huichuan, she called out. Shen Huichuan, caught up in his own urgency, turned in surprise upon hearing the familiar, sweet voice, and desires would and Dele tapped the side off the beaming Su Xingran. Xing, you're back? Su Xingran smiled back. Brother Huichuan, I'm back. She had grown up under Shen Huichuan's watchful gaze, who was sure neighbor and had always been like an older brother to her. Their bondage remained strong, but over the years she had been revolving around He Han Sheng in the capital, leaving little opportunity to return. Shen Huichuan was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy. He quickly approached Su Xingran. Xing, in need a favor. What favor? My rhyme. Su Xingran instinctively took a step back. What kind of favor was this? This is utterly outrageous. Shen Huichuan was aware of his request was excessively abrupt, and hurriedly explained, his voice alist with emotion. Zhao Jiao has encountered an incident in country J and shall left behind to killed and need to bring the killed back, but the policy is to require me to be married in order to adopt, it really have another option. Xing, please help me marrying for the time being. Once I return, I will divorce you. This demand was undeniably unreasonable. After all, with this arrangement, Su Xingran would effectively become miskin time breed. Yet, at this moment, Shen Huichuan could think of nothing else. With Theta Sundram Pantwarfer in country J had to retrieve the child left behind by Zhao Jiao ho hadalria deperished. Su Xingran felt a sharp pang in her heart. It dawned on her the gravity of the situation, and her complexion paled, her voice trembling. What happened to sister Zhao Jiao? She had always kept in touch with Zhao Jiao, aware of her presence in country J. When the war erupted, she had urged her to return swiftly, but there had been a response. A tear slipped from the corner of Shen Huichuan's eye. Scheissgone. Su Xingran staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhao Jiao had cared for her extensive life during her childhood. She had been a gentle yet formidable neighbor, and now to think the Thoronly blood relative was in such peril she had to bring that child back. Wait for him, Huichuan, you'll grab me documents and Wakanga the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Marriage you is a straightforward affair. Both parties merely needed to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau, take a photo, notarize their intentions, and affix their signatures. The marriage certificate would be issued with ease. Such a simple process, and yet, after 7 years with He Han Sheng, she had never achieved this. On the day of the arrangement, the ceremony had been cancelled. How absurd. Fortunately, she was still young, it was not too late to turn back. Her future stretched a date ahead, long and full of possibilities. After obtaining the marriage certificate, Shen Juan expressed a disgratitude to Su Xingran and hurried off to the airport. Time was softy since it could not afford to delay event for a moment. Every second was to increase the danger for the child. Watching Shen Huichuan rush away, Su Xingran clasped her and stowed her. I'd hope that Huichuan and Zhao Jia's skilled return safely. Unbeknownst to her, as uttered these words, a half white light enveloped her surroundings. Chapter 3 He Han's chief assistant, Qin. In a week swiftly passed. He Han returned from Country M, and a dedicated car was waiting for him at the airport. Upon entering the vehicle, he glanced at the time. It was precisely dinner hour. He addressed his assistant, saying, Qin, please contact Su Xingran and arrange for dinner at the Starlight restaurant. Qin stood respectfully by. Understood. He took out his phone to call Su Xingran. The phone rang persistently for a minute. Qin frowned and reported to He Han, Sir, Miss Su did not answer. He Han's brow furrowed as he held an exquisite jewelry box in his long fingers, containing a diamond necklace he had seen at an auction in Country M. It was shaped like the sun and sparkled brilliantly. His first thought was of Su Xingran, who resembled a little sun herself. The matter of the engagement banquet indeed lay with him. He owed her an apology now. With Su Xingran not answering his call, he felt a wave of displeasure. He disliked her taking advantage of his affection and her tendency to sulk. He was busy and had no time to placate her. With an impassive expression, he closed the jewelry box. Take me directly back to the villa. Qin responded, yes. The Maybach halted at the villa's entrance. He Han stepped out with a cold demeanor. The villa was bustling with servants attending to their tasks, but only Aunt Chen was present inside. He Han removed his coat and inquired of Aunt Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, where is Su Xingran? A flicker of concern crossed Aunt Chen's face. Miss Su has not returned since that day. I have called her numerous times, yet she hasn't answered, sir. I am quite worried that she may be feeling despondent. Within this villa, Aunt Chen genuinely cared for Su Xingran. She feared that the cancellation of the engagement might drive her to despair. He Han's handsome brow knitted, yet his voice remained resolute. She will not. Su Xingran was like a radiant sun, eternally optimistic and vibrant. Such a person would not succumb to despair. Perhaps the cancellation of the engagement banquet had genuinely angered her. He Han sighed and pulled out his phone to send Su Xingran a message. Come back, and I shall arrange a grander engagement banquet for you. The message was sent, but the response was a glaring red exclamation mark. Su Xingran had actually blocked him. He Han found it both amusing and infuriating. Su Xingran had sulked before, but she had never blocked him. Why was she so agitated this time? He felt no sense of crisis, merely amusement. After all, anyone could see how much she adored him. Her actions were simply a manifestation of her displeasure. He Han instructed Qin, who stood at the door, investigate Su Xingran's whereabouts. Being the most powerful individual in the capital, it was a simple task for him to trace someone's movements, especially in this age of real name systems and pervasive surveillance. Qin quickly gathered the information. Sir, Miss Su has returned to Xiangcheng and is currently residing at her family home there. He presented He Han with Su Xingran's flight records and footage from surveillance cameras in Xiangcheng showing her presence. He Han's enchanting visage bore a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Is it really necessary for her to retreat to her hometown? He commanded Qin, go and bring her back. This time, her tantrum was rather significant. It would be best for Qin to fetch her personally. Qin nodded, understood. During this past week in Xiangcheng, Su Xingran felt exceedingly content. The garden at her home had become overgrown and barren due to neglect. She hired someone to restore the garden, planting her beloved camellias and cultivating a patch for chili peppers, her favorite. Within just a week, the garden had been revitalized, brimming with life. Recently, she had been searching for a suitable storefront in Xiangcheng, intending to open a flower shop, a long-held dream she was now eager to realize. While watering her plants in the garden, a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it was the delivery of the nutrient soil she had ordered, she opened the door only to find Qin, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing at her threshold. Her lips twitched. She was about to slam the door shut. Qin's hand shot out to prevent her. Tall and imposing, as He Han's chief assistant, she usually contacted Qin when she needed to reach him. His demeanor toward her was perpetually cold, and it was no different now. With an expression devoid of warmth, he spoke in a flat tone, Miss Su, the sir has sent me to escort you back. Su Xingran left the door ajar, crossing her arms defiantly. Kneel and beg me, and I shall return with you. A rare crack of irritation appeared on Qin's otherwise impassive face as he regarded her with disdain. Miss Su, you should understand that the relationship between you and the sir is not one of equals. The sir sending me to retrieve you is already a concession. Continuing this behavior will only backfire. One must possess self-awareness. Su Xingran raised an eyebrow, leisurely observing Qin and. To be honest, she was quite surprised that he had come to fetch her. It signified He Han's concession, a first in 7 years, but did she truly need it? Although she had been unreasonable with Qin, demanding he kneel was an excessively rude request. Su Xingran prided herself on her decorum and could not stoop to such a lowly act. However, she believed in reciprocity. She recalled a time when she had suffered from a high fever, with all the servants on leave. Weak and unable to go to the hospital, she had called Qin and he had suggested she contact a servant. When she told him that none were present, he had cruelly insisted that she plead for his help. In such a moment, naturally, she had refused to do so, yet, as He Han's assistant, he had humiliated her so shamelessly. Later, when she had managed to call for an ambulance, she awoke in a hospital bed. He Han had not come, it was Qin who had arrived, only to mock her from beside her sickbed. She later recounted this incident to He Han, who coldly interrupted her, claiming that it was Qin who had tirelessly attended to her and that she had shown no gratitude. She was left speechless. She never understood why Qin treated her with such disdain. He was merely He Han's assistant. Much later, she learned the reason. Qin was a child from the mountains, and his achievements were hard-won. His rise from those humble beginnings was largely due to his benefactor, Xiaqingqing. Su Xingran gazed at him coldly. I possess ample self-awareness, which is precisely why I left He Han. Now, I kindly ask you, Mr. Qin, to leave my home, otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing my dogs upon you. Qin's eyes turned icy, laced with condescension. Playing hard to get? Su Xingran, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe He Han cares? If he genuinely valued you, he would not have cancelled the engagement banquet. So, while you may enjoy your little game, do not push it too far. Chapter 4. Cursing Qin with a crow's mouth, Su Xingran clenched her fists, her heart aching with a suffocating intensity. The cancellation of the engagement banquet left her utterly humiliated, yet, she came to a realization. She could not warm He Han Sheng's heart. If he truly had feelings for her, Qin would never have dared to treat her with such disrespect. Simply put, it was her own willingness to demean herself, to grovel, that had positioned her in such a pitiful state, allowing those around He Han Sheng to act without restraint. Before loving another, one must first love oneself. Su Xingran offered him a faint smile and pointed towards the second floor of her quaint little house. Look, what is that? Qin looked up, and upon seeing the object hanging above, his pupils widened in shock. It was a surveillance camera. Su Xingran crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she observed him. Tell me, what would happen if I were to send a recording of your recent demeanor to He Han Sheng, or post it online? You are merely an expensive pet that He Han Sheng keeps. Who gave you the audacity to act so arrogantly? I will say this only once, my relationship with He Han Sheng is over. I wish to sever all ties with him and those around him. Leave now, and I shall pretend you never came. Otherwise, your disgraceful behavior will be exposed to the entire internet. Qin's face flushed with anger. He had never anticipated that the usually submissive Su Xingran would suddenly stand her ground and even threaten him. His disdainful attitude towards her had seemed inconsequential until now. However, it must not escalate, especially not to the point where He Han Sheng becomes aware of it. After all, Su Xingran was still He Han Sheng's nominal fiancée. Disrespecting her was tantamount to insulting He Han Sheng himself. Qin glared at the camera, issuing a stern warning. You'd best follow through on your words and never return to He Han Sheng's side. You should be self-aware. You will never measure up to Miss Xia. You are unworthy of He Han Sheng. Su Xingran's expression turned icy. Get lost. She had already relinquished her feelings for He Han Sheng, yet, upon hearing the name Xiaqingqing, she felt a pang of frustration. She indeed could not compare to Xiaqingqing, otherwise, why would He Han Sheng repeatedly abandon her? Qin turned to leave. Were it not for He Han Sheng's orders, he would never have come to such a desolate place. Su Xingran chased him to the door, a wicked smile gracing her face. Be careful not to fall and eat dirt. No sooner had she spoken than Qin's tall frame tumbled to the ground in an awkward manner, face down. Su Xingran covered her mouth in astonishment. That fall had clearly caused him some distress. When he finally raised his head, his face was bruised and battered. He shot Su Xingran a furious glare. You cursed me. Then, clutching his face and limping away, he departed. Su Xingran's eyes sparkled with immense delight. Her words had power once more. Since childhood, Su Xingran had possessed the ability of verbal magic, though her positive affirmations were hit or miss, while her negative ones always came true, a talent colloquially known as a crow's mouth. When she first arrived in the capital, she had been brimming with confidence. He Han Sheng disapproved, often scolding her for causing trouble with her crow's mouth. This led to her self-doubt and self-loathing, causing her ability to fade away. She never expected it would return now. In truth, she had felt a flicker of this power in recent days. Earlier, she had merely tested it with Qin, never imagining it would actually manifest. Under normal circumstances, Qin would have only stumbled. However, given his malicious intent towards Su Xingran, the effects had compounded. His face was bruised, and his leg injured. Su Xingran spat at his retreating figure. Serves you right. Then, she returned to her small courtyard, leisurely tending to her garden. After all, they could no longer reach her. She had discarded her phone in the moat when leaving the capital, and now, with a new phone and a randomly purchased SIM card, she had not registered her identity. Even He Han Sheng, no matter how capable he was, could not find her. Of course, she did not expect He Han Sheng to seek her out. Qin, dragging his injured body into the car, called He Han Sheng. Sir, Miss Su is unwilling to return. On the other end of the line, He Han Sheng remained silent for a long time. Qin cautiously continued, Sir, since Miss Su does not wish to come back, perhaps we should let it go with Qin. He Han Sheng's icy voice cut through the silence. Qin instantly fell silent. He Han Sheng's tone was frigid. Find a way to bring her back, you may need to plead with her. With that, He Han Sheng hung up, leaving Xingran pale in the car, gripping his phone tightly. He would fulfill He Han Sheng's orders, no matter what. On one hand, it was due to the substantial remuneration from He Han Sheng. On the other, he needed to stay close to He Han Sheng to gather information on Xingran. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. Xingran soon heard a knock at the door again, this time thinking it was just the wind. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by Xingran's battered face. Instantly, her good mood evaporated. Why are you still here? Xingran, stifling his frustration, bowed deeply. Miss Su, my earlier attitude was inappropriate, please forgive me. Mr. He truly cares for you, he is waiting for you in the capital. Please come back with me. Xingran admired Xingran's ability to adapt. Despite the humiliation she had just inflicted upon him, he remained courteous. Indeed, the allure of wealth was compelling. Naturally, his subservience was also influenced by the weight of the goddess Xingran. Xingran was rather surprised. Could it be that He Han Sheng valued her so much that he had reduced Xingran to this state? Regrettably, she no longer had any desire to return. The disparity between her and He Han Sheng was too great. He was cold, indifferent, and heartless. Once, she had cried, caused a scene, and even run away from home, hoping for his attention. With a childish mindset, she had thought that if he lost her, he would come to cherish her. However, during that month alone in the hotel, He Han Sheng had not even bothered to call. In the end, she had returned, tail between her legs. It was then she realized that her relationship with He Han Sheng would end completely once she chose to let go. Now that she had relinquished her feelings, why was He Han Sheng still seeking her out? Confused and unwilling to dwell on it, she simply shut the door, ignoring Xingran. Yet, like a stubborn adhesive, Xingran remained stationed at her doorstep. Seeing him only irritated her further. Out of sight, out of mind. As He Han Sheng's chief assistant, Xingran would not engage in a prolonged standoff. He would not pursue her indefinitely. A few days of coldness would suffice. Resolutely, she slipped out of the back door with a backpack, embarking on a journey. After a day of waiting and realizing that Xingran had not even stepped outside, Xingran sensed something was amiss. Utilizing the resources of the He Group, he discovered that Xingran had already boarded a flight to Yun City. At that moment, she had even landed in Yun City. Had she truly run away? A headache surged through Qin and he had a nagging feeling that things were spiraling beyond his control. Chapter 5 He Han Sheng personally came to pick up. Just at that moment, He Han Sheng called. He answered, Mr. He. His voice, cold and distant, emanated from the receiver. Have you brought her back? Qin swallowed hard. No. Miss Su quietly bought a ticket to Yun City. He Han Sheng. He hung up the phone, his handsome face was enveloped in an icy demeanor as he retrieved Xingran's number and dialed her. This was a call he initiated, a gesture to offer her an escape. However, the phone rang for an eternity, only to be automatically disconnected without a response from her. He Han Sheng gazed at the darkened screen of his phone, his expression betraying little emotion. Her petulance was quite pronounced, refusing not only Xingran's calls but his as well. He proceeded to contact another assistant, Hu Fei. Investigate Xingran's whereabouts in Yun City, book the earliest flight, and I shall personally go to retrieve her. On the other end, Hu Fei appeared momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, responding with the utmost respect. Understood. Xingran had long harbored a desire to visit Yun City, drawn by its favorable climate, stunning scenery, and overall charm. She intended to explore the city leisurely, spending a couple of months indulging in its beauty. The majestic mountains and crystal-clear waters of Yun City rendered her past heartaches utterly trivial, elevating her spirit. In the presence of nature's grandeur, personal emotions truly seemed inconsequential. She joined a tour group to Lugu Lake, marveling at the exquisite poplar blossoms. After a day filled with exploration, she returned to her accommodation, the clock striking 9 in the evening. Upon opening the door to her apartment, she was taken aback to find a tall, familiar figure seated within. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes, widening them in disbelief that he was still there. Not a mere figment of her imagination, in an instant, her pupils dilated with shock. What was He Han Sheng doing here? He exuded an air of authority, his presence commanding and dignified, sitting there in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was on the phone, but as he raised his gaze, his expression remained impassive as he regarded Xingran standing at the threshold. Why didn't your phone ring? Xingran's beautiful face momentarily faltered. She pouted slightly. I discarded the previous number. He Han Sheng nodded in understanding, pocketing his phone. You'll need to get a new one upon your return. For now, gather your belongings and come back to the capital with me. The corner of Xingran's mouth twitched as she instinctively took a step back, her bright eyes shimmering with clarity. He Han Sheng, we have already broken up. He Han Sheng frowned. Is it solely because I cancelled the engagement banquet? Are you that concerned? Xingran pursed her lips, remaining silent. He strode over to her, exhaling a sigh. I will arrange a more grandiose engagement banquet for you, can we not be angry? Look, I've come personally to find you. Xingran let out a scoff, retreating several steps until she found herself in the corridor of the guesthouse. And what of that? Should I feel grateful? Thank you for your lofty benevolence? A bittersweet smile adorned her lips. I refuse, He Han Sheng, I do not require your charity, nor do I want you as a person, let us part ways. Hearing her utter the word breakup twice, He Han Sheng, who had initially planned to patiently coax her, felt his expression grow cold. Can you truly bear to part? His tone dripped with disdain. The word struck her like a dagger to the heart. Indeed, she could not bear it. This was a truth known to all. Did He Han Sheng not know this? It was precisely because he understood the depth of her love, the fervor, the passion, the reckless abandon, that he felt free to wander, to disregard her, to treat her with indifference. Even those around him looked down upon her. It was her fault. She had been too consumed by love, placing herself in an utterly humble position, making herself a target. She inhaled deeply, lifting her gaze to meet He Han Sheng's. I will do it. I can do it. Then she pointed toward the apartment door. Now, please leave. The tranquility and chill in her eyes caused He Han Sheng, who was accustomed to her sunny disposition for the past 7 years, to furrow his brow. Never had she presented such a cold front previously. Even when she was upset, she would merely pout, inviting his comfort with a simple pat on the head. But the Xingran before him now felt foreign, especially with her detached gaze, which left him feeling uneasy. A wave of sharp pain surged through his stomach. He rubbed his temples, suppressing the impatience rising within him. Xingran, stop this nonsense. You know I'm very busy and have no time to coddle you. Be good, alright? The fatigue etched on He Han Sheng's face was genuine. He had flown in overnight, arriving at the guest house just past 10, and had not closed his eyes since, waiting for her. He had adopted a submissive demeanor. She ought to be grateful and follow suit. Yet Xingran retreated once more, her gaze devoid of affection. He Han Sheng, I do not need your comfort. You did not coddle me before, and I do not need it now. Let us end things here. With that, she turned away. Since you refuse to leave, I shall take my leave. As she pivoted, a loud crash resonated behind her, causing her to gasp in terror and glance back. There lay He Han Sheng on the ground, his towering figure curled into a tight ball. A poised and agile silhouette swiftly passed her, rushing to his side. President, are you all right? Hu Fei exclaimed, her face etched with urgency. She reproached Xingran. Mr. He flew in overnight to find you, and has not had a drop of water since yesterday. Miss Su, you are being rather heartless. Xingran retrieved her phone, dialing 120, explaining the situation succinctly before hanging up. I have already called for an ambulance, so that hardly counts as heartless, does it? She turned to leave. Hu Fei, astonished, called after her, aren't you going to the hospital to care for Mr. He? Xingran did not pause her steps. I am not a doctor. What good would my presence do? As He Han Sheng endured the excruciating pain in his stomach and convulsions, his blurred vision caught sight of her resolute figure, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 6 Xiaoqingqing Han Sheng, can you come to see me? Xingran paid no heed to the excruciating pain that was causing He Han Sheng to convulse behind her. After all, she was merely stating the truth. She was not a physician and could not alleviate his suffering. There was no purpose in lingering. She had no desire to be ensnared by He Han Sheng, nor did she wish to be entangled with him. Thus, she departed from the scene without hesitation. She firmly believed that He Han Sheng must have lost his senses to seek her out. Given his pride, after the resolute manner in which she had conducted herself today, he would undoubtedly refrain from approaching her again. It was undeniable that encountering He Han Sheng had been quite unexpected and rather unfortunate. She had lost all inclination to remain in Yun City and promptly took a vehicle to Huacheng, continuing her journey without allowing He Han Sheng to dampen her spirits. He Han Sheng went to the hospital for an 4 drip, and his pallid complexion had improved considerably. Hu Fei brought him a bowl of congee. Sir, the doctor advised you to drink some congee to warm your stomach. He Han Sheng reclined on the hospital bed, his eyes narrowed, his flawless visage exuding an ethereal chill. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Hand it over. Hu Fei placed the congee before him, but he opened it to reveal a rather ordinary bowl of millet porridge, devoid of any enticing aroma and unappealing in appearance. He wearily rubbed his temples. In the past, when he had been hospitalized for stomach pain, it was Xingran who cared for him, preparing congee that was sweet and visually pleasing. He closed his eyes, his mind flooded with images of Xingran's unhesitating departure. Her silhouette, cold and indifferent, bore no trace of affection. He Han Sheng felt a throbbing in his forehead. He had only ever witnessed Xingran's passionate love for him. He had never seen her exhibit such apathy. Yet he took a sip of the congee, finding it lacking the soft, sweet flavor he remembered. As he continued to eat, he inquired, "Where is she?" Hu Fei replied, "She has gone to Huacheng." He Han Sheng's long fingers paused momentarily, followed by a soft chuckle. "She certainly moves swiftly." Hu Fei hesitated before speaking. "Sir, Miss Su is clearly playing hard to get." "Your indulgence in her antics." He Han Sheng lifted his gaze, his deep eyes glinting with a frigid light. "Assistant Hu, do my affairs warrant your unsolicited commentary?" Hu Fei felt a pang in her chest and hastily apologized. "I am sorry, sir. I overstepped." He Han Sheng coldly commanded, "Leave." Hu Fei exited, her complexion pale, her heart brimming with resentment. How could Xingran possibly be worthy of He Han Sheng? Did she think she could toy with him? The most crucial point was that He Han Sheng was still indulging her whims. Did Xingran truly believe she held a significant place in his heart? Clenching her phone tightly, Hu Fei dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. "Miss Xia." He Han Sheng consumed the congee, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, his phone rang, the caller ID read Qingqing. He answered the call, and a soft, delicate voice floated through. "Han Sheng, where are you?" "My chest hurts terribly." Xia Qingqing's voice was both frail and sweet, evoking profound sympathy. "I am in Yun City. If your chest hurts, let a Jin check on you. Take care of your health. Can you come to see me tomorrow? I need you." He Han Sheng paused in silence for a moment. "I'm afraid I cannot." The other end fell silent in response to his refusal. Han Sheng, what are you doing in Yun City? He Han Sheng did not conceal the truth. Su Xingran is here. The voice on the other end was tinged with guilt. Is it because I called you on the day of your engagement, causing Xingran to be upset? It is all my fault, I will explain to her. He Han Sheng frowned. It has nothing to do with you, it was my decision, her displeasure stems from me, and there is no need for your apology. Take good care of yourself, your health is paramount. Suddenly, the person on the other end began to sob. It's all my fault, how could I forget that day was your engagement party with Xingran? If only I hadn't made that call. He Han Sheng felt a headache coming on, yet, in the face of Xia Qingqing, he patiently reassured her. Do not dwell on it. It is not your fault. The next moment, an urgent voice from Tang Jin broke through the line. Qingqing, what happened to you? He Han Sheng's heart tightened. In the next instant, Tang Jin answered the phone. Han Sheng, Qingqing fainted from her overwhelming guilt and agitation. He Han Sheng's handsome brow furrowed. She is physically weak. Take good care of her. Han Sheng, you know very well that she needs you more. He Han Sheng recalled Su Xingran's cold silhouette as she had departed. That he understood that he could not allow this to continue. I cannot leave at this moment. Tang Jin's voice grew agitated. Is this for Su Xingran? Han Sheng, how could you be so foolish? Su Xingran is merely throwing a tantrum. She cannot do without you. She will return on her own, but Qingqing needs you the most right now. You should prioritize her. He Han Sheng felt weary. Everyone believed Su Xingran was merely throwing a fit. That he thought so, Jinan thought so, Hu Fei thought so, Xia Qingqing thought so, and now Tang Jin thought so too. Thus, in their eyes, Su Xingran was simply a dramatic nuisance. Not so, in He Han Sheng's perspective, she was a well-behaved, understanding, and obedient person. Over the years, he had not invested too much thought into Su Xingran. She was easy to manage, she was not a nuisance. Tang Jin, He Han Sheng's voice was laced with frost. I cannot prioritize Qingqing for the rest of my life. I intend to start a family. I will have a wife and children, and they will be my most important people. In regards to Qingqing, you, as a physician, are more useful than I am. After uttering this, He Han Sheng hung up the phone. In the hospital room, Xia Qingqing, lying on the bed, heard the words that He Han Sheng had spoken. Her already pale face drained of all color. Tang Jin was taken aback that He Han Sheng would utter such remarks. He quickly comforted Xia Qingqing. Qingqing, do not overthink. In Han Sheng's heart, you are the most important. It's just that this time, Su Xingran has made quite a scene, and Han Sheng is merely giving her an escape. Xia Qingqing's hand, concealed beneath the blanket, clenched tightly. A glimmer of malice flickered in her clear, bright eyes. Su Xingran, if you have any sense, do not return, otherwise, the heartache from the engagement party is merely the beginning. Xia Qingqing's pale, delicate face blossomed into a fragile smile directed at Tang Jin. I understand. After all, Xingran will eventually be Han Sheng's wife, and I am merely his sister. Tang Jin's heart nearly shattered at her understanding nature. Yet, when the conversation turned to Su Xingran, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Ha! How could she, Su Xingran, be deserving? Chapter 7. 7 years of cold violence. From He Han Sheng. Su Xingran had developed a fondness for Huaqing. True to its name, the city was adorned with an abundance of flowers, and the prices for purchasing them were remarkably affordable. Among them, she particularly adored the bellflower and purchased a delightful bouquet. Cradling it in her hands and inhaling its fragrance, her joy was immeasurable. She explored numerous florists, collecting a plethora of contact details, eagerly anticipating the day she would return to Xianqing to open her own flower shop, sourcing supplies from these vendors. She was blissfully busy, envisioning a future where her shop would be a haven of beauty and elegance, a true embodiment of happiness. Upon researching online, she discovered a renowned steakhouse in Huaqing that required a lottery for reservations. Only those fortunate enough to be selected could dine there. Before arriving in Huaqing, she had already entered the lottery and had just received a text message notifying her that she had secured a reservation for 7 o'clock that evening. Overjoyed, she leapt into the air. Indeed, after severing ties with the wrong person, her aura seemed to transform, bringing her newfound luck. After meticulously applying her makeup, she arrived at the esteemed steakhouse, presenting her reservation number 9. She immediately noticed the shift in the server's demeanor, which turned notably respectful. Miss Su, please follow me. While Su Xingran was aware of the restaurant's popularity, she hadn't anticipated such high standards. The server's service rivaled that of a 5-star establishment. The server escorted her to the entrance of a private dining room. Surprised, Su Xingran questioned, is it necessary for me to sit in a private room when I'm alone? The average expenditure per person here was 1,000 yuan, not insignificant, but could such exquisite service truly be experienced for that amount? She couldn't help but concede that the restaurant's acclaim was not unwarranted. However, upon stepping into the private room and seeing the distinguished man seated within, her entire assessment of the restaurant was overturned. Instinctively, she turned to leave, only to find the door had already shut, locking her in. Amused yet exasperated, she crossed her arms and regarded He Han Sheng, who sat with an air of refined composure. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, what is the meaning of this? He Han Sheng gestured toward the seat beside him, elegantly laying a napkin upon it. Did you not wish to enjoy steak? Please, take a seat. Su Xingran raised her hands in protest. No. Absolutely not, I have no habit of dining at the same table as my ex-boyfriend. It was simply unappetizing. He Han Sheng's expression remained icy, his handsome face devoid of emotion. I never agreed to the breakup. Su Xingran smiled at him. A breakup only requires one person's consent. Truthfully, she was astonished to encounter He Han Sheng in Yunqing, and now in Huaqing as well. It was evident that he was pursuing her. She could not feign ignorance. In the past, she might have been moved to tears, but now she merely felt vexation. He Han Sheng stood, his nearly 6'3" stature accentuating her petite frame of 5'6". Softening his voice, he said, "The matter of the engagement banquet was my oversight, and I apologize for the distress it caused you. I will ensure that next time, it will be even more grandiose." Su Xingran immediately raised her hands in a gesture of refusal. "Please. Do not, we are no longer together, and there will be no engagement banquet." She quickly clasped her hands together. "You and Xia Qingqing are a perfect match. I was merely an obstacle between you. Now that I have broken up with you, please grant her your engagement banquet. I implore you, bind yourselves together and cease to trouble me." He Han Sheng frowned, his striking features displaying exasperation. "I have told you countless times, Qingqing is merely my sister. I harbor no romantic feelings for her. Why can you not believe me?" Su Xingran rubbed her forehead. When it came to the issue of Xia Qingqing, she and He Han Sheng were at an impasse. Communication had always been difficult, and now she had no desire to engage in dialogue. She spread her hands. "Whether you are siblings or not is your affair and has no bearing on me. He Han Sheng, I wish for you to act like a man. Having broken up, please refrain from entangling yourself further, alright?" He Han Sheng's face grew cold. "Am I the one entangling you?" he scoffed, looking down at her with derision. "In these past 7 years, who has truly been entangled with whom?" Su Xingran felt a pang in her chest, recalling the myriad memories of those 7 years. She wished she could slap herself twice for her naivety. Realizing he had misspoken, He Han Sheng opened his mouth to apologize, but Su Xingran fixed him with a determined gaze. "Yes, I acknowledge that I was indeed entangled with you for those 7 years, and I accept the consequences of my suffering. But now, I shall no longer entangle myself. I have released you, He Han Sheng." He Han Sheng's expression turned frigid. Suffering? Did she dare label those 7 years as suffering? Su Xingran was reluctant to continue this entanglement, so she knocked on the door, signaling to He Han Sheng. "Have your people opened the door?" He Han Sheng was seething internally. He, too, wished to avoid further discussion about their breakup. The fault lay with him. After all, canceling the engagement banquet had been a thoughtless act. Failing to consider her feelings. A little commotion was normal, but this escalation was unnecessary. He did not intend to hold a grudge against Su Xingran. Maintaining his stern demeanor, he pointed at the dining table. "Sit down and eat first." Su Xingran was all too familiar with him. This had happened countless times before. All it took was to remain cold and not engage, and she would slowly come to terms with it. In the past, she had struggled to comprehend the situation, questioning her own worth. Was she not good enough? Had she truly erred? Each day was a battle with self-doubt and self-loathing. Now, however, she had distanced herself from those feelings and viewed the situation from an outside perspective. He Han Sheng had subjected her to cold violence for a full 7 years. Astonishingly, she had remained oblivious. With a faint smile, Su Xingran pointed towards the door. "Explode." As soon as the words left her lips, the door to the private room suddenly crashed down with a resounding bang, the screws falling loose, causing it to topple outward with an enormous noise. He Han Sheng was taken aback by the scene. "What just happened? Has your crow's mouth returned?" He was well aware of Su Xingran's so-called crow's mouth. Initially, he found it amusing and intriguing. However, over time, he grew weary of it, even scolding her for its reckless use. He had no idea why it had faded away, but now, it had inexplicably returned. Su Xingran regarded him with a sly smile. "Indeed, my crow's mouth has returned, so you should promptly break up with me and cease your entanglements. Otherwise, your dear sister Xia Qingqing might find herself in dire straits." A wicked smile graced her lips. "You know how potent my crow's mouth can be. Your precious sister cannot withstand my curse." Chapter 8. He Han Sheng, your skills are truly lacking. At first, He Han Sheng found Su Xingran's ominous predictions intriguing and rather amusing. He even devoted a portion of his precious time to studying them. However, his fondness waned over time. Why? Because she incessantly used her foreboding words to curse Xia Qingqing. This transgression struck a nerve with He Han Sheng. How could he possibly tolerate it? Consequently, he resorted to various means to suppress her, forbidding her from utilizing her abilities. He had traveled a great distance to find her, and she sensed that a significant part of his motivation was the engagement banquet, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet now, she threatened him with his own vulnerabilities. She was determined to test his resolve. After all, Xia Qingqing was his bottom line. Su Xingran stole a glance and indeed saw the simmering anger in his eyes. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It was evident that Xia Qingqing held paramount importance in his heart. She turned to leave. Having adjusted her emotions, she and He Han Sheng had parted ways. Henceforth, he and Xia Qingqing were no longer her concern. As she reached the door, she suddenly felt herself lifted off the ground. As He Han Sheng hoisted her up startled, she cried out, "He Han Sheng, what are you doing? Put me down." He Han Sheng, with a stern expression, gave her a sharp slap on the backside. "Stay still." Su Xingran was mortified with rage. The patrons in the restaurant turned their gazes towards the commotion. After all, He Han Sheng possessed striking features that had initially captivated Su Xingran, leading her to pursue him relentlessly. There was an innate aura of authority about him, unmistakably setting him apart from the ordinary. They imagined a scene where she fled and he pursued, a tail of her wings clipped and unable to take flight. He Han Sheng transported her to the car. When she attempted to exit, the door was promptly locked. She glared at him, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" He Han Sheng ignored her, instead instructing the driver, "Drive." The vehicle set off without delay. Su Xingran seethed, her chest tightening with frustration. He Han Sheng was perpetually self-centered, acting as if he were the axis around which the world revolved, offering neither explanations nor solutions. Were it not for her inability to curse him, she would have long since wished him a car accident. He Han Sheng was acutely aware of her limitations. She chastised herself, regretting having laid all her cards on the table before him. She could not curse the one she loved dearly, nor her own kind. It was clear that He Han Sheng was the one she cherished. Whether that love remained was debatable, yet, for someone she once loved, her ominous words could not be invoked. Inside the car, silence enveloped them as they sat on opposite ends. You ignore me, and I shall ignore you. He Han Sheng's long fingers curled restlessly. In the past, had he been angry and withdrawn, Xingran would have immediately sought to soothe him, regaling him with jokes and light-hearted banter until his ire dissipated. The car journeyed toward the airport, a drive lasting an hour and a half. Neither uttered a word. Xingran even closed her eyes, seeking solace, and treating He Han Sheng as if he were mere air. As time passed, the tension in the vehicle thickened, causing the driver, old Wang, to shiver slightly. Those familiar with He Han Sheng recognized the storm brewing within him, a prelude to impending turmoil. Upon arriving at the airport, Xingran surmised that He Han Sheng intended to take her back to the capital. She realized there was no way to thwart his plans and ceased her struggles. During her moments of contemplation in the car, she had come to understand that He Han Sheng had found her so quickly due to the extensive surveillance capabilities of the He Corporation. As long as she existed under their watchful eye and utilized her identification, he could pinpoint her whereabouts with precision. Her previous audacity stemmed from an underestimation of his resolve. She had thought that Yun City was his limit, only to discover he had pursued her all the way to Flower City. She found herself perplexed by He Han Sheng's current mindset. Did he still harbor feelings for her? Was he filled with regret? Such notions seemed implausible. In his life, she was merely an inconsequential figure. She concluded that perhaps He Han Sheng had simply lost his mind. He Han Sheng had chartered an entire plane, firmly taking her hand and assertively leading her aboard. The private jet was opulent and extravagant, attended by 2 flight attendants who catered exclusively to their needs. Xingran had no time to revel in the lavishness. She immediately made her way to the bed on the plane to rest. The past 7 years had drained her excessively, and now, she resolved to conserve her energy. Since resistance was futile, she would accompany him back to the capital. She and He Han Sheng had already severed ties. This was a definitive separation. From the moment they left the car, Xingran's indifference pierced him, leaving him feeling desolate. This was an unprecedented occurrence in their 7-year history. She had always been a radiant sun, exuding warmth and vitality, yet this time, she was abysmally cold towards him. He gazed at her, lying on the bed with her eyes closed, his inner fury flaring but ultimately subdued. A hint of helplessness graced his handsome features. She had entered the He family at 16, confessed her feelings at 18, and become his woman at 20. Now, at merely 23, she was still so young. What was there to argue about? He Han Sheng waved his hand, sending the flight attendants to their work area, then he lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. His hand slipped beneath her clothing. Xingran jolted awake, instinctively striking He Han Sheng's face with a slap. Pervert! He Han Sheng felt the burning sting on his cheek. This was the first time in 28 years he had been struck, and to be branded a pervert? He glared at her, a chilling aura emanating from him. Am I the pervert? Who was it that drugged me and climbed into my bed? Wasn't he this what you desired? At the mention of that incident, the pent-up anger within Xingran erupted. She pointed an accusatory finger at He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng, I liked you at the time, but I have my pride. I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Do you truly believe you were so irresistible that I would wish to sleep with you? Are you oblivious to how lacking your skills are? Chapter 9 The Curse of He Han Sheng. The incident involving He Han Sheng transpired 3 years at Go.at. That time, she accompanied He Han Sheng to a gathering, where she served him a drink that had been tainted. He Han Sheng was engulfed in a feverish heat, transforming into an entirely different person, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized Xingran and led her to a room. That night marked their first shared experience. Xingran was a whirlwind of emotions, both terrified and elated. The joy stemmed from becoming He Han Sheng's woman, while the fear arose from the fact that he was reckless and unyielding, leaving her utterly exhausted and traumatized. She had initially believed that night would be a sweet union of their souls, but the following day, He Yunting confronted her, accusing her of being despicable for drugging He Han Sheng, labeling her as shameless and unworthy. Confused and disoriented, she found herself at a loss. Growing up in a small town, she lacked the cunning to comprehend that He Han Sheng had been drugged, yet, all those wealthy scions and ladies in their circle were aware of the truth, that He Han Sheng's reaction indicated he had been drugged, and the very drink that had been laced was one she had offered him. Coupled with her profound love for He Han Sheng, the insinuation that she had drugged him seemed plausible. Whispers circulated, claiming she would go to any lengths to possess He Han Sheng, even resorting to such disgraceful tactics. How could she ever be worthy of him? Upon uncovering this harsh reality, she felt both wronged and panicked. Desperate to explain herself to He Han Sheng alone in the villa, she waited for him until the late hours of the night. When He Han Sheng finally returned, she rushed to clarify that she had not administered the drug, that she was completely unaware of its presence in the drink. He Han Sheng had offered her a reassuring smile, insisting he knew she was innocent. She believed he truly trusted her, yet, in hindsight, it appeared that He Han Sheng never believed her at all. He, too, seemed to think she had betrayed him. Indeed, if he truly trusted her, why had he never defended her? Even now, people still referenced that fateful night when He Han Sheng had succumbed to the drug. Gazing at his face, she suddenly felt as if the man she had loved for 7 years had become a stranger. In a fit of anger and humiliation, she expressed her resentment towards He Han Sheng, declaring that his skills were woefully inadequate. He Han Sheng's expression darkened immediately, his eyes narrowing, flames of fury igniting within them. What did you say? To criticize a man's abilities was to tread upon a precarious ground. Unfazed, Xingran retorted with a cold laugh, you can't possibly think I look forward to the 1st and 15th of every month. Are you truly oblivious to my aversion? Their first night had left a bitter taste, casting a shadow over her feelings. Moreover, He Han Sheng was a man of rigid routine, with their intimate encounters strictly scheduled for the 1st and 15th of each month, leading a life akin to that of a monk otherwise. Should work obligations or her menstrual cycle intervene, their relations would be postponed. Thus, from the day they first shared a bed until now, over 3 years had passed, yet their encounters remained few and far between. He Han Sheng's expression had morphed into one of indescribable displeasure. Did he not realize her reluctance? Of course, he was aware that was precisely why he had arranged their encounters for those specific days, to allow her time to adapt. Otherwise, as a grown man with desires, why would he behave like a monk while engaged to her? In retrospect, he had been far too considerate of her feelings, so grasping her delicate wrist, he firmly pressed her against the ceiling, his inky eyes holding an unfathomable depth. My skills are lacking? Then do refrain from calling out. With that, He Han Sheng descended, capturing her lips with an intense and fervent kiss. Su Xingran struggled, retaliating by biting him. He Han Sheng winced in pain, releasing her, revealing a vivid streak of blood upon his lips. At that moment, a shadow of gloom enveloped him, the flickers of fire dancing in his darkened gaze, his lips curling into a sinister smile. After all these years, I have yet to witness such a wild side of you. I like it. Come, continue to resist. He seized her chin with one hand, kissing her once more. This time, with her chin pinched tightly, she found herself unable to close her mouth or bite him back, enduring his fervent kiss passively. His large hand began to tear at her clothing, finally granting her a moment to breathe. As her garments were torn, exposing vast expanses of her porcelain skin, a chill coursed through her. With a venomous tone, she exclaimed, He Han Sheng, I curse you to impotence. He Han Sheng froze, abruptly lifting his gaze from her neck to meet the blazing hatred in her eyes. This sight pierced him deeply. Su Xingran had always looked at him with love. How could there be hatred? In the next instant, Su Xingran coughed up blood and fainted. He Han Sheng's expression turned grave. Su Xingran, Su Xingran. He swiftly steadied his mind, recognizing that her condition was a consequence of her own curse. Because she loved him, she could not utter such a curse. The moment she did, it would recoil upon her. In an effort to push him away, she had cursed into impotence. His forehead pulsed with tension. A wave of overwhelming powerlessness washed over him. For the first time, he felt that Su Xingran had slipped from his grasp, transforming into someone entirely different. He sensed an inability to hold onto her, despite the fact that she had once clung to him desperately. Yet in recent days, he had distinctly sensed her aversion and rejection, her gaze cold, her demeanor unyielding, her words laced with barbs. It left him with an unsettling feeling that she no longer loved him. He suddenly clutched his chest, a profound sense of disillusionment washing over him, as if he were plummeting from a great height. He Han Sheng could not fathom why a mere engagement banquet had such a profound impact on her. Chapter 10. Is it truly feasible to marry her after a few years of dalliance? When Su Xingran awoke, she found herself in the villa she had resided in for 7 years. An Chen, upon seeing her consciousness return, was overwhelmed with concern. Although Su Xingran had sent her a message on her new phone to assure her of her safety upon returning to Shenzhen, An Chen could not shake her worries. After all, an engagement ceremony holds immense significance for a woman, especially one who had been infatuated with He Han Sheng for so many years. As a woman herself, she could empathize with the despair of shattered dreams, yet, Mr. He seemed to take it all lightly. Despite Su Xingran's message assuring her that all was well, An Chen struggled to convince herself of the same. She feared for Su Xingran's mental state. Now that the girl had returned, under her watchful gaze, An Chen felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having observed Su Xingran grow since her arrival in the capital, she knew her to be an earnest and kind-hearted girl. Alas, Mr. He did not appreciate her worth. Su Xingran's vitality was indeed depleted, necessitating some restoration. An Chen's ominous predictions about He Han Sheng were not without merit. However, uttering a curse upon him would exact a toll, even if her feelings for him had waned. It could even be said she felt no love at all anymore. Yet, one cannot curse those they once loved. Su Xingran finished the bowl of porridge in a flurry. Setting it aside, she beamed at An Chen. Thank you, An Chen, for your hard work. An Chen's heart ached at the sight of her smile. After enduring such turmoil, the girl still managed to smile. An Chen gently advised, you must rest and recuperate. Nothing is more important than your health. Su Xingran nodded in agreement. She certainly needed to restore her health, for she was preparing to face a formidable challenge ahead. She had come to a realization. When she first arrived in the capital, she did so with a pure heart. She could not leave tainted. Since everyone believed her to be the one who had been drugged, she was determined to unmask the true culprit. The private room had been rather small, and the number of individuals present was limited. There were only a few who could have orchestrated such a betrayal. She meticulously recalled the events, narrowing her suspects down to 3 individuals. When Luan entered the private room, He Han Sheng was engaged in a relentless cycle of drinking. Luan, the heir of the Lu family and a longtime friend of He Han Sheng, possessed a gentle aura that contrasted sharply with He Han Sheng's cold, aloof demeanor. Both men were prominent figures in the capital, yet they evoked entirely different impressions. He Han Sheng was an untouchable flower atop a high peak, while Luan was a warm, gentle breeze, both equally beyond reproach. Luan offered a slight smile, settling beside He Han Sheng. What is the matter, drinking away your sorrows? This isn't like you, He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng ignored the comment, downing a glass of whiskey in one go. His mind was plagued by the image of Su Xingran's eyes, filled with resentment. For the first time, he experienced the suffocating sensation of a heart in turmoil. Luan shrugged and leisurely poured him another glass. As soon as the drink was poured, He Han Sheng downed it once more. Luan remarked casually, you know your stomach isn't strong, perhaps you should drink less, lest your household's diligent caretaker starts lecturing you again. This caretaker naturally referred to Su Xingran. He Han Sheng paused, pouring himself another glass, which he finished in one swift motion. He set the glass down with considerable force, producing a resounding clatter. "She wun tea," he replied, his voice muffled, tinged with irritation and helplessness. Luan skillfully steered the conversation towards Su Xingran, raising an eyebrow. Everyone was already aware of the situation between her and He Han Sheng. The abrupt cancellation of the engagement ceremony, once a grand affair, had sent ripples through society. On the very day it was called off, Su Xingran departed the capital. Speculations abounded regarding her return, and even Luan had placed a bet. The stakes were low yet widely discussed. He had wagered on 10 days, while others had bet on shorter durations, none exceeding 5 days. With so many betting, the outcome became a topic of keen interest, and many were observing He Han Sheng's side of the affair. Today, however, He Han Sheng had unexpectedly brought her back. It was a surprise to all, as many had assumed she would return on her own accord. Rumors circulated that he had carried her off the plane. Yet, these details mattered little. What was significant was that Luan had won. Su Xingran had been away for half a month, and because he had wagered the longest time, he emerged victorious. Luan cautiously ventured, "Is she truly angry this time?" He Han Sheng's handsome brow furrowed. The tension caused by Su Xingran's actions over the past few days had left him feeling stifled, and he instinctively turned to Luan for insight. "It's just an engagement ceremony. Is it really worth getting angry over?" Luan shrugged. "Who can say? If you think it's trivial, then it is. However, my sister has been vocally scolding you at home for a full half-month." Luan's younger sister, Lu Sisi, was known for her temperamental nature, rarely finding anyone worthy of her attention. Yet, the humble Su Xingran had captured her interest, forging a close friendship. For the past month, Lu Sisi had consistently berated He Han Sheng, denouncing him as a scoundrel, with no signs of relenting. In the entire capital, it seemed only Lu Sisi stood up for Su Xingran, deeming her treatment unjust. He Han Sheng displayed little emotion, pouring himself yet another glass of liquor, his voice laced with barely concealed fury. "She wants to break up with me." Luan was taken aback. Su Xingran wished to end things. After 7 years of commitment, he turned to He Han Sheng, puzzled. "Isn't that a good thing?" He Han Sheng raised his gaze, his eyes a chilling glare that burned with intensity. Luan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Don't look at me like that. Isn't that what you've wanted? Su Xingran is not from your world. Do you genuinely intend to marry her?" A few years of amusement is one thing, but a proper marriage should be with someone of equal standing, like Xia Qingqing. Luan's words were blunt yet truthful. The only asset Su Xingran possessed was her beauty, exquisite enough to be a gilded cagebird. However, her social standing was simply insufficient for matrimony. He Han Sheng's voice turned icy as he called out, "Luan." Chapter 11. He Han Sheng and a glass of water. Luan was taken aback by He Han Sheng's attitude. With a sudden and unexpected gasp, he exclaimed, "Wait, are you serious?" He Han Sheng remained silent, yet the way he downed another drink revealed the turmoil within him. Luan was genuinely astonished. Was He Han Sheng drowning his sorrows in alcohol for love? A smile crept across Luan's face. "Han Sheng, as a longtime friend, I advise you to refrain from developing feelings for Su Xingran. Since she has expressed a desire to let go, you should allow her to leave. Otherwise." He Han Sheng's hand, which held the wineglass, paused. In recent days, facing Su Xingran's cold demeanor and sharp barbs, had he not contemplated letting go? Born at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, he had always prided himself. Women were merely transient. If one departed, he could easily find another, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. The mere thought of releasing Su Xingran felt as though something was choking him, leaving him breathless. It was suffocating. It seemed she was his very air. Suddenly, Luan began to feel pity for He Han Sheng. "If you truly care for Su Xingran, I must say, you're doomed. From an observer's perspective, it appears you do not love her at all, nor do you seem to care. Honestly, when I heard she wanted to break up with you, my first reaction was that you were liberated. You should feel liberated." The emotional and physical toll Su Xingran had invested in He Han Sheng was far too great. Her love was humble, overflowing to the point of suffocation, yet, He Han Sheng seemed indifferent to her plight. There were many times he felt heartache for such a passionate young woman. However, He Han Sheng was as hard-hearted as stone. The inevitable conclusion was that they could not continue together. After all, even the warmest heart has its moments of cooling. The cancellation of the engagement party was merely the spark that ignited the flame. To be honest, it was already surprising that Su Xingran had endured for 7 years. That she could remain fervent towards such a wooden man for 7 long years was nothing short of remarkable. Such tenacity could earn a place in the Guinness World Records. Those around them regarded Su Xingran as a mere joke. Yet now she no longer seemed like a joke. The one truly laughing was He Han Sheng. Luan was astonished to discover that He Han Sheng harbored feelings for Su Xingran. If that were indeed the case, he would have to light a candle for He Han Sheng. Su Xingran was a stubborn girl. Once she had set her sights on He Han Sheng, her fervor remained unwavering for 7 years, as if no time had passed. She was not the type to speak without thought. Thus, when she declared their separation, it was likely that she had no intention of remaining entangled with He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng continued to drink, one glass after another. He was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings. He held Su Xingran in high regard. She was obedient, sensible, and knew her place. Most importantly, she was without support. She relied solely on him. If he had not intended to marry her, he would never have arranged the engagement party. Although the party was never realized, in his heart, he had always envisioned Su Xingran as the future Mrs. How could things have come to this? He Han Sheng, reeking of alcohol, was helped back to the villa by Luan. Su Xingran was in the living room, engrossed in a drama, appearing carefree and unbothered. Luan laid He Han Sheng on the sofa and said to Su Xingran, I brought him back, he is in your hands now. He has had a bit too much to drink, so please prepare him a bowl of hangover soup. Su Xingran glanced at the inebriated man sprawled on the sofa, scrunching her nose in disdain. Without hesitation, she grabbed a blanket from the sofa and draped it over He Han Sheng, covering both his person and face. Then she shouted toward the kitchen, Anchen, please make a bowl of hangover soup for He Han Sheng. With that, she turned and went upstairs. Luan frowned, aren't you going to make it yourself? He recalled times when he had brought a drunken He Han Sheng home, and Su Xingran had personally attended to him, wiping his face, making soup, and waiting on him, her face filled with concern and affection. But now, Su Xingran did not even pause. I'm not his maid, besides, he brought this upon himself by drinking. She had almost said he deserved to drink himself to death, but that statement carried a hint of malediction. She feared repercussions. As long as He Han Sheng did not provoke her, she would not harm herself to curse him. Watching Su Xingran ascend the stairs without a backward glance, Luan suddenly comprehended the depth of He Han Sheng's fall from grace. If he, an outsider, could feel such a stark difference, how much more profound must it be for He Han Sheng, who was immersed in the situation? Silently, he lit a candle for He Han Sheng, hoping he would come to realize the need for a peaceful separation from Su Xingran. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Su Xingran retreated to her room. Although she and He Han Sheng were a couple, they had always slept in separate rooms even during the intimate nights on the 1st and 15th of each month. Once they were done, He Han Sheng would return to his room. In the past, she had felt a sense of loss. Now, she found it rather agreeable. She should have recognized long ago that the relationship between her and He Han Sheng was distorted and problematic. Fortunately, it was not too late. A knock echoed at her door, accompanied by He Han Sheng's drunken voice. Su Xingran, open the door. Su Xingran, let me in. A flicker of disgust crossed Su Xingran's face. Without hesitation, she filled a cup with water from the bathroom, opened the door, and unreservedly splashed the entire contents onto He Han Sheng's face. Su Xingran's expression was one of revulsion. He Han Sheng, if you want to make a scene while drunk, go do it in your own room. Don T, bring your madness here. Large droplets cascaded down He Han Sheng's handsome face, evoking a sense of beauty marred by destruction. In the past, Su Xingran would have leapt up to capture the moment for posterity. But now, she felt no emotion. She was profoundly disappointed in He Han Sheng. After the drugging incident, she had thought he believed in her, only to discover that he had always thought she was responsible. She had fallen for him at the tender age of 16. Aware that she was expressing feelings too early, she had restrained herself. It was only at 18 that she had mustered the courage to confess her feelings. Even her subsequent persistence towards He Han Sheng had been under the assumption that both were single. She had initially faltered upon learning of He Han Sheng's special feelings for Xia. After all, no matter how much she liked He Han Sheng, she could never become a mistress. It was He Han Sheng who had adamantly assured her that Xia was like a sister to him, and that there would never be a possibility between them. Only then did she offer her unwavering devotion. She considered herself a person of morals, principles, and boundaries. She had believed He Han Sheng understood her well enough to trust her. Yet, what a foolish notion. How pitiful she must appear in He Han Sheng's eyes. Chapter 12 of The Difficult Mother-in-Law. Su Xingran slammed the door shut. Standing at the threshold, He Han Sheng wiped the droplets of water from his face. In truth, he had not consumed much alcohol. He merely sought to rekindle their relationship with a little liquid courage. However, he sighed. It seemed that the cancellation of the engagement party had genuinely angered her. How could she create such a scene? He rubbed his temples, a wave of helplessness washing over him. One of the primary reasons he had chosen Su Xingran as Mrs. He was her understanding nature. She was rarely troublesome, seldom causing a fuss, and most of the time, she processed her emotions internally. A gentle nudge from him would suffice for her to relent, yet, her current outburst was undeniable. He felt somewhat at a loss. He lacked experience in such matters. He sighed again. Very well, let things be as they are for now. He would give her some time to cool off. Recently, he had moved out. Once she had calmed down, he would return. Su Xingran remained unaware of He Han Sheng's thoughts. At present, she felt carefree and no longer regarded him with any significance, comfortably napping on the large bed. She slept soundly, not awakening until noon. Upon descending the stairs, Anchen immediately displayed a motherly expression upon seeing her. Ran, it's time for lunch. Su Xingran beamed at Anchen, obediently taking her seat at the dining table. Thank you, Anchen. I adore your cooking the most. You know just how to make me happy, Anchen responded, serving Su Xingran her meal while casting a hesitant glance her way. Noticing this, Su Xingran smiled and encouraged, Anchen, feel free to say whatever's on your mind. It's quite all right. The concern was evident on Anchen's face. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Ran, is there a problem between you and Mr. He? Su Xingran shrugged. We've broken up. Anchen gasped in shock. Broken up? Su Xingran nodded. Yes, we've broken up. Anchen cautiously inquired, is it because of the engagement party? It was indeed an error on Mr. He's part. After all, how many times does a girl get to have an engagement party in her lifetime? She couldn't quite comprehend He Han Sheng's mindset. To cancel something so significant without regard for the impact on Su Xingran was utterly inconsiderate. Su Xingran sighed. I suppose so. Yet, it wasn't entirely due to that. A person's heart does not grow cold in an instant. For 7 years, she had loved fervently and without reservation, but she too could grow weary, could feel sorrow, could be hurt. Her profound affection had gone unanswered by He Han Sheng, met instead with indifference, humiliation, distrust, and disregard. She truly could no longer endure it. Her love had been gradually worn away, depleted. The engagement party was merely a catalyst. An Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Over the years, she had witnessed Su Xingran's dedication. She had poured her heart and soul into He Han Sheng. Yet, He Han Sheng had no heart. In truth, An Chen believed that leaving He Han Sheng was the right decision. Su Xingran flashed a bright smile at An Chen. Don't worry, An Chen, I'm fine. She had contemplated the breakup for quite some time, over a year, in fact. At the moment of final separation, she felt an immense sense of relief. As if shackles had been removed, An Chen suddenly remembered something and hurried to retrieve a box from the television cabinet, presenting it to Su Xingran. This is the phone, mister. He bought for you, and the original SIM card has been inserted. Su Xingran accepted it without hesitation. Her initial intention of discarding her phone and SIM card was to sever ties with the capital. Now that she had returned, a phone and SIM card were indeed necessary. She powered on the device and logged into her WeChat. Instantly, a flood of messages poured in. She merely glanced at them before losing interest. Most were taunts sent to her on the day of the engagement party's cancellation. She couldn't be bothered to respond. She located Lu Cici's contact information and promptly sent a message. I got my phone back. Let's keep in touch for now. Upon returning to Xiangqing, she had acquired a new phone and only contacted Lu Cici. A response arrived quickly. I heard that mister he personally brought you back? You not reconsidering, are you? Su Xingran chuckled softly and replied with a rather melodramatic statement. My heart is dead. There was no longer any possibility between her and He Han Sheng. For someone to drain your love so completely, He Han Sheng is indeed a rare breed. Sister, let's not dwell on the past. He Han Sheng is indeed exceptional, but he's nothing more than an ice block. We don't need that. I'll introduce you to a quality young man soon. Su Xingran couldn't help but laugh aloud. Sounds good. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted her. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, she raised an eyebrow and answered. A caustic female voice came through the line. Su Xingran, playing games now. Since you've chosen to leave quietly, why return? I am hosting guests today. You need to serve. A cold smile crept onto Su Xingran's lips. Zhang Jingyi, He Han Sheng's mother, had never thought highly of her. Over the years, she had made no small effort to undermine Su Xingran, always summoning her to serve as a maid during gatherings at the old residence. In the past, she had tried to curry favor with Zhang Jingyi for He Han Sheng's sake. Now that she no longer wanted He Han Sheng, why would she care for Zhang Jingyi's condescension? A smirk slowly formed on her lips. Alright, just wait, I'll be there shortly. Madame Zhang's voice resonated with impatience. Hurry up. And with that, the call ended. Su Xingran promptly blocked Madame Zhang's number. Let her wait. After all, she had no intention of going. She was curious to see who would ultimately lose face. The journey from her villa to the old residence took 40 minutes. Zhang Jingyi waited for a full hour, yet Su Xingran's figure never appeared. Mrs. Zhou, accompanying her, chuckled. Your daughter-in-law hasn't even officially entered the door, and already she is proving unmanageable. Does she think this is He Han Sheng's household, disregarding you as the former Mrs. He? Another Mrs. Lin chimed in. Jingyi, you have such a good temper. In a family like ours, how could we accept someone like Su Xingran, who has no background or heritage, as a future daughter-in-law? And you've been so kind to her, yet she doesn't seem to appreciate it. You really need to set some boundaries with her. Zhang Jingyi, who had always held a proud disposition and looked down on Su Xingran, felt humiliated as Su Xingran had stood her up, causing her to lose face in front of her high society peers. Fuming, she took out her phone and angrily dialed Su Xingran's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy, Mrs. Zhou gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Jingyi, it seems you've been blocked. Not just blocked. Zhang Jingyi's face turned completely dark. Chapter 13. Only Xia Qingqing can see. Having liberated Zhang Jingyi from her obligations, Su Xingran felt elated. Zhang Jingyi relished putting on airs in front of her circle of superficial friends, and each time Su served her, it was with an air of superiority. But this time, she chose not to attend, leaving Zhang Jingyi's pride in tatters. Her countenance surely darkened. Ha, what a humiliation for her. After tidying herself up and applying an exquisite touch of makeup, Su Xingran set out to meet Lu Cici for dinner, taking advantage of the setting sun. The two had agreed to dine at their favorite steakhouse. Upon arrival, Su found Lu Cici already waiting, her face lighting up with joy as she waved. Xingxing, over here. Su Xingran approached happily and embraced her. Darling, I missed you so much. Come on now. Lu Cici's delicate features were adorned with a playful scowl. If it weren't for He Han Sheng dragging you back, I wouldn't have seen you at all. Su Xingran immediately raised her hands in surrender. I swear to be good, just let me be. And please, no mention of He Han Sheng. Lu Cici guided her to a seat. Their banter was merely the familiar exchange between close sisters, and she trusted that Su Xingran would never abandon her. After all, men may come and go, but true friends are for a lifetime. As they settled in, Lu Cici rested her chin on her palm, her sparkling eyes fixated on Su Xingran. He Han Sheng personally brought you back this time. The commotion was rather significant, wasn't it? Following the cancellation of their engagement, Su Xingran had departed from the capital, and many assumed she left in disgrace. For years, whispers of her unworthiness echoed, suggesting she was merely a fleeting distraction for He Han Sheng, someone he deemed too beautiful to resist but not worth holding on to. The cancellation of their engagement signified the end of their relationship, yet, it was said that He Han Sheng had traveled to several cities to retrieve Su Xingran, a move that left many puzzled. Hearing He Han Sheng's name now gave Su Xingran a headache. She was utterly disinclined to discuss anything related to him. He's a nuisance, let's not speak of him, it's bad luck, I fear he won't leave me alone. Ding. Su Xingran's phone chimed, revealing a message from He Han Sheng. Her annoyance intensified. See, I told you not to mention him. Her ill-fated words had summoned his message as if by magic. She needed to watch her tongue to avoid further misfortune. Without hesitation, Lu Sisi opened Su Xingran's phone to see what He Han Sheng had sent. He Han Sheng frowny face in half an hour. Let us have dinner at pretty restaurant. Lu Sisi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What a coincidence. The steakhouse they were currently at was named Pretty. Su Xingran chuckled lightly. Don't worry, he won't be able to make it. She opened her phone, took a screenshot of He Han Sheng's invitation, and then snapped a beautiful selfie in the restaurant, posting it to her social media with visibility restricted to only Xiaoqingqing. Yay! Enjoying a romantic dinner, eagerly awaiting image. As for He Han Sheng, she chose not to respond. She set her phone down and directed the waiter. I'd like a filet mignon, please. Lu Sisi ordered a sirloin steak. At HD Group, He Han Sheng had a long day and was preparing to return to his villa. However, thoughts of the prickly Su Xingran filled him with dread. Unconsciously, he opened their chat interface, which was filled with messages, mostly from her, with few replies from him. Among the extensive chat history, he found a message from 3 months prior. Frowny face. I heard a new steakhouse, Pretty, has opened, and their steaks are delicious. Shall we go eat together? He Han T replied at the time. Perhaps he was too busy or simply uninterested. He couldn't recall the reason. After the recent events surrounding their engagement, he recognized his overreach and sought a way to mend things between them. He sent Su Xingran a message about dinner and instructed his assistant to make a reservation. As he descended in the elevator, it dinged as it reached the ground floor, and his phone rang. It was Xiaoqingqing. He frowned slightly and answered. On the other end, Xiaoqingqing's voice trembled with terror. Han Sheng. He is here. I saw him. He is right outside my building. He is staring at me. He is going to kill me. Han Sheng, help me, please. Then the phone seemed to crash to the ground, her frantic screams echoing, revealing her panic. He Han Sheng quickened his pace, his voice steady. Xinan, head to Yunding apartment. Understood. He Han Sheng sat in his black Maybach, thoughts drifting back to his dinner with Su Xingran. Sorry, something urgent came up. You eat first. Both Su Xingran and Lu Sisi, who were already seated and awaiting their meal, received this message. A sardonic smile crept across Su Xingran's lips, while Lu Sisi exploded with indignation. What a scoundrel! Is He Han Sheng truly this despicable? Lu Sisi had witnessed Su Xingran's confidence in her assumption that He Han Sheng wouldn't show up. Her social media post was only visible to Xiaoqingqing, and shortly afterward, He Han Sheng had indeed cancelled. If it wasn't for Xiaoqingqing's interference, who else could it have been? The crux of the matter was, whenever He Han Sheng got involved with Xiaoqingqing, Su Xingran was always the one left abandoned. In truth, when He Han Sheng's message arrived, Su Xingran felt anything but indifferent, yet, she was grateful that her feelings were no longer as overwhelming as before. She had regained control, and the pain was now within manageable bounds. She was acutely aware of how special He Han Sheng was to Xiaoqingqing. Over the past 7 years, she had tasted the bitterness of being discarded countless times. She had grown numb to it. Little did she expect that the source of her suffering over those years would now become her weapon. Look, she had effortlessly extricated herself from He Han Sheng's grasp. It was no wonder Lu Sisi was shocked by He Han Sheng's callousness. Lu Sisi had never been fond of him, and the despicable things he had done were kept from her. Therefore, in Lu Sisi's eyes, He Han Sheng was simply a man devoid of gentleness and consideration, not even reaching the level of a scoundrel. Now, Lu Sisi clenched her fists in anger, embracing Su Xingran with compassion. Sister, don't be upset tonight. I'll take you out to find some cute boys. Let us call 10. Surely one will catch your fancy. And thus, they would entirely cast aside the scoundrel that was He Han Sheng. Chapter 14. Drinking and driving leads to an accident. As night descended after their meal, the vibrant nightlife began to unfold. Lu Sisi, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, was well versed in the entertainment hotspots of the capital, knowing precisely where to revel and how to indulge. Su Xingran, nursing the wounds of a broken heart, found herself in need of solace, and Lu Sisi was exceptionally adept at providing it. They arrived at an exclusive high-end club, where the atmosphere pulsated with music and dazzling lights. The male models employed there were all over 6 feet tall, exuding a sunny disposition, with chiseled abs as standard. Su Xingran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Lu Sisi's hand, filled with enthusiasm. Sister, I was wrong. I should have come out when you called before. In the past, she had been entirely consumed by He Han Sheng, reluctant to visit such establishments for fear that he might perceive her as promiscuous. However, at this moment, she found herself indifferent to his opinions. Her own happiness was paramount. Together, Su Xingran and Lu Sisi twirled and leaped joyfully on the dance floor, releasing pent-up emotions that seemed to dissipate into the ether alongside their sweat and exuberance. Unbeknownst to Su Xingran, a pair of lecherous eyes were fixated upon her from a nearby booth. Second young master, look at that person in the dance floor. Doesn't she resemble Su Xingran? The individual referred to as second young master was He Yunting, and the one whispering in his ear was his sycophant, Zheng Pengfei. Zheng Pengfei's eyes gleamed with mischief as he scrutinized Su Xingran, who was adorned in a shimmering short dress, her makeup artfully alluring, and her cascading waves tantalizingly swaying. His heart raced with anticipation. He Yunting, with his legs crossed, donned sunglasses and held a champagne flute, exuding the charm of a debonair gentleman. Upon hearing Zheng Pengfei utter Su Xingran's name, he promptly removed his shades, confirming that the most captivating figure on the dance floor was indeed Su Xingran. Excitement surged within him. He had yet to avenge the humiliation of being called a bastard in front of his friends. He Yunting exchanged a meaningful glance with Zheng Pengfei. You go. Zheng Pengfei immediately grasped his intent, eagerly making his way toward the dance floor, while He Yunting retrieved him. Su Xingran danced with abandon, reveling in her freedom, when suddenly, an unwelcome hand groped her, disrupting her rhythm. Startled, she paused, and scanned her surroundings. The crowd was lost in their own worlds, some even wearing elaborate masks, obscuring any identification of her assailant. Coldly, Su Xingran muttered, "Who touched me? Or may they break a leg?" No sooner had the words left her lips than a masked man at the edge of the dance floor stumbled and fell. The dance floor was only 20 centimeters above ground, so the fall was not particularly dangerous, yet, when coupled with Su Xingran's ill-fated utterance and the malevolent intent behind the act, the consequences escalated dramatically. A piercing scream pierced through the club's cacophony. "Ah, my leg! Ah, my arm! Help!" Zheng Pengfei, in grave distress, had twisted his ankle during the fall and, in that moment, distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. As he instinctively reached out to brace himself, his palm landed on a shard of glass, which punctured it, leaving a pool of crimson blood on the floor. The scene was harrowing. The music ceased, the lights illuminated the chaos, and the patrons froze in shock. Security rushed to assess Zheng Pengfei's condition, swiftly escorting him away for medical attention, his cries echoing as he was dragged off. Lu Sisi observed the commotion. "Isn't that Zheng Pengfei? What a stroke of bad luck." Su Xingran caught sight of He Yunting among the departing figures, their eyes locking momentarily. She understood all too well. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Bad luck, he deserves it." Lu Sisi sensed something amiss. "What happened?" Su Xingran replied with a chilling grin, "He was being lewd towards me, and I cursed him." "You cursed him?" Lu Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Has your notorious Gro's mouth returned?" Their friendship had initially blossomed due to Su Xingran's uncanny ability to invoke misfortune upon wrongdoers. When Lu Sisi had been cornered by thugs, it was Su Xingran's intervention that had saved her. Though she was certainly a friend, it was more accurate to describe her as a devoted admirer. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Xingran's gift had inexplicably vanished, leaving Lu Sisi disheartened. Now, however, it seemed to have resurfaced, and her excitement was palpable. With a firm grip on Lu Sisi's hand, Su Xingran surveyed He Yunting's retreating figure, a smirk playing on her lips. "The show is far from over. Let me take you for more entertainment." As they stepped outside, they witnessed He Yunting driving away. Su Xingran's interest peaked. She had noticed him drinking. Drinking and driving leads to an accident. No sooner had she spoken than bang. He Yunting's car collided with a tree at the corner, smoke billowing from the crumpled front end. Lu Sisi gasped, her eyes sparkling with delight. Su Xingran's notorious Gro's mouth had truly returned. Oh, what a marvelous turn of events. As they approached the scene, the airbag in He Yunting's car had deployed, yet he bore a wound on his forehead, blood trickling down. His foot was trapped, rendering him unable to escape. Hearing footsteps approaching, he weakly called for help, help me, yet, upon realizing it was Su Xingran, his expression shifted dramatically. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for her. From their very first encounter, a mutual loathing seemed to exist, as if they were destined adversaries. In his moment of vulnerability, he found himself exposed before her. Su Xingran feigned surprise, covering her mouth. "You seem to be in dire need of assistance. If you beg me, I might just show you some mercy." He Yunting clenched his teeth. "You wish?" Su Xingran shrugged. "Suit yourself." She turned to leave, prompting a sense of urgency in him. Blood trickled from his forehead, and dizziness crept in. He was in real danger. "Wait, please, I beg you." Su Xingran paused, glancing back at him. "If you want me to save you, you must answer one question." He Yunting closed his eyes, humiliation and resentment flooding his senses. "Ask your question. Was that drugged drink you gave to He Han Sheng your doing?" Chapter 15. Seeking help from the senior, yet refusing assistance from him, He Yunting seethed with indignation. "Su Xingran, if you have no intention of saving me, then just leave. How dare you shift the blame for your own actions onto me? You truly are shameless. Hurry and go. I am awaiting someone else to rescue me." The impatience and disdain etched on He Yunting's face were unmistakably genuine. Furthermore, Su Xingran cursed under her breath. Despite his car accident, his condition was not as dire as it seemed. At the very least, he was still able to hurl insults. His spirit appeared remarkably intact, though the blood trickling from his forehead was rather unsettling. Su Xingran fell into deep contemplation. She merely wished ill upon Qinan, and he ended up bruised and battered, as if he had been mercilessly beaten. Yet, He Yunting seemed to harbor little malice towards her? At least, judging by the extent of his injuries. Su Xingran spoke up, "If you lie, the car will catch fire." Upon uttering this, she swiftly retreated a few steps with Lu Sisi. He Yunting's vehicle remained unresponsive. It appeared that he was indeed not the one at fault. Meanwhile, He Yunting's face flushed crimson with rage as he gritted his teeth and spat at Su Xingran. "Get lost." He had no need for Su Xingran's help. Having obtained the answer she sought, Su Xingran had no intention of engaging further with He Yunting and turned on her heel to leave. "Rest assured, I've called the police. They will arrive shortly. When the authorities discover his drunk driving, he will inevitably face the consequences." He Yunting's teeth clenched in frustration as he watched Su Xingran and Lu Sisi depart. Once they had walked some distance away, Lu Sisi inquired, "It truly isn't him?" Su Xingran nodded. "No, it isn't." If it had been He Yunting, the car would have ignited. Of course, had a fire truly broken out, she would not simply stand by and watch He Yunting perish. After all, she could not bear the thought of inadvertently causing someone's demise with her ill wishes. Observing the melancholy on Su Xingran's face, Lu Sisi quickly took her hand. I know of a fun place, let me take you there. Lu Cece led her to an underground bar. This establishment was even more exhilarating than the previous one, with the male models inside clad only in their skin, showcasing their chiseled abs. The atmosphere was nothing short of a paradise for women. Su Xingran's eyes sparkled with delight. Sister, how could you keep such a wonderful place a secret? Lu Cece rolled her eyes. Could I have called you here before? Su Xingran was momentarily speechless and quickly offered her apologies. My bad, my bad. Let's go, I want to experience it all. Su Xingran's gaze landed on a pair of enticing abs nearby, her hand already reaching out, when suddenly a commanding voice boomed from behind. Everyone, freeze. Raise your hands. Su Xingran, she stared in shock at Lu Cece. How could this place be raided? Lu Cece averted her gaze, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her demeanor. Ahem, this place isn't exactly legitimate. Why didn't you mention that sooner? At this point, it was too late for any protest. Su Xingran and Lu Cece were promptly escorted to the police station for a reprimand. The officers delivered a stern lecture to the pair of young women, but fortunately for them, they had just arrived when the police did, and being university students without any criminal records, they were allowed to contact their families for pickup and write a guarantee letter to be released. Lu Cece sighed. I suppose I should call my brother. Su Xingran casually remarked, tell your brother to bring someone else along to pick me up too. Lu Cece gave her an approving gesture. At that moment, Luan was drinking with He Han Sheng. The handsome visage of He Han Sheng was marred by an unshakable bloom. Luan teased him, no way, are you really that concerned? He Han Sheng remained silent. Luan could not fathom his friend's mindset. He had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol for 2 consecutive days. Clearly, He Han Sheng was affected by Su Xingran's change in attitude. Did he harbor feelings for her? If so, why had he treated her as he did before? As an observer, Luan had never perceived He Han Sheng as particularly invested in Su Xingran, often feeling it was merely one-sided on her part. Yet now, He Han Sheng's demeanor. His phone suddenly rang. It was his sister Lu Cece calling. He answered and switched to speaker mode. Cece. Brother, I'm at a bar, and now. I'm at the police station, can you come pick me up? Luan chuckled softly. Caught in a raid, huh? On the other end, Lu Cece sounded slightly embarrassed. Brother. Luan quickly reassured her, okay, I won't tease you. I'm on my way. Thank you, brother. Oh, and by the way, Xingran is with me, can you bring someone to pick her up too? Luan paused in surprise, instinctively glancing at He Han Sheng, who was still drinking. He Han Sheng had already lifted his head, his cold gaze fixed on Luan, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Luan's spine. Luan hastily told Lu Cece on the phone, that might not be convenient. I'm neither her friend nor her guardian. I've got a lot of eyes on me lately, and I don't want to stir up trouble. Brother, Su Xingran suddenly interjected, it's fine, I'll call someone else. Su Xingran did not press Luan, for as he had stated, he was neither her friend nor her guardian, and thus had no obligation to assist her. In truth, she could call someone else for help. However, it was late at night, and she did not wish to disturb anyone. Considering that whether Luan picked up one person or two, it made little difference. Just as Luan's call had not yet ended, Su Xingran was already dialing another number. Hello, senior, this is Su Xingran. I'm at the police station and have encountered some trouble. Could you come to pick me up? Luan immediately hung up, having caught sight of He Han Sheng's dark expression and the chilling aura surrounding him the moment he declined to help Su Xingran, and she stated she would seek assistance elsewhere. He Han Sheng had fixed his gaze on Luan's phone. Ultimately, Su Xingran had not intended to call He Han Sheng at all but had directly reached out to her senior. What a bold move. Su Xingran's actions were audaciously provocative, dancing on He Han Sheng's last nerve. He Han Sheng abruptly stood up. Let's go. Luan, perplexed, asked, where to? He Han Sheng's towering figure exuded a frosty intensity. Isn't your sister at the police station? Go pick her up. Luan detected the palpable tension and irritation in He Han Sheng's words. He understood the sentiment well. His woman had encountered a problem yet chose to seek help from a senior rather than him. Quite embarrassing indeed. Chapter 16. She is on He Han Sheng's blacklist. Su Xingran and Lu Cece waited quietly for someone to pick them up. Luan arrived first. After signing his name and providing assurances, he took Lu Cece away. Lu Cece turned to Su Xingran and said, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Su Xingran waved her hand, saying, go ahead, the senior will be here shortly. Luan stood still, his tall figure watching Su Xingran with an oddly scrutinizing expression. Why aren't you having He Han Sheng pick you up, but instead waiting for some senior? Su Xingran cast him a glance, finding it peculiar that Luan would inquire about such a matter. Who she chose to accompany her was of no concern to him. Luan did not strike her as someone who meddled in others' affairs. Lu Cece tugged at Luan's sleeve, stating, Xingran has broken up with He Han Sheng, so of course she wouldn't call him. Luan. Suddenly, a smile graced Su Xingran's features as she looked beyond him. Senior, over here. Zhuang Yanqing appeared, exuding a refined demeanor, his gold-rimmed glasses lending an air of scholarly sophistication to his presence. He approached Su Xingran and said, Junior, I am here to pick you up. Embarrassed, Su Xingran scratched her head. Senior, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Zhuang Yanqing smiled gently. It's no trouble, just a short walk. After signing and providing his assurances, he successfully escorted her out. Aware of the circumstances, he smiled and remarked, next time, let us choose a more proper place for fun. Su Xingran's face flushed crimson, feeling the acute embarrassment of being caught in a compromising situation by someone she admired. She waved her hands in a flustered manner. I won't dare again, I promise. Indeed, she had sought excitement, but this was far too exhilarating, leading her to the police station. There would be no next time. The shame of needing someone to pick her up was too much. Zhuang Yanqing's face radiated with a doting smile as he instinctively ruffled her hair. It's nothing serious, no need to feel shy or embarrassed. Young women today should embrace more open-mindedness. As long as you maintain your boundaries and refrain from unlawful activities, seeking appropriate relaxation and relief is a good thing. Su Xingran looked at him with starry-eyed admiration. Senior, you are truly considerate. I am so touched. Truly, for a man to speak such words to a girl caught in a vice raid, his perspective must be incredibly sound. Su Xingran felt overwhelmed with emotion. Zhuang Yanqing beamed, his handsome face nearly overflowing with affection. It's getting late, let me escort you home. Su Xingran smiled brightly. Thank you. He opened the car door, his face cold, and said to Su Xingran, get in. Lu Sisi, Lu Wan, Su Xingran, and Zhuang Yanqing stood at the entrance of the police station. He Han Sheng's Maybach was parked right outside, yet no one paid it any heed. His sudden interjection froze the atmosphere. Su Xingran finally noticed He Han Sheng, her brow furrowing in displeasure. What are you doing? He Han Sheng was amused by her clear favoritism. Lu Wan attempted to mediate. When Sisi called, I was already with Han Sheng, he came to pick you up, but Su Xingran had called Zhuang Yanqing instead of He Han Sheng. Awkward, Su Xingran forced a smile, addressing Zhuang Yanqing. I'm so sorry to trouble you to come pick me up. I'll treat you to a meal another date. I should head back now, and you should too. Ive really inconvenienced you today. It was already quite embarrassing to call him at this hour. Zhuang Yanqing nodded. It's no trouble. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I'll take my leave now, just message me when you're home safe. Okay, goodbye, senior. Goodbye. Su Xingran was reluctant to ride in He Han Sheng's car, but since he was already there, she didn't wish to engage in pointless arguments. They might as well return together. She got into the car and waved at Lu Sisi. I'm heading back now, let us plan to meet another time. Lu Sisi waved back. Alright, bye. The Maybach drove off. The atmosphere inside the car felt stifling, the driver clearly sensing the tension. He Han Sheng sat with a cold expression on one side, while Su Xingran sat on the other, engrossed in her phone, entirely indifferent to the oppressive mood radiating from him. They soon arrived at the villa. Su Xingran exited the car without acknowledging He Han Sheng and headed straight upstairs to her room. Just as she was about to close the door, it was forcefully blocked. She turned to find He Han Sheng standing there, his handsome face shadowed with anger. Why didn't you call me? Su Xingran frowned, thinking that He Han Sheng must be out of sorts lately. The old him would never have asked such a foolish question. She chose to ignore him. I'm tired and want to rest. He Han Sheng's deep-set eyes bore into her, his voice lowered. Why? His gaze held a stubborn intensity, as if demanding an answer. Su Xingran felt an inexplicable anger rising within her and decided to drop the pretense. With a sardonic smile, she looked at him. Why? Oh, you want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you why. She pulled out her phone and dialed Xingran right in front of him. The call rang for quite a while before disconnecting. Su Xingran's expression remained neutral as she called again. This time, Xingran answered shortly without preamble. Su Xingran stated, I'm at the police station. Send He Han Sheng to pick me up. Xingran's voice was icy over the line. Su Xingran, how dare you ask he for help with such an embarrassing matter? Find someone else. He is very busy and doesn't have time for this. He hung up coldly. He Han Sheng's handsome face cracked with disbelief. How dare Xingran speak to him this way? Who gave him the right to dismiss his authority? Moreover, He Han Sheng furrowed his brow. Why didn't you just call me directly? Su Xingran raised an eyebrow. Good question. She then proceeded to call He Han Sheng on her phone. The call rang. No, it should be said it didn't even ring the moment she dialed. A cold prompt echoed in her phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently in another call. Please try again later. Chapter 17. What nonsense about deep affection? Su Xingran crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded him. Are you satisfied now? He Han's gaze was fixed on the phone in his hand, perplexed as to why he could not receive Su Xingran's call, even though she had indeed dialed him. Why was it that her end indicated his line was busy? Noticing the bewilderment etched on his face, Su Xingran kindly pointed out, You've blocked me. In that instant, He Han felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his cool brows knitting together in confusion. He recalled a time when he found Su Xingran bothersome, her incessant calls interrupting his peace, leading him to block her number entirely. He had instructed her to contact his assistant for any matters. That way, his world remained undisturbed. How long ago had that been? A year, or perhaps 2, he could not quite recall. Before Su Xingran, he opened his blocked contacts list. Her number lay there, solitary and forlorn. Su Xingran noticed it too, letting out a scoffed it was hardly worth her time. Not if there had been others on his blacklist, she might have found solace in that, yet, the fact that she was the sole occupant of his blacklist only underscored a certain favoritism, did it not? With a languid chuckle, Su Xingran fixed her gaze on He Han, a blend of mirth and exasperation evident. Can I take a break now? Can you leave? He Han swallowed hard, a pang of bitterness welling up within him. Meeting her eyes for the first time, he attempted to explain, I forgot. Su Xingran immediately raised her hand in a gesture of dismissal, her beautiful visage marred by impatience. Stop. That's your issue, not mine. I just want to rest, okay? With that, she impatiently closed the door, effectively shutting He Han out. Staring at the closed door, He Han was suddenly engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. Weary, he rubbed his temples. The period during which he had blocked Su Xingran was marked by his overwhelming workload, yet her relentless calls had drained him of any remaining energy to cope. He had simply chosen to block her, instructing her to reach out to his assistant for any matters. He had also told his assistant that unless it was of utmost importance, there was no need to report to him, just a brief acknowledgement would suffice. When the dust had settled, he had inexplicably forgotten to unblock Su Xingran. Perhaps, deep down, he had subconsciously preferred the tranquility that came with her absence. Eventually, he had forgotten entirely. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. If she truly needed to reach him, she could do so via WeChat. If it were urgent, she could contact his assistant. What he did not anticipate was that Qin Anyang would act in defiance. She sought assistance from Qinan, who not only refused to help but also humiliated her. One could easily imagine that as she expertly dialed a second call, she was acutely aware that this was not the first instance of such treatment. He Han suddenly realized how indifferent he had been towards Su Xingran. Initially, he had wondered why she was reluctant to call him, assuming it was due to her inability to get through. She had sought help from those around her, yet had found none, which drove her to reach out to her senior. All of this was a consequence of his negligence, his failure to regard her with the attention she deserved. It was entirely understandable that Su Xingran was so incensed this time that He Han pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Wan. "Are you home yet?" Lu Wan replied, "Yes, I am. I'm looking for your sister. Can you pass the phone to her?" Lu Wan handed the phone to Lu Cece. "He Han is looking for you." Lu Cece tugged at the corner of her mouth. "What does he want from me?" Lu Wan sighed, "Just answer and find out." Lu Cece took the call. "You're looking for me?" He Han inquired. "You're quite close to Su Xingran. You should know what she likes. Tell me, I want to make it up to her." Lu Cece laughed as though she had heard the most absurd joke. "She wants her freedom, she wants to break up with you. Just end it, and she'll be over the moon. That's all she needs." It must be said, Lu Cece truly understood Su Xingran, articulating her desires perfectly. Lu Wan gave her a light tap on the forehead. "Stop talking nonsense and be serious." Lu Cece retorted with a cold smile, "Am I joking? I am being honest. When Su Xingran liked him, he did nothing. Now that she has lost interest, he is putting in all this effort. It is too little, too late. What good is it now to feign deep affection? He should have just been straightforward about the breakup." With that, Lu Cece shoved the phone back into Lu Wan's hands, completely disregarding He Han. She acknowledged that had He Han not been her best friend's boyfriend, but rather a powerful figure in the capital, she would have admired, revered, and respected him immensely. However, in her eyes, his foremost identity was that of Su Xingran's boyfriend, and in that capacity, he had performed dismally, at least in the eyes of her best friend. Lu Wan watched helplessly as Lu Cece ascended the stairs, turning to He Han. "She is just being dramatic. Don T, take it to heart." He Han responded coolly, "Understood," and ended the call. He glanced at the firmly shut door of Su Xingran's room, letting out a resigned sigh. He dialed his assistant, Hu Fei. "Arrange a grander engagement banquet than the last one. Everything must be of the highest standard." Hu Fei's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively asked, "Are you planning to hold a new engagement banquet?" "Yes." "And, with whom?" She wondered if it could possibly be Su Xingran. He Han's voice turned icy. "Who else could it be? It's none other than Su Xingran." Hu Fei quickly replied, "Understood." He Han coldly commanded, "Make it happen immediately. Every detail must be flawless." "Yes." After hanging up, Hu Fei found it almost inconceivable. He Han was genuinely intent on redoing the engagement banquet with Su Xingran, and he wanted it to be even more extravagant and elaborate. This could not be allowed to happen. She hurriedly called Xia Qingqing. "Hello, Miss Xia, there's something I need to inform you about. Chapter 18. I shall not marry him. Su Xingran, come out, you better come out." Early in the morning, before Su Xingran had fully awakened, the villa was filled with the raucous commotion of Zhang Jingyi. Only her voice could be so piercing. Su Xingran wished to disregard it, but the cacophony made it impossible for her to continue sleeping. Reluctantly, she opened her bedroom door, her eyes still bleary from sleep. Downstairs, the illustrious Ms. Zhang Jingyi was clad in opulent attire, yet her demeanor was anything but graceful. She was in a fit of rage, hurling objects from the table to the ground, leaving shards of glass scattered everywhere. Anshin stood at the kitchen door, silent and composed. Upon noticing Su Xingran emerging, Zhang Jingyi's expression transformed into one of fury, her brow furrowed and her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Su Xingran, why did you not come yesterday? Do you realize you have brought me immense disgrace?" Su Xingran leaned over the railing on the second floor, propping her chin on her hand, a radiant smile gracing her delicate features. "Ms. Zhang, one's dignity is bestowed upon oneself, not by others. Your embarrassment stems from your own lack of decorum, and has nothing to do with me." Zhang Jingyi's face darkened. "Are you accusing me of being shameless?" Su Xingran shrugged nonchalantly. "That's your interpretation, not my accusation." Zhang Jingyi was momentarily speechless. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? With your lack of refinement, do you even dream of becoming the matriarch of the Yi family?" She regarded her with a look of disdain. "To become my daughter-in-law, you must obey me and serve me wholeheartedly. Otherwise, you shall never set foot inside my door." The contempt and humiliation in Zhang Jingyi's eyes were palpable. Su Xingran stretched her still sleepy face. Indeed, you speak the truth. The He family has many traditions and a grand reputation. You should promptly find your son a suitable match. I believe Xia Qingqing would be quite fitting, so do arrange that. Zhang Jingyi was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Su Xingran's response. In her eyes, Xia Qingqing was a youthful gem, and merely mentioning her was enough to ignite a spark, yet, now Su Xingran was actively suggesting a match between Xia Qingqing and He Han Sheng? Moreover, how was there a hint of disdain for He Han Sheng in her tone? Instantly, Zhang Jingyi's mood soured, her expression stern. Su Xingran, how dare you look down upon my son? He Han Sheng is the most promising and youthful leader in the capital, and our He family is a prestigious lineage. Your ability to associate with my son is a blessing from your ancestors. Su Xingran nodded. Yes, your son is remarkable, and your family is esteemed. I am indeed unworthy. So please, hasten to facilitate that match. She wished to avoid being confined by He Han Sheng's presence. Zhang Jingyi was left speechless. What was wrong with Su Xingran today? Do not think for a moment that my son is in any way dependent on you. He is He Han Sheng. Su Xingran promptly nodded, her expression taking on a serious demeanor. Indeed, your son, He Han Sheng, the pride of the heavens, I am well aware, he is truly exceptional. Setting aside all else, there was no denying He Han Sheng's brilliance. Zhang Jingyi was puzzled, feeling as though her efforts were futile. What is this reaction to my son's excellence? Su Xingran smiled. I acknowledge your son's merit, but it has no bearing on me. I am not marrying him. At that moment, Su Xingran felt an unexpected tranquility. After 7 years of fruitless efforts to win He Han Sheng's heart, she had come to understand the chasm that lay between them. She still harbored feelings for him, yet she lacked the courage to pursue him blindly once more. Having foreseen a sorrowful conclusion, why would she willingly inflict further pain upon herself? She was weary as Zhang Jingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You will not marry my son? Su Xingran replied calmly. Yes, I shall not marry. A dull ache welled up in her chest. Her lifelong dream had been to marry He Han Sheng, and she had worked tirelessly towards that aspiration, yet now, it was unattainable. Two fundamentally incompatible individuals would never align. A forcibly twisted fruit would not be sweet. Zhang Jingyi pointed towards the door. Very well, you have said it, now leave my son's villa at once. Internally, Zhang Jingyi was elated. She had always looked down upon Su Xingran. However, since He Han Sheng had acknowledged her, Su Xingran had seemed inseparable, like an unyielding adhesive, but now, she had declared her intent not to marry. It was time for her to leave. Su Xingran's eyes gleamed. I will leave immediately. With a cheerful demeanor, she dashed downstairs. After all, it was He Han Sheng's mother who was sending her away. She was being expelled. She hurried along. However, as she reached the staircase, a strong grip suddenly seized her wrist, yanking her back into the familiar, cool embrace of He Han Sheng. Instantly, the scent that was uniquely his enveloped her senses. He lifted her chin, their gazes locking. Where do you think you're going? Su Xingran was taken aback. At this hour, He Han Sheng had not gone to the office. She turned her head, freeing her chin from his grasp, forcefully pushing him away and straightening her nightgown. She pouted. Your mother is sending me away. Upon witnessing He Han Sheng still present in the villa, Zhang Jingyi was equally astonished, but she quickly regained her composure and said to him, Son, Su Xingran has finally ceased her entanglement with you. You must make her leave at once. You have always liked Xia Qingqing, right? Perfect timing. I shall arrange it for you. Su Xingran nodded vigorously from the side, urging Zhang Jingyi to expedite the arrangement. However, upon hearing his mother's words, He Han Sheng's dignified countenance darkened. Who told you I like Xia Qingqing? Furthermore, my affairs are not for you to meddle in. You come here early in the morning, causing a ruckus and demanding she leave. What is your intention? Who gave you the authority? Zhang Jingyi grew anxious. Son, this is truly not my fault. I invited Su Xingran to the old residence yesterday, and she stood me up, leading to mockery from my peers and my consequent embarrassment. He Han Sheng's expression hardened. It was wise of her not to attend. What purpose would it serve, to be used as your maid, to be humiliated and belittled? Zhang Jingyi's face paled. He Han Sheng's impatience was evident. Enough, I do not wish to hear your explanations. My affairs are not yours to govern. Focus on being a good Mrs. He, and if you seek trouble again, I shall send you back to Dong City. Chapter 19. The dismissal of Qin. And Zhang Jingyi's face turned pale as she incredulously shouted at He Han Sheng, I am your mother, and you actually intend to send me back to Dongsha? All for the sake of Su Xingran? Have you lost your mind? A flicker of impatience crossed He Han Sheng's noble visage. If you do not leave this place at once, I will immediately send you back to Dongsha. Zhang Jingyi felt a mix of reluctance and fury, yet found herself powerless. She knew her son well. He was one to sever ties with even his own kin. He truly would send her back to Dongsha. Casting a resentful glare at Su Xingran, she turned on her heel and departed. In the past, Su Xingran would have intervened to mediate, but now, what concern was their mother-son affair to her? Upon seeing Zhang Jingyi leave, Su Xingran decided it was time for her to go as well. However, just as she turned, He Han Sheng grasped her wrist firmly. She looked up, arching an eyebrow. What do you want? He Han Sheng gazed at her with profound eyes, a chilling light flickering within, one she could not comprehend. Come with me to the company. Su Xingran was taken aback. She had previously visited He Han Sheng's company to deliver meals, but after a conflict with Xia Qingqing during one of those visits, He Han Sheng had forbidden her from returning. She promptly turned away, asserting, "I won't go." Yet He Han Sheng held her wrist tightly, leading her downstairs, his voice commanding and unyielding. "You will go whether you like it or not." Su Xingran attempted to resist, but her struggle was futile, and she had to relent. "Fine, I'll go. But I need to change clothes, I can't possibly go in my pajamas." She was still clad in her nightwear. Upon noticing her indeed dressed in pajamas, He Han Sheng released her wrist. "Go change. I will wait for you downstairs." Su Xingran rolled her eyes but obediently ascended the stairs. After all, she did not wish to venture out in her nightwear. Once upstairs, she changed her attire and opened her phone to post a moment on social media visible only to Xia Qingqing. "Yay! Han Sheng is taking me to his company, so excited." Accompanied by a stunning selfie of herself, she was convinced that the troublemaker Xia Qingqing would not be able to remain calm upon seeing this post. Though she was reluctant to visit He Han Sheng's company, since he was so idle, she didn't mind giving him something to occupy his time. She vaguely understood that perhaps her declaration of their breakup was something He Han Sheng, with his pride, could not accept. Moreover, she had previously cared for him too well, orbiting around him, and now that she had abruptly left, he might find it challenging to adjust. Let him adapt. Then not He Han Sheng's greatest aversion was trouble. Her encounters with Xia Qingqing were precisely what he dreaded the most. A few more occurrences, and He Han Sheng would likely grow weary of it. After all, Xia Qingqing was his Achilles heel. Arriving at the AE building, which comprised 58 floors, He Han Sheng occupied the topmost floor, the 58th, which served as his personal space, complete with a lounge, recreational area, gym, and office. He Han Sheng held her hand, guiding her to the 58th floor. President. In the secretary's area at the office entrance sat 4 secretaries, 1 male and 3 female, who regarded He Han Sheng with utmost reverence. Upon spotting Su Xingran beside him, they momentarily froze, exchanging glances as if questioning why the president had brought her along. It was undeniable that their eyes held a hint of mockery and disdain. Passing through the secretary's area, they entered the assistant section, where Hu Fei and Qinan were at their respective posts. President. President. As He Han Sheng ushered her into the office, he suddenly halted at the doorway, pivoting back to stand before Qinan. "Qinan, hand over your work. You are dismissed." Qinan's expression shifted in shock, and he hastily implored, "President, have I done something wrong? Please give me another chance, I promise to improve." Hu Fei chimed in, pleading on his behalf. "President, there must be some misunderstanding. I've been supervising Qinan, and he has consistently performed his duties flawlessly." He Han Sheng's face remained impassive, coldly regarding Qinan. "You do not even comprehend what you have done wrong. What right do you have to remain? The company will provide you with proper compensation. You are to leave immediately." Su Xingran was taken aback. Why was He Han Sheng dismissing Qinan for no apparent reason? A sudden realization struck her. Could it be because of her? No, she swiftly dismissed the absurd notion from her mind. She was certainly not worth such drastic measures from He Han Sheng. It was best not to indulge in self-importance. Qinan's heart raced with unease, but his gaze suddenly fell upon Su Xingran beside He Han Sheng, and in an instant, it was as if he understood everything. His eyes, filled with venom, bore down on Su Xingran. "It was you, wasn't it? You spoke ill of me in front of the president, you reported me, Su Xingran. How could you stoop so low as to ruin my career over our personal grievances?" Su Xingran's eyes widened in shock. How could this possibly be her fault? Qinan had gone mad, lashing out indiscriminately. She refused to hold back. "Are you so oblivious to why you were dismissed? Haven't you done anything improper? Furthermore, it was He Han Sheng who terminated your employment. If you have grievances, direct them at him. Why are you blaming me? Do you think I appear weak?" Qinan was convinced that Su Xingran was the sole reason for his dismissal. Otherwise, why would He Han Sheng dismiss him without cause? There was no way this had occurred without Su Xingran's involvement. He would stake his life on it. "It's all because of you, you wretched woman." Bang. Before Qinan could finish his sentence, He Han Sheng delivered a kick, sending him sprawling to the ground in a disgraceful heap. He Han Sheng towered over him, eyes icy as frost. "Who gave you the audacity to insult her?" He Han Sheng had never been this furious. It felt as if flames raged within his chest. The mere thought of Qinan daring to insult Su Xingran in his presence filled him with rage, knowing that he could likely commit even worse transgressions behind his back. He recalled how yesterday, when Su Xingran sought help from her senior, she had not even been willing to call him or his assistant. His woman had sought assistance from his assistant, only to be met with ridicule and scorn. How absurd! He Han Sheng's eyes were frigid. "Get out, immediately." The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Just then, a soft, delicate voice broke through the tension. Xia Qingqing was undeniably beautiful, her skin pale with a hint of illness, her features innocently captivating, and those large eyes radiated an air of naivety and innocence, endowing her with an irresistible charm that elicited both compassion and affection. She approached He Han Sheng's side with a gentle demeanor, surveying the tense atmosphere before her, and softly inquired, "What has transpired, Han Sheng? You seem quite upset." Upon noticing Xia Qingqing's arrival, Qinan's expression transformed as if he had spotted a lifeline. His voice carried a tinge of grievance. "Miss Xia, the president intends to dismiss me." As he complained to Xia Qingqing, his gaze turned venomous, targeting Su Xingran, as though accusing her of being the root cause of his impending. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Qingqing's delicate face as she turned her attention to He Han Sheng. Han Sheng, has Brother Qinan done something wrong? Why must you terminate him? Brother Qinan has always worked diligently. His journey to this point has been arduous. If someone, her gaze subtly flickered towards Su Xingran. Han Sheng, I implore you to grant Brother Qinan another chance, his struggles are considerable. Su Xingran, overhearing this overt accusation, could not help but laugh in irritation. These individuals were all such dramatic actors, she was more than willing to engage in their theatrics. Fixing her gaze on He Han Sheng, she mimicked Xia Qingqing's tone. Han Sheng, Brother Qinan has indeed worked hard. Even if he has taken on side jobs and disclosed the contract's bottom line, that is not a valid reason for his dismissal. It is no small feat for him to emerge from the mountains. You must forgive him. Xinan's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Xia Qingqing looked on in disappointment and heartbreak at Su Xingran. Xingran, you are being excessive. To facilitate Brother Qinan's dismissal, you resort to such irresponsible remarks. Do you not realize the impact your words may have on him? He could be blacklisted across the industry. Su Xingran, with a scornful smile, regarded her. You are aware that speaking without consideration can adversely affect others? Yet, when you insinuated that I caused He Han Sheng to dismiss Qinan, you were most resolute, weren't you? Ah, you lot are truly comical. If I had the power to influence He Han Sheng's decisions, would Qinan still be standing here? Su Xingran had not refrained from playing the coquette before He Han Sheng. She had previously reported Qinan's numerous transgressions to him, yet what had been the outcome? Do not disturb matters that do not concern you, stay out of company affairs, cease this nonsense. If He Han Sheng were truly inclined to dismiss Qinan, he would have done so long ago. The decision to terminate Qinan today stemmed entirely from He Han Sheng's own reasons. With no connection to her, she certainly did not possess the delusion that He Han Sheng's decision was in any way for her sake. However, when she mentioned Qinan taking side jobs and leaking confidential pricing, she sensed an unusual reaction from him. Could it be that she had struck a nerve? Xia Qingqing glared at her in fury. If it were not for you, why would Han Sheng dismiss Brother Qinan without cause? Su Xingran shrugged nonchalantly. That is a question best directed at He Han Sheng. Why ask me? I am not a mind reader. In an instant, her demeanor shifted as she smiled at Qinan. If you have not committed any acts against the company, there is no need for you to feel guilty. However, should you have indeed acted inappropriately, well, you might find yourself in quite the predicament. Qinan's brows knitted with unease, and in a fit of rage, he lunged at Su Xingran. Yet, in his anxiety and guilt, he stumbled over the leg of the table, falling unceremoniously to the ground. Su Xingran stifled a laugh. Oh dear, you seem to be having a stroke of bad luck. Her words served as a reminder to He Han Sheng. She possessed the uncanny ability to predict misfortune. Having cursed Qinan, he truly was experiencing a downfall, indicating he had indeed engaged in actions detrimental to the company. Su Xingran's motives were not to aid He Han Sheng but rather to protect the opportunities his company had afforded many. If someone like Qinan were to cause significant losses, it would adversely affect others, which was unacceptable. Qinan, already on edge, found his emotions spiraling as he fell and humiliated himself. In a moment of fury, he scrambled to his feet and swung at Su Xingran, his visage contorted with rage, his eyes filled with malice, as though he wished to tear her apart. Yet, his hand was halted midair by He Han Sheng's firm grip. He Han Sheng's cold, piercing gaze bore into him. Qinan, who grants you the audacity to strike someone before my eyes? With a forceful motion, He Han Sheng released Qinan's hand, sending him staggering backward, his face ashen. Hu Fei watched with trepidation, fully aware of the irrationality that had gripped Qinan. How could he dare to strike Su Xingran in He Han Sheng's presence? Some things were best handled discreetly. To act so brazenly before He Han Sheng was tantamount to courting disaster. In that moment of clarity, Qinan realized the gravity of his overreaction before He Han Sheng. He had underestimated Su Xingran, allowing her insult to provoke him into a loss of composure. It is Su Xingran who provoked him. Silence. He Han Sheng coldly interrupted her. Do I require your permission to dismiss a traitor who feeds off the company? He Han Sheng, with his inherently aloof demeanor, exuded an air of authority that intensified the pressure in the room. Having observed for so long, it was evident that Qinan held no respect for Su Xingran whatsoever, and to dare strike her in his presence was utterly audacious. Xia Qingqing fell silent, her complexion paling. This marked the first occasion since their acquaintance that He Han Sheng had directed such a frigid demeanor towards her. She found herself at a loss for words. He Han Sheng's icy gaze remained fixed on Qinan. Whatever you have done, I will ensure a thorough investigation, and you shall be held accountable for your misdeeds. Now, leave. Upon hearing these words, Qinan trembled uncontrollably. The implications of his actions weighed heavily upon him. If He Han Sheng truly investigated and pursued justice, he could face imprisonment. With no other choice, he turned and fled in disgrace. Chapter 21. Xia Qingqing fainted delicately, and He Han Sheng rushed towards her. With a stern expression, He Han Sheng seized Su Xingran's hand and led her into the office. Xia Qingqing followed closely behind. However, just as she was about to enter, the office door swung shut firmly, leaving her locked outside. Xia Qingqing's fragile figure swayed slightly, her complexion pale to the point of translucency. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Hu Fei. Hu Fei sensed that He Han Sheng was acting unusually today. Previously, he had never allowed Su Xingran into the company, yet today he brought her along? Moreover, he had dismissed Qinan. While it was true that Qinan had taken on private work, she couldn't shake off the feeling that He Han Sheng's dismissal of him was somehow connected to Su Xingran. Inside the office, Su Xingran noticed the door closing and hurriedly attempted to open it. Xia Qingqing hasn't come in yet. In the past, she had harbored disdain for Xia Qingqing, wishing for any opportunity to be alone with He Han Sheng, and resenting Xia Qingqing's interruptions. But now, she found herself reluctant to be alone with He Han Sheng, longing instead for Xia Qingqing's presence among them, yet, He Han Sheng grasped her wrist and pulled her away from the door. On the sofa, she found herself ensnared in his embrace, his handsome face loomed close, the unique scent that clung to him enveloped her, and she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. He Han Sheng's noble visage bore no expression, his profound gaze fixed intently upon her. Do you think I dismissed Qinin for what reason? She shrugged nonchalantly. You must have discovered that Qinin betrayed you. You know my ominous predictions are always accurate. At the very least, Qinin's unfortunate reaction just now confirmed that he had indeed wronged He Han Sheng's company. I did it for you. Su Xingran frowned, her delicate hand firmly pushing He Han Sheng away, her exquisite features reflecting a myriad of unspoken emotions. He Han Sheng, the decisions you make are your own affair. Do not involve me, all right? For her, was he deliberately tarnishing her reputation? Qinin was clearly a petty person, and He Han Sheng was intent on harming her. He Han Sheng, unfazed by her push, maintained his cold gaze upon her. I was unaware of how disrespectful he had been towards you. I only found out yesterday. Thus, he had dismissed Qin, and Su Xingran clearly grasped the implication of He Han Sheng's words, her brow furrowed tightly, a look of confusion and disbelief dancing in her eyes. Yet, under his earnest gaze, an inexplicable irritation welled up within her. He Han Sheng, are you unwell? He Han Sheng. Su Xingran's face was marked by impatience. You never explained or cared before. Why are you doing all this now? Do you think it will move me? That is entirely unnecessary. Her expectations of He Han Sheng had long since evaporated. He had done nothing in the past, and she wished he would refrain from acting now as well. He wouldn't annoy her. Why could he do things now that he had neglected to do before? It was simply a matter of indifference. He Han Sheng could see the resistance etched on her face. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed his noble features as he gently caressed her delicate visage, his voice laced with allure. The matter regarding the engagement banquet was my fault. It was indeed poorly considered. I admit my mistake. Forgive me, all right? Su Xingran curled her lips in disdain, though her heart felt a pang of bitterness. This was the first time in the 7 years she had admired He Han Sheng that he had lowered himself to coax her. He believed it was about the engagement banquet, yet he failed to comprehend that it was merely the final straw that broke the camel's back. Su Xingran sighed, her gaze drifting indifferently towards him. He Han Sheng, I have forgiven you for the engagement. However, we have already ended things. Wouldn't a peaceful breakup suffice? He Han Sheng extended his index finger, gently pressing it against her lips. With his other hand, he grasped her small hand, placing it against his lips, kissing it tenderly, his eyes brimming with infinite affection, as if he wished to ensnare her within his depths and let her drown in it. He Han Sheng was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, at least, she had never witnessed such a passionate side of him, yet now, he radiated tenderness, his voice was soft. Let us not break up. I recognize my past shortcomings, grant me a chance. I shall host an even grander engagement banquet for you, and I will not neglect you in the future. Is that agreeable? Su Xingran's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her nose tingling with discomfort. You see, he was aware that he knew he had overlooked her. He understood her grievances and sadness, that he was fully cognizant of everything. Why did he have to wait until she had tasted the bitterness of love, enduring its pangs, before he sought to amend his ways? Her heart had already been shattered. Faced with He Han Sheng, she merely wished to retreat. He Han Sheng, Miss Ya, what is the matter? A startled exclamation from Hu Fei echoed at the door, followed by a frantic knocking on the office door. Hu Fei's panicked voice rang out, President, Miss Ya has fainted. In an instant, He Han Sheng, who had been so close to Su Xingran, dashed to the door. With a swift motion, he flung it open. Xia Qingqing lay on the ground, her face ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, He Han Sheng scooped Xia Qingqing into his arms, racing towards the elevator. Su Xingran stood there, her gaze blank as she watched He Han Sheng carry Xia Qingqing away, still in shock. Moreover, she clearly saw Xia Qingqing open her eyes in He Han Sheng's embrace, flashing her a provocative and triumphant smile, as if to say, I have triumphed again. A pang of bitterness surged within Su Xingran. From the moment Hu Fei had cried out about Xia Qingqing's fainting, He Han Sheng's eyes and heart had turned away from her, just like countless times over the past 7 years. He Han Sheng would unhesitatingly choose Xia Qingqing. Just a minute ago, he had claimed he would not neglect her. She took a deep breath. It was fine. It was alright. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to He Han Sheng's tenderness. Since the engagement banquet, her trust in He Han Sheng had dissipated. Along with her expectations, she placed a hand over her heart, still feeling a pang of discomfort, but it was no longer as piercing as before. This signified that she had truly let go of He Han Sheng. How wonderful! Chapter 22. Gently sending Xia Qingqing abroad, He Han Sheng's car drove steadily to the hospital, and during the journey, he had already contacted Tang Jin. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Tang Jin was anxiously waiting outside. He Han Sheng carried Xia Qingqing out of the car, and Tang Jin hurriedly led him to the emergency room, promptly closing the door behind them. He Han Sheng stood rigidly at the door, watching the bright lights of the emergency room, seemingly calm inside. Only Tang Jin was present. He did not appear as frantic as when he faced He Han Sheng, instead sitting leisurely in a chair, observing the unconscious Xia Qingqing on the hospital bed. With a mixture of helplessness and affection, he gently pinched her cheek. Stop pretending. Although the words were scolding, a tone of indulgence laced his voice. Xia Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, looking at him with a sense of helplessness and guilt. Brother Tang, I'm sorry, I've used you again. Tang Jin shook his head, his voice soft. Qingqing, pretending to be ill like this is not a solution. You should realize that He Han Sheng harbors no romantic feelings for you. Tears streamed down Xia Qingqing's face unexpectedly. Why is Su Xingran able to, but I cannot? What makes me inferior to her? He Han Sheng married Su Xingran not out of love, but simply because she fortuitously took a fatal blow for him. What right does she have? A year prior, He Han Sheng had encountered a dangerous situation where a knife was thrust towards him. In that critical moment, Su Xingran courageously shielded him from the deadly strike. She lay in the hospital for 3 months. It was from that point onwards that He Han Sheng reluctantly agreed to become engaged to her. He Han Sheng, a man with a heavy sense of duty rather than deep emotions, felt obligated to Su Xingran for the sacrifice she made. He would be responsible for her for a lifetime, just as he felt responsible for Xia Qingqing. Tang Jin sighed. He Han Sheng owed a debt to both Su Xingran and Xia Qingqing, and he needed to balance the scales. The weight of responsibility left him unable to sever ties with either. He gently patted Xia Qingqing's head, saying, "Do not worry, I will assist you." Xia Qingqing, moved, hugged his waist tightly. "Brother Tang, thank you." Emerging from the emergency room, Tang Jin removed his mask and let out a cool sigh. Han Sheng, you are aware of Qingqing's condition. She cannot be subjected to any stress today. She went to find you brimming with joy. How could she have fainted? Is Su Xingran also at the company? He Han Sheng frowned, a layer of unresolved resentment evident on his brow. It was only when Xia Qingqing entered the emergency room that he remembered Su Xingran, whom he had left at the company. Yet he attempted to call Su Xingran, but found himself on her blacklist. Calling his assistant, Hu Fei, he learned that as soon as he left with Xia Qingqing, Su Xingran had also departed. He sent her a message, but received no reply. A sudden sense of absurdity washed over him. When did such a chasm form between them? Over the years, why had he not allowed Su Xingran to work at his company? Because Xia Qingqing's health was fragile, any emotional disturbance could lead to her fainting and a relapse. Yet, merely seeing Su Xingran would be enough to provoke such a reaction. Xia Qingqing had always been keen to visit his company, and to protect her from distress, he had barred Su Xingran from entering. Was that fair to Su Xingran? He Han Sheng turned to Tang Jin. Given the severity of Qingqing's condition, I have contacted a medical team abroad. Please take her for treatment overseas. Tang Jin was taken aback. You want to send Qingqing away? He Han Sheng's gaze bore heavily upon Tang Jin. Her condition would be better treated abroad, would it not? Tang Jin was momentarily speechless. But you know that having her by your side would aid her recovery, Tang Jin. He Han Sheng interrupted, I am to be married. I will have a family and children. I cannot forsake my own future for her. What kind of man was He Han Sheng? Could he not discern Xia Qingqing's intentions? Did he not know of her affections for him? Of course, he did. He simply chose not to dwell on it, deeming it harmless. Moreover, he indeed had special reasons to care for Xia Qingqing. However, he now felt that this could not continue. Su Xingran was genuinely upset. At present, aside from being forced into a relationship, she refused to acknowledge him. He Han Sheng felt a rising sense of urgency. Take her abroad for treatment, and once I have finalized the engagement banquet, the wedding, and obtained the marriage certificate with Su Xingran, you can bring her back. The door to the emergency room swung open, and Xia Qingqing rushed out, embracing He Han Sheng's waist. No. I won't go. I refuse to undergo treatment abroad. Brother Han Sheng, please don't send me away. He Han Sheng gently pushed her away, his gaze earnest as he regarded her. Qingqing, your health will improve with treatment abroad. I will arrange everything for you, and once you are fully recovered, I will bring you back. Tears streamed down Xia Qingqing's face as she shook her head vehemently. No. I won't go, Brother Han Sheng. My illness is fine now. I don't want to leave you. Tang Jin, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of compassion. Han Sheng, Qingqing's condition is under control. She really does not need to be treated abroad. He Han Sheng's expression hardened, his tone resolute and unyielding. The medical team abroad is far more professional. It would be better for her. Why did He Han Sheng want to send her away? He had never been so callous with her before. Seeing her in such distress, He Han Sheng sighed, I will ensure that everything is arranged for you abroad. Tang Jin will accompany you. You will not be alone. Your health is fragile. It is best for you to rest. With that, He Han Sheng released her and turned to leave. In despair, Xia Qingqing called out to him, Brother Han Sheng, don't go, but all she received in response was the chilling silhouette of He Han Sheng's back. Tang Jin was not entirely wrong. Xia Qingqing indeed had a fragile constitution, susceptible to stress. Otherwise, she would not faint. Watching He Han Sheng's cold and indifferent figure, she felt a sudden surge of distress, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. Tang Jin rushed to catch her. Qingqing, are you all right? He shouted towards He Han Sheng, who stood at the elevator entrance. Han Sheng, Qingqing has fainted. He Han Sheng halted momentarily before. Chapter 23. Everyone doubts her and He Han Sheng as Su Xingran exited AE. She coincidentally received a call from Lu Cece. She answered, Cece. You went to AE? Su Xingran was taken aback. How did you know? She had barely been there for 15 minutes, so how could Lu Cece be aware of it? Lu Cece scoffed lightly. You and He Han Sheng have always been the focal point of the capital, especially after your engagement banquet. Every move you make is under scrutiny. When you entered AE together, photos circulated in the social circles immediately. What Lu Cece didn't mention was that everyone had been betting on her. They were wagering on how long it would take for Xingran, having been jilted by He Han Sheng, to return, tail between her legs, seeking forgiveness. That bet was now void, and a new one had emerged. Whether Xingran and He Han Sheng would hold another engagement banquet within 6 months. Thus, when Xingran entered AE intimately with He Han Sheng, the circles of high society in the capital were abuzz. After all, everyone knew that He Han Sheng had previously forbidden Xingran from entering the company, yet now, she was with him following the cancellation of their engagement. He Han Sheng had personally retrieved her. Speculation ran rampant that He Han Sheng still intended to marry Xingran without needing Lu Sisi to elaborate. Xingran understood her implication. It was merely another bet involving her and He Han Sheng. This was not the first time. She had previously felt disheartened by the skepticism surrounding her relationship with He Han Sheng. Everyone believed they would not last, and she had harbored a quiet determination to prove them wrong, to show that she and He Han Sheng could find happiness together. However, after 7 years, bitter experience had taught her that when all eyes are against you, stubbornness alone is futile. Xingran smiled and asked, "How long are you betting for?" Lu Sisi, frustrated, slammed her hand on the table. "I wanted to wager 3 days, but alas, He Han Sheng has gone mad and won tea let you leave. Otherwise, she would have one for sure." At least this time, she could see Xingran's resolute determination to part ways with He Han Sheng. Lu Sisi continued, "What is going on with He Han Sheng? Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for you now?" Xingran chuckled softly. "He Han Sheng is a man of great responsibility. My sacrifice has bound him to that responsibility towards me, but do not worry, I understand He Han Sheng. A man as proud as he is will not remain humble forever. After a while of my indifference, he will lose interest and offer me a sum to part ways." After all, He Han Sheng was devoid of genuine affection. His heart was consumed by his commercial empire. He had no surplus time to indulge her or keep her company. Presently, it was merely guilt it played. Eventually, when his enthusiasm for her cools, departing would be easy. She knew He Han Sheng well. After ending her call with Lu Sisi, Xingran received a video call from He Han Sheng. Rolling her eyes, she chose to ignore it, refusing to answer. She would show him. She was curious to see how long the aloof and noble He Han Sheng could maintain his facade. He Han Sheng stared at the abruptly disconnected call, fully aware that it was Xingran's refusal to engage. Sitting in his car, a wry smile crept across his face, accompanied by a sense of absurdity, as if he had dug his own grave and now found himself ensnared within it. Xingran had blocked his number, ignored his messages on WeChat, and never answered his video or voice calls. Very well, this girl was genuinely irate this time. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his expression a mixture of resignation and fatigue. He disliked this feeling of being out of control. As soon as Xingran hung up on Lu Sisi, another call came in. It was Dr. Jean. She answered promptly. "Miss Su, today is your scheduled day for scar removal. When will you be coming?" Xingran, with nothing else to attend to, replied, "I'm on my way now." "Great, I'll await your arrival." Xingran touched the scar on her back that she couldn't quite reach, lost in memories. A year prior, she had taken a knife for He Han Sheng, narrowly escaping death. She had spent an entire week in the hospital, fighting for her life, awakening from a deep coma solely driven by the desire to see He Han Sheng. It took 3 months before she was finally allowed to walk again. After all, a knife wound inevitably leaves scars. Fortunately, He Han Sheng, wielding considerable influence, was able to find a specialist to treat her. Initially, treatments were bi-weekly, then weekly, and now her back scars were nearly invisible. A few more sessions, and she would be back to her original self. What girl does not wish to be beautiful? So, she hailed a cab to the clinic. However, upon arriving and catching sight of the familiar Maybach parked out front, with the distinguished He Han Sheng leaning against it, her lips curled into a reluctant smile. Hadn't he taken Xia Qingqing to the hospital? What was he doing here? Seeing her approach, He Han Sheng naturally moved to her side, his tall figure accentuating her petite frame. She discreetly stepped back a couple of paces to distance herself from him, yet, He Han Sheng swiftly pulled her into his embrace, the unique scent of magnolia enveloping her senses, threatening to drown her. "I'll accompany you." Xingran found it hard to believe that He Han Sheng had truly lost his mind. Initially, he had come with her, but the lengthy treatment process, lasting between 4 to 6 hours, was a drain on his time he could not afford to waste. After accompanying her twice, he had refused to return. She had felt guilty for making him wait outside for such extended periods. Looking back, she realized how foolish she had been. Whenever He Han Sheng suffered from his gastric issues, she had always stayed by his side all night, tending to him personally. Throughout their years together, He Han Sheng had rarely offered her companionship. His greatest contributions had been financial, but now, reflecting on it, she recognized that money was the one thing He Han Sheng had in abundance. Clearly, he was merely toying with her. With a forced smile, Xingran attempted to push him away. "No need for that, it's tedious and a waste of time. You should return to the company. You have so many people to support, you can't afford to be delayed." He Han Sheng did not allow her to push him away, instead watching her with amusement. "Are you afraid that I might see you in your unadorned state if you don't let me accompany you?" Chapter 24. The insulting messages from Qin and Xingran's expression management nearly faltered. He Han Sheng exuded elegance and nobility, each gesture imbued with refinement. His speech was meticulous. The phrase "not wearing clothes," when uttered from his lips, seemed to mar the decorum. As a person of authority, He Han Sheng had always been decisive. She shrugged. "If you wish to accompany me, then do so." After all, it was his time being squandered, not hers. Dr. Jean was already waiting for her. Upon her arrival, he escorted her to the VIP room. At 30, Dr. Jean, specializing in aesthetics, possessed skin that was smooth and delicate, with features that were exquisitely natural, yet upon closer inspection, one could still discern traces of cosmetic intervention. Remarkably perfect, Dr. Jean was particularly fond of Su Xingran, having encountered countless beautiful faces in her profession. However, Su Xingran's visage was a masterpiece, as if sculpted by the hands of Nuwa herself, with large, luminous eyes that sparkled like a sky full of stars. Her skin was as flawless as snow, seemingly fragile to the touch. Her features were not only striking but possessed a type of beauty unattainable by current technology. She underwent scar removal surgery under Dr. Jin's care, and her skin emerged even more silken than before, akin to satin, with an ethereal beauty. In the eyes of estheticians, Su Xingran was the epitome of perfection. The key was that her beauty was entirely natural. Can you believe that? As Su Xingran proceeded into the treatment room, He Han Sheng intended to follow. However, given that the treatment required disrobing and their recent separation, she naturally would not bear herself before him. Su Xingran handed her bag and phone to He Han Sheng. Please wait for me outside. Then, without further ado, she blocked him from entering. He Han Sheng did not insist. In truth, he lacked the courage to confront the scar etched upon Su Xingran's back. That wound had nearly claimed her life. She had sacrificed herself to save him. Once the door closed, He Han Sheng settled in the VIP room, quietly awaiting Su Xingran. Suddenly, her phone emitted a series of notification sounds. He glanced at it. It was WeChat. Without hesitation, he opened it, and upon reading the contents, his serene countenance turned ashen. Chin and frowny face. Su Xingran, you shameless wretch, it must have been you whispering in the CEO's ear that led to my dismissal. How could you be so despicable? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own background? You dream of marrying the CEO. It's akin to a toad wishing to eat swan meat. The groom fled at the engagement banquet. How unpleasant that must feel. The CEO's attitude is crystal clear. He cares not for you. How can you still shamelessly cling on? Do you have no dignity left? If I were you, I would have already taken my own life out of shame. Even if you managed to have me removed, what would change? You cannot truly believe the CEO has any interest in you, can you? How pitiful it is to lack self-awareness. A person like you, who throws themselves at others, would never catch the CEO's eye. Wretch, die. Die, die, die. He Han Sheng sat there, his expression devoid of emotion, as he observed the series of unspeakable insults from Chinan. He scrolled upward, discovering even more provocative messages. Among them was a photograph of him watching over Xia Qingqing in her hospital bed, his eyes lowered, filled with tenderness. The image radiated harmony and warmth. Mr. He is accompanying Miss Xia. Please do not disturb, even if today is your birthday. There was also a short video of him drinking with Lu Wan. Lu Wan questioned, you just returned from your business trip. Why not visit Su Xingran? He, in a fit of impatience, poured himself another drink. No, she is throwing a tantrum, let her process it herself. He Han Sheng continued to scroll, uncovering a plethora of images depicting him alongside Xia Qingqing, all accompanied by Chinan's notes, do not disturb. His long fingers gripped the phone tightly, a storm brewing in his clear, elegant eyes. Su Xingran was indeed clingy. He found himself unable to resist. He had entrusted Chinan with the task, clearly instructing him to buy gifts, book travel tickets, and engage in any activities that would delight the girl. He had even granted Chinan an additional bonus for these efforts, yet, what had Chinan done? He provoked her, ignored her, humiliated her, and belittled her, and now, he had abandoned all pretense, unleashing a torrent of insults, even wishing her dead. How dare he? He Han Sheng retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Chucheng from the legal department. Investigate Chinan's activities within the company, gather evidence for me. We will file a lawsuit, he must face imprisonment. Understood. Jiang Chucheng hung up, his face marked by confusion. How had Chinan, He Han Sheng's assistant, fallen to such depths? Nevertheless, as the manager of the AE legal department, it was his duty to alleviate his boss's concerns and heed his directives. Chinan's actions were not particularly difficult to investigate. He had not committed any acts that posed a significant threat to the company. He lacked the audacity to betray He Han Sheng or oppose AE. However, he had indeed engaged in activities unbecoming of his position, such as taking on private jobs and disclosing contract bottom lines. Of course, he dared not divulge the details of contracts worth over 100 million. The information he provided concerned collaborations under 5 million, a trivial sum for a large corporation like AE, akin to purchasing a cup of soy milk on the street, yet, the kickbacks he received were substantial, leaving him in a precarious position. Having gathered the evidence, Jiang Chucheng promptly reported to the police, who swiftly reached out to Chinan upon hearing that AE had pressed charges against him. Chinan felt as though the sky had fallen. He had initially believed he was merely being dismissed and even entertained hopes of returning, but now, he was being sued by AE. He needed to return all the ill-gotten gains and hire a top-tier lawyer for his defense, or else face imprisonment. Simultaneously, he understood that going up against AE's legal team was a futile endeavor. Once AE set its sights on him, his fate was sealed. It was only then that he began to feel a sense of dread, his face pale as he shakily dialed He Han Sheng's number. He had followed He Han Sheng since graduating from university, and he had committed no grave errors, maintaining a scrupulous work ethic. Moreover, he was a direct junior of He Han Sheng. A minor transgression would not provoke such a reaction from him. The call connected. Chapter 25. Chinan, you shall pay the price. He Han Sheng glanced at the incoming call on his phone. It was Chinan. A sudden wave of amusement washed over him. His fiancée was on his blacklist, yet Chinan, who had insulted her, could still call him without hindrance. He answered the call. On the other end, Chinan spoke in a frantic tone, Mr. I have been with you since graduation, please forgive me this once. Do not heed Su Xingran's complaints, I have been unwaveringly loyal to you, I beg you for another chance. He Han Sheng let out a dismissive laugh. Chinan, I saw the message you sent to Su Xingran. So, behind closed doors, this is how you show her respect? His voice carried an authoritative weight that made Xingran tremble. Even through the phone, Xingran turned pale. Su Xingran had shown He Han Sheng the messages he sent her? She had never done such a thing before, he hastily explained. Mr. He, you misunderstand. Su Xingran provoked me prior to my message. She called me first and hurled a barrage of insults. I couldn't help but retaliate. Please believe me, Su Xingran is merely a two-faced actress. She has framed me. He Han Sheng's tone was restrained. Xingran, she has been by my side all along. Thus, she had never called Xingran to berate him. It was Xingran who had slandered Su Xingran. On the other end of the line, Xingran fell silent, fear and despair engulfing him in an instant. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He Han Sheng's voice was relentless. Xingran, you shall pay the price for your insults and slander. As Xingran listened to the dial tone, the sound of the call disconnecting, he was so frightened that the phone slipped from his grasp. He understood that if He Han Sheng truly sought retribution, the cost would be beyond his imagination. Regret washed over him. He had sensed that ever since He Han Sheng had cancelled the engagement banquet, Su Xingran was no longer the submissive figure she once was. Moreover, He Han Sheng's attitude towards her had shifted as well. He should have noticed this sooner, and now, he had entangled himself in a dire predicament. He thought of Xia Qingqing. At this moment, the only person he could rely on for salvation was her. Xia Qingqing was genuinely overwhelmed by He Han Sheng's indifference, to the point of fainting. However, she quickly regained her composure and began to weep uncontrollably. Brother Tang Jin, Han Sheng wants to send me abroad. I refuse to go, I do not wish to leave. Tang Jin sighed. He Han Sheng does not intend to send you away, he wishes to become engaged to Su Xingran. Tang Jin was aware that Xia Qingqing harbored an intense affection for He Han Sheng, an obsession that bordered on madness. Whenever Su Xingran flaunted her relationship, Xia Qingqing would sabotage it. She had previously thwarted the engagement, and she would not allow it to succeed this time either. He Han Sheng understood this logic as well. Perhaps, in the past, Su Xingran was willing to endure, which allowed He Han Sheng to indulge Xia Qingqing. Now that Su Xingran was no longer willing to tolerate, the scales had begun to tip in her favor. Xia Qingqing grasped Tang Jin's sleeve, her delicate features marred by sorrow. Brother Tang Jin, please help me, I implore you, consider my brother. Initially, Tang Jin hesitated. He Han Sheng clearly favored Su Xingran this time. He contemplated advising Xia Qingqing to let it go. However, upon hearing her mention her brother, alright, I will assist you. Xia Qingqing was deeply moved. Thank you, brother Tang Jin. When Xinan's call came through, Xia Qingqing had already composed herself. Seeing his name flash on her phone, she said to Tang Jin, Brother Tang Jin, I must take this call. Tang Jin nodded and stood to leave. Take care of yourself. Once he had exited the room, Xia Qingqing answered the phone. Brother Qinan. Miss Xia, Mr. He intends to sue me, please, save me. Xia Qingqing's expression shifted abruptly. How can this be? Han Sheng is not that kind of person. Qinan was already at his wit's end on the other end of the line. Miss Xia, it is true. Mr. He is serious. Xia Qingqing pressed Qinan, did you do something? Qinan replied, I sent a message insulting Su Xingran, and Mr. He saw it. Xia Qingqing cursed Qinan's foolishness in her mind. How could he leave evidence behind? She quickly calculated her next steps and reassured Qinan, Brother Qinan, do not panic, I will plead on your behalf with Han Sheng. I will contact you with any updates. Alright, thank you, Miss Xia. After hanging up, the innocence that had adorned Xia Qingqing's face dissipated, replaced by a fierce resolve. Since He Han Sheng had decided to pursue legal action against Qinan, there was no turning back. He Han Sheng was a man of his word, unwavering in his decisions. Thus, Qinan was as good as finished. She would not squander resources on this failed individual, but she could still extract some final value from him. Qinan was impulsive, irritable, and selfish. If she could exploit this weakness, she could ensure that Su Xingran would not escape unscathed. If the situation escalated, was He Han Sheng not intent on hosting a second engagement banquet? Did he not fear her interference? Very well, this time, she would refrain from any actions. She was determined to see whether this engagement banquet could indeed succeed. Chapter 26. Her father's illegitimate daughter, Yang Shui. Su Xingran had just completed her scar removal surgery. Darajin spoke to her gently, the marks on your body have significantly faded, almost imperceptible. After 2 months, come back for a slight touch-up, and I'll assist you further. Su Xingran felt a surge of joy. She had always cherished beauty and detested any scars marring her skin. Thank you, Dr. Jin, you are truly a miraculous healer. Dr. Jin chuckled at her compliment. Miraculous healer is a bit of an exaggeration. It's primarily because President He has been exceedingly generous and considerate for you. The hospital boasted the most advanced and high-spec equipment available. Particularly noteworthy was the scar removal device used for Su Xingran, of which only 2 existed globally, both acquired by He Han Sheng. This clearly illustrated the depth of He Han Sheng's concern for her. Su Xingran smiled, choosing silence. Once, she had thought that He Han Sheng's efforts to procure this machine were solely for her benefit. However, her perspective had shifted. While it was indeed for her, the underlying reason was that the scars on her body existed because of him. He bore the responsibility to help her remove them, stemming from his guilt rather than any romantic sentiment. She would no longer indulge in self-deception. Waving goodbye to Dr. Jin, she said, I'll take my leave now, let me treat you to a meal another day. Alright, goodbye. As Su Xingran exited the treatment room, she found the waiting area devoid of He Han Sheng. Left already? Better that way, she thought, relieved to avoid him. As for her phone and bag, they were not going to fly away, so she was ready to leave. Su Xingran? Suddenly, a voice called from ahead. Su Xingran halted, and upon seeing the person before her, her brows lifted. Yang Shui, her father's illegitimate daughter. A glance back at the establishment she had just exited revealed it to be a skin rejuvenation clinic, and the traces of hyaluronic acid and mesotherapy on her face were unmistakable. Su Xingran smiled and nodded. Indeed, one should invest in aesthetic treatments. After all, being unattractive is hardly appealing. Su Xingran. Yang Shui's face contorted with rage, the recent treatment rendering her expression even more grotesque. Su Xingran quickly cautioned her, "Be careful, your face is uneven." Alarmed, Yang Shui reached to touch her face, only to realize, upon seeing Su Xingran's mocking smile, that she had been duped, her face flushing with anger. Su Xingran, uninterested in further engagement, attempted to walk past her, but Yang Shui seized her hand. Su Xingran, father asked me to inquire if you have discussed the collaboration with He Han Sheng. Su Xingran coldly shook off her grip. That is your father, not mine. If he wishes to collaborate with He, let him approach them. I am of no use to him. Her biological father, Yang Yifeng, had his own company in the capital, boasting personal assets exceeding 100 million. To the average person, he was wealthy, but in a city teeming with affluence, his accomplishments paled in comparison. Yang Yifeng had engaged in extramarital affairs, entangled with Yang Shui's mother, usurping assets from his original family and casting aside his first wife. The mistress and the scoundrel, along with their illegitimate daughter, enjoyed a life of luxury, while her mother had taken her far away, only to meet an untimely demise. Later, upon discovering that she had become He Han Sheng's fiancée, Yang Yifeng shamelessly approached her to claim her as his daughter, demanding assistance with a billion-dollar AE project. How utterly shameless! Not only could she not assist him, but she also wished for him to face ruin. How could she possibly help him ascend to wealth and prosperity? Dream on. Yang Shui scoffed, a sneer of disdain crossing her lips. Su Xingran, what are you pretending for? Can you really be of assistance now? I merely sought to test you, and yet you're genuinely playing along. Your engagement banquet with He Han Sheng has been called off. Do you still think you have any relation with him, abandoned on the day of your engagement? What a disgrace. How can you still face being in the capital? If I were you, I would have sought a way to end my life long ago. The animosity between Yang Shui and Su Xingran was palpable, a natural disdain between the children of the legitimate wife and the mistress. Thus, upon realizing that Su Xingran had managed to secure the most powerful figure in the capital, He Han Sheng, Yang Shui seethed with jealousy, nearly losing her mind, and then, He Han Sheng had cancelled the engagement. As a woman, she understood the magnitude of such a blow. Delightful, regrettably, she lacked the privilege to attend the engagement banquet, missing the sight of Su Xingran's despondent face upon its cancellation. Otherwise, it would have been a source of great satisfaction. Su Xingran regarded her with a smile that failed to reach her eyes. Why should I seek death? What does it matter that my engagement with He Han Sheng was called off? It is merely a breakup, a loss of love. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's not uncommon for couples to part ways before an engagement. At least my relationship with He Han Sheng was above board, recognized and legitimate. As for you, Su Xingran's gaze danced with intrigue, the daughter of a mistress, forever relegated to the shadows. Ah! You vile creature, I shall not let this go. Unable to withstand the provocation, Yang Shui lunged at Su Xingran. Su Xingran smirked, how amusing that she would dare to approach her, exposing herself to humiliation. When Yang Shui lunged, Su Xingran deftly sidestepped. Watch your step in those high heels. Ah! Su Xingran distinctly heard the sound of Yang Shui's bones misaligning. In the next moment, Yang Shui found herself sprawled on the ground, her forehead beaded with sweat from the pain. Her injury was severe, revealing the extent of her malice towards Su Xingran. Su Xingran felt no sympathy. Instead, she knelt beside her. TSK, your face took the brunt of the fall. The treatment you just had is all ask you now. A wave of excruciating pain surged from Yang Shui's ankle, causing her to writhe in agony, further humiliated by her disheveled state before Su Xingran. Su Xingran, you wretched girl. Su Xingran dismissed the insults, gripping Yang Shui's chin. Tell me, 3 years ago, did you not appear at Zhuanhuang? Yang Shui furiously shook off her hand. What business is it of yours? Su Xingran stood tall. At that time, Yang Shui had not been permitted entry into that private room, yet Su Xingran distinctly remembered seeing her at Zhuanhuang that day. Given Yang Shui's unscrupulous nature, the likelihood of her drugging Su Xingran was considerable. Yang Shui was indeed one of the 3 suspects in Su Xingran's mind. Su Xingran fixed her gaze on Yang Shui. If it was you who drugged me, Yang Shui, your face will rot. Chapter 27. The emotionless He Han Sheng. Yang Shui cast a scornful glance at Su Xingran. Are you out of your mind? Su Xingran remained unfazed by Yang Shui's rebuke, her gaze fixated on Yang Shui's face. Yang Shui mocked her. What, does He Han Sheng think you're the one who drugged him? Su Xingran, don't you find it pathetic? Even I know you would never resort to such treachery, yet He Han Sheng doesn't believe you. Tell me, after laying bare your heart, does he even care? A pang of bitterness lodged itself in Su Xingran's chest. The sting of Yang Shui's derision was truly irksome indeed. Look, even Yang Shui recognizes her innocence. Yet, in the eyes of He Han Sheng, she is deemed a despicable person. Su Xingran forced a self-deprecating smile. I admit, my judgment was poor, I fell for the wrong person. She possessed the courage to start anew. She gazed at Yang Shui with pity. But with a face like yours, you'll have to rely on injections. Your features are so contorted with anger that they become asymmetrical. You ought to seek restoration immediately. Upon hearing that her face was asymmetrical, Yang Shui completely disregarded the pain in her leg. She hastily retrieved a small mirror to inspect her reflection. Recently, her father had mentioned an important blind date with the younger son of the Lin family, a prestigious lineage, second only to the He family. She could not afford to let anything happen to her appearance. As Su Xingran rose to leave, she spotted the tall figure of He Han Sheng around the corner. He leaned languidly against the wall, his aristocratic features devoid of expression, yet his icy gaze bore a scrutinizing look directed at her. Su Xingran was taken aback. She clutched her chest. "You startled me, I thought you had left?" She accepted her bag and phone from He Han Sheng, casting a fleeting glance at her device for messages. It was empty. She placed the phone in her bag and exited the hospital. He Han Sheng followed closely behind, his mind occupied with thoughts of what he had just overheard. Su Xingran had questioned Yang Shui about being the one to drug him, to which Yang Shui replied that he didn't trust her. He Han Sheng's upbringing was distinctly unconventional. The He family was one of the elite families in the capital, with his grandfather, a man of decisive action, having elevated the family to the pinnacle of society. However, this success came at a price, as numerous enemies were made, and internal family strife ensued, leading to the demise of all but He Han Sheng's father among his grandfather's 3 sons. His father was a man of no ambition, languishing in a world of frivolity, utterly devoid of business acumen. Zhang Jingyi, born into an ordinary family but possessing striking beauty, caught his father's attention, and they began a relationship. Coincidentally, during their courtship, He Han Sheng's father suffered a car accident that rendered him infertile. Miraculously, Zhang Jingyi became pregnant, and the child would be the sole heir of the He family. Thus, she married into the He family and became Mrs. He, yet, she was hardly a figure of respect, being a quintessential romantic idealist. During his childhood, He Han Sheng was treated as a mere tool by her, often subjected to abuse and neglect, enduring cold showers and being forced to stand outside overnight, all in a bid to compel his wayward father to return home. However, the guilt and pity from his father could only serve as effective motivators for a short time. Eventually, they became numb to the cycle. The most severe instance occurred when He Han Sheng suffered a high fever of 41 degrees Celsius. Had the butler not intervened in time, He Han Sheng might have perished or been left severely impaired. Upon learning the truth, his grandfather decisively took He Han Sheng under his wing. By that time, He Han Sheng was already 8 years old, aware and deeply affected by the realization that he was merely a pawn in his mother's manipulation of his father. Despite being the only child, he was insufficient to deter his father from his indulgent lifestyle. In the eyes of his grandfather, He Han Sheng was the heir imbued with great expectations. From a young age, he was devoid of love and burdened with immense pressure. This upbringing forged his current cold demeanor for him. Emotions were the most futile of attachments. He had never experienced love, nor had he ever loved anyone. Why, then, did he hold a special regard for Su Xingran? Because she was the only one who loved him unconditionally, loving him for who he was. He had wealth and an unassailable status. His future wife would be one who adored him, not one born from a marriage of convenience. To him, Su Xingran's affection was palpable. She revolved around him, tenderly cared for him, cautiously probed his feelings, and attended to him with meticulous devotion, her heart and gaze brimming with love. He found it gratifying. Su Xingran cherished him, willing to do anything for him, even resorting to drugging him to win his affection, which he found entirely natural. He felt no anger toward her for it. To him, it seemed a mere progression of their relationship. The matter of the drug was treated lightly, and he had never doubted that it was not she who had administered it. He had no desire to understand Su Xingran, nor did he wish to expend energy to placate her, much less consider her feelings. What he sought was her unwavering love. And now, as he observed the calm yet slightly resistant glint in Su Xingran's eyes, a sharp pang of pain coursed through him. Her words, "I admit I loved the wrong person," struck a chord deep within. Thus, she regretted it and had retracted her affection. Once in the car, He Han Sheng said, "I didn't accompany you for dinner yesterday. Let us go today." "Sure," Su Xingran replied absently. Suddenly, her phone rang. He Han Sheng caught a glimpse of Senior Yan Chang. "Hello, Senior," she answered. "Okay, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, she informed He Han Sheng, "I have something at school. I need to go, you can eat on your own." With that, she attempted to exit the vehicle. He Han Sheng grasped her hand, his brow furrowed. "Is he that important?" Su Xingran frowned. "Are you out of your mind?" "It's related to my studies. I don't want to extend my graduation." Upon hearing the words extend graduation, He Han Sheng instinctively released her hand. She had taken a year off due to shielding him from a knife, hence the delay in her studies. Otherwise, she would have already graduated instead of awkwardly trying to catch up with her fourth-year courses. He hesitated, conflicted, but Su Xingran left without a hint of mercy. As soon as he let go of her hand, she flung open the car door and dashed away, hailing a passing taxi without casting a single glance back at him. Chapter 28. Zhui Yanqing likes her. Su Xingran hurriedly hailed a taxi to school. Her senior, Zhui Yanqing, also her mentor, had called to inform her that a painting of peach blossoms by their teacher had gone missing. The teacher urgently needed this artwork for an upcoming competition. Su Xingran had been safeguarding the painting, having tucked it away herself. The studio contained numerous cabinets, and she alone possessed the key. Thus, she rushed to school, determined to unlock it personally. On the way, she messaged Zhui Yanqing, "Senior, I'm already in the car and will arrive at school shortly, please wait for me." Yanqing replied, "All right, take your time. There's no rush, as long as you deliver the painting to the teacher today, allowing him to participate in tomorrow's competition, we have ample time." How could Su Xingran possibly not feel anxious? Upon arriving at the school gate, she dashed straight to the studio. Breathless, she reached the door, where Zhui Yanqing awaited her. His tall figure exuded elegance and grace. He gently poured her a glass of water, his eyes sparkling with a tender smile. "I told you not to rush, yet you still hurried. Have a drink first." Su Xingran accepted the glass, took a sip, then hurried to the cabinet in the studio, retrieving the key from her bag and unlocking the door. The peach blossom painting was neatly arranged inside. She carefully extracted it. Here you go, senior. Zhuo Yanqing warmly accepted it, his handsome face adorned with a smile. I'll deliver it to the teacher, you should come along. All right. Since she had been the one to safeguard the painting, it felt right to present it to the teacher herself. Zhuo Yanqing drove, and Su Xingran naturally settled into the passenger seat, accompanying him to deliver the artwork. Did you face any reprimand when you returned yesterday? No, she replied. While she had not faced any scolding, she had endured a lengthy conversation with He Han Sheng, which had put her in a sour mood. She preferred not to discuss her entanglement with He Han Sheng, even with her close friend Lu Sisi. Matters of the heart were personal, and she saw no need to share them. Previously, it was unnecessary because most people disapproved of their relationship, and anything she said would be met with ridicule. Now, it was unnecessary because she simply did not wish to speak about it. Zhuo Yanqing sensed her reticence and refrained from probing further. The teacher's residence was conveniently located in a building adjacent to the school. On the 9th floor, the two ascended together. Upon opening the door, their teacher, Zhuang Mingyue, warmly welcomed them inside, taking Su Xingran's hand affectionately. Su Xingran, my prized student, after a year of recuperation, you're back. What are your plans now? Su Xingran felt a pang of guilt. She understood the underlying message. Her teacher had a spot available for overseas study. This was a question she had been asked a year prior, but after taking a hit for He Han Sheng, she had spent a year in recovery, leaving the matter unresolved. Now that it was being brought up again, she realized her teacher held her in high regard. However, painting was not her passion. She loved dancing. Since He Han Sheng disapproved of her dancing, she had turned to painting during her university years. It could only be said that her talent in painting was indeed remarkable, thus earning her teacher's special attention. Su Xingran replied, somewhat hesitantly, Teacher, I understand. I will give it serious thought. Teacher Zhuang affectionately patted her shoulder. This is your decision, and I do not wish to pressure you, but I hope you consider it earnestly. Su Xingran obediently nodded. Zhuang Mingyue glanced at her own nephew, whose eyes were filled with affection, and waved them off. Alright, it's getting late, and I want to keep you for dinner. You may go now. I still need to touch up the painting in preparation for tomorrow's competition. Please don't disturb me. Su Xingran and Zhuo Yanqing bid farewell. With all the commotion, it was already time for dinner. Su Xingran recalled how Zhuo Yanqing had helped extricate her from the police station the previous day. Senior, thank you for yesterday. Let me treat you to dinner. Zhuo Yanqing smiled in agreement. Sure. Do you know any good restaurants? Su Xingran thought of her and Lu Sisi's favorite steakhouse, renowned for its exquisite taste. It would surely convey her sincerity in treating Zhuo Yanqing. I know a steakhouse that has incredible flavors. I guarantee you'll love it. Zhuo Yanqing feigned surprise. Really, if you say that, not trying it would be my loss. Let us go, show me the wonders of the world. Su Xingran earnestly gave him a thumbs up. I assure you, you'll be satisfied. Everyone who has tried it raves about it. Zhuo Yanqing thoughtfully opened the door to the passenger seat for her. Princess, please get in. Su Xingran couldn't help but chuckle softly once inside the car and fastened her seatbelt. She playfully remarked, Senior, your internet speed is quite impressive, isn't it? I never would have guessed. He was even aware of the popular princess meme. Zhuo Yanqing was exemplary in both academics and self-discipline, a true gentleman. While others were absorbed in their phones, gaming, or watching videos, he focused on self-improvement. Zhuo Yanqing chuckled softly. In your eyes, am I an old fossil? Just because I don't frequently use video apps doesn't mean I'm completely out of the loop. After all, I wish to understand the mindset of today's youth to connect with those I wish to be closer to. As he spoke, his gaze settled gently on Su Xingran, his eyes shimmering with starlight. Su Xingran felt her heart race, as if something within her had exploded. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject. Senior, let us get going. If we delay, we'll have to wait in line. Zhuo Yanqing paid no heed to her attempt to divert the topic. He had waited 4 years. What was a little extra time now? Su Xingran's heartbeat quickened, and she found herself wondering if her senses were deceiving her. Was it possible that Zhuo Yanqing had feelings for her? In a flurry, she pulled out her phone and hastily messaged Lu Sisi, detailing Zhuo Yanqing's recent words and actions. She concluded with, Am I just being overly sentimental? Lu Sisi's response came swiftly. You truly are oblivious. You didn't just realize Zhuo Yanqing likes you today, did you? I've noticed it for a long time. Sister, accept him, engage in a normal, sweet romance. I'll be the flag bearer for the Qingxin couple. Su Xingran struggled to manage a smile. Qingxin. Shuqing, Su Xingran? Was the CP fandom really this poetic? She quickly replied, Let me first ensure a clean break with He Han Sheng and clear my heart. Chapter 29. As Su Xingran places a green hat on He Han Sheng. In Su Xingran's perspective, her relationship with He Han Sheng had already come to an end. Meanwhile, He Han Sheng was undergoing a process of withdrawal. The affection she had once shared with him was doomed to culminate in separation. She had loved He Han Sheng for 7 years, yet that did not imply she was destined to love him for a lifetime. Throughout her love for He Han Sheng, she had endured countless grievances and disdain. Was it too much to desire a gentle, nurturing, and loving relationship? He Han Sheng's lack of love did not negate her worthiness of love. At the very least, she would no longer deplete herself due to He Han Sheng's attitudes. She possessed the courage to love again and deserved to be loved in return. If her new romantic interest were to be Zhuang Yanqing, then Su Xingran felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Upon arriving at the dining establishment, Su Xingran eagerly inquired, "Have you ever been here before, senior?" Zhuang Yanqing shook his head. "I prefer to focus on health, enjoying home-cooked meals. Furthermore, I am not particularly fond of Western cuisine. Even when dining out, I seldom order steak." Zhuang Yanqing's self-discipline was evident in all aspects of his life, studies, daily routine, and even love. Su Xingran smiled and remarked, "Steak 1 tea make you gain weight. It is not a lack of self-discipline, and besides, this place has exceptional flavors, you must try it." Zhuang Yanqing nodded gently. "With such a recommendation from you, Junior, I surely must give it a try. If it's delicious and I become addicted, I might just ask you to be my dining companion in the future. Please don't refuse me." Su Xingran felt a flutter of excitement, a blush creeping to her ears. Lowering her gaze, she felt somewhat flustered. "If you find it delicious, senior, you can invite me next time." Zhuang Yanqing laughed, a warm, gentle sound akin to the soft caress of a spring breeze in April. "Certainly." As they entered the restaurant, Su Xingran chose her usual seat. Zhuang Yanqing handed her the menu, elegantly stating, "You are a regular here, please order for me." "All right, their filet mignon is truly authentic and exquisite, let me order that for you." "Sounds good." It must be said that Zhuang Yanqing was exceptionally well-mannered, responding thoughtfully and gazing at her with warmth and tenderness. Through his eyes, one could sense a deep affection, a stark contrast to the cold indifference perpetually radiating from He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng would never comprehend how painfully piercing his frigid gaze could be. Su Xingran was taken aback. She was actually comparing He Han Sheng to Zhuang Yanqing. Had she lost her mind? Why was she juxtaposing these two entirely different individuals? Zhuang Yanqing was admirable, while He Han Sheng was decidedly unsuitable for romance. She slapped her cheeks, dismissing He Han Sheng from her thoughts. Her relationship with him had concluded. There was no need to dwell on it. The wait was not long, and prior to the arrival of their steaks, they indulged in several appetizers, among which the foie gras was particularly delightful. "Senior, you must try this foie gras. It is my absolute favorite, I highly recommend it." "All right." Zhuang Yanqing took a piece of foie gras into his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. "It's indeed delicious, with a delicate, silky texture, and a subtle hint of richness that wafts through the nostrils. Wonderful." He gave a thumbs up, affirming the exquisite taste of the dish. Su Xingran's eyes sparkled with joy. "See, my recommendations never go wrong." "Indeed, I trust your judgment, Junior." They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere brimming with warmth. Unbeknownst to them, every nuance of their interaction was being observed by individuals in the adjacent booth, who were capturing photographs and sending them to He Han Sheng. He Yunting, recently released on bail from the police station, was seething with anger as he dined with his good friend Lin Langlang. Lin Langlang, a restless dandy, believed that dining ought to be accompanied by beautiful women. As he stepped out of the booth to make a phone call, he chanced upon Su Xingran and Zhuang Yanqing. A solitary man and woman dining together, with a fragrant candle flickering between them. Su Xingran was smiling at the man opposite her in a manner that seemed quite improper. Lin Langlang could not contain himself, rushing to knock on the door and call out to He Yunting, "Yunting, come out and see. Is that Su Xingran dining alone with a strange man? Su Xingran?" The mere mention of her name made He Yunting react with alarm, as if a mouse had encountered a cat. He bolted out of the booth. It was indeed Su Xingran. He would recognize her even if she were turned to ash. Lin Langlang raised an eyebrow, relishing the moment. "Yunting, I just returned from a trip and learned that Su Xingran and your brother's engagement banquet has been cancelled." "With such a significant event called off, does that mean your brother has broken up with Su Xingran?" The cancellation of an engagement banquet was no trivial matter. Clearly, there were issues between He Han Sheng and Su Xingran. Now, seeing her sharing a meal with another man, exchanging flirtatious glances, it was evident she was seeking someone new. If He Han Sheng had indeed ended things with Su Xingran, Lin Langlang was prepared to make his move. He would gladly step in as Su Xingran's new partner. Moreover, he found the idea enticing. After all, he was intrigued by women who had been with He Han Sheng. However, the other aspect was that Su Xingran was stunningly beautiful. Truly, few men could resist her enchanting visage. Unfortunately, she was still He Han Sheng's woman. He had the desire but lacked the courage. If she were to part ways with He Han Sheng, he would certainly vie for the opportunity to pursue the exquisite Su Xingran. He Yunting swiftly kicked Lin Langlang in the shins. "Don't be reckless, my brother and Su Xingran have not broken up." Regardless of He Han Sheng's feelings towards Su Xingran, as long as she still bore his name, no one could entertain thoughts of pursuing her. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Lin Langlang was taken aback. "They haven't broken up?" He pointed towards Su Xingran. "Then what is happening over there? If they hadn't separated, why was Su Xingran dining with another man?" Moreover, during their conversation, the man even tenderly produced a handkerchief to gently wipe the corner of Su Xingran's mouth in a manner that was both affectionate and intimate. He Yunting, ever quick-witted, captured that moment on his phone. It must be said, the photograph turned out splendidly. The ambience was palpable, and Zhuang Yanqing's tenderness was fully evident as he wiped Su Xingran's mouth, her face adorned with a bashful smile. This photograph could easily be mistaken for a young couple in the throes of romance. He Yunting hurriedly sent the photo to He Han Sheng, accompanied by an explosive caption: "Frowny face brother, Su Xingran is putting a green hat on you." Chapter 30. He Han Sheng goes mad. He Han Sheng stood in the greenhouse of the villa, a glass of red wine swirling in his hand. His tall figure appeared solitary and desolate against the transparent glass walls. Unbidden, memories of Su Xingran's departure earlier today flooded his mind. She left without hesitation, devoid of any lingering attachment. Even when he suggested they dine together, she seemed indifferent. It was worth noting that prior to this, whenever he expressed a desire to return for dinner, Su Xingran would prepare a lavish spread of his favorite dishes, waiting for him no matter how late he arrived. There were times when he would promise to come back, only to be delayed by work commitments, yet she would remain there, her heart and eyes solely focused on him. Each time he planned an outing, she would meticulously dress and arrive at the restaurant ahead of time, eager and radiant. Su Xingran's affection was intricately woven into the very fabric of their daily lives. But today, she was indifferent. He Han Sheng furrowed his brow. The onset of this transformation began with the cancellation of their engagement banquet. He found himself wrestling with a stubborn obsession, unable to comprehend how a mere engagement party could hold such gravity. His phone, resting on the clear table, buzzed to life. A glance at the screen instantly ignited his fury. "Brother, Su Xingran is cheating on you." He Han Sheng hastily picked up his phone, opening the chat interface. His brother, He Han Sheng, had sent several photographs depicting Su Xingran enjoying a meal with He Han Sheng. Their interactions warm and intimate. He Han Sheng exuded elegance and gentleness, while Su Xingran appeared charming and vivacious. He watched as He Han Sheng beamed at her, and she responded with a dazzling, heartfelt smile. A sharp pain pierced He Han Sheng's chest. He cherished Su Xingran's smile, it was always so vibrant and full of life. Yet, it seemed like an eternity since he had witnessed such brilliance directed at him. When had it started to fade? He ruminated. 6 months ago, a year, perhaps 2, the details eluded him. He had never paid much attention. With an icy demeanor, He Han Sheng felt a mix of anger and absurdity. He was irked because, after he had suggested dining at that restaurant, Su Xingran had declined him. Yet, she had turned around to share laughter with another man. Was he to allow her such joy with someone else? He Han Sheng dialed Su Xingran on WeChat. Meanwhile, at her table, as she savored her steak, a hint of black pepper sauce graced her lips. He Han Sheng, ever attentive, gently offered her his handkerchief. She paused momentarily before returning a radiant smile. "Thank you, senior." He Han Sheng's handsome face radiated boundless affection. "Take your time, no one is rushing you. If you enjoy it this much, I'll be sure to invite you more often." Su Xingran lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She needed to clarify matters with He Han Sheng soon. She desired a clean break. Sweet romance beckoned her. Suddenly, her phone rang. A glance revealed a video call from He Han Sheng. She subtly frowned, activating Do Not Disturb, and chose not to answer. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to ignore He Han Sheng's calls for some time now. Once the call ended, a message from him arrived. "Frowny face, where are you? When will you be back?" She opted to feign ignorance. There was no need to reply to He Han Sheng's messages. He Han Sheng, realizing she would not respond, attempted another video call. This time, Su Xingran answered with an expressionless demeanor, promptly hanging up and blocking him to prevent further harassment. Seething with anger, He Han Sheng's usually composed face began to crack, his pent-up rage almost palpable enough to shatter the greenhouse. "Why won't you respond to my messages or calls?" The only reply was a bright red exclamation mark. "Excellent," blocked. Simultaneously, He Han Sheng sent him a video, a rather unfortunate coincidence, capturing his attempts to reach Su Xingran. She had seen the call but chose to ignore it, and the messages went unanswered. When his second video call came through, her beautiful face was marred by irritation and disdain, and she shut her phone off completely of frustration. Was she annoyed that he interrupted her date with another man? "Fine, very well, Su Xingran, you have some nerve." With a furious slam, he hurled his phone against the tempered glass of the greenhouse. The device shattered into countless pieces, one shard grazing his forehead, drawing blood. He felt nothing, for the tempest of unyielding, uncontainable rage surged within him, threatening to consume him entirely. On her end, Su Xingran had switched off her phone, instantly feeling a sense of peace wash over her. She was genuinely fed up with He Han Sheng. It had been a year or two, perhaps even longer, since he had last called her via video or even a regular phone call. Recently, he seemed to have lost his mind. The anticipation she once felt now seemed nothing but a nuisance. He Sheng, perceptive as ever, noticed the phone ringing and saw her power down, but he kindly refrained from inquiring. Su Xingran felt a wave of appreciation for He Sheng's thoughtfulness. Had he asked, she would have felt embarrassed and uncertain of how to explain. His respect for boundaries made her feel valued. After silencing He Han Sheng, she finally enjoyed a warm meal. Once it concluded, it was past 9 o'clock. He Sheng, reluctant to part ways yet understanding the importance of timing for a first date, offered, "I'll walk you home." Su Xingran accepted, knowing it would be difficult to hail a cab near the restaurant. "Thank you, senior. It's the least I can do. You treated me to a wonderful meal, so it's my duty to see you home safely." Su Xingran's smile blossomed naturally as He Sheng accompanied her back to the villa. As she stood at the door, she waved goodbye. "Please send me a message when you get home, just to ease my mind." He Sheng teased her. "Your phone needs to be turned on first." He embarrassed. She laughed. "I'll turn it on once I'm home." After he departed, Su Xingran watched until his car vanished from sight before she turned to re-enter the villa. As she approached the door, a large hand reached out from inside, snatching her phone away. In a parabolic arc, it was flung into the fish tank at the entrance. Su Xingran's eyes widened in disbelief, anger flashing as she glared at the culprit before her. "He Han Sheng, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 31 Coercion. The depths of He Han Sheng's eyes were ablaze with unbridled fury. "What use is your phone if you neither answer calls nor respond to messages?" Su Xingran awaited his reaction, a cold smile gracing her lips at his apparent vulnerability. "Is this how you express your frustration? Wasn't it common for you to ignore my calls and messages in the past? Why is it that when I do the same, you crumble?" "I am unreserved in stating that I do not refuse calls or ignore messages. I simply choose not to engage with yours." Su Xingran had thrown caution to the wind. Her sole desire now was to sever ties with He Han Sheng completely, hoping he could relinquish his lingering resentment and pursue a relationship with Xia Qingqing, without impeding her own romantic endeavors. In an instant, He Han Sheng's gaze turned a furious crimson, an overwhelming rage emanating from him. Oh, you wish to break up and pursue other men, Su Xingran, let me tell you, you are deluding yourself. You will never escape me. Upon finishing his declaration, he hoisted her effortlessly and ascended the staircase, dizzy and disoriented. Su Xingran realized she was now perched upon He Han Sheng's shoulder, and raged. She pounded her fists against him, kicking, pinching, and biting in defiance. He Han Sheng, what madness is this? Put me down this instant. He Han Sheng, typically regal and composed, always projecting an aura of control, was now unmistakably enraged, a sight unprecedented in their history. Aunt Chen, observing from the kitchen, stood frozen, torn between the desire to intervene and the fear of the unfolding chaos. In her years of service, she had never witnessed such a fierce conflict between Su Xingran and He Han Sheng. Historically, it had been Su Xingran who endeavored to placate him with various charms and tactics, while He Han Sheng remained the one being appeased. Now, the roles had reversed. The one who once comforted had grown weary, while the one who was once comforted awaited a reprieve that would not come. What could be done in such a tumultuous circumstance? He Han Sheng furiously carried Su Xingran upstairs and unceremoniously tossed her onto the soft bed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, his weight bore down upon her. Realization struck just as she opened her mouth to protest. Woo-woo, He Han Sheng was prepared. As she readied to unleash her scathing words, he swiftly stuffed a pine-scented handkerchief into her mouth, silencing her completely. He had anticipated this, he had been planning all along? He Han Sheng, you beast! His rage surged, and not only did he stifle her voice, but he also expressionlessly removed his tie, binding her hands securely to the headboard. Su Xingran was livid. She began to thrash wildly, kicking at him with all her might, aiming for his most vulnerable spots. Yet, He Han Sheng had already taken precautions, restraining her struggling legs. Now, Su Xingran's eyes blazed with fury. This is assault, a crime. In response to her accusations, the fabric of her clothing was violently torn away. As her alabaster skin was exposed to the air, the last remnants of He Han Sheng's reason shattered within his crimson gaze. He leaned in forcefully, kissing her collarbone with an intensity that left her thrashing in desperation, yet, her strength paled in comparison to his. As her pants were unceremoniously removed, despair washed over her, and she shut her eyes tightly, tears spilling down her cheeks. When He Han Sheng kissed her, he sensed the bittersweet saltiness of her tears, his body stiffened, and the fiery rage in his eyes dimmed slightly as he beheld her disheveled state, a deep ache coursing through him. Gently, he wiped the crystal and tears from the corners of her eyes, his voice hoarse as he comforted her, do not cry. How could Su Xingran possibly refrain from weeping? Any girl in her position would break down, would they not? Once upon a time, they had been lovers, engaged to be married, and such acts had been consensual and natural, but now, in her mind, she had severed ties with He Han Sheng. Today's events were nothing less than coercion. She glared at him with venomous hatred, tears cascading from her eyes. He Han Sheng's heart ached at the sight. Instinctively, he covered her eyes, and then a gentle voice whispered in her ear, do not be afraid. This time, I will be gentle, you will come to experience pleasure. Previously, Su Xingran had criticized his skills, a remark that lingered in He Han Sheng's mind. Deep down, he relished her body, and after their first encounter, he had become addicted. Yet, he never showed it. Aware of her indifference towards intimacy, he had established a routine of intimacy on the 1st and 15th of each month. Little did anyone know, on those days, he would endeavor to clear his schedule entirely. In truth, he was a person of restrained desires, bound by an unspoken rule. Unfortunately, Su Xingran's menstrual cycle was impeccably timed, arriving around the 15th, which meant their encounters were limited to only once a month. It was quite vexing. A man of his word, he found himself unable to alter the arrangement, forced instead to endure his own frustration. Now, clarity dawned upon him. Su Xingran was his woman, and he would take her whenever he desired. Why hold back? Whatever he wished to do, no one could stop him, least of all the bound and struggling Su Xingran, who would be unwillingly swept into ecstasy and despair if her tears had dried, and that night, He Han Sheng was insatiable. Throughout their encounters, he had always been content with one or two instances. This time, he demanded an entire night. Su Xingran, by the end, was too exhausted to cry anymore, finally succumbing to a hazy slumber just before dawn. In her daze, she faintly heard He Han Sheng's previously unheard gentle voice whispering in her ear, I'm sorry about the engagement party, I will throw you a grander one, I will marry you. As she slipped into unconsciousness, a smile graced her lips, tinged with despair. No, she would not marry him, never. Chapter 32. Distancing from He Han Sheng, agreeing to study abroad. Su Xingran's consciousness had yet to fully awaken, her body ached unbearably, and she instinctively let out a soft moan. In the next moment, she found herself cradled in a cool, detached embrace. She jolted awake. Indeed, she was met with He Han Sheng's icy gaze, which now held a hint of indulgent amusement. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Are you awake? Su Xingran instinctively struggled, attempting to free herself from his hold. Be good, I'll take you to eat. Su Xingran was carried downstairs by him. Her assessing gaze fell upon He Han Sheng. He had changed. Previously, he had been an aloof, imperious figure, an unattainable flower on a high peak, his eyes perpetually reflecting a calm indifference as if he had everything under control. Now, he remained that same regal, indifferent Highlander, yet beneath his placid exterior lay a flicker of madness. For instance, last night, downstairs, Aunt Chen had already prepared nourishing bird's nest soup. Upon seeing He Han Sheng carrying her down, she eagerly brought it forth, worry etched in her eyes. He Han Sheng had appeared utterly unhinged last night, a sight Aunt Chen had never witnessed in all her years here. As merely a housekeeper, even though she felt for Su Xingran, she did not dare overstep her bounds to fight on her behalf. Su Xingran offered Aunt Chen a reassuring smile. Thank you, Aunt Chen, I'm truly famished. How could Su Xingran blame Aunt Chen? If An Chen had rashly intervened while He Han Sheng was in such a frenzy, she worried that An Chen might also be caught in the crossfire. As for last night, she chose to dismiss it as if she had been bitten by a dog. She would not hold a grudge against herself for being at odds with He Han Sheng, and she swiftly consumed the bird's nest soup, having expended so much energy the previous night. He Han Sheng was like an unyielding perpetual motion machine, absolutely insane. She even suspected he had taken something illicit. As she savored the bird's nest, An Chen brought out the already reheated dishes from the kitchen, all of which were her favorites. Su Xingran felt her mood brighten considerably and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to eat. He Han Sheng presented her with a new phone. Putting you on my blacklist was my error. I want to do it again. From now on, when I call or text you, you must respond, understood? Su Xingran replied absent-mindedly, you may be mad, but you have your reasons. She chose not to argue with him. However, deep down, she knew that her relationship with He Han Sheng had irrevocably ended. He Han Sheng grasped one of her hands and pressed it to his lips, exuding tenderness. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Xingran. The warmth and affection she had pursued from He Han Sheng for 7 long years were bestowed upon her when she least desired them. Had he shown her such gentleness during those 7 years, her heart would not have been so thoroughly crushed. He Han Sheng's soft kiss landed on her earlobe, causing her body to involuntarily shudder. Sitting on his lap, she could distinctly feel a change in one of his attributes. She instinctively recoiled, retreating her neck. We're eating, don't be troublesome. He Han Sheng's breath brushed against her ear and neck, his hot exhalations enveloping her like a web. Was last night enjoyable? Su Xingran felt that He Han Sheng had transformed over the past 2 days, becoming someone she scarcely recognized from the He Han Sheng she had known for 7 years. How had he become so lewd? As for last night, perhaps it was because she had previously commented on his lack of skill, thereby wounding his pride. Last night, he had employed numerous tactics, indulged in extensive foreplay, and explored many positions. Undeniably, it was a far more pleasurable experience than before, yet last night had not been voluntary. She perceived it as coercive. What was there to inquire about? Enjoyable. To avoid provoking this madman further, she casually acquiesced. He Han Sheng chuckled softly, then let us continue tonight. Su Xingran's body stiffened. Continue. Last night, she had let her guard down, failing to anticipate that the lofty, imperious He Han Sheng could exhibit such petty behavior, leading to her. Tonight, she would rather dream than entertain such notions. He Han Sheng's phone rang, and he answered. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Send the vice president on the business trip, I'm busy. I've cleared my schedule for the next month. What is this important matter? He Han Sheng gazed tenderly at Su Xingran's delicate features. I'm getting engaged. Su Xingran's hand holding the spoon froze momentarily, though her expression remained impassive. He Han Sheng pressed a kiss to her soft cheek. I have matters at the company to attend to, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Just as Su Xingran opened her mouth to respond, he abruptly interrupted her thoughts. No refusals. Su Xingran clenched her fists. All right. A deeper smile spread across He Han Sheng's handsome face. Good. He then rose, his tall figure exuding an air of noble detachment, resembling a celestial being in his perfection. In the past, she had been deceived by his exterior, failing to see the madness that lay within him. Once He Han Sheng departed, Su Xingran exhaled a sigh of relief. An Chen hurriedly emerged. Ran, mister. He didn't hurt you, did he? Seeing the concern in An Chen's eyes, Su Xingran couldn't help but laugh. An Chen, rest assured, no matter how angry He Han Sheng gets, he wouldn't lose his composure and strike a woman. This was beyond doubt. An Chen finally relaxed. Su Xingran unlocked the new phone, which He Han Sheng had already preloaded with all the necessary applications. She logged into WeChat, and as soon as she did, several notification sounds chimed. The first message she saw was from Zhuang Yanqing. Last night at 11 o'clock. Frowny face, I'm home. 10 minutes later, another message. Frowny face, are you asleep? 5 minutes after that. Frowny face, sweet dreams, good night. One could sense his cultivation, courtesy, and respect through his words, starkly contrasting with the madness of He Han Sheng. How had she ever been drawn to He Han Sheng? She stood and walked to a secluded corner, messaging Zhuang Yanqing. Frownyface Sr., I've thought about studying abroad, and I've decided to go. The reply was almost instantaneous. Did he bully you yesterday? Since last night, Zhuang Yanqing had been waiting for Su Xingran's response. It was only now, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that she replied, with her first message being her agreement to study abroad. Whether it was the suggestion from Zhuang Mingyue last time or yesterday's proposal, Su Xingran's face had only expressed embarrassment. Devoid of joy, she didn't want to go, yet today, she had suddenly agreed to study abroad. Something must have transpired. So, last night, Zhuang Yanqing pondered, his heart tightening as if gripped by a large hand, aching unbearably. Su Xingran felt a pang of discomfort. Her senior was truly perceptive, able to detect the shifts in her emotions and attitudes. Yet, the mad dog that was He Han Sheng had been oblivious to her feelings for 7 years. It truly felt as though her sincerity had been wasted on a dog. Now, in the midst of He Han Sheng's madness, she only yearned to escape. Studying abroad was indeed a commendable choice. I want to study abroad, please help me with the paperwork. The sooner, the better. Zhuang Yanqing did not inquire further. He simply replied, all right. Chapter 33. Setting a trap for Xiaqingqing. Su Xingran finished her meal and returned to her room. She made a beeline for the bathroom, shedding her silk nightgown with haste. Upon gazing into the mirror, she was confronted by the shocking marks adorning her pristine skin, and inwardly cursed He Han Sheng as a beast. How foolish she had been to regard him as a paragon of virtue. It turned out he was so infuriating, she pulled out her phone and captured a clear photograph of the marks on her neck. Then, she retrieved the sensual lingerie she had previously purchased, a black, lace-trimmed ensemble. Once, she had employed it to entice He Han Sheng to no avail, as he had maintained his composure at that time. She recalled sitting on his lap, clad in alluring attire, creating an atmosphere that no man could withstand. Yet, men are also susceptible to a mere phone call from their white moonlight. Despite the spark that had ignited between them, He Han Sheng had been summoned away by a call from Xia Qingqing. After that incident, her confidence and self-esteem had taken a significant blow. The garment had been relegated to the depths of her wardrobe. To her surprise, it was now of use once more. She selected the most flattering angle to photograph the outfit. Once completed, she opened the chat interface with He Han Sheng. Tonight, I crave seafood. Let us go to number 8 mansion. This time, He Han Sheng responded with remarkable swiftness. Alright, I will have a reservation made. Su Xingran internally berated He Han Sheng for his insincerity. When she had once idolized him, her messages had fallen into a void. A mere response was considered a gift now. He replied in an instant. Have someone come to pick me up. I have a surprise for you. I will personally come to fetch you. Well, that was sufficient. She promptly took a screenshot of their conversation, images of the marks on her collarbone, the sensual lingerie, and the chat records. She sent a koi emoji. Shy, the surprise is ready, my dear will surely adore it, right, ha? Sent, only Xia Qingqing can see it. Su Xingran felt a sense of satisfaction. Next, it was time to observe Xia Qingqing's machinations. Meanwhile, upon seeing Su Xingran's suggestive post, a cloud of gloom descended upon Xia Qingqing's delicate visage. She forcefully knocked over a nearby vase, which shattered with a crisp sound upon hitting the ground. Ah! Su Xingran, you wretched woman! Wretched, wretched, wretched! Everyone was aware of the circumstances under which Su Xingran had drugged He Han Sheng, and their ensuing liaison. Xia Qingqing had long been consumed by jealousy. Now, witnessing Su Xingran's ostentation, she could no longer contain herself. The marks on her fair skin, it was evident how fervently He Han Sheng had desired her. The mere thought of He Han Sheng entwined with Su Xingran ignited a tempest of jealousy and madness within Xia Qingqing, which she could not disguise. A surprise. Su Xingran intended to surprise He Han Sheng. Excellent. Xia Qingqing resolved to sabotage this surprise. She would elevate Su Xingran only to let her fall from grace, shattering her into irreparable pieces. Xia Qingqing took a moment to compose herself, striving to restore her emotions to a semblance of normalcy. With trembling hands, she dialed He Han Sheng's number. He answered promptly. Han Sheng, my chest hurts. Ah, could you come see me? There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a prolonged pause, He Han Sheng replied, Qingqing, if you're unwell, call Tang Jin. I'm not a doctor. Xia Qingqing's heart quivered at He Han Sheng's indifferent tone. Tears began to fall from her eyes without warning. Han Sheng, you no longer care for me, do you despise me? He sighed. Qingqing, I do not despise you, nor will I abandon you. However, I have my own work in life, I cannot revolve my world around you. Unable to restrain herself, Xia Qingqing choked back sobs. Did Su Xingran say something? Did she prevent you from associating with me? Have you chosen her over me? Yes. He Han Sheng's response was unwavering, plunging a knife into Xia Qingqing's heart, leaving her bleeding. Han Sheng, I have already instructed assistant Hu to contact Tang Jin. He will come to see you. I don't want Tang Jin, I only want you. Beep a beep. Xia Qingqing could hardly believe that He Han Sheng had hung up on her. This was the first time in history. Enraged, she hurled her phone against the wall. Then, she buried herself beneath the covers, sobbing uncontrollably. She was in a state of panic. The thought that He Han Sheng might truly abandon her filled her with dread. What was she to do? Without his love, she had no desire to continue living. When Tang Jin arrived, he found her cocooned in the blankets, a pitiful sight, tears streaming down her face. He gently lifted the covers. Qingqing. Xia Qingqing looked up. Her once radiant face was now stained with tears, her eyes swollen and red. Her sorrowful expression bore a striking resemblance to that of her brother, causing Tang Jin's heart to ache. He enveloped her in his arms. Qingqing, you deserve better, please let go of He Han Sheng. I will not. Xia Qingqing gazed up at Tang Jin, her eyes filled with a fervent and unhinged determination. I only want Han Sheng. He is all I desire. She recalled Su Xingran's post about going out for seafood that evening. Number 8 mansion. Desperately, she grasped Tang Jin's hand. Tang Jin, I'm hungry, will you accompany me for dinner? Tang Jin was eager to divert her attention, readily acquiescing to her request. All right. Xia Qingqing promptly stood. Wait here. I need to freshen up. I cannot appear before He Han Sheng looking like this. She resolved to present herself in the most exquisite manner possible when meeting He Han Sheng. At 7 o'clock that evening, Su Xingran received a call from He Han Sheng. Come out. Su Xingran raised an eyebrow. Was He Han Sheng truly taking the time to fetch her for dinner? Had Xia Qingqing not intercepted him? This was utterly absurd. Was the allure of the white moonlight waning, or had Xia Qingqing simply overlooked her post? Could it be Su Xingran suspected that there was more to this situation than met the eye? However, armed with her contingency plan, she refused to believe that she could not provoke Xia Qingqing, this tempestuous woman. Chapter 34 of the Battlefield of White and Red Roses. Su Xingran stepped into the car, and He Han Sheng draped a cloak over her shoulders. It's chilly, don't catch a cold. Thank you. Su Xingran's response was remarkably composed. He Han Sheng then presented her with an exquisite box, to which Su Xingran reacted with surprise. For me? He Han Sheng smiled gently, his eyes lowered, revealing the depth of his gaze upon her charming face. There are only the two of us in this car. If it isn't for you, then who else could it be? Su Xingran shrugged. That's quite unexpected. He Han Sheng chuckled leisurely, you find it surprising that I am giving you a gift? Su Xingran smiled softly. Indeed, it's been 2 or 3 years since you last gifted me anything, hasn't it? In the past, you even had your assistant regularly deliver gifts to me. These past few years, you seem to have forgotten. I no longer expect to receive your gifts. In truth, whether 2 or 3 years ago or now, she had never anticipated receiving gifts from He Han Sheng. Because they lacked sincerity, undeniably, the items he offered were valuable: a necklace worth millions, limited edition handbags, custom-tailored gowns and shoes, yet, none of these were personally bestowed upon her, they were all given by his assistant. It felt less like gifts exchanged between couples and more like tasks completed. Su Xingran would have preferred a quirky trinket he casually picked up on the street than those ostentatious items, which remained stored away, gathering dust. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the fleeting shadow that crossed He Han Sheng's eyes when she mentioned not having received his gifts for 2 or 3 years. Upon arriving at the restaurant, He Han Sheng kindly instructed her, box number 8, please go in and wait for me while I make a phone call. Oh. Su Xingran entered the private room, only to pause upon seeing Tang Jin and Xia Qingqing seated inside. She smiled brightly. Xia Qingqing greeted her with a sweet smile. Ah, Xingran, what a coincidence, are you here for a meal too? Su Xingran raised an eyebrow, her amusement deepening. She was growing increasingly fond of Xia Qingqing. She had assumed Xia Qingqing was inactive. It turned out she had been waiting here, truly, a testament to Xia Qingqing's character. Yes, I came with He Han Sheng, he's outside on a call. Xia Qingqing covered her mouth in surprise. Oh? I am so sorry, box number 8 is where brother Han Sheng has always brought me, so I'm used to sitting here. I didn't realize he had a date with you. Am I interrupting your outing? Not at all. Su Xingran replied with a beaming smile, her joy almost palpable. Since you're here, let us eat together, the more, the merrier. Xia Qingqing responded with a delightful grin. That sounds wonderful. I truly enjoy dining with you, but it seems like every time I appear, you're not quite happy. Su Xingran immediately stepped forward, excitedly grasping her hand. That's merely an illusion, absolutely a misconception. Look into my earnest eyes, where do you see any unhappiness? I am utterly thrilled. Su Xingran envisioned sharing a meal with He Han Sheng, capturing a few atmospheric photos, and perhaps posting something provocative on social media to tease Xia Qingqing. However, before she could execute her plan, Xia Qingqing arrived, drawn by the enticing aroma. She was positively elated. Xia Qingqing observed the genuine joy radiating from Su Xingran's smile, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity. In the past, whenever she had joined He Han Sheng and Su Xingran on their outings, Su Xingran had always worn a frown. Why then, this time, was she smiling so radiantly? Most perplexing was that she detected sincerity in Su Xingran's smile, truly bewildering. Meanwhile, Tang Jin scrutinized Su Xingran, sensing an unusual quality about her today. It was indefinable, yet distinctly different from her usual self. He Han Sheng stood at the doorway, engaged in a phone call with Jiang Chucheng. President. In recent years, I've instructed Qinan to purchase gifts for Su Xingran during holidays, yet she claims she hasn't received any. Investigate where these funds have gone. Jiang Chucheng on the other end gasped in shock. This was a serious matter. He Han Sheng's wealth spoke volumes. The gifts he provided were, without a doubt, extravagant. Gifts were sent during holidays, yet Su Xingran received nothing. Had Qinan embezzled the funds? This revelation explained why, upon notifying Qinan that the company intended to press charges, his voice trembled in response. The infractions committed by Qinan were not severe, he merely needed to reimburse the money and would be placed on a professional blacklist. He would not face imprisonment. However, should he have misappropriated such a substantial sum, it's no wonder he was terrified and guilty. I understand, President. He Han Sheng hung up, clenching his fists, a tempest brewing in his gaze. Qinan had audacity. It was no surprise that Su Xingran had seemingly lost hope in him over these years. What role had Qinan played in this? He Han Sheng rubbed his temples, acknowledging his negligence. He had pushed everything onto his assistant, indifferent to the details of this predicament had unfolded. It was no wonder Su Xingran was difficult to placate this time around. With a deep sigh, a profound sense of helplessness adorned his handsome features. He recalled that Su Xingran had yet to open the gift he had given her today. It seemed she didn't anticipate it at all that He Han Sheng strode into box number 8. As the waiter opened the door for him, he was taken aback to find not only Su Xingran but also Xia Qingqing and Tang Jin present. He furrowed his brow at Tang Jin. What are you doing here? Tang Jin shrugged in resignation. Qingqing was feeling down, so she asked me to bring her out for a meal. Since you had previously brought her to box 8, we came in, not expecting Su Xingran to be here as well. Truly a serendipitous encounter. Su Xingran waved at He Han Sheng. Han Sheng, come sit. It's mealtime, the more, the merrier. He Han Sheng said little, naturally moving to sit beside Su Xingran. Xia Qingqing looked up at He Han Sheng with teary eyes, on the verge of tears. Brother Han Sheng, I'm so sorry for intruding. I didn't know you were here with Su Xingran, please don't be angry with me. He Han Sheng's expression remained impassive. I'm not angry. Yet, his cold demeanor and tense posture, coupled with his indifferent attitude, conveyed the opposite. Xia Qingqing felt even more aggrieved. Brother Han Sheng, Su Xingran observed the tension in the room, her excitement unable to be contained. She was on the verge of wanting to instigate a confrontation. At that moment, even the heavens seemed to amplify the atmosphere of discord, as a torrential downpour began outside, the rhythmic patter echoing continuously. Xia Qingqing, unable to withstand He Han Sheng's coldness, burst into tears and ran outside. Tang Jin panicked. Qingqing, Qingqing. Xia Qingqing dashed into the pouring rain, and Tang Jin urgently shouted at He Han Sheng, Qingqing's health cannot withstand the rain, will you just stand by and watch her suffer? Chapter 35. He Han Sheng ultimately chose Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing possessed a frail constitution, a mere surge of excitement could render her unconscious, and exposure to chill could do the same. She was delicate in every sense. From Su Xingran's observations, it appeared that Xia Qingqing also had a tendency to feign weakness. However, her fragility was indeed genuine. She plunged headlong into the tempest, unable to withstand its fury. Particularly, her pitiful demeanor, so heart-wrenchingly vulnerable, even softened Su Xingran's heart. Previously, she regarded Xia Qingqing as a rival and thus found her detestable, yet now, freed from that rivalry, she recognized that Xia Qingqing could truly evoke a sense of protectiveness and sympathy. The slender figure of Xia Qingqing seemed on the verge of shattering the moment she stepped into the rain. He Han Sheng remained seated, his brow unraised. In contrast, Tang Jin could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood up and urgently addressed He Han Sheng, you are well aware of Xia Qingqing's condition, she cannot endure this. Seeing He Han Sheng's continued lack of response, he shouted, Xia Ming has but this one sister. If anything were to happen to her, how will you explain it to Xia Ming? Su Xingran had been closely monitoring Xia Qingqing in the rain when she suddenly screamed, she has fallen. Almost as soon as her words echoed, He Han Sheng darted out like a gust of wind. With an unyielding grace, he rushed into the downpour, scooping up the fallen Xia Qingqing and promptly driving away. Every action was purposeful, devoid of superfluous motion, exhibiting no hesitation, just as he had consistently chosen Xia Qingqing in the past. Tang Jin's voice cut through the tension. Su Xingran, did you see that? Have you come to terms with reality? Where Xia Qingqing is concerned, you shall never be He Han Sheng's first choice. Su Xingran regarded Tang Jin with a sardonic smile. Your words are quite intriguing, as if He Han Sheng genuinely harbors feelings for Xia Qingqing. Do you not comprehend why He Han Sheng holds her in such high regard? Is it truly because of Xia Qingqing herself, or is it due to Xia Ming? Why does He Han Sheng value Xia Qingqing so? Because she is the sister of Xia Ming, who perished 5 years ago due to He Han Sheng's actions, leaving an indelible mark on his life. Furthermore, it was Xia Ming's dying wish that compelled He Han Sheng to regard Xia Qingqing with such significance. Without this connection, Xia Qingqing would scarcely capture He Han Sheng's attention. Tang Jin's expression turned somber. Regardless of the reason, you must recognize that you will always fall short of Xia Qingqing. If you have any sense, you should depart promptly. Su Xingran scoffed. Indeed, I am aware that in He Han Sheng's heart, I cannot compare to Xia Qingqing. However, to be cherished in exchange for your brother's life, how proud you both must be. With that, Su Xingran snatched her bag from the table and made her exit. Yet, upon reaching the door, she paused, smiling at Tang Jin. I have always wondered, who mourned Xia Ming's death more profoundly, you or Xia Qingqing? As her words lingered, she immediately caught sight of Tang Jin's eyes, which brimmed with resentment, along with a flicker of fear. It seemed she had stumbled upon a most significant secret. Understanding his reaction, Su Xingran revealed a knowing smile. She pondered how Tang Jin, a man impervious to emotional manipulation, could repeatedly lower his standards for Xia Qingqing. So that was the reason. In truth, Su Xingran had not realized this until a fleeting moment earlier, when a memory resurfaced. When she first arrived at the He household, she had attended a gathering where, feeling out of place, she retreated to the garden. There, she had witnessed Tang Jin and Xia Ming in an embrace. At the tender age of 16, her thoughts were innocent, and she had not entertained any improper notions. It was simply her first encounter with the two, and she assumed they were merely intoxicated. Out of courtesy, she had quietly slipped away, yet, her keen observation had not failed her. Later, she learned that the two in each other's arms were none other than Xia Ming and Tang Jin. One was He Han Sheng's personal physician, now entwined with Xia Qingqing, while the other was He Han Sheng's university classmate and aide. As Su Xingran was still naive, she had not considered the implications of their relationship. When Tang Jin mentioned Xia Ming earlier, she had detected a hint of choked emotion and resentment. A sudden insight sparked within her, compelling her to test Tang Jin. The results were indeed illuminating. How fascinating! As Su Xingran departed with an enigmatic smile gracing her lips, an inferno of anger surged within Tang Jin. Her smile was an affront he could not ignore. Should Su Xingran voice her thoughts, it would be a desecration of Xia Ming's memory. He would not permit it. Not long after Su Xingran left, a loud crash resonated from the private room. He sighed in resignation. Has he truly lost his composure? How fragile his psyche seemed. Outside, the rain had ceased, as though it had merely staged a performance for Xia Qingqing, timing impeccably. Xia Qingqing was indeed in frail health. By the time He Han Sheng delivered her to the hospital after being drenched, she was already running a high fever. Tang Jin hastily arrived to administer medication, for fluids, and to remove her soaked clothing. Throughout the ordeal, Xia Qingqing clung to He Han Sheng's hand in a daze. Han Sheng, don't go, please don't push me away. I realize my mistakes, woo-woo. Han Sheng, her fear was palpable, her terror evident, leaving her devoid of any sense of security in her unconscious state. He Han Sheng's typically stern brow furrowed in irritation upon witnessing her distress. Yes, irritation that he had not only missed his meal with Su Xingran today, but he also recalled the countless times he had done so in the past. As so many occasions had mirrored today, where he dined with Su Xingran, only for Xia Qingqing to intrude unexpectedly, leading him to abandon Su Xingran for various reasons. Those thoughtless actions and events had previously escaped his notice, but today, they crystallized into clarity. As he transported Xia Qingqing to the hospital, he suddenly thought of Su Xingran, observing her through the car window. She appeared tranquil, entirely unsurprised, a calmness that seemed almost numbed, as if it were a habitual state. Tang Jin gently tucked Xia Qingqing under the covers and turned to He Han Sheng, saying, Han Sheng, Xia Qingqing is emotionally unstable. You must not provoke her. You witnessed today's events. Do you truly wish to endanger her? He Han Sheng lifted his gaze, his icy stare piercing into Tang Jin. Are you implying that I compelled her into the rain? Chapter 36. Qin withheld He Han Sheng's gift. When Tang Jin met the latent hostility in He Han Sheng's gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body. His previously sharp demeanor transformed into one of respect. I apologize, I was presumptuous. He Han Sheng regarded him coldly, his deep-set eyes devoid of warmth. Tang Jin, you are merely a doctor. Attend to your duties and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your purview. Moreover, what was Xia Qingqing doing here today? Why was she conveniently in that private room? Just because I choose not to speak of certain things does not imply ignorance. Should you continue to assist her in these petty schemes, you are well aware of the consequences. Tang Jin's heart sank abruptly, an overwhelming fear rising within him. Perhaps it was due to He Han Sheng's excessive indulgence towards Xia Qingqing over the years that he had forgotten He Han Sheng was the authoritative figure of the Yi family, holding the power of life and death. He had audaciously raised his voice against him multiple times, expressing his discontent. He had truly lost his senses. Mr. He, I have overstepped. He Han Sheng expressionlessly withdrew his hand from Xia Qingqing's grasp. Instantly, she broke into tears. No, please don't. She flailed her arms in the air, as though desperate to reach He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng cast a glance at Tang Jin, who understood the unspoken command and stepped forward to take Xia Qingqing's hand. She managed to grasp something, her emotions stabilizing slightly. Brother Han Sheng, I love you. Tang Jin was taken aback, instinctively glancing at He Han Sheng. The latter's tall, aloof figure had already reached the doorway, showing no signs of pausing. It was as if he had not heard Xia Qingqing's murmurings. Resolutely, he pulled open the hospital room door and stepped outside. Once He Han Sheng's footsteps faded into silence, Tang Jin turned his attention back to Xia Qingqing. Qingqing, it appears that Han Sheng is quite serious this time. The pale, weak Xia Qingqing, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, slowly opened her eyes. Though her constitution was frail, she had been meticulously cared for by Tang Jin. Her current weakness, which caused her to faint and develop a fever from the rain, was entirely feigned. She had taken the special medication Tang Jin provided her, which would quickly induce a feverish state. With Tang Jin's cooperation, He Han Sheng remained oblivious. Xia Qingqing covered her face, sobbing in despair. Brother Tang Jin, why is this happening? Am I truly inferior to Su Xingran? Why does Brother Han Qing choose her over me? Tang Jin felt a pang of sympathy for Xia Qingqing. She was the only sister of Xia Ming, who doted on her immensely. He had long regarded her as his own sister, showering her with affection. He gently patted her head. If only you had taken that blow for He Han Sheng back then. Xia Qingqing's face stiffened, instantly draining of color. A flicker of hatred passed through her clear eyes as she clenched her fists. She loathed herself, but even more so, she despised Su Xingran. After all, she had been present at that moment as well. She merely was a step too late compared to Su Xingran. She had allowed Su Xingran to seize that opportunity. Had she been the one to block the blow for He Han Sheng, they would have been together by now. After all, He Han Sheng had only proposed engagement after Su Xingran had taken the blow. Su Xingran, if it weren't for her, Tang Jin sighed. Qingqing, you cannot push so hard. If you stir up trouble here while Su Xingran does the same elsewhere, He Han Sheng can only choose one. Tang Jin's words were unmistakably clear. Previously, He Han Sheng had chosen her because Su Xingran had been quiet. Now, it was evident that He Han Sheng leaned towards Su Xingran. Xia Qingqing bit her lip, striving to maintain clarity of mind, and nodded at Tang Jin. I understand, Brother Tang Jin. I wish to be alone for a while to reflect. Tang Jin comprehended her intent and affectionately ruffled her hair. Rest well, and do not overthink. Tang Jin opened the door and exited. Once the room was empty, Xia Qingqing's expression darkened immediately, her once clear eyes now filled with deep-seated malice. Su Xingran, if you wish to compete for Brother Han Sheng, you are not worthy. At that moment, a text message arrived on her phone. It was from Hu Fei. Miss Xia, Mr. He and Su Xingran will hold their engagement banquet again in 3 days. Xia Qingqing's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, a wave of immense pressure surged within her chest, and she instinctively felt the urge to throw her phone. However, it suddenly rang again. She saw it was Qinan calling. She struggled to calm her explosive emotions, answering the call with composure. Hello, Brother Qinan. Qinan's voice was urgent on the other end. Miss Xia, please help me. You must help me. Brother Qinan, do not rush, speak slowly, what has happened? Qinan's state was disconcerting. He had lost his composure and could only relay his actions. For the past 2 years, Mr. He has had me purchase gifts for Su Xingran on various anniversaries. I bought them, but I never gave them to her. Shock registered on Xia Qingqing's face. Was Qinan mad? Did he mean to imply he had embezzled those gifts? How audacious it! Moreover, gifts from He Han Sheng were hardly inexpensive. Over the course of 2 years, it must amount to tens of millions, right? Was Xingran foolish, or was Su Xingran? How could such a thing go unnoticed for 2 years? Xia Qingqing's mind raced, and she concocted a clever plan, speaking softly to Qingnan. Brother Qingnan, today I had dinner with Su Xingran and brother Han Sheng. During the meal, Su Xingran expressed a desire for a necklace, playfully mentioning to brother Han Sheng that he hadn't gifted her anything in years. She left her statement hanging. On the other end, Qingnan erupted in anger. I knew it, it must be that shameless Su Xingran's doing. If it weren't for her, this matter would have remained concealed for 2 years. How could it possibly come to light? Now I'm being asked to repay the money. Where am I to find such funds? I've long since lost everything. Xia Qingqing's heart raced with trepidation, yet simultaneously felt a sense of gratification. Lost everything, so he was a gambler. Gamblers were easier to manipulate, Xia Qingqing whispered. In truth, brother Han Sheng does not care about the sum of money. He mentioned that since you have been with him for so long and are a direct junior, he wishes to give you a chance, letting this matter slide. However, Su Xingran is unwilling. You know, after the cancellation of the last engagement banquet, he felt guilty towards her. He genuinely wished to hold another, but Su Xingran used that to her advantage, stating that unless you were dealt with, she would not agree to the engagement. Their banquet is in 3 days, Qinnan's voice brimmed with unbridled hatred. That shameless woman, if she thinks she can have it easy, she is sorely mistaken, dreaming of marrying Mr. He, I will not allow her to succeed. Xia Qingqing gazed at the hung-up call, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. Chapter 37 Purchasing contraceptives. Su Xingran had no intention of dining with He Han Sheng, so when he departed with Xia Qingqing, she too made her exit. However, she halted as she passed by a pharmacy. Entering, she requested, "Hello, may I have a box of contraceptives, please?" Su Xingran was neither inclined nor desired to engage in intimacy with He Han Sheng. Yet, she remained uncertain about when he might act irrationally. Last night, his peculiar behavior included the use of a gag. Who could fathom what madness he might next unleash? Thus, purchasing contraceptives was prudent, just in case. She certainly did not wish to leave with an unexpected pregnancy. The shop assistant, clad in a mask, promptly handed Su Xingran a box of contraceptives. After settling the payment, she departed, oblivious to a familiar figure within the store. As she reached the threshold, a sudden tap on her shoulder startled her. She turned to find a grinning face before her. Still buying contraceptives? He Han Sheng won't allow you to bear his child? Upon recognizing the individual, Su Xingran raised an eyebrow. It was Xia Bingbing, the half-sister of Xia Qingqing. Xia Bingbing's mother was the stepmother of Xia Qingqing, yet she was 2 months older than her half-sister. A stepmother who had waited years to assume her role could hardly be expected to treat Xia Qingqing with kindness. The frail state of Xia Qingqing was a testament to the hardship she endured under this stepmother's influence. Once a family acquires a stepfather often follows suit. Xia Ming and Xia Qingqing, being full siblings, faced considerable adversity under their stepmother's reign. Their father had even hastily established a will, designating the family fortune to Xia Bingbing and her 8-year-old brother. Xia Qingqing and Xia Ming were left with nothing. In high society, status is paramount, and neither Xia Ming nor Xia Qingqing held any standing within their circle until Xia Ming became classmates with He Han Sheng at university. Xia Ming, a clever individual, had long concealed his talents, but upon interacting with He Han Sheng, he revealed his hidden capabilities. Indeed, he garnered He Han Sheng's attention, subsequently working as his chief assistant. As a result, the status of both Xia Ming and Xia Qingqing began to rise. Moreover, Xia Ming was a formidable character. The Xia family's company relied heavily on a crucial partnership with the He family, a collaboration that dictated the company's fate. Being part of the Xia family, Xia Ming was acutely aware of the company's issues and leveraged this knowledge to halt a contract with the He family. Xia father's desperation grew as he began to plead for mercy. Ultimately, Xia Ming extracted 5 billion in cash from him, along with the real estate left by his mother and the dowry that belonged to Xia Qingqing, demanding half of the profits from the He family's contract. Such audacity was astonishing. Cornered with no other options, Xia father reluctantly acquiesced. To this day, Xia Ming's successful turnaround thanks to He Han Sheng is widely recounted in the capital. This incident has instilled caution in those who have remarried, dissuading them from treating their original partner's children too harshly, lest they find themselves in a similar predicament as Xia Ming and his father. Xia father, in essence, reaped what he had sown. Had he not been so ruthless, Xia Ming would not have retaliated so fiercely when he finally rose to prominence. One should leave a margin for others. It facilitates future encounters. Unfortunately, Xia father and Xia Qingqing's stepmother left no such leeway, culminating in this outcome. Likewise, Xia Bingbing, the daughter of a mistress, was no naive bystander. To owe her, the 5 billion, along with the profits and properties that rightfully belonged to her, had unfairly been appropriated by Xia Ming and Xia Qingqing, inciting her ire. Xia Ming's resurgence was entirely due to He Han Sheng. Not only did Xia Ming aspire to align himself with He Han Sheng, but Xia Qingqing also sought to do the same. Would Xia Bingbing allow this? Naturally, she would seek to undermine their efforts. Thus, Su Xingran harbored suspicions that Xia Bingbing was the third suspect in the drugging incident. Why not suspect Xia Qingqing? Xia Qingqing would never be foolish enough to push He Han Sheng towards Su Xingran. Su Xingran smiled at Xia Bingbing. There is nothing I can do. He Han Sheng doesn't want me to bear his child. I believe he would prefer Xia Qingqing to do so. Upon uttering these words, Xia Bingbing's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that she was even less inclined than Su Xingran to see Xia Qingqing entwined with He Han Sheng. Over the years, despite being He Han Sheng's girlfriend, Su Xingran could not overlook the extraordinary regard he held for Xia Qingqing, evident to all. Xia Bingbing's sighed, feigning concern as she grasped Su Xingran's hand. Ran, you are He Han Sheng's girlfriend, his fiancée. You should assert yourself. Xia Qingqing is merely an inconsequential mistress. Su Xingran managed a bitter smile. I have already called off the engagement with He Han Sheng. I am no longer his fiancée. After enduring for so long, I am weary and intend to relinquish my hold. You cannot give up. Xia Bingbing exclaimed, her urgency palpable. He Han Sheng does not harbor feelings for Xia Qingqing. His special treatment of her stems from the tragedy of Xia Ming's death, since he has recognized you as his girlfriend. Relinquishing this status would only serve Xia Qingqing's interests. Su Xingran's face reflected despair. There is no other choice. My relationship with He Han Sheng was flawed from the start, after I slept with him, everyone claimed I had drugged him, and even He Han Sheng believed it. He has always viewed me as a scheming woman, willing to employ any means to seduce him. How could he ever marry me? The engagement banquet was merely a facade to maintain appearances. I cannot explain the past, nor do I wish to. I am simply exhausted. With that, Su Xingran pushed Xia Bingbing's hand away and departed, her expression one of dejection. As she reached the corner and glanced back, she caught sight of Xia Bingbing's brooding, contemplative gaze, as if she had resolved upon something significant. Exiting the pharmacy, Su Xingran was nearly convinced that the drugging incident was irrevocably linked to Xia Bingbing. Yet, she felt compelled to probe further. As Xia Bingbing stepped outside, Su Xingran remarked, if you were the one who drugged him, you might find your high heels twisted. Ah! Xia Bingbing's shrill cry echoed through the air. A cold smile crept across Su Xingran's lips. Indeed, it was Xia Bingbing. Observing Xia Bingbing rise, she noted that one of her high heels had broken. Frowning, she muttered a curse and limped away. Ding! Su Xingran's phone chimed with a message from Zhuang Yanqing. Flight tickets for a week from now. Su Xingran replied with a simple, okay, then silently deleted the message. Hailing a taxi, she returned to the villa, where the lights blazed brightly. Upon spotting He Han Sheng's tall figure lounging on the sofa, she was momentarily taken aback. He had returned so swiftly? Hadn't he been at the hospital with Xia Qingqing? Upon noticing her arrival, He Han Sheng offered a slight smile, his gaze indicating the empty space beside him. Come here. Chapter 38 He Han Sheng, I no longer wish to marry you. Su Xingran had initially intended to avoid the encounter. However, when her gaze met He Han Sheng's calm, unruffled eyes, she discerned a flicker of madness within them. Recalling the events of the previous evening, she reluctantly approached him. Before she could take her seat, He Han Sheng's large hand deftly pulled her into his embrace. In an instant, the unique pheromones that belonged to He Han Sheng enveloped her senses, as if ensnaring her within a vast web from which she could not escape. He Han Sheng presented her with an exquisitely crafted album. Take a look, he urged. Su Xingran struggled for a moment but, unable to extricate herself from his hold, eventually relented. She accepted the album and casually flipped through its pages. Inside, she found numerous elegant images, flowers, arrangements, colors. She could not discern their purpose. After perusing a couple of pages, she returned it to He Han Sheng, her heart not particularly moved. He Han Sheng observed her delicate features, noting her lack of joy. Are you not happy? He inquired. Su Xingran frowned. Why should I be happy? She was perplexed by his question. He reopened the album, turning to the page adorned with flowers. Choose the ones you like. Su Xingran regarded him with confusion. Do you require me to select the flowers you intend to gift me? Surely, he could choose for himself. After all, she had no wish for him to present her with flowers at this moment, yet, since he insisted, she felt compelled to accept. He Han Sheng's expression darkened abruptly, his once serene countenance now laced with an icy chill, his voice turning frigid. What do you think this is? For a fleeting moment, Su Xingran felt the air around them drop several degrees. Inside, she screamed, what was happening now? Why had he suddenly become unhinged again? She longed for the He Han Sheng of yore, who had maintained a distance, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference. Taking a moment to compose herself, she smiled and said, what is this? I'm afraid I do not comprehend. Could you explain it to me? He Han Sheng let out a cold laugh. This is the layout for our engagement banquet. He pointed to the images within the album as he explained. At the entrance of the banquet hall, there will be an exquisite floral arch adorned with flowers and rose quartz. You should select which flowers to use for decoration, creating a sweet ambience from the moment guests enter. What color tablecloth should grace the engagement banquet tables? Which dinnerware should we choose? There will be a large screen in the center showcasing our photographs. You must select the most appealing ones to display, along with the decorative items surrounding the venue. His voice grew softer and more tender with each word, as if red heart-shaped bubbles were emerging around him, brimming with anticipation for the engagement banquet, seemingly meticulously prepared. Yet, Su Xingran could only feel a deep-seated bitterness within her heart. The engagement banquet she had once envisioned was now lost. In the past, when arranging the venue, she had, like He Han Sheng, gently inquired about his preferences. He had merely said, you handle it. At that time, she had felt a pang of hurt, but knowing He Han Sheng's disinterest in such matters, she had taken it upon herself to orchestrate the details for his attendance. What had been the outcome? She had devoted herself to the arrangements, the venue, the flowers, the decorations, the colors, everything meticulously crafted by her own hands, yet, he had unceremoniously cancelled the engagement banquet. Su Xingran pressed her hand against her chest, pushing the album away, her carefully crafted smile faltering. He Han Sheng, I no longer wish to be engaged to you. He Han Sheng paused, his expression calm, devoid of fury. He set the album aside, his dark gaze resting steadily upon her. Why? Su Xingran sighed, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve, gently extricating herself from his embrace to sit across from him. Her voice was steady, neither submissive nor confrontational. I no longer wish to marry you. You no longer wish to marry me? He Han Sheng scoffed, his once cold visage now shadowed with anger, his words sharp. After all these years of entanglement, of shielding me, you now declare you do not wish to marry me? A flame of indignation ignited within Su Xingran. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Yes, I have been entangled with you for years, and it is my right to love. I have stood in your defense because I care for you. Believe me, if you were to stand before me now, pricked like a porcupine, I would no longer come to your aid.as for the matter of drugging you. I would not stoop to such disgrace. Su Xingran's voice rose in intensity. This is my final declaration, I have never drugged you. The atmosphere between them grew tense, charged with hostility. He Han Sheng was filled with resentment, while Su Xingran felt as if she were bristling with thorns. He Han Sheng's brow twitched, and he rubbed his temples, striving to regain his composure. The moment Su Xingran had declared her desire to withdraw from their engagement, a surge of anger had welled up within him, difficult to suppress. The words he uttered had spilled forth without heat. Extending his hand, he softened his tone. I apologize, I spoke out of turn. You did not speak out of turn. Su Xingran's expression remained impassive. I previously told you I did not drug you. You profess to believe me, yet you have never truly trusted me. In your eyes, I am merely a scheming woman willing to employ any means to obtain you. He Han Sheng's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with exasperation. I do not care about this matter. He genuinely failed to grasp what Su Xingran found significant. Was it truly so important whether she had drugged him? As the victim, he had remained silent and had not pursued the issue. Hadn't she drugged him, yet he had not blamed her? So what precisely was she concerned about? In a sudden burst of agitation, Su Xingran rose to her feet, her beautiful face twisted in fury. But I do care, I am innocent, so why must I bear such slander? I believed you trusted me, which is why I refrained from seeking the truth. Had you informed me sooner of your doubts, I could have proven my innocence, rather than being unable to articulate my case now. Years had passed since the incident. Unless the parties involved confessed, how could she procure evidence? Even if evidence existed, it had likely been destroyed long ago. She should not be left in such a predicament now, and as for He Han Sheng, even at this moment, he still did not believe in her innocence. In that instant, Su Xingran finally comprehended that she had loved the wrong person all these years. He Han Sheng observed her, a throbbing headache consuming him. All right, it was not you who drugged me. I believe you. Is that sufficient? Su Xingran, provoked by He Han Sheng's condescending manner and attitude, erupted in tears, shouting, You believe me? Believe my foot, you spoke those very words before, but did you truly believe me? He had tried to pacify her with gentleness, yet she continued to be unreasonable. His patience waned. Fine, you claim you did not drug me. Do you have any evidence? Where is the proof? Chapter 39 Evidence. It truly wasn't her. In a fit of rage, Su Xingran hurled a cushion from the sofa at He Han Sheng, her eyes ablaze with fury. Isn't it all because of you? If you don't believe me, why do you claim to? Had He Han Sheng outright stated his disbelief right after the incident, evidence might still have been obtainable, yet, 3 years had elapsed, and all surveillance had vanished without a trace. He Han Sheng rose with an air of nonchalance, his austere visage betraying a hint of languor. So, you cannot produce any evidence. Su Xingran's disdain for He Han Sheng's indifferent demeanor escalated. Initially, he had thought, so what if Su Xingran had drugged him? They were in a relationship, sharing a bed was perfectly normal. Moreover, as a healthy man, he had needs. What did it matter when they slept together? Thus, whether or not Su Xingran had administered the drug held no significance for him, as it had caused him neither harm nor inconvenience. However, the situation was entirely different for Su Xingran. Her reputation and dignity were at stake. At that time, she had naively believed that as long as He Han Sheng trusted her, the opinions of others were inconsequential. But what was the reality? The slander and vilification she faced over the years had intensified due to this incident. Crucially, He Han Sheng had never truly believed her. Su Xingran's eyes burned with rage, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into her flesh. She glared at He Han Sheng, wishing she could bore 2 holes into his body with her gaze, yearning to sink her teeth into his flesh to quell her pent-up resentment. Observing the madness in her crimson eyes, He Han Sheng realized he had spoken too harshly. Softening his tone, he said, Enough, regardless of the truth, I am indifferent, and you should be too. If your concern lies solely with others' perceptions, I will assist you in clarifying. In an instant, tears brimmed in Su Xingran's eyes. She bit down hard on her lower lip to stifle her sobs. A profound sense of helplessness and despair washed over her. He Han Sheng would always maintain this unyielding demeanor, neither too harsh nor too gentle, neither clear nor ambiguous. He believed he was merely placating her, that she should find a way to step down gracefully. She had done so in the past, but now, she took a step back, her exquisite eyes filled with disappointment and fury as they rested upon him. He Han Sheng, I have a way to prove my innocence. With that, she strode outside, standing on the lawn beneath the starry sky. I did not drug you. If I had, then, He Han Sheng, taken aback, his expression shattering, dashed forward and firmly covered her mouth. You're insane. Su Xingran had already succumbed to her own ill-fated words. She was acutely aware of the power her words held. She was unafraid of the consequences. Her gaze, devoid of emotion, met his, and the last vestiges of affection dissipated completely. Look, even at this moment, He Han Sheng still did not believe her. He thought she would be struck down by lightning. In that moment, Su Xingran grasped the profound sadness of her 7 years. He Han Sheng felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if pierced by countless needles, upon seeing the shattered light in her eyes. Su Xingran subtly pushed him away, maintaining her distance, regarding him as a stranger. She pondered why she was so intent on proving herself, why engage in an argument over trivial matters with an ex-boyfriend from whom she was parting ways. Suddenly, the phone clasped tightly in her hand rang. She glanced at the screen, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number, seemingly containing a video. A surge of anticipation welled up within her. As she opened the video, her hands trembled. Her eyes fixated fervently on the screen, watching intently until finally, she smiled. She lifted her gaze, warmth flooding her expression as it settled upon He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng, you seek evidence, do you not? I have sent it to your phone. As her words fell, He Han Sheng's phone in the living room chimed. Su Xingran turned away from him, ascending the stairs with resolute determination, shutting the door behind her, severing their connection. He Han Sheng's brows furrowed, a wave of frustration surging through him, inducing a splitting headache. Unquestionably, the normally composed Su Xingran was driving him to the brink of exasperation. Furthermore, what he intended to convey was not disbelief in her but rather that the matter itself was trivial. Whether or not she had drugged him was of no consequence to him. He wished for her to release her fixation on the incident, yet, she had misconstrued his intentions. He longed for the understanding Su Xingran of yore. The tumultuous version of her was beyond his capacity to manage or placate. Exhaustion enveloped him, more taxing than a month of business trips with scant hours of sleep each night. Sinking into the sofa, he rubbed his temples and noticed the phone on the table. Recalling Su Xingran's mention of evidence, he picked it up. She had sent him a message on WeChat. He opened it to find a video. The video was shot in a dimly lit private room. Despite the low lighting, the opulence and extravagance of the setting were apparent. Seated on a lavish sofa were several individuals, and he instantly spotted his own silhouette alongside a blissful Su Xingran, her eyes brimming with affection for him, her love nearly overflowing. Unlike the present, He Han Sheng's hand pressed against his chest, where it felt as though something was lodged, constricting his breath. Suddenly, an individual entered the frame, a newcomer, carrying drinks and glasses, placing them on the coffee table. With his back to them, the actions remained unseen, yet the video captured the moment with clarity. He poured 4 glasses, cautiously retrieving a paper package from his pocket, pouring its contents into one of the glasses. He then served the drugged drink to He Han Sheng, while the others received the remaining cups. The drugged wine was handed to Su Xingran, who innocently offered it to him. He drank it without hesitation. The subsequent events unfolded with an unfortunate inevitability. In that fleeting moment, He Han Sheng felt his entire body trembled. It was as if a string within him snapped with a resounding pop. A sudden spasm gripped his stomach, and he collapsed to the ground. Pallor and agony etched across his face. His long hair obscured his brows, concealing the shattered pain within. Su Xingran, it turned out, it truly wasn't her. She had not drugged him. Su Xingran was correct. He had never trusted her, even when she insisted it was not her. He had assumed it was merely modesty, and unwillingness to confess. In his perception, the one who had administered the drug had always been Su Xingran. He recalled the fury etched on her face during their argument, a visage marred by wrongful accusations, misunderstandings, and profound hurt. Chapter 40. Only Su Xingran's passionate love for him. Su Xingran was preparing to take a shower when a frantic knock echoed from the door. Ran, mister, he has fainted. Upon opening the door, Su Xingran immediately spotted He Han Sheng curled up on the floor below. He looked quite disheveled. She had witnessed the scene numerous times before. His stomach was hurting again. His stomach was fragile. Hunger would bring pain, irregular hours would induce discomfort, and anger would exacerbate his condition. All along, Su Xingran had tenderly cared for him. For 7 years, as long as He Han Sheng remained by her side, within her sight, she ensured he was looked after meticulously. However, whenever He Han Sheng had to travel for business, meet friends, or engage in social gatherings, his stomach ailment would flare up recurrently. It was something he brought upon himself. Her role as an observer held little significance. Su Xingran turned to Aunt Chen, saying, "Aunt Chen, please call the security to take him to the hospital." Aunt Chen looked at the calm Su Xingran in disbelief. "Aren't you going?" Su Xingran shrugged. "I'm not a doctor. It would be of no use for me to go. Aunt Chen, hurry and call the security, or he might truly suffer." With that, Su Xingran closed the door. He Han Sheng, curled up on the floor, was writhing in pain, yet he clearly heard every word Su Xingran uttered. Her indifference towards him mirrored his own disregard for her explanations. Aunt Chen was flustered, glancing at the closed door, then at He Han Sheng on the ground. She ultimately gritted her teeth and went to summon the security. Su Xingran was right. He Han Sheng was suffering from stomach pain, and he certainly needed to be taken to the hospital. The security hurriedly transported He Han Sheng to the hospital. By the time he regained consciousness, he found himself on a hospital bed receiving intravenous fluids. Having succumbed to the pain, his attending physician, Gao Qiao, was exceptionally skilled, particularly in treating gastric issues. Gao Qiao looked at him with a teasing expression. "What a curious case, stomach pain triggered by emotional fluctuations. You, who remain unperturbed even when the sky falls, are experiencing such emotional turmoil. I am quite intrigued." Gao Qiao was genuinely curious. What could possibly cause He Han Sheng's emotions to fluctuate to such an extent that it resulted in stomach pain? He Han Sheng shot him a cold glance. "Get out." Gao Qiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you embarrassed?" Unfazed by He Han Sheng's increasingly piercing gaze, he smiled even wider. "Let me take a guess. Is it because of Su Xingran?" The look in He Han Sheng's eyes had morphed into a lethal glare. Gao Qiao realized he had hit the nail on the head. Gao Qiao's smile deepened. He was not just a doctor, but also He Han Sheng's cousin, the son of his father's sister. He Han Sheng's embarrassment and emotional agitation were indeed the catalysts for his gastric distress. The mere mention of Su Xingran riled him up. How amusing. In truth, he had long perceived that He Han Sheng harbored unusual feelings for Su Xingran. He Han Sheng was not a casual individual. Anyone who entered his sphere was under his control, especially women. The intimate ones were certainly not chosen at random, however. He Han Sheng's unique upbringing had deprived him of affection, leaving him clueless about how to love. He might not even be aware of how special Su Xingran was to him. By the time he realized it, Su Xingran had already given up on him. Gao Qiao looked at He Han Sheng with a knowing expression. Han Sheng, girls are meant to be loved and cherished. You must make her feel your affection. She has offered you fiery, pure, and unwavering love. What have you reciprocated? Even the strongest of beings tire, let alone after 7 years. In fact, he admired Su Xingran. For 7 years, she had remained steadfast in the face of He Han Sheng's icy demeanor. That was true love. As for her sudden withdrawal, it could hardly be termed sudden. It was a culmination of every disappointment and heartbreak over those 7 years. After speaking, Gao Qiao departed. Ultimately, this was a matter between He Han Sheng and Su Xingran. That he was merely an observer. Still, he felt a pang of sympathy for the circumstances of He Han Sheng's birth and childhood. He hoped someone would genuinely and purely love him and wished for He Han Sheng not to lose that person. Gao Qiao exited and closed the door to the hospital room. He Han Sheng gazed at the door, his handsome face tranquil, lost in thought. The following day, Su Xingran slept until 10 o'clock. After a simple wash-up, she awoke, stretching lazily. She descended the stairs, only to freeze upon exiting her room. The spacious living room was cluttered with an array of boxes, and a row of well-dressed attendants stood neatly in the villa. Upon seeing her, they immediately bowed. Miss Su, good morning. Su Xingran nearly twisted her ankle in surprise. She was bewildered by the spectacle before her and could only look to Aunt Chen for assistance. Aunt Chen, what is going on? Aunt Chen cast a glance over her shoulder. You might as well ask Mr. He yourself. Turning around, Su Xingran noticed the tall figure of He Han Sheng standing behind her. His face was still strikingly handsome, his brows furrowed in cold severity, his gaze as frigid as ever. She was disinclined to inquire further and simply waved her hand dismissively. It's none of my concern. This was He Han Sheng's villa, whom he invited, and what he had them do was irrelevant to her. She proceeded downstairs to find something to eat. However, as soon as she reached the bottom, the attendants rushed forward, ushering her onto the sofa, and began to fuss over her, even removing her shoes to examine her feet. Su Xingran was taken aback. What are you doing? Don't touch me, everyone stop. She glared at He Han Sheng. What do you intend to do? He Han Sheng regarded her calmly. The day after tomorrow is our engagement banquet. They are here to assist you in trying on outfits and jewelry. Su Xingran's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger flaring to the point where she felt dizzy. He must have seen the video from last night and already understood the truth. He should have realized that their relationship had long since reached an impasse. He ought to have agreed to a breakup. She glared furiously at He Han Sheng, her chest nearly bursting with rage, and began to berate him. He Han Sheng, have you lost your mind? We have already broken up. Why are we getting engaged? If you are so keen on an engagement, go find Xia Qingqing. Stop bothering me. Chapter 41. Is Xia Ming the mastermind? He Han Sheng approached her, his expression inscrutable, and stated, I shall send Xia Qingqing abroad. She will not become an impediment between us. Su Xingran felt her chest heave violently with anger. Why did it seem as though she had been speaking a different language to He Han Sheng all along? Was this really the moment to discuss sending Xia Qingqing away? She had clearly expressed her desire not to become engaged. Adjusting his attire, He Han Sheng addressed the others. Today, ensure that she tries on all the garments. Then, meeting Su Xingran's furious gaze, he regained his composure and elegance. I must make a trip to the company. With that, he strode away with long strides. I will not try them on. Let them leave. Yet, the only response she received was the retreating silhouette of He Han Sheng. Infuriating, the remaining dozen or so individuals in the room, all under He Han Sheng's command, began to insist on fitting her with dresses and jewelry. If she resisted, they would overpower her and make her comply. She felt like cursing. Su Xingran seated for a considerable time before conceding to the reality of the situation. They were merely employees, and it would be pointless to make their lives difficult. She was already being tormented herself. Thus, she reluctantly tried on all the exquisite jewelry, ultimately selecting the least appealing sets. Once they had fulfilled their task, the group swiftly departed from the villa. Su Xingran, burdened with her bag, prepared to leave as well. However, just as she reached the doorway, 4 trained bodyguards blocked her path. Miss Su, we kindly ask that you remain indoors. Please do not leave before the engagement banquet. Su Xingran could only laugh in disbelief. So, He Han Sheng intends to confine me? The bodyguards respectfully replied, please do not make things difficult for us. Su Xingran laughed again, this time in exasperation. He Han Sheng's bodyguard seemed to share his mindset. What did they mean by not making things difficult for them? It was she who was being imprisoned. Taking a deep breath, she turned and ascended the stairs. As soon as she reached the upper floor, Lu Cici's call came through as she answered, and Lu Cici immediately shrieked, Ran, what on earth is happening? I saw that He Han Sheng has sent out invitations for your engagement banquet, the day after tomorrow? Why wasn't I informed? Su Xingran retorted coldly, I only just found out. You agreed to it, you mustn't. Don't fall into He Han Sheng's trap. I did not agree, but He Han Sheng has gone mad. He doesn't care about my consent and now he's locked me in this villa with a horde of bodyguards watching over me, forbidding me from leaving until the engagement banquet. Lu Cici was equally outraged. What the hell? He Han Sheng is actually resorting to confinement, how shameless. Finally, she inquired with concern, where are you now? I'll come to rescue you. Su Xingran declined. No need, let He Han Sheng go mad if he wishes. Don't involve yourself and create unnecessary trouble. Just so you know, I have agreed to study abroad and will be leaving in a few days. Lu Cici's tone shifted to one of sympathy. Ran, are you going abroad because He Han Sheng is forcing you? Su Xingran shared a close bond with Lu Cici. During her previous study abroad, she had confided in her about her reluctance to leave, yet this time, she had acquiesced. It was undoubtedly due to that scoundrel He Han Sheng's coercion. Su Xingran chuckled softly. I won't lie, He Han Sheng is indeed a significant factor. He can create havoc for me here. I'll go abroad to escape for a while, treating it as a vacation. After all, the last time she returned, He Han Sheng had apprehended her. Initially, she thought that such an arrogant man like He Han Sheng wouldn't allow her to initiate a breakup. Similarly, such prideful individuals could not endure being treated coldly. Su Xingran decided to give him the cold shoulder for a time, hoping he would lose interest. In recent days, although He Han Sheng had been trying to appease her, she could sense his reluctance and exhaustion. She wondered how long he could maintain that facade, yet, before she could initiate a breakup, He Han Sheng was now intent on getting engaged. She had no idea what was going on in his mind. Lu Cici's voice carried a hint of regret. Does that mean we won't be able to see each other for a long time? Su Xingran rolled her eyes. You've traveled abroad plenty of times. Just come find me, and we'll have fun together. You're right. Lu Cici's mood brightened instantly. After all, she frequently traveled abroad, so visiting Su Xingran regularly would suffice. The two conversed for a while longer before Su Xingran ended the call, resolving to endure the next few days, dispelling He Han Sheng's suspicions, and once her travel documents were ready, she would depart without a second thought. She would no longer indulge him. Upon arriving at the company, He Han Sheng was soon approached by Jiang Chucheng, who brought the documents he required. The previous night in the hospital, He Han Sheng had sent Jiang Chucheng the video, instructing him to identify who had drugged him in the footage and who had orchestrated it. Jiang Chucheng worked with impressive efficiency. Based on the video content and the fact that Number 9 was under the He Corporation, investigating the server staff was relatively straightforward. However, the results of the investigation. He Han Sheng meticulously examined the findings, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. A temp worker? A cancer patient who has been deceased for over 2 years? The manager who hired him is also deceased? A substantial transfer from Xiaoming's account? In a fit of rage, He Han Sheng hurled the documents to the ground. Is this the outcome of your investigation? Number 9 would never employ a temp worker casually. All personnel there were required to possess educational qualifications and health certifications. Xiaoming had died 5 years prior. The transfer had occurred 3 years ago. What were these findings? They revealed nothing. Instead, they slapped He Han Sheng's face with mockery. Jiang Chucheng, feeling helpless, replied, the events transpired too long ago, and during my investigation, I discovered that the video footage from that period is missing. The results of this investigation are riddled with anomalies. It was evident that this was premeditated, aimed squarely at He Han Sheng. When Jiang Chucheng first viewed the video, he was quite taken aback. So it wasn't Su Xingran who had drugged He Han Sheng. Everyone had believed her to be the culprit. Initially, he wondered if Su Xingran had hired someone, but the investigation results entirely cleared her of suspicion. Su Xingran lacked the means to infiltrate the 9th floor. The mere transfer from Xiaoming's account was beyond her capabilities. He Han Sheng, clearly aware of this outcome, exuded an icy demeanor. Investigate further. I want the entire truth behind this matter. Jiang Chucheng felt a chill run down his spine. Investigating now was exceedingly difficult. Had they conducted the inquiry while the individuals were still alive, and had the surveillance footage not been erased, with the person who hired the temp still present, there would have been hope. Now, it was tantamount to a dead end. Moreover, the funds had originated from a deceased individual's account. All signs pointed towards Xiaoming as the mastermind, yet, Xiaoming had died 5 years ago. This incident had occurred 3 years prior. How could they investigate? The air grew thick with tension. At that moment, He Han Sheng's phone rang. It was Tang Jin. Chapter 42, Xia Qingqing's abduction. He Han's brows furrowed. At this hour, it ought to be when Tang Jin and his team were escorting Xia Qingqing away. He answered the phone, and Tang Jin's anxious voice immediately came through. Han Sheng, it's bad. Qingqing has run off. We've already arrived at the airport, and she said she needed to use the restroom, but now she has disappeared. He Han, already brimming with irritation, erupted at Tang Jin's words. What on earth are you doing? You can't even handle this simple matter. Hurry up and find her. Once you locate her, bring her back immediately. Tang Jin felt utterly innocent. This time, he realized He Han was genuinely serious. He even advised Xia Qingqing to go with him. Recently, He Han had been noticeably unsettled. It was better to avoid him for now and return once the storm had passed. He Han's recent actions were solely to appease Su Xingran. Even the engagement banquet was orchestrated for her sake. Let him placate her. Who knows what the future holds? There was no need to confront Su Xingran so head-on at this moment. Xia Qingqing had initially agreed to his plan, yet upon arriving at the airport, she had suddenly changed her mind. She had vanished, and now, he was to be blamed by He Han. This was a disaster. Xia Qingqing was truly exasperated. Meanwhile, Su Xingran had prepared to immerse herself in the engagement, thinking that since He Han was so keen on it, why not proceed? What harm could there be in an engagement? She decided to relax, lying on her bed engrossed in a game. However, just as she was halfway through, she received a sudden message. It was from Qin, and she opened the chat box with him, where he had sent her a photo. Of the moment Su Xingran discerned the content of the image, her pupils contracted in shock. It was Xia Qingqing, bound and helpless. Xia Qingqing's hair was disheveled, her clothing in tatters, her eyes wide with terror, and her mouth sealed with black tape. She was tied to a chair. Su Xingran immediately abandoned her game, sitting upright, and texted Qinan, "What does this mean?" She quickly took a screenshot and forwarded the message to He Han. "Call the police." Su Xingran's first instinct was to think that with her engagement to He Han approaching, Xia Qingqing was up to her antics once more. Moreover, the unusual bond between Xia Qingqing and Qinan only added to her suspicions. It wouldn't be surprising if they had conspired together for this abduction, yet her female intuition told her that the fear and dread in Xia Qingqing's eyes were genuine. She might truly have been kidnapped by Qinan. As for why these two allies had turned against each other, she was oblivious. There was no response from Qinan. On the other hand, seeing her message, He Han immediately called her, his voice deep and grave. "What happened?" Su Xingran was equally perplexed. "I don't know, he suddenly sent it to me." "Did he say anything?" "He hasn't replied." "Alright, I understand. I am coming back right away." In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the capital, after sending the photo to Su Xingran, Qinan switched off his phone and smiled at Xia Qingqing. "Miss Xia, rest assured, I will not harm you. All I need is for you to cooperate with me." With tears brimming in her eyes, Xia Qingqing looked at him, pleadingly nodding and shaking her head in helplessness. She regretted her decision. He Han was to be engaged the day after tomorrow, yet she was being sent away against her will. Hence, she had conspired with Qinan to disappear at the airport. The two had planned to stir trouble, primarily targeting Su Xingran. Qinan harbored a grudge against Su Xingran, and she was determined not to let Su Xingran marry He Han. Their intentions aligned perfectly, however. Upon following Qinan to the derelict factory to discuss plans for abducting Su Xingran the next day, Qinan had unexpectedly bound her instead. He tore her clothing and slapped her. She was utterly taken aback by this drastic turn of events. Her mouth was taped shut as Qinan proceeded to take photos of her. To her shock, he sent the pictures not to Tang Jin or He Han, but to Su Xingran. Su Xingran would be more than happy to see her dead. What purpose did sending it to Su Xingran serve? Recognizing the fury and fear in her eyes, Qinan smiled and explained, "Of course, I intend to torment her. First, I'll send her your photo to set the stage. Tomorrow, I'll have He Han exchange you for her. Tell me, what do you think she will think of He Han?" In recent days, Qinan had been tormented both physically and mentally. On one hand, He Han relentlessly pursued him, while on the other, his creditors were equally insistent. Both sides sought his demise. He had once been able to navigate this precarious situation flawlessly. The gifts He Han had sent to Su Xingran were ample stakes for his gambling ventures. He had reveled in the thrill, basking in the prestige of being He Han's assistant, with everyone clamoring for his favor. But now, he was reduced to a wretched state. Having lost everything previously, his creditors had been lenient, but their urgency had surged in recent days. After being with He Han for so long, did he not understand the latter's tactics? He Han was driving him to his end. If that was the case, then no one could expect to fare well. Xia Qingqing shook her head in tears. Qinan ripped the tape from her mouth. Xia Qingqing, in a feeble voice, said, "Brother Qinan, I will cooperate with you. I want Su Xingran dead too. Brother Qinan, you are my benefactor. You know that I fully trust you." Xia Qingqing was not naive. She had seen the madness in Qinan's eyes. Initially, she believed they were allies, partners in crime, but now, it was glaringly obvious that she had become a mere pawn in Qinan's game. He had lost his sanity. He was now beyond recognition. Xia Qingqing could only appeal to Qinan's sense of gratitude for her support. Qinan smiled, gently caressing her face, his voice soft. "Qingqing, I am very grateful for your assistance, which allowed me to escape the mountains. Do you know, the first time I saw you, I thought you were an angel sent by heaven. My goddess, all these years, I have secretly loved you." Qinan was a child of the mountains, and for a child from the mountains, escaping was no easy feat. Yet one day, a luxurious car arrived in the village, and Xia Qingqing, dressed in a princess gown, stepped out. It was her 12th birthday, and she wished to do something meaningful, so she decided to find a poor child in the mountains to support. Instantly, she chose Qinan. From that moment on, his life underwent a tremendous transformation. He became ambitious, seizing this opportunity to escape the mountains. For Xia Qingqing, he remained an eternal snow lotus in her heart. A jolt ran through Xia Qingqing. Did she know if Qinan loved her? Of course, she did. The longing in his gaze whenever he looked at her was palpable, brimming with fervent affection. Yet, with someone as radiant as He Han in front of her, how could she ever find Qinan appealing? She merely utilized his affection and her kindness to manipulate him into becoming her puppet. Clearly, this puppet was now beyond her control. In the next moment, her ominous premonition came to fruition. Qinan grasped her chin and kissed her fiercely. "Qingqing, I love you." Chapter 43. Using Su Xingran to exchange for Xia Qingqing. He Han Sheng returned swiftly, his long legs striding into the room. "Did Qinan send you a message?" "No," Su Xingran replied, showing her phone to He Han Sheng. After Qinan had sent her a photograph, she had subsequently sent him several messages, all of which went unanswered. Furthermore, there was a record of a voice call she had attempted, which he also ignored. When she tried to call Qinan's phone, it showed that it was powered off. Concerned, she inquired of He Han Sheng, "Have you found out where Qinan is?" He Han Sheng's handsome face bore no expression, yet his silence spoke volumes. It was evident that he had investigated, but Qinan had evaded detection skillfully. Su Xingran regarded He Han Sheng's demeanor and found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she could not fathom why Qinan would resort to kidnapping Xia Qingqing. She certainly did not believe that Qinan would abduct Xia Qingqing as a means of threatening her. Such a notion seemed far-fetched. After all, given her relationship with Xia Qingqing, she would be more inclined to ensure the immediate release of the latter. Moreover, it appeared that Qinan was under severe duress. Curiously, she asked He Han Sheng, "Have you done something to Qinan?" His gaze settled on her, calm yet unsettling. "You wouldn't have gone after Qinan on my behalf, would you?" Please, don't, I implore you, do not let the blame for Xia Qingqing's kidnapping fall upon me. I have done nothing, nor have I asked you to do anything. Su Xingran felt a surge of panic. How had she unwittingly become entangled in this situation? She had not instigated anything, nor had she requested He Han Sheng to take action. He Han Sheng sighed, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. You know, for the past 2 years, I haven't sent you any gifts, but I had instructed Xingran to deliver them on every occasion. In an instant, Su Xingran comprehended the implication. It seemed that Xingran had misappropriated those gifts, and now He Han Sheng was pressuring him to make amends, which he evidently could not. In that case, don't compel him to repay. He must have already squandered the money. A gambler under such pressure will surely be desperate. He Han Sheng narrowed his eyes. How do you know he gambled? Su Xingran shrugged. Once, while I was out drinking with Lu Cixi at a bar, I happened to witness Xingran being coerced for debt repayment right outside our private room. Lu Cixi has a friend who was well informed about Xingran's situation and mentioned that he has a penchant for gambling. Having lost a substantial amount of money, Lu Cixi had confided in her that Xingran had lost several tens of millions. She had thought he was earning a hefty salary as He Han Sheng's assistant. It turned out he had been lining his own pockets. Su Xingran felt a tumult of emotions within her. He Han Sheng's scrutinizing gaze rested upon her, his voice low and somber. Didn't you find it peculiar that I hadn't sent you any gifts for so long? Did you not think to inquire? Su Xingran rolled her eyes. What should I have asked? Why would I demand gifts from you when you haven't given any? Then she muttered under her breath, besides, I don't particularly care for your gifts, it doesn't matter to me if you send them or not. He Han Sheng. It is my fault. Su Xingran instantly became animated. Yes, the fact that Xia Qingqing was kidnapped is solely your fault, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare lay any blame at my feet. She was determined to distance herself from this predicament. Given He Han Sheng's evident affection for Xia Qingqing, what if a desperate Xingran resorted to harming her? What would happen if He Han Sheng attributed that to her? This was entirely He Han Sheng's fault. With his wealth, why must he pressurize Xingran to now? Look where it had led. Xia Qingqing was now in danger. He Han Sheng observed her frantic attempts to extricate herself from the situation, his chest feeling constricted, a mix of frustration and discomfort rising within him. This matter does not concern you. Do not trouble yourself. Go to sleep. All right. Su Xingran genuinely believed this situation had nothing to do with her, and she felt powerless to assist. He could worry about it himself. Given his regard for Xia Qingqing, he would never allow her to come to harm. There was truly no reason for her to fret with that. She ascended the stairs to rest. Meanwhile, He Han Sheng continued his investigation into Xingran. Having served as He Han Sheng's assistant for many years, Xingran was well acquainted with the intricate web of relationships surrounding He Han Sheng. He was adept at remaining hidden. He Han Sheng was unable to ascertain his whereabouts. Su Xingran felt genuinely detached from the matter, so she remained carefree and unconcerned. The following day, she leisurely sipped tea at home, her curiosity piqued regarding whether He Han Sheng would still be preoccupied with the engagement, especially since the ceremony was scheduled for the next day and invitations had already been dispatched. She found herself almost amused by the unfolding drama. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xingran made his presence known. This time, he created a group chat comprising 4 individuals: Xingran, He Han Sheng, Su Xingran, and Tang Jin. Xingran shared a photograph. In it, Xia Qingqing appeared disheveled, cowering in a corner, looking utterly defeated and helpless. Furthermore, the signs in the photograph suggested something was amiss, though the dim lighting obscured the details. Before Su Xingran and He Han Sheng could react, Tang Jin exploded with outrage. Tang Jin frowny-faced. Xingran, you beast, what have you done to Qingqing? You ungrateful wretch, after Xia Qingqing supported you, this is how you repay her? You scoundrel! A barrage of messages followed, all laced with vitriol directed at Xingran. Su Xingran pursed her lips. Indeed, Xia Qingqing looked pitiable, seemingly having endured some harrowing ordeal, yet, she found it hard to believe that Xingran would perpetrate such an act against Xia Qingqing. More likely, she suspected that they were merely putting on a show. After all, Xia Qingqing would go to great lengths to prevent He Han Sheng from becoming engaged to her, while Xingran would likely cater to her every whim. A classic case of the devoted servant and the princess. Xingran then sent a message in the group. Xingran frowny-face. He Han Sheng, how about exchanging Su Xingran for Xia Qingqing? Upon reading this message, Su Xingran nearly spat her drink out. She had asserted that this entire affair was none of her concern, so why was she now being sent photographs and dragged into a group aimed at rescuing Xia Qingqing? Was this all directed at her? Su Xingran could no longer sit idly by. Her faith in He Han Sheng wavered. Su Xingran frowny-face. This has nothing to do with me, right? The one you need money from is He Han Sheng, and the one you should be threatening is also He Han Sheng. You should deal with him, get him to exchange, and you can take him down. Keep your focus off me, we have no enmity whatsoever. Su Xingran believed that her only issue with Xingran stemmed from their incompatible personalities, not true enemies. There was no need for him to fixate on her. After sending her message, He Han Sheng immediately replied in the group. He Han Sheng frowny-face. I will not exchange Su Xingran for Qingqing. Xingran, if you release Qingqing now, I will let bygones be bygones. Tang Jin was agitated. Tang Jin frowny-face. Do the exchange, He Han Sheng. Qingqing cannot endure such torment, he has already harmed her. Su Xingran is irrelevant, just return Qingqing first, and then we can figure out a way to rescue Su Xingran. Chapter 44. Su Xingran collides with Tang Jin. Su Xingran was left speechless. He questioned why Xingran, in good spirits, would involve Tang Jin. Truly, no one was superfluous in this matter. Her ominous words could only be uttered in person. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly curse Tang Jin, this strongest support. The next time she encountered him, he should be prepared. Su Xingran hastily expressed her stance in the group chat. Su Xingran frowny face, I will not go. Was she foolish? She was certain that Xingran would not demand Summer Qingqing's life. However, her own attendance was not guaranteed. She was not so altruistic as to sacrifice herself for Summer Qingqing. Tang Jin. Why are you so selfish? I merely asked you to exchange yourself for Qingqing, not to sacrifice your life. Su Xingran frowny face, if I want to die, what purpose does my exchange for Summer Qingqing serve? Moreover, I heard that Summer Qingqing was kidnapped because she fled the airport. Isn't this a failure on your part to oversee her? You are the root cause of her abduction. Who cannot engage in moral coercion, who cannot shift the focus, damn it, she was seething with rage. Xingran also replied with a message. Xingran frowny face, He Han Sheng, what do you say, will you exchange or not? He Han Sheng frowny face, no exchange. Su Xingran clearly perceived He Han Sheng's resolute tone, yet she felt utterly devoid of security. The truth was, He Han Sheng had chosen Summer Qingqing too many times in the past. She remained convinced that Xingran, this madman, had a hidden agenda. Sure enough, the next moment, Xingran directly posted a video in the group chat. The video screen was pitch black. Su Xingran clicked to open it. Instantly, the sounds of sludge and unwatchable scenes assaulted her senses. She glanced once and promptly shut off the video. Damn, Xingran was truly inhumane. He had actually recorded a video of Summer Qingqing. Tang Jin, upon viewing the video, immediately sent a voice message in the group. Su Xingran clicked to listen. Xingran, damn you. You scoundrel, Qingqing supported you, and yet you treat her this way. Are you even human? I swear I will kill you, kill you. He Han Sheng, with Qingqing in such peril, will you still not exchange? Do you truly wish for her demise? Summer Ming has only this one sister, Qingqing. Su Xingran. The situation had now turned against her. What would He Han Sheng do? Xingran frowny face, I have 3 more people here. Su Xingran's brow furrowed. Was Xingran truly insane? The next moment, He Han Sheng replied in the group. He Han Sheng frowny face, Xingran, I will exchange. Su Xingran. So this entire charade was merely to torment her? The earlier resolute tone of He Han Sheng had truly been fed to the dogs. Thankfully, she had never placed her trust in He Han Sheng. Furthermore, she would not sit idly by. She was selfish. Whether Summer Qingqing lived or died, whether she was humiliated or harmed, was of no concern to her. To trade her own safety for Summer Qingqing's well-being was not an act of greatness she possessed. Moreover, if Xingran could treat his benefactor so ruthlessly, how much more viciously would he deal with her, his enemy? She swiftly ascended to the second floor, shutting and locking the door behind her. Then she approached the window on the second floor. He Han Sheng's car had already arrived at the villa. Her phone buzzed. He Han Sheng frowny face, come down. Rest assured, I am prepared and will ensure your safety. Su Xingran would be a fool to trust him. As He Han Sheng ascended the stairs, she closed her eyes and leapt from the second floor window. He Han Sheng, upon opening the door, witnessed Su Xingran jumping down. His face turned pale. Su Xingran. He rushed to the window, where Su Xingran had landed safely, giving him the middle finger. He Han Sheng, you disgust me. I refuse to play alone. He Han Sheng's expression darkened, his voice almost a growl from his throat. Su Xingran, I told you I wouldn't let you come to harm. Why do you not trust me? Su Xingran shot him a cold glance. You previously stated you wouldn't exchange me. How am I to trust you, He Han Sheng? Your trustworthiness with me is 0. After saying this, she turned and fled. He Han Sheng's eyes brimmed with tumultuous emotions, roiling within him. Had he truly been rated 0 in her eyes? If he was exchanging her, he would undoubtedly ensure her absolute safety. Why did she not believe him? He Han Sheng commanded the bodyguards in the yard, catch her. For the engagement banquet the following day, He Han Sheng had stationed numerous bodyguards within the villa, leaving Su Xingran with no avenue of escape. Sure enough, 4 bodyguards approached her from the front, and 4 from behind, encircling her, forcing her towards the northwest wall of the villa, where a large tree stood. Su Xingran regarded the 8 trained bodyguards and smiled coldly. Beware of lightning striking the tree and crushing you. The bodyguards, well trained, assumed she was jesting and charged forward to seize her. Yet, in the next moment, an extraordinary event transpired. A massive bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, striking the very tree Su Xingran had mentioned. The tree instantly erupted in smoke, its branches snapping in an instant, crashing to the ground. The 8 bodyguards were collectively pinned beneath it. Meanwhile, Su Xingran leapt onto the fallen tree, swiftly and nimbly climbing up to the wall. Fortunately, she was no delicate lady, having always enjoyed scaling heights. Jumping from the second floor and climbing walls posed no challenge for her. He Han Sheng pursued, shouting, Su Xingran, come down. Su Xingran waved to him and, without hesitation, leapt down. He Han Sheng was infuriated. Su Xingran outside, the sounds of screeching tires and Su Xingran's scream echoed. He Han Sheng's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed outside, only to find Su Xingran sitting on the ground, clutching her leg, her face ashen. In the car sat Tang Jin. Su Xingran felt a sharp pain in her leg. It hurt from the collision, but her bones were unharmed. Tang Jin would not truly run her over too brutally, merely ensuring her could not escape. He Han Sheng quickly approached and lifted Su Xingran into his arms. At that moment, Su Xingran had recovered somewhat, but her leg remained numb and painful, rendering her immobile. She glared at He Han Sheng. Hypocrite. Tang Jin exited the car and addressed He Han Sheng, get in the car. Xingran has already sent me the location. We need to take her to exchange for Qingqing now. Su Xingran clutched He Han Sheng's shoulders tightly, her nails nearly piercing his flesh, her clear eyes locked onto He Han Sheng's. He Han Sheng, I refuse. You know, my ominous words can only be used once a day. I no longer possess the ability to protect myself today. Su Xingran's ominous words could only be uttered once daily, otherwise, had she not used her words, she would have long since caused Tang Jin's car to explode. Had she refrained from utilizing this ominous phrase, she might have still retained some means of self-defense in exchanging for summer Qingqing, but now, she had lost one more bargaining chip for her own safety. He Han Sheng gazed deeply into her eyes, his expression was cold yet resolute, as if he bore 1,000 unspoken words. Trust me, I will not let you come to harm. Su Xingran scoffed, closing her eyes. The grip of her hands on his shoulders loosened. This was the conclusion she had long foreseen. Chapter 45. He Han's voice resonated. With you here, I feel uneasy. Tang Jin urged He Han, hurry, get her in the car. He Han cast a cold glance at Tang Jin. I will hold you accountable for what you've done to her. Tang Jin instinctively trembled. Fine, as long as it saves Qingqing, you can direct your wrath at me. Get in the car. He Han's aura was chilling as he expressionlessly cradled Su Xingran and turned, send me the address. He took his seat in his vehicle. For the sake of Xia Qingqing, he would not let Tang Jin drive. Tang Jin would jeopardize his plans. He held Su Xingran in his arms as he settled into the car, firmly grasping her chin, reiterating, I assure you, you will be unharmed, trust me. Su Xingran brusquely swatted his hand away. If you truly wish for my safety, then do not use me as a bargaining chip. Is that not clear to you? You genuinely believe you can capture Qingnan? It's merely a matter of time, yet you chose to sacrifice me, so spare me your pleas for trust. Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? He Han was merely at a loss for finding Qingnan. If he truly sought him, Qingnan could not evade for long. However, in the interim, Xia Qingqing would suffer. The swiftest means to apprehend Qingnan and minimize Xia Qingqing's harm was to use her as leverage. Yet how could one remain unscathed while being a hostage? Qingnan had already harmed Xia Qingqing. Would he spare Su Xingran? He Han was uncertain if Su Xingran would endure worse harm than Xia Qingqing should she fall into Qingnan's clutches. For instance, the three men Qingnan had mentioned, He Han was certainly aware, yet he believed he was in control, that he could guarantee her safety, but did he not find that notion laughable? Even the trivial task of sending Xia Qingqing abroad resulted in her escape and her being kidnapped by Qin, and what could he possibly say about control? He Han recognized that no amount of explanation would suffice. He would show her through his actions. As long as he ensured her safety, she would believe him. Tang Jin sent the address to He Han, who drove towards the location, now shrouded in the night. The destination lay in a northern suburb, requiring an hour's drive. He Han's vehicle led, with Tang Jin following behind. On Qinnan's side, he had vented his frustrations upon Xia Qingqing once more, finally feeling satisfied. He rose to dress. Xia Qingqing lay like a lifeless doll upon the disheveled blanket, her body marred with distressing marks. Qingnan, satiated, addressed her, Qingqing, I have always loved you. This time, I may not return, so indulge me in this final wish. Rest assured, I will take care of Su Xingran, I will make her vanish forever. In this way, He Han will belong to you. Tears streamed down Xia Qingqing's helpless face. She could not comprehend how matters had deteriorated to this point. Initially, she had planned to escape abroad and conspire with Qingnan to thwart Su Xingran and He Han's marriage. The kidnapping was supposed to be a ruse. Why did Qingnan wish to harm her? Where had she wronged him? Words were futile now. Though seemingly frail, she possessed an inner strength. She wiped her tears and gazed at Qingnan with a piercing, pitiful look. Brother Qingnan, you have done this to me. Please do not go back on your word. Help me make Su Xingran disappear. If the price of losing her innocence meant Su Xingran's eternal disappearance, she found no loss. Without Su Xingran, He Han would be hers alone. Moreover, she had recently sensed He Han's growing seriousness towards Su Xingran. Previously, he had treated her as inconsequential, allowing her to disregard Su Xingran at will. Now, Su Xingran must die. Qingnan smiled slightly. Rest assured, I promise you. In truth, Qingnan harbored a sinister amusement. He had slept with Xia Qingqing, the goddess of his dreams. In the future, should Xia Qingqing be with He Han, it would mean He Han had taken over a woman he had once possessed. The thought alone filled him with pride. As for Su Xingran, He Han would be sleeping with his woman henceforth, so wasn't it justifiable for him to enjoy a moment of her as well? Su Xingran was indeed beautiful. He had nothing to lose, and naturally, he would fulfill his promise to Xia Qingqing. He would ensure Su Xingran vanished forever. Yet before that, he wished to indulge himself. Meanwhile, at 8 o'clock, He Han arrived at the designated location with Su Xingran. He Han messaged Qingnan, arrived. Qingnan promptly initiated a voice call. He Han answered. Qingnan instructed, bring Su Xingran out of the car. He Han carried Su Xingran out, with Tang Jin following suit. Qingnan commanded, hand Su Xingran over to Tang Jin, let him place her in his vehicle. Su Xingran scoffed quietly in He Han's ear. Are you certain you want to entrust me to Tang Jin? If Tang Jin could collide with her for Xia Qingqing, what else might he not do? He Han softly reassured her, do not worry, I am here. Su Xingran was so incensed it bordered on laughter. Isn't my current predicament a result of your actions? What is there to be at ease about? It is precisely because you are here that I feel uneasy. He Han, hearing her biting remarks, recognized that no words would suffice at this moment. Nevertheless, he disregarded her protests and handed her over to Tang Jin. Tang Jin reached out to receive her. Su Xingran immediately swatted his hand away, her expression frosty. I can manage on my own. She leapt down from He Han's embrace, limping toward Tang Jin's vehicle. It must be noted that Tang Jin, being a doctor, had calculated the intensity and angle perfectly. Even in his collision with her, her leg was only slightly injured. She could walk, albeit with difficulty. Tang Jin opened the back door of the car. Su Xingran glanced inside, raising an eyebrow as she met Tang Jin's gaze. You are quite ruthless. Tang Jin unceremoniously pushed her inside. He Han, witnessing Tang Jin's roughness, frowned and spoke coldly, Tang Jin. He then locked eyes with Su Xingran in the car. She curled her lips into a smile, revealing a knowing expression. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over He Han. Indeed, the next moment Tang Jin's car abruptly roared to life, reversing swiftly, as an unfamiliar figure emerged from the driver's seat, commandeering Tang Jin's vehicle. He Han's eyes widened in shock. He struck Tang Jin fiercely. You scoundrel! No wonder Tang Jin had followed him, his car had already concealed an accomplice. Su Xingran had seen this when she was pushed inside, hence the knowing smile she had given He Han, as if mocking him. Look, you claimed you would protect me, you urged me to trust you, this is the outcome of that trust, are you satisfied with this result? He Han hastily jumped into his car, pursuing them. Yet, a large truck suddenly barreled onto the scene, blocking the road entirely, obstructing his only path. He could not pass. Chapter 46. Driven to a dead end. He Han Sheng's eyes blazed with a crimson rage, his entire being radiating a palpable menace. He commanded the driver without hesitation, ram it open. The driver, rigid with fear, replied, Sir, we can't break through. Ahead loomed a heavily laden truck, while their vehicle was merely a modest Maybach sedan. A collision would not only fail to budge the truck but could also render their car inoperable, putting the occupants in jeopardy. The truck driver had already exited the cab, having turned the vehicle sideways and removed the keys, escaping with the assistance of a motorcycle waiting at the roadside to rendezvous with his accomplices. He Han Sheng pulled out his phone and made a call. Keep a close watch on him, do not let him slip away. Yes, sir, he remains in sight. Hearing this, a modicum of rationality returned to He Han Sheng. He ended the call and instructed Uncle Wang, the driver, contact our associates for backup. Understood, sir. Stepping out of the car, He Han Sheng strode with long, deliberate steps, his tall figure casting a formidable shadow, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Tang Jin had just risen from the ground when He Han Sheng delivered a merciless kick that sent him flying. Indeed, Tang Jin's body soared 2 meters before crashing onto the roadside. He Han Sheng approached and seized him by the hair, violently slamming his head against the ground. Dazed and in excruciating pain, Tang Jin succumbed to unconsciousness, blood seeping from the wound below. Witnessing this scene, Uncle Wang trembled in fright. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, he understood that Tang Jin had brought this upon himself. Tang Jin exhibited audacity beyond measure, harboring a criminal in his car and facilitating Su Xingran's abduction right under He Han Sheng's nose. His actions bore no distinction from those of an accomplice. Should Su Xingran emerge unscathed, Tang Jin might escape with his life. However, if harm befell her, Tang Jin was as good as dead. His treachery amounted to a betrayal of He Han Sheng, a dagger thrust into his back, and a disruption of He Han Sheng's plans. He deserved to perish 1,000 times over. Meanwhile, Su Xingran sat in the rear seat, while the driver wore a black mask, obscuring her view of even a single strand of his hair. Yet she was certain he was not Qin. In the desolate outskirts, coupled with the dead of night, left the roads nearly deserted. The driver steered her towards a more secluded area, where darkness enveloped everything, devoid even of moonlight. Su Xingran knew she had to save herself. Stripped of her prior skills, she could no longer invoke curses. It was all He Han Sheng's fault, otherwise, she could have overturned the vehicle. Her powers had only ever harmed others, never herself. Fortunately, aside from an injured leg, she maintained her freedom. Wearing a dress with a belt, she discreetly removed it from her waist, timing her move before swiftly looping it around the driver's neck. She pulled tight, the driver cursed, and the car began to sway before he hastily regained control and slammed on the brakes. In that moment of stabilization, Su Xingran secured the belt to the headrest of the seat. As the vehicle came to a halt, she quickly unlocked the door and leaped out, plunging into the inky depths of the forest. The belt was fastened tightly, and the driver struggled to free himself for some time before recalling the knife concealed in his boot. Drawing it out, he severed the belt and hurriedly exited the vehicle in pursuit of Su Xingran. Yet, the oppressive darkness obscured her whereabouts. Wretched girl! He removed his mask and called Qinan. She has escaped. Qinan's voice erupted on the other end. What manner of incompetence is this? How could you let her flee? Pursue her at once, she is injured and cannot go far. She may not run far, but she has vanished into the woods. It's pitch black, how can we find her? Qinan, exasperated, barked, send me your location. Gather everyone and search separately, we must find her. I'll increase your pay. The location was dispatched, and Qinan, along with his team, including 2 on motorcycles, arrived promptly. A total of 4 men. Qinan surveyed the dark forest. Tang Jin injured her leg, she can't have gone far. Search the area, I'll add an extra 100,000 to each of your fees for finding her. Without hesitation, he transferred funds to them. Each received 50,000 as a retainer. Upon seeing the money, the other 3 were immediately invigorated, plunging into the underbrush to hunt for Su Xingran's trail. Almost as soon as they entered, He Han Sheng and his men arrived. He Han Sheng stood alongside 20 well-trained mercenaries, and their leader informed him, the drone has tracked her to this location, your woman has entered the forest, and 4 men are in pursuit. He Han Sheng's expression remained stoic. Search for her. Understood. A cadre of skilled operatives donned night vision goggles and ventured into the woods. The dense forest canopy rendered aerial surveillance ineffective, only their instincts and training could guide them. He Han Sheng joined them. The mercenaries, equipped with extensive experience, discerned the direction from the footprints. With their night vision, they navigated the darkness as if it were daylight. Before long, they apprehended one of the kidnappers, mere motorcycle thieves who were now utterly dwarfed by the might of He Han Sheng's hired guns. The first was captured, leading to the pursuit of the second and third, in search of Su Xingran. Meanwhile, Su Xingran found herself in dire straits. In her desperate bid for survival, she crawled along the ground, fortunate that the terrain was hilly, facilitating her escape. A fear coursed through her veins as the forest stretched endlessly before her, concealing potential predators. She knew she must keep moving, never allowing herself to fall into Qinnan's clutches. So she climbed higher and higher, her leg throbbing with pain, her hands scratched and bruised from branches and tree trunks. She was undoubtedly in a state of disarray. Qinnan, there are clear signs here. She can't be far from this spot. Panic gripped Su Xingran. Qinnan's voice grew ominously close. She held her breath, afraid to make a sound or draw attention. Grasping a branch, she quietly ascended. Then she heard the gentle sound of flowing water, but her hand grasped only air. Climbing to the summit, she faced a precipice. Behind her, Qinnan pursued. With a bitter smile, she lamented that even fate had turned against her. Qinnan's footsteps drew nearer, a beam from his phone illuminating her position. His face twisted into a dark grin as he beheld Su Xingran's predicament, fraught with desperation, with nowhere to flee. Su Xingran, I shall see just how far you believe you can escape. Chapter 47. He Han Sheng leapt down without hesitation. Su Xingran cursed the unreliable man 1,000 times in her heart. Had he not promised to protect her, it was all just empty talk. She should never have harbored even the slightest expectation of him. After suffering so many times at the hands of Xiaqingqing, she still had not learned her lesson. She deserved it. Realizing there was no escape, Su Xingran abandoned her struggles and casually sat at the edge of the cliff. With a half-smile, she regarded Qinnan. Qinnan, I don't believe I provoked you in any way. What animosity do you harbor against me? Is it merely because of Xiaqingqing? Indeed, there had never been any amicable interactions between her and Qinnan. He had always regarded her with disdain, as if she were beneath his notice. Qinnan sneered, you certainly haven't provoked me, yet my aversion to you does stem from Miss Xia. However, there is another reason, and that is, Su Xingran, you are utterly lacking in self-awareness. What status do you hold to be worthy of He Han Sheng, competing with Miss Xia for Mr. He, after all these years in the capital, who has ever favored you, how do you have the audacity to cling to him? Su Xingran was rendered speechless. What business is it of yours? Whether I cling to He Han Sheng is entirely up to me and him, and has nothing to do with you. And furthermore, you claim to act for Xiaqingqing's sake, yet you still took advantage of her. You are a selfish and ungrateful person, with a devious mind and no shame. Xiaqingqing must truly be suffering from a lifetime of bad luck to have supported you. Indeed, it was futile to engage in conversation with a lunatic. Qinnan's expression darkened. If she allows me, I would willingly die for her. Since I have offended He Han Sheng, I never intended to retreat unscathed. Su Xingran, you must die as well. Qinnan was acutely aware that when He Han Sheng forced him to repay his debts, and the lawyer's letter arrived, there would be no way out. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Xiaqingqing. He truly loved her, deeply. Su Xingran was not wrong, he was despicable and shameless. Before he died, he wanted to achieve closure for himself. Then, he would eliminate Su Xingran for Xiaqingqing. He would be complete, and so would Xiaqingqing. Most importantly, she would forever remember him. Su Xingran's hand brushed against a stone. Without hesitation, she hurled it at Qinnan. Ah, it struck him squarely. Qinnan clutched his forehead, feeling the warmth of blood trickling down, his eyes reddening with rage. You vile woman, today I shall defile and then kill you, dismembering you into pieces. Qinnan had gone mad. Seize her. The two men beside him advanced towards Su Xingran. Realizing she was no match for them, she understood that Qinnan was indeed capable of carrying out such a heinous act. After all, he was willing to turn on the very goddess who had supported him. What atrocity could he not commit? It was evident that Qinnan had no intention of allowing her to leave alive. As she listened to the sound of rushing water below the cliff, it seemed unfathomably deep. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take a gamble. If captured by Qinnan, she would surely have no chance of survival. Jumping down offered a flicker of hope. With Qinnan's two companions nearly upon her, she smiled. Qinnan, I am not as foolish as Xiaqingqing to let you control me. I shall not play your game any longer. Farewell. With that, she closed her eyes and leapt into the abyss, resigned to her fate. Su Xingran, don't jump. A hoarse voice behind her seemed to call out He Han Sheng's name desperately. Yet, Su Xingran could not afford to turn back. A bitter sensation filled her heart. He Han Sheng had always been a step too late. Ultimately, it was her lack of faith in him that led to this moment. Otherwise, she would have sought ways to delay time, rather than resolutely leaping off the cliff. Upon hearing He Han Sheng's voice, Qinnan and his companions' expressions changed drastically. By the time they attempted to flee, it was already too late. They were swiftly apprehended by the mercenaries He Han Sheng had brought along. He Han Sheng dashed to the cliff's edge and looked down. Even with night vision goggles, he could see no trace of her, only the tumultuous mountain spring below. Su Xingran had jumped. He Han Sheng's heart shattered as he witnessed Su Xingran's decisive leap, reminiscent of her jumping from a second-story window or over a wall, with not the slightest hesitation. She was so resolute. He Han Sheng regretted it. She had clearly stated her unwillingness. It was he who had forced her. He had promised to protect her, to ensure her safety, yet he had driven her to this desperate point. He was filled with remorse. Su Xingran was right. He would eventually capture Qinnan. At most, Xiaqingqing would suffer a few more days of distress. Why risk Su Xingran's life? A tempest brewed within He Han Sheng's eyes, now a furious red, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhao Tianqi, the mercenary leader, had apprehended everyone, preparing to consult He Han Sheng on the next course of action. However, with a splash, He Han Sheng leapt down. Zhao Tianqi was taken aback, rushing to the cliff's edge, staring below in disbelief, cursing, has He Han Sheng lost his mind? He really jumped. Su Xingran had leaped, and whether she lived or died was of no concern to him, but if He Han Sheng died, he would be held accountable by the old mastery. Zhao Tianqi had not anticipated that the typically composed and steady He Han Sheng would plunge off the cliff for a woman. Madness. The mercenaries he brought along were equally stunned by He Han Sheng's reckless act. Had He Han Sheng truly jumped? Zhao Tianqi, agitated, ran his fingers through his hair. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and search. If we can't find them, how will we explain ourselves to Old Mastery? After Su Xingran jumped, she plunged into the depths of the water. It was deep. She fought desperately to swim upwards, her head breaking the surface, but the current was too strong, pulling her down. Her leg was injured, making it arduous to tread water. She struggled, drinking in too much water. She yearned to live, desperately reaching for something to hold onto, yet nothing remained within her grasp. She felt her strength waning bit by bit. She was close to her breaking point. Regret washed over her. She was only 23.7 years wasted on He Han Sheng, the best 7 years of her life. She should have cherished herself and pursued her dreams. Now, it was all too late. He Han Sheng, if there is a next life, please spare me. That loving you is too exhausting. Her grip faltered, and she sank deeper into the water. In her haze, it felt as though a large hand pulled her from the depths, and she groggily opened her eyes, as if seeing He Han Sheng. He was calling out to her urgently. Su Xingran, don't sleep. Su Xingran, don't fall asleep. Su Xingran thought this must be an illusion. She also found herself ridiculous. In her final moments, her thoughts and dreams were consumed by He Han Sheng. It turned out, throughout her life, she had always revolved around him. In the ebb and flow, it seemed He Han Sheng had pulled her to the shore, where he repeatedly slapped her face, worry and tension etched across his features. Su Xingran, wake up. Su Xingran forced a bitter smile. He Han Sheng, you truly are a haunting presence. Chapter 48. Bitten by a venomous snake, Su Xingran, weakened and feeble, still managed to extend her hand and slap He Han Sheng across his wet and disheveled face. With a voice filled with indignation, she exclaimed, I am on the brink of death. Can you not spare me? I truly wish to never see you again, He Han Sheng. May we not cross paths in the next life? Upon finishing her words, she succumbed to fatigue and fainted. He Han Sheng, embracing her, bore a countenance marked by profound sorrow. His heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, convulsing with anguish. He sheltered Su Xingran beneath a nearby rock to shield her from the biting cold of the night and the splashing mountain springs. However, her body began to heat up, signaling the onset of a fever. In a flurry of urgency, He Han Sheng stripped her of her clothing, removing his own shirt and jacket as well, and hung them on a prominent tree branch. Su Xingran's garments were already tattered and torn from the branch's grasp. He retrieved them, wringing them out until they were as dry as possible, yet, feeling her rising temperature, dread enveloped him. Fortunately, Zhao Tianqi's team proved to be resourceful, locating a suitable spot and utilizing a drone to swiftly retrieve He Han Sheng's garments hanging high above. They hastened to his side. Mr. He. He Han Sheng extended his hand. The clothes. Zhao Tianqi promptly stripped off his own attire to hand to He Han Sheng. Turn around. Zhao Tianqi complied, turning his back. He Han Sheng removed the damp clothing from Su Xingran's body, wrapping her in Zhao Tianqi's clothing. Were it not for his own garments being soaked, he would never have permitted her to don the clothing of another man. Do you have any antipyretics? Zhao Tianqi possessed such medication, as they carried essential supplies as mercenaries. However, he withheld it from He Han Sheng. Having traversed the forest for so long, you ought to check her for any other signs, such as bites from venomous insects or snakes. We must ensure her fever is solely due to the immersion in water. If her fever was a consequence of a snakebite, administering antipyretics would be ill-advised. He Han Sheng immediately began a meticulous search across her body. Indeed, he discovered 2 rows of puncture marks on her arm. Zhao Tianqi quickly identified them as snakebite wounds. He summoned the serum. Administer the serum first, then transport her to the hospital. He Han Sheng nodded in agreement. After a serum injection, Zhao Tianqi prepared to take Su Xingran from He Han Sheng's arms. No need, He Han Sheng replied, his shoulders bare and drenched, yet his grip on Su Xingran remained resolute. Let us go. Zhao Tianqi did not press the matter further. Leading the way, he guided He Han Sheng and Su Xingran out of the forest. The rescue vehicle awaited them outside, and upon seeing He Han Sheng emerge with Su Xingran in his arms, Gao Zhao hurried forward. Su Xingran, still unconscious, wore a furrowed brow, her delicate face pallid. Gao Zhao immediately noticed the bruised and swollen marks on her arm. Has she been bitten by a snake? The serum has already been administered, He Han Sheng replied. Gao Zhao instructed, leave her to me, quickly. He Han Sheng relinquished her into Gao Zhao's care, trusting him implicitly. Gao Zhao transported Su Xingran to the ambulance, tending to her wounds and cleansing her of toxins. He Han Sheng followed closely, stating, she has a fever. Gao Zhao diligently treated Su Xingran's injuries, not lifting his gaze. It is normal for a fever to occur after a snakebite. She is currently quite weak. I will administer some nutrients. The serum has already been given. She should not encounter significant issues. She merely requires proper recuperation. Gao Zhao felt a pang of sympathy for Su Xingran, lamenting her misfortune. What a splendid young lady she was, yet how unfortunate to have crossed paths with He Han Sheng. Unquestionably, He Han Sheng's fortune lay in being adored so fervently by Su Xingran. However, her affection for him constituted her misfortune. In the hospital room, Su Xingran, having undergone emergency treatment, was now receiving intravenous fluids. The room's temperature was comfortable, and her complexion had improved, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. He Han Sheng had changed into a clean set of clothing, vigilantly watching over her. The depths of his contemplative gaze were inscrutable. Gao Zhao entered, replenishing Su Xingran's fluids, and sighed. The situation with Xia Qingqing is also dire. Do you wish to check on her? Xingran would not harm Xia Qingqing, but he had indeed wronged her. Xia Qingqing had lost control, fainting at one point while calling out for He Han Sheng. Yet, He Han Sheng remained steadfastly by Su Xingran's side, unwilling to depart. Xia Qingqing was now in a state of madness, alternating between laughter and tears, insisting that He Han Sheng come to her. He Han Sheng remained silent, utterly exhausted. Fortunately, Su Xingran appeared to be out of danger, otherwise, today's events would haunt him as the most regrettable decision of his life. Observing He Han Sheng's demeanor, Gao Zhao understood he had no intention of visiting Xia Qingqing. He sighed, wishing He Han Sheng had resolved this sooner. Xia Ming was indeed deceased. He Han Sheng's compensations had been ample, the Xia family's business was thriving, and Xia Qingqing had become their most illustrious princess. One Xia Ming was hardly worth sacrificing He Han Sheng's entire life over. It could have been settled once and for all. Li Gao Zhao truly struggled to comprehend He Han Sheng. He was neither a romantic nor a man of strong moral principles. Why, then, did he harbor such special feelings for Xia Qingqing and Xia Ming? It baffled him. After being rescued by Zhao Tianqi's men, Xia Qingqing was transported to the hospital. She called out for He Han Sheng incessantly, yet received no reply. Upon learning that He Han Sheng remained by Su Xingran's side, her composure shattered. Xingran, that worthless fool, had failed to eliminate Su Xingran. Why, then, had she made such sacrifices? She spiraled into madness, the tension that had held her together snapping entirely. She began to scream He Han Sheng's name, but no one responded. It felt as if she had been abandoned by everyone, cast aside by He Han Sheng himself. In a fit of rage, she hurled a pillow from her hospital bed. Ah! A cry of pain echoed. She turned to see Tang Jin, his head bandaged, momentarily taken aback. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she leapt into his arms. Brother Tang Jin embraced her, feeling a bittersweet relief. He was grateful that Xia Qingqing had been saved, yet the price was steep. He had now become estranged from He Han Sheng. It was clear he could no longer remain in the hospital. As Tang Jin comforted Xia Qingqing, once her emotions stabilized, he sighed and said, "Qingqing, I must leave for abroad." Xia Qingqing's tears hung on her lashes, large and bright. Why? Tang Jin forced a smile. Why, to save Xia Qingqing, he had hidden a kidnapper in his vehicle, which had led to Su Xingran's abduction. Not only had it disrupted He Han Sheng's plans, but it had also put Su Xingran's life in jeopardy. He knew He Han Sheng would not let him off easily. Chapter 49 White Jump, Tang Jin let out a bitter smile. There is no reason, the treatment abroad is superior. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the driver, Old Wang, who helped him up and staunched his bleeding, he might have already met his demise. When He Han Sheng attacked him, he did so with the intent to kill. He was indeed in the wrong. To save Xia Qingqing, he had agreed to Qinan's request to hide a kidnapper in his vehicle. Did he not comprehend that this could potentially endanger Su Xingran? Of course, he understood, yet, he proceeded nonetheless, for Xia Qingqing was the sister most cherished by Xia Ming, and he could not bear to witness her come to harm. Tang Jin gently inquired of Xia Qingqing, "Qingqing, would you be willing to accompany me abroad?" If she consented to go with him, he would take Xia Ming's place and care for her for a lifetime. However, upon hearing his words, Xia Qingqing abruptly withdrew her hand, lowering her head in silence, yet, her stance was unmistakably clear. She would not accompany Tang Jin. She wished to stay. A trace of bitterness lingered at the corners of Tang Jin's mouth, a conclusion he had long anticipated. He tenderly patted her head, saying, "Qingqing, I respect your choice. However, I will no longer have the opportunity to look after you, so take care of yourself." Xia Qingqing gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her gaze brimming with reluctance. Brother Tang Jin sighed inwardly. This time, Su Xingran had narrowly escaped death. She would become a formidable rival for Xia Qingqing. Tang Jin rose to his feet, stating, "Qingqing, I must take my leave. I only came to see you one last time. Take care." Xia Qingqing wept. "Brother Tang Jin, I cannot bear to part with you." She clutched at his sleeve, hoping he would stay with Qin, and already apprehended, her allies were dwindling. Tang Jin felt helpless. It was not his desire to leave, but staying was not an option. For the first time, he rejected Xia Qingqing's plea, gently pushing her hand away. "Qingqing, I truly must go now. Please take care." Should he remain, not only would he be unable to care for her, but he might also find himself behind bars. Xia Qingqing watched as Tang Jin departed, her heart aflame with anger and anxiety. She was well aware of the reasons behind his departure. The idea of enlisting Tang Jin's help to smuggle someone was one she had suggested to Qin, and she wanted Su Xingran dead. And what was the outcome? Qin proved to be ineffectual. Tang Jin was equally powerless. Frustrated, she overturned a nearby cabinet. Tang Jin exited the hospital. He had already purchased a plane ticket and was now en route to the airport. As he briskly walked out of the hospital, he was confronted by two police officers at the entrance. "Mr. Tang Jin, we suspect you may be connected to a kidnapping case. Please accompany us for questioning." Tang Jin's heart sank. It was over. He Han Sheng was settling scores. He forced a bitter smile. He had anticipated this outcome, thus, he offered no resistance as the officers escorted him away. Awaiting him was the judgment of the law. Su Xingran had been unconscious for a full day and night, perfectly missing her second engagement banquet with He Han Sheng. This day was spent in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the capital was in uproar. Unsurprisingly, the second engagement banquet of He Han Sheng and Su Xingran had once again failed. Last time, He Han Sheng announced the cancellation. This time, there was no announcement at all. It was all devoid of substance. Neither He Han Sheng nor Su Xingran made an appearance. No one knew what had transpired. Everyone flocked to He Yunting for information. He Yunting, of course, was privy to the truth. When Zhao Tianqi went to report to his grandfather, He Yunting happened to be eavesdropping. Thus, he directly stated, on the day of the engagement banquet, Xia Qingqing was kidnapped, and the abductors demanded Su Xingran in exchange for her. My brother agreed to swap Su Xingran for her, hence the absence of the banquet. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Xia Qingqing had been kidnapped to exchange for Su Xingran. He Han Sheng truly consented. This revelation stirred sympathy for Su Xingran among those who had previously looked down upon her. A moment's reflection allowed them to grasp the depth of her despair. However, one could also reason that He Han Sheng had always been a step beyond Su Xingran's reach. Her determination to pursue him had resulted in her own suffering. It was her own folly. She could not blame anyone else. This incident further solidified a shared understanding among the onlookers. He Han Sheng cared more for Xia Qingqing. Su Xingran was merely a plaything. When Su Xingran finally regained consciousness, the first thing she saw was the stark white ceiling. She blinked in confusion. The next moment, she sat upright in bed. She pinched her arm. Ouch, it hurts, I'm not dead. Su Xingran had always been an optimistic person. Her leap had been a gamble for survival. She had no idea how Xingran planned to end her life. Jumping offered at least a glimmer of hope. Now, feeling weak and slightly hungry, she found herself alone in the upscale hospital room. She pressed the call button beside her bed, and instantly, the door swung open. She was taken aback. So quick, upon seeing the elegantly composed He Han Sheng enter, her smile of relief vanished in an instant. Images of her drifting in the water flooded her mind. Had she seen He Han Sheng jump in after her, this realization filled Su Xingran with dread. This truly felt like a coffin lid that could not be contained. If she had perished alongside He Han Sheng, would they be destined to queue for reincarnation in the underworld together? The thought was unbearable. If she died and He Han Sheng survived, that would be the most favorable outcome. After all, she was an orphan, without power or influence. Her death would be inconsequential. The most terrifying outcome would be her survival and He Han Sheng's demise. That would be disastrous. He would not spare her simply because of the ties between their grandfathers. She had jumped in search of life, only to have her path to survival nearly severed by He Han Sheng. In that moment, Su Xingran was utterly convinced that He Han Sheng was her nemesis. He Han Sheng, observing Su Xingran's reaction upon seeing him, displayed a flicker of indifference, struggle, fear, panic, and horror in his eyes, yet not a trace of happiness. He held a meticulously prepared meal box, having been informed by Gao Xiao that she would likely awaken today. He attentively arranged the food from the box, his demeanor calm as he said, "Eat." Su Xingran was indeed hungry. She would not deprive herself. Noticing the Imperial Chef emblem on the meal box, a famed private kitchen that was notoriously hard to book, she reflected on how only someone of He Han Sheng's stature could bypass reservations. She had often invited him to dine there, yet he had never had the time. She seldom enjoyed such luxuries herself, and now, ironically, she found it during her hospitalization. The room was eerily quiet, save for the sound of her swallowing. He Han Sheng watched her eat with apparent pleasure, yet a sense of frustration simmered within him. "Why did you jump?" Cough, cough, cough. Su Xingran nearly choked on the meatball she was eating. He Han Sheng gently patted her back, but his innate coldness revealed no warmth upon his countenance. Chapter 50. Would you exchange Xia Qingqing for me? Su Xingran cast him a peculiar glance, yet she spoke with unvarnished honesty. At that moment, Xingran and those two men had drawn their knives and threatened to assault and then kill me. Could I expect a favorable outcome if I fell into their hands? Jumping down might just allow me to salvage my life. Su Xingran's thoughts were rather straightforward. Faced with death, she would rather not endure humiliation and torment. It seemed far more sensible to leap into oblivion. In fact, she harbored a certain confidence in her survival. The lengthy ordeal of climbing and fleeing had consumed considerable time, and upon reaching the summit, she surmised it must have been past midnight. Her notorious bad luck seemed to resurface. As she prepared to jump, she cursed herself for a stroke of fortune that would allow her to survive. Well, though she was reluctant to admit it, she had to concede that He Han Sheng was indeed her stroke of luck. Upon hearing her words, He Han Sheng's eyes deepened with intensity. "Why are you so unwilling to delay for a moment? You can trust me." Su Xingran, who had felt a pang of hunger moments ago, suddenly lost her appetite and pushed her plate aside. With arms crossed, she regarded him with a leisurely demeanor, a hint of mockery glimmering in her gaze. "He Han Sheng, don't you find yourself rather strange? Why should I trust someone who would put me at risk? You intend to harm me yet expect my unconditional trust. How is that conceivable? I believe I made my position quite clear. Your credibility in my eyes is absolutely zero." Impatience echoed in Su Xingran's tone. "All your peculiarities and affections are solely for Xia Qingqing, not for me. Why should I take a gamble? You are not worth the risk." He Han Sheng's eyes simmered with unbridled fury. Narrowing his gaze, he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Am I truly so unworthy of your trust?" Su Xingran couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She locked her serious gaze onto He Han Sheng. "I have a question for you. Ask away. If, hypothetically, I were kidnapped by Xingran, and he demanded you exchange Xia Qingqing for me, would you do it?" He Han Sheng fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Su Xingran smiled faintly, her silence providing the clearest answer. He Han Sheng recognized the weight of her question, his expression darkening further. Abruptly, he rose to his feet. "You should rest. I need to step out for a moment." Watching He Han Sheng's hasty retreat, Su Xingran shrugged nonchalantly. That was the essence of him. In the business realm, he was a formidable force, orchestrating everything with precision, yet when it came to matters of the heart, he resorted to cold avoidance. Over the years, Su Xingran had grown weary of this dynamic. His special attention towards Xia Qingqing elicited nothing but frustration. Whenever she inquired, he would merely state, "I only see her as a sister." If she pressed further about why he celebrated her birthday or presented gifts to Xia Qingqing, he would swiftly remedy the situation with another gift for her. Should she continue to question, his patience would wear thin, prompting him to retreat to his study to handle work or embark on business trips lasting several days. Throughout this process, Su Xingran engaged in a cycle of self-reflection, self-doubt, and self-adjustment. Eventually, she would reach out to him in a bid for reconciliation, and He Han Sheng would return, displaying a reluctant kindness. Over time, she learned to suppress her inquiries, stifling her voice. The depth of her love became a source of inner turmoil, leading her to self-denial and submission. That it was exhausting. Fortunately, she had emerged from that phase, no longer yearning for He Han Sheng's affection. His current coldness towards her brought an unexpected sense of relief. Moreover, the kidnapping incident had its silver lining, as it automatically cancelled the engagement banquet. With 2 failed attempts at an engagement, it became clear that she and He Han Sheng were not destined to be. Additionally, she would soon be leaving for abroad, drawing a definitive line between them. When Luan arrived at the lavish private room, He Han Sheng was drowning his sorrows in glass after glass of alcohol, his expression dark and brooding. Were it not for Luan, no one else would dare approach He Han Sheng in his current state. The tension and low pressure emanating from him could freeze the AI. Luan picked up a bottle from the bar in the room, twisted off the cap, and approached He Han Sheng's side. Something seems off with you. Is the cancellation of your second engagement banquet weighing heavily on your heart? Currently, the most talked about event in the capital was the failed second engagement between He Han Sheng and Su Xingran. With the first attempt thwarted and now the second, it was difficult to assess the situation. It seemed as though even fate was declaring their incompatibility. He Han Sheng remained silent, consuming drink after drink. Luan, curious, ventured, I've heard that Xia Qingqing was kidnapped, and you intended to exchange Su Xingran for her? He Han Sheng scowled, shooting Luan a death glare. Undeterred, Luan leaned in with interest. I'm genuinely curious, who do you care for more, Su Xingran or Xia Qingqing? Or perhaps you desire both the red rose and the white rose? If He Han Sheng truly cared for Su Xingran, why the urgency in arranging the second engagement, and if he truly valued her, why would he consider exchanging her for Xia Qingqing? If he had already made the choice to trade Su Xingran for Xia Qingqing, it suggested a greater concern for Xia Qingqing. So why not simply be with Xia Qingqing? This perplexity lingered in Luan's mind. However, drawing from the flawed nature of men, he began to grasp a notion. Perhaps He Han Sheng wanted both a title for Su Xingran and affection for Xia Qingqing. Since Su Xingran possessed a strong moral compass, it would be impossible for her to accept a position as a mistress. Conversely, Xia Qingqing appeared willing to play the role of the beloved mistress. A man, especially an exceptional one, would undoubtedly find satisfaction in having 2 women vying for his affection. Was this what He Han Sheng sought? He Han Sheng expressionlessly raised his glass and took another deep swig. I do not care for Xia Qingqing. Luan raised an eyebrow. Your tone suggests you hold feelings for Su Xingran? Indeed, if he held no affection for her, why grant her the title of girlfriend? Why engage in a betrothal? Furthermore, He Han Sheng despised manipulation and betrayal. The incident involving Su Xingran and the drugging had never been pursued. Was it possible that he harbored genuine feelings for Su Xingran? Luan patted He Han Sheng on the shoulder, sincerity evident in his voice. Brother, if you truly care for Su Xingran, you find yourself in quite the predicament. How could you bear to see her suffer? You are well aware of the ridicule and slander she has faced in the capital over the years. This time, you even offered her in exchange for Xia Qingqing's safety. Your actions do not reflect love or concern. In the capital, those within their social circle lived in a world driven by fame and fortune, each possessing keen insight. If He Han Sheng genuinely valued Su Xingran, who would dare mock her? Yet, across the entire capital, who did not deride Su Xingran? And what of Xia Qingqing? She was revered as the princess of the capital. Whose princess, He Han Sheng est. Wherever Xia Qingqing went, she was cherished and adored. In stark contrast, Su Xingran seemed to be cast into the dust. Chapter 51. Do you love Su Xingran? He Han Sheng, with a cold countenance, downed another glass of wine, his heart aching and restless. He set the glass down and said, she asked me, if it were her in peril and I had to exchange Xia Qingqing for her, would I do it? Luan was taken aback. That's a question of life and death. How did you respond? He Han Sheng, Luan, astonished, exclaimed, you didn't answer, did you? Surely you must have at least tried to comfort her. He Han Sheng raised his gaze, his eyes blazing. Why would you presume my response would be to deceive her? Do you also believe I would not make the exchange? Luan chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his earlier tone had indeed revealed his true thoughts. In his perspective, He Han Sheng would never make the exchange. Even though he had begun to comprehend that Su Xingran might hold a slight significance in He Han Sheng's heart, it was not enough to overshadow the uniqueness of Xia Qingqing. He Han Sheng closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa, striking his head heavily with his palm, frustration etched across his handsome features. I wished to tell her that I would make the exchange. Yet, when the words reach my throat, I find myself unable to articulate them. It was in that moment of emotional suppression that he realized one undeniable truth, that he would not make the exchange. He would not trade Xia Qingqing for Su Xingran. Luan looked on helplessly. You would not trade Xia Qingqing for Su Xingran, and she is aware of this fact. He Han Sheng rubbed his temples, weakly explaining, I wouldn't trade Qingqing for her because I know she possesses the ability to protect herself. But Qingqing is different, she lacks the means to defend herself. Luan remarked, however, women are not concerned with such rationalities, and your belief in her ability to protect herself is merely your perception. A fragile woman, confronted by a band of ruthless robbers, requires more than intellect and initiative. Biologically, women are inherently weaker than men. What if she cannot protect herself? Luan added meaningfully, Han Sheng, you must acknowledge that you maintain composure and rationality in the face of Su Xingran, yet when it comes to Xia Qingqing, you lose that composure and rationality. This was precisely the reason Luan harbored doubts about the relationship between Su Xingran and He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng's character, intellect, and behavior foretold that he would not cherish and protect Su Xingran, but he certainly would for Xia Qingqing. He Han Sheng shook his head slowly. No. If it were Xia Qingqing who jumped off the cliff, I am certain I would not follow her. Lu Wan sprang up in shock. What do you mean, Su Xingran jumped off a cliff? You followed her, He Han Sheng, have you lost your mind? While Lu Wan had previously felt a degree of schadenfreude at He Han Sheng's words, upon hearing that He Han Sheng would leap off a cliff for Su Xingran, it seemed utterly absurd. He Han Sheng, to take such a drastic step for Su Xingran, to die for love, to be impulsive, no, He Han Sheng, a man of logic, would never allow emotions to overshadow reason. Lu Wan had previously asserted that He Han Sheng would lose his composure and rationality for Xia Qingqing, but that was relative. A slight bias, a hint of special affection. However, He Han Sheng was willing to leap off a cliff for Su Xingran. This was beyond comprehension. One must recognize that He Han Sheng's position was precarious, where one misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. If anything were to happen to him, the business world would tremble. The stock market would plummet, chaos would ensue, and countless would face bankruptcy. It was no exaggeration. He Han Sheng leaned against the sofa, his striking visage serene. He meticulously recalled the moment he witnessed Su Xingran plummet. His heart felt as though it had sunk into an abyss of fear, dread, regret. A cacophony of emotions enveloped him, yet, amidst all this, a singular thought dominated his mind. Su Xingran must not die. His body acted before his mind could intervene. He did not choose to jump, his body had already leaped. Lu Yuan, observing him, suddenly found himself at a loss. Until that point, he had firmly believed that He Han Sheng held deeper feelings for Xia Qingqing, yet, as He Han Sheng had articulated, if it were Xia Qingqing who had jumped, he would not have followed. But when Su Xingran jumped, he had leaped without hesitation. Lu Yuan inquired, do you truly have no romantic feelings for Xia Qingqing? He Han Sheng replied without the slightest delay, none. Lu Wan, perplexed, asked, then why do you treat her so well, so indulgently? Don't tell me it's solely because of Xia Ming. He Han Sheng countered, what other reason could there be? He was emotionally deficient. Had Xia Qingqing been merely another woman, he would not have treated her so specially. Xia Ming had died because of He Han Sheng. In his final moments, Xia Ming had entrusted him with the care of his only sister. He Han Sheng had promised his feelings for Xia Qingqing were merely a sense of obligation, a responsibility to look after her to the best of his ability. Nothing more. Lu Yuan was truly at a loss for how to evaluate He Han Sheng. He had not anticipated that He Han Sheng would possess such a strong sense of duty. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. His care for Xia Qingqing was merely a formality. Lu Yuan then asked He Han Sheng, so, do you love Su Xingran? No, let me rephrase that, do you truly love her? He Han Sheng fell silent. Did he love Su Xingran? He was uncertain. They had been entangled for 7 years. No, it was Su Xingran who had entangled him for 7 years. Initially, he had looked down upon her. But living under the same roof, Su Xingran had made small attempts to please him. At that time, she was still young, and He Han Sheng perceived her as someone living under the shadow of others, thus her cautiousness. Moreover, he was often busy and seldom returned home. When he did, Su Xingran would express concern for his health, preparing nourishing soups for him. He Han Sheng bore no aversion to it, accepting her gestures without question. Eventually, upon her turning 18, she confessed her feelings to him, which he had rejected. Following that, he had intentionally distanced himself from her for a time. After all, in He Han Sheng's eyes, there was no excess emotion involved. His feelings began to shift during a bout of gastric illness. It was a particularly special holiday, and all the servants in the villa had the day off. He found himself alone in the study, writhing in pain. Had it not been for Su Xingran's timely discovery of his condition, he might have succumbed to the pain that night. Su Xingran was gentle and composed. She called Gao Zhao, relaying He Han Sheng's situation. Under his guidance, she knew how to manage the situation. Locating the necessary medications, she efficiently took care of him, helping him to the sofa, finding the medicine from the medical kit, and preparing a warm meal to soothe his stomach as per Gao Zhao's instructions. It was her care that alleviated He Han Sheng's suffering. In moments of vulnerability, one requires warmth and tenderness. The strong and stoic He Han Sheng was no exception. At least in that instant, he began to view Su Xingran in a favorable light. Subsequently, Su Xingran became particularly attentive to his health, preparing warm meals for him each day and eagerly awaiting his return, much like a virtuous little wife. Chapter 52 The death operation of He Han Sheng. Moreover, later on, grandfather revealed to him that he had arranged a betrothal with Su Xingran, indicating that he and Su Xingran were a pair. Initially, grandfather inquired He Han Sheng's opinion on the matter. Should He Han Sheng consent, the discussion could proceed. If not, the matter would be dismissed as if it had never occurred. At that time, He Han Sheng requested 2 years to contemplate. He intended to assess Su Xingran's character. If she met his standards, then they could proceed. Grandfather inquired about the criteria he had in mind, to which he simply replied with 2 words. Troublesome. If Su Xingran proved to be a source of trouble, then the arrangement was untenable. Conversely, if she was not troublesome, then the discussion could advance. As it turned out, over those 2 years, Su Xingran performed admirably. Admittedly, there were moments of immaturity, yet she managed to handle them independently, without burdening him. Thus, he held a high regard for Su Xingran. Subsequently, on her 20th birthday, when she expressed her desire to be with him, he acquiesced. Reflecting on that moment, he vividly recalls her jumping up joyfully, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable mirth and overflowing affection. He Han Sheng, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, took a deep breath and spoke slowly, I do have feelings. As for love, he was uncertain. However, one thing was clear, he indeed harbored feelings for Su Xingran. Lu Yuan was taken aback. This was a rare admission from He Han Sheng. It was astounding. He liked Su Xingran. Such a revelation was utterly unfathomable. Lu Wan suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for He Han Sheng. Han Sheng, if you truly like Su Xingran, then the situation is dire. He Han Sheng opened his cold eyes. Why is that? Lu Wan raised his hands in resignation. While my interactions with Su Xingran have been limited, I can discern that she is a resilient and thoughtful young woman. Frankly, as an observer, your indifference towards her over the years has been conspicuous. Of course, I have also witnessed her profound love for you. He Han Sheng replied, then why is it dire? She loves me, and I like her, we can get married. Lu Wan's lips twitched in a strained smile. He began to understand, He Han Sheng was emotionally inept, or perhaps devoid of emotional awareness. The fact that he could admit to liking Su Xingran was already a significant leap. Lu Wan gazed into He Han Sheng's eyes and told him, have you not noticed, Su Xingran's love for you has diminished over time? Her affection has been gradually depleted over these 7 years. Lu Wan spoke delicately. In truth, Su Xingran had already ceased to love him. Depleted? An unexpected surge of anger welled up within He Han Sheng. No, she loves me dearly. At this moment, He Han Sheng had become obstinate. There was no doubt in his mind that Su Xingran loved him. He liked her, too. Their mutual affection was a natural progression. Su Xingran could not possibly not love him. Lu Wan continued, her initial love was abundant, but your years of indifference and neglect have gradually eroded it. Can you still feel her love for you? Lu Wan posed a question. When Su Xingran asked if you would be willing to exchange her for Xia Qingqing, how did you respond, and what did you do afterward? He Han Sheng rubbed his temples. I did not respond. I was unsure how to answer. I just went out for a drink. Lu Wan nearly burst into laughter out of frustration. He reflected on He Han Sheng's actions, which were undoubtedly absurd and despicable. So, what now? You chose not to respond, what are you planning to do? He Han Sheng revealed his inner thoughts. Let her cool off, once she has sorted through her feelings, this matter will naturally resolve itself. Lu Wan buried his head in his hands in despair for his friend. What a peculiar individual, He Han Sheng truly was a rarity in matters of the heart, an emotional simpleton. He raised his head and looked seriously at He Han Sheng. You want her to calm down, to think clearly. What do you expect her to contemplate? She thinks, He Han Sheng will definitely choose to exchange Xia Qingqing for me, after all, I am his fiancée. Not quite, we are not engaged, so I am not considered his fiancée. He Han Sheng holds such a special place for Xia Qingqing, always sacrificing for her, even using me as a bargaining chip. How could he bear to exchange Xia Qingqing for me? As Lu Wan spoke, He Han Sheng's brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening with each word, his anger intensifying. Enough. He interrupted Lu Wan, she would never think that way. Lu Wan patted his shoulder. That is merely your perspective, not hers. Han Sheng, do not impose your thoughts onto others. Furthermore, women are sensitive beings, she loves you, but if she experiences repeated indifference and disappointment in love, she will not continue to love unconditionally. Moreover, your avoidance behavior has a fitting term in romantic relationships, emotional neglect. He observed the first signs of self-doubt and introspection on He Han Sheng's face. In his heart, Lu Wan silently mourned for him. If you return now and comfort her, there might still be a chance. Lu Wan's words were a genuine attempt at consolation, stemming from years of friendship. If he were in Su Xingran's position, and He Han Sheng had sought to exchange him for Xia Qingqing, he would have lost all hope in He Han Sheng. Undeniably, He Han Sheng was an exceptional leader. However, his actions were far from those of a good partner. It was nothing short of a death operation. Su Xingran had been bitten by a venomous snake, and remnants of the toxin still lingered within her body. She was scheduled for another 4 drip the following day. She cherished her life dearly and paid close attention to medical advice. Free from He Han Sheng's disturbances, Su Xingran comfortably rested on her hospital bed. Suddenly, the door to the ward was forcefully flung open, crashing against the wall with a resounding noise. Startled, she bolted upright in her bed, only to meet the furious gaze of Xia Qingqing. Su Xingran glared at her and, with irritation, remarked, Xia Qingqing, did you forget to knock before entering? Did your upbringing go to the dogs? Xia Qingqing stepped forward, confronting her. Su Xingran, what have you done? Why is brother Han Sheng ignoring me? He hasn't visited me during my hospitalization. Did you say something to him? Su Xingran felt exasperated. She was still a patient in need of rest. Furthermore, she was certain that this predicament had Xia Qingqing's fingerprints all over it. If he is ignoring you and not coming to see you, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Have you been lacking in kindness or gentleness, provoking his annoyance? That is impossible. Xia Qingqing retorted angrily. Brother Han Sheng dotes on me. If he isn't visiting me, it must be because you are being unreasonable, clinging to him, preventing him from seeing me. It's all your fault. Su Xingran's patience with Xia Qingqing had worn thin. She was not He Han Sheng, who would indulge Xia Qingqing. With a sardonic smile, she looked at Xia Qingqing and coldly replied, perhaps he simply finds you repugnant and cannot bear to see you? Chapter 53. A gentle apology. Xia Qingqing's body trembled, her complexion instantly paling to a ghostly white. What do you mean? Su Xingran, with a knowing smile playing on her lips, replied, oh, you might not be aware yet. Jinan sent the video of you and him to He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng has seen it, I have seen it, and Tang Jin has seen it too. He Han Sheng doesn't wish to see you, perhaps it's simply too distasteful for him? Xia Qingqing's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, her delicate face marred by panic. And no. It can't be. Jinan wouldn't do that. How could Jinan possibly send a video of their intimacy to He Han Sheng? He would never stoop so low. Su Xingran was deceiving her. Yes, it was Su Xingran who was deceiving her. You lie. There is no such thing. Su Xingran crossed her arms, observing the flustered Xia Qingqing with an air of amusement, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Xia Qingqing, you know in your heart whether what I say is true. And by the way, I have the video, would you like me to send it to you? In an instant, Xia Qingqing lost her composure, charging at Su Xingran with the intent to strike. Although Su Xingran was injured, she was far from a damsel in distress. It was Xia Qingqing who fit that description. As Xia Qingqing lunged, Su Xingran seized her wrist and forcefully pushed her away, causing Xia Qingqing to tumble to the ground. Su Xingran, her expression devoid of emotion, declared, Xia Qingqing, you brought this upon yourself, you sought to conspire with Qingnan to harm me, and what has come of it, you've ensnared yourself instead. You made a mess of it. Su Xingran was not foolish, the alliance between Qingnan and Xia Qingqing was one of opposition to her. Did Xia Qingqing conveniently run away from the airport only to be captured by Qingnan? How could Qingnan possibly know her whereabouts? Su Xingran surmised that the abduction must have been premeditated, with Qingnan either acting on a whim or having harbored ill intentions all along. Xia Qingqing was merely a victim of her own schemes. Xia Qingqing's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as she internally cursed Qinnan's entire lineage. She loathed him. Not only had he forced her, but he had also failed to eliminate Su Xingran. Useless, rising from the ground, a sinister smile adorned Xia Qingqing's exquisite face. Su Xingran, tell me, if I were to ruin you, would Brother Han Sheng seek retribution against me? Upon witnessing the madness in Xia Qingqing's eyes, Su Xingran felt an ominous premonition wash over her. She tightened her grip on the blanket, bracing herself. What do you intend to do? Xia Qingqing's cold laughter echoed as she produced a vial of liquid from her bag. With a frenzied motion, she tore off the cap. Let us see how beautiful you remain without this face. Su Xingran's heart sank as she realized it was sulfuric acid. She fixed a steely gaze on Xia Qingqing. I advise you against this course of action. I will fight back, and you will suffer the consequences. Do you think you can ruin my face and keep yours intact? Do you believe that? Xia Qingqing's eyes were filled with madness. I do not believe. With that, she hurled the contents of the vial towards Su Xingran. Quick-witted, Su Xingran swiftly lifted the blanket to shield herself, then charged forward, draping the blanket over Xia Qingqing's head. Xia Qingqing screamed in terror. Ah, help! The blanket contained sulfuric acid. If it touched her face, she would be doomed. Her intent was to disfigure Su Xingran, not herself. Xia Qingqing's cries echoed through the blanket, a cacophony of desperation and despair. Su Xingran, too, felt a surge of panic. If it were not for her past experience with a stabbing incident, she might have faltered. However, that ordeal had steeled her resolve, allowing her to remain calm in the face of chaos. As Xia Qingqing prepared to douse her, Su Xingran had already calculated how to avoid harm, yet, despite her speed, she could not ensure absolute safety. A few drops of the liquid splashed onto her hand. The knowledge she had acquired in class flooded her mind. If sulfuric acid accidentally contacted the skin, one must immediately wash the affected area with copious amounts of water to dilute the acid and mitigate thermal injury. After rinsing, one could apply a baking soda solution or toothpaste to prevent infection. However, the sensation of sulfuric acid contacting her skin would be intensely burning, yet, to her surprise, the hand that had been splashed bore no sensation. Moreover, given sulfuric acid's corrosive nature, the blanket she had quickly used for protection should have been thoroughly eroded by now, yet Xia Qingqing continued to wail. The blanket was merely dampened. Su Xingran retrieved the fallen vial, sniffing it. There was no pungent odor whatsoever. It was merely a common liquid. She exhaled in relief, only to feel a surge of anger. Without hesitation, she pinned Xia Qingqing to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the blanket encasing her. I've tolerated you for far too long. This beating is of your own making. Ah! Ah, murder, help! Su Xingran's fists rained down upon the figure concealed beneath the blanket. Over the years, she had endured much humiliation at Xia Qingqing's hands. As she was on the brink of departure, how could she not take this opportunity to vent her frustrations? Especially since it was Xia Qingqing who had provoked her. Thus, when He Han Sheng opened the door, the scene that greeted him was one of chaos. His eyes blazed with fury as he rushed forward, forcefully pulling Su Xingran away. Su Xingran, what are you doing? With a cold expression, He Han Sheng yanked the blanket aside and helped Xia Qingqing to her feet. Xia Qingqing, already feeling wronged, became even more so upon seeing He Han Sheng. She immediately clung to him, weeping uncontrollably in his embrace. Whenever she faced He Han Sheng, her mind worked swiftly. She was particularly adept at feigning helplessness in his presence. In that moment, she realized that the contents of the vial were not sulfuric acid at all. Of that good-for-nothing Tangjin, he couldn't even procure a bit of sulfuric acid. And he had the audacity to deceive her. Fortunately, had it been real, she would have been the one to suffer. Heaven still favored her. In a pitiful tone, she sobbed in He Han Sheng's arms. Brother Han Sheng, I know I brought trouble upon Xingran. I came specifically to apologize, but she attacked me without hesitation. Brother Han Sheng, I never intended to involve Xingran. He Han Sheng's icy gaze fell upon Su Xingran. In this matter, she is innocent. Your ire should not be directed at her. Apologize to Qingqing. Xia Qingqing shot Su Xingran a defiant look from He Han Sheng's embrace. Su Xingran, in turn, found herself laughing in exasperation. He Han Sheng, where is your sense? Indeed, when faced with Xia Qingqing, He Han Sheng seemed devoid of reason. Su Xingran raised the vial she still held. Xia Qingqing, were you not just about to douse me with sulfuric acid? Xia Qingqing feigned innocence. Xingran, what are you talking about? This is clearly water. Why would you slander me like that? Su Xingran retorted with a cold smile. Is that so? Lying can lead to biting one's own tongue. Xia Qingqing shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Brother Han Sheng, I didn't. She clamped her mouth shut as a trickle of blood seeped from her lips. Chapter 54. The distinction between love and indifference. Xia Qingqing pressed her hand against her mouth in anguish, her delicate face paling from pain, unable to utter a word as she pointed accusingly at Su Xingran. With a look of pitiful desperation, she clutched He Han Sheng's sleeve, silently imploring him to take her side. Brother Han Sheng, she has cursed me. He Han Sheng's countenance was icy, his gaze directed coldly at Xia Qingqing. A jolt of fear coursed through her as she stammered, Brother Han Sheng, I did not. Do you believe her over me? He Han Sheng remained silent, the chill in his expression deepening. Su Xingran scoffed at the scene. Did He Han Sheng truly believe her? When had he ever placed his trust in Su Xingran? Time and again, he had unconditionally supported Xia Qingqing. Just like now, he had seen nothing but her disheveled state on the ground and her verbal accusations, and without hesitation, he sided with her. Was He Han Sheng truly such a rash individual? He had long since shown an undeniable bias towards Xia Qingqing. He did not have faith in Su Xingran, rather, he believed in her so-called curse. When He Han Sheng first learned about her curse, he had been curious, and she had eagerly divulged all the details, its mechanics, drawbacks, and usage. It could only be invoked once a day, and the target must be within sight, preferably someone with ill intentions towards her. For the wicked, the effect was explosive; for the virtuous, it was futile and would lead to severe backlash. She had cursed Xia Qingqing, who now lay trembling and spitting blood, illustrating just how malicious her intentions were. Furthermore, the curse had manifested, proving Su Xingran's words to be true. Xia Qingqing was indeed planning to douse Su Xingran with sulfuric acid. As Xia Qingqing beheld the icy glint in He Han Sheng's eyes, she could not comprehend why he suddenly placed his trust in Su Xingran over her daughter. A resolute look crossed her face. Fine, if she claims this is sulfuric acid, I shall prove to you that it is not. With that, she snatched the bottle from Su Xingran's hands, which still contained a small amount of liquid, and drank it down in one go, demonstrating her determination. After swallowing, she gazed at He Han Sheng with defiance and tears glistening in her eyes, her voice choked. Brother Han Sheng, do you believe me now? Su Xingran, observing from the sidelines, felt compelled to applaud. It would indeed be a shame if Xia Qingqing did not take to the stage. Her portrayal of grievance, fury, humiliation, and resentment was nothing short of masterful, devoid of any flaws. Yet, this only deepened the coldness in He Han Sheng's eyes, which now bore a profound scrutiny, as if to say, continue your performance. Xia Qingqing's heart raced in panic. How could she sense that He Han Sheng did not believe her? She had gone to such lengths, but was he still skeptical? In the next moment, she clutched her chest, her complexion turning alarmingly pale as she collapsed backward. Instinctively, He Han Sheng reached out to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground. As he cradled the fainting Xia Qingqing, his thoughts turned to Su Xingran, and he glanced up. At that moment, Su Xingran had already turned away, reclining back on her hospital bed. Previously, as her rival, she had been driven to the brink by Xia Qingqing's ability to feign and perform. In the beginning, Xia Qingqing's acting skills were not as refined as they were now. It was easy to see through her performance. She had informed He Han Sheng that Xia Qingqing was merely acting, not genuine, yet, He Han Sheng had coldly remarked that she lacked empathy. After all these years, Su Xingran had come to understand. Whether Xia Qingqing was acting or not was inconsequential. What mattered was He Han Sheng's willingness to dote on her. Thus, the pampered Xia Qingqing acted without restraint. Although she bore the title of fiancée, she was ever so cautious. This was the essence of the difference between love and indifference. Su Xingran lay leisurely on her hospital bed, and when she glanced up, she saw He Han Sheng still standing there, holding Xia Qingqing in his arms, his gaze deeply fixed upon her. She furrowed her brow. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be escorting her back to her room? You don't expect me to apologize to her, do you? She is unconscious and cannot hear. Su Xingran noticed that the unconscious Xia Qingqing's fists had tightened momentarily. It seemed she felt disgruntled for having been forced to feign unconsciousness and not hearing Su Xingran's apology. He Han Sheng hoisted Xia Qingqing into his arms, stating, I will take her back to her room and return shortly. Su Xingran waved her hand dismissively, go quickly. She needs your company more than I do. By the way, could you have someone bring me a blanket? This one is too damp to use. He Han Sheng's brows knitted together, his eyes harboring a depth of meaning that she could not decipher as he exited with Xia Qingqing in his arms. Su Xingran closed her eyes to rest, her heart serene. Had it been her former self, she would have been heartbroken, anxiously waiting, because He Han Sheng had said, I will return soon. The pain of longing arose from care and expectation. But now, she felt an unparalleled tranquility. She no longer cared for He Han Sheng, nor did she harbor any expectations. After the cancellation of their first engagement banquet, He Han Sheng had forcefully brought her back, and she had naively thought that perhaps he had finally recognized her worth after all these years. However, reality had proven her to be foolishly naive. He Han Sheng remained the same He Han Sheng, and Xia Qingqing would forever be the apple of his eye. As for her, Su Xingran had come to realize that she was merely a pawn in the play between Xia Qingqing and He Han Sheng. Their love required a venomous female antagonist to accentuate its brilliance. Otherwise, how could a love so placid be etched with the trials of hardship? Regardless of their intentions, Su Xingran no longer cared to engage. He Han Sheng and Xia Qingqing were the epitome of a whimsical couple. As the door to the hospital room swung open, she frowned. Surely He Han Sheng had not returned? What is the matter? You frown upon my arrival? Lu Cici's cheerful voice filled the air, and Su Xingran's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, sister. Su Xingran darted forward, enveloping Lu Cici in a tight embrace, overwhelmed with excitement. Lu Cici returned the embrace, her concern palpable. Are you all right? She had hurried over as soon as she heard the news from Lu Wan. Su Xingran twirled joyfully before her. Don't worry, I'm resilient. I won't perish. Lu Cici's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I heard you jumped off a cliff? Su Xingran tenderly wiped away her tears. Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine. I was terrified when I heard. What kind of person is He Han Sheng, to trade you for Xiaqingqing? Has his conscience been devoured by dogs? Su Xingran replied nonchalantly, he is just a scoundrel, turning into a madman for Xiaqingqing. I was truly blind in the past. He Han Sheng returned after escorting Xiaqingqing to her room, and the first words he heard were those chapter 55 her marriage certificate. Lu Cici, with a twinge of sympathy, said, you. Su Xingran, with an air of impatience, waved her hand dismissively, let us not dwell on unfortunate men and matters. What delectable treats have you brought me? Hurry up and show them. Standing at the doorway, the unfortunate man, He Han Sheng, interjected. A chilling smile lingered on He Han Sheng's handsome features. He had never anticipated that Su Xingran would refer to him as a dog man behind his back. In public, she feigned an overwhelming affection for him, yet privately, she resorted to such insults. He had once believed that Su Xingran's feelings for him were genuine love, and now, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Su Xingran's affections for him were hardly profound. After escorting Xiaqingqing to the hospital room, he hurried back, eager to apologize for the misunderstanding he had caused her. The very act of apologizing required a significant internal struggle on his part. Now, with a graceful turn, he departed, his footsteps heavy. Both Su Xingran and Lu Cici in the hospital room sensed the shift in atmosphere. When they looked up, they coincidentally caught sight of He Han Sheng's retreating figure. Lu Cici exchanged a glance with Su Xingran. With a dry tone, Lu Cici asked, did he hear that? Su Xingran shrugged, if he heard it, so be it. Can't one speak the truth? Lu Cici gestured towards the departing He Han Sheng, her face contorted with disdain. I think he has been thoroughly rattled. Su Xingran spread her hands. Who cares, it would be best if it drove him to the brink. True to her role as a close friend, Lu Cici had brought her favorite desserts, fruits, and snacks, each one causing her heart to flutter with delight. Joyful, she mused, what is the point of discussing romance? Friendship lasts a lifetime. The two of them indulged in treats and cheerful conversation, the atmosphere brimming with happiness. As Lu Cici checked the time, she prepared to take her leave. She inquired of Su Xingran, are you really considering studying abroad? Su Xingran's expression was one of resignation. I'd rather not, but as you can see, He Han Sheng is a complete jerk, and Xiaqingqing is ever so eager to stir up trouble. I was lucky to escape this time. What about next? Currently, He Han Sheng seemed to want it all, both the white moonlight and the red rose. He neither granted Xiaqingqing a title nor allowed Su Xingran to leave. Xiaqingqing, unfazed, would never be the one to suffer. It was Su Xingran who bore the brunt of it. He Han Sheng was a lunatic, while Xiaqingqing was a madwoman. In the twisted games they played, how could Su Xingran expect a favorable outcome? If she couldn't fight back, then surely she could avoid becoming a target. Suddenly, Lu Cici blinked. I heard, He Han Sheng jumped off a cliff for you? Do you really believe that? Su Xingran rolled her eyes in disbelief. Consider who He Han Sheng is. Would he jump off a cliff for me? If he did, would he still trade me for Su Xingran? His actions are contradictory. Lu Cici covered her mouth in disbelief, her wide eyes filled with shock. So, he didn't jump? Was that just a rumor? Su Xingran sighed, it's not entirely a rumor, after all, he did indeed jump. Lu Cici, He Han Sheng really jumped for Su Xingran? Insanity. Lu Cici was equally perplexed by He Han Sheng's intentions. Did he truly care for Su Xingran, or was it otherwise? If he cared, why did he trade her for Xiaqingqing, placing Su Xingran in such a perilous situation? If he didn't care, why would he jump for her? To be candid, someone like He Han Sheng didn't seem the type to sacrifice for love. He certainly didn't appear to be the kind who would follow Su Xingran to the grave if she perished. Thus, what did He Han Sheng's actions signify? Su Xingran pondered for a moment. This is a question I've contemplated for quite some time. I think perhaps when I leaped, he rushed after me, intending to grab me, and then accidentally misstepped. Lu Cici's expression darkened as she listened, and as soon as Su Xingran finished her speculation, she nodded vigorously. Yes. That must be it. He Han Sheng, that dog man, is nothing but a sophisticated egotist. If you say he jumped for you, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Su Xingran nodded in agreement. Anyone who believes that is a fool. In the past, had she seen He Han Sheng leap down to save her, she would have undoubtedly been moved to offer herself in return. But now, she was clear-headed, rational, and had gained insight. She understood that He Han Sheng would never jump for her. If he did, it was merely due to a slip of the foot. That was the only possibility. Lu Cici embraced her. Don't let that dog man affect your mood. Stay cheerful. Once you're discharged, let us go out for a meal. When you go abroad, I'll come visit you. Su Xingran hugged her back, her heart a tangled mess of emotions. Sister, this is true love. After Lu Cici departed, Su Xingran reclined on the hospital bed to rest. She sought to empty her mind. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open. She assumed Lu Cici had forgotten something. Cici, upon opening her eyes, she was met with the tall, distinguished figure at the doorway, causing her smile to freeze in an instant. Why are you back? Hadn't He Han Sheng left in a fit of anger? He Han Sheng's expression was frosty, and he tossed something her way. Su Xingran instinctively caught it. It was her mobile phone. She had rushed out of the villa without it. Now, seeing her phone, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lying here was exceedingly dull, and having a phone would help pass the time. She powered it on, instantly transforming into a girl addicted to the internet. He Han Sheng approached her with long strides, looking down at her from above. Aren't you going to thank me? Su Xingran pulled a slight smile. Thanks. She opened the phone to check her game. She hadn't logged in today. After successfully logging in and claiming her rewards, she noticed He Han Sheng still lingering in the room. She waved her hand dismissively. You're not needed here. You can leave. He Han Sheng was so infuriated that he almost laughed. Su Xingran, do you truly regard me as a courier? Having initially left, he had driven off, reflecting on his actions. He recognized that he had wronged her this time. She had every right to feel aggrieved. Thus, he returned. Yet, Su Xingran displayed this attitude. Su Xingran didn't even look up. I never said that, but I genuinely believe your delivery service is excessive. You could easily have someone else handle it. It would save her from the annoyance of seeing him. A flicker of anger crossed He Han Sheng's calm demeanor. Su Xingran, take the opportunity I'm giving you, or you might not get another. Su Xingran lifted her gaze to meet He Han Sheng's cool, ethereal features, her brows furrowing deeply, her beautiful face etched with confusion. Before she could finish, her phone rang. It was a call from an unknown number. Not wishing to converse with He Han Sheng, she answered briskly. Hello. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Su Xingran? Yes, this is she. Who is this? I have found your marriage certificate. He Han Sheng's eyes narrowed dangerously. Chapter 56 Su Xingran faces a marriage ultimatum. Su Xingran furrowed her brows momentarily before decisively terminating the call. She proceeded to open the game interface, immersing herself in the comforting distraction of gameplay. He Han Sheng stood nearby, exuding an air of elegance and composure, his eyes reflecting the aloofness of someone in a position of power. He had overheard the conversation and noted her immediate rejection of a subsequent call from the same number. With a calculated gaze, He Han Sheng regarded her for several seconds, his tone steady as he inquired, will you not provide an explanation? Su Xingran looked up, bewildered, meeting his icy, probing stare with a blank expression. Explain what? The necessity for constant explanations was exasperating. She felt as though she was becoming a remedy for every misunderstanding, yet she was utterly at a loss for what required clarification. He Han Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he pointed towards her phone. The call. Still in a state of confusion, Su Xingran replied, what call? Suddenly, the contents of the earlier conversation struck her. The caller had mentioned finding her marriage certificate, causing her lips to twitch in disbelief. Are you referring to the matter of the marriage certificate? He Han Sheng's gaze darkened, seemingly tranquil but concealing an undercurrent of impending storm. Observing his demeanor piqued her curiosity, and she jested, you can't possibly have never received a scam call in your entire life, can you? It was merely that this particular scam call was rather absurd, beginning with a marriage certificate. Did this imply that married women were more susceptible to deception? A flicker of confusion crossed He Han Sheng's otherwise stern features. Scam? Su Xingran realized from his expression that he appeared entirely unfamiliar with the concept of scam calls. How unjust. It seemed that not everyone was privy to such experiences. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of balance restored, for a life devoid of scam calls was indeed incomplete, much like He Han Sheng's existence. He Han Sheng's tone remained calm as he pressed further. Are they attempting to deceive you with the marriage certificate? Irritation welled up within Su Xingran, especially as her game had already commenced, and He Han Sheng was severely disrupting her concentration. I don't know. Stop asking, it's annoying. He Han Sheng felt a sense of disdain directed at him by Su Xingran due to the scam call. Indeed, he had never encountered such calls before, rendering him a novice in this domain. Determined to conquer this unfamiliar territory, he resolved to delve deeper. As Su Xingran became engrossed in her game, He Han Sheng strode confidently out of the room. Meanwhile, she remained entirely absorbed in gameplay, having no notion of the implications of the call regarding the marriage certificate. Her initial acquisition of the marriage license with Shen Huichuan had merely been an act of assistance. The hurried nature of that day, coupled with her subsequent frustrations stemming from daily interactions with He Han Sheng, had caused her to completely forget about it. Upon exiting, He Han Sheng encountered Gao Chao approaching him. Casting a glance towards Su Xingran's hospital room, he proposed to Gao Chao, shall we have a drink? Gao Chao, sensing the tantalizing allure of gossip, particularly one involving He Han Sheng, grinned broadly, his enthusiasm palpable. Of course. Across from the hospital, a quaint CAF awaited, where the two distinguished gentlemen settled in. He Han Sheng, a natural leader, and Gao Chao, exuding warmth and charm, engaged in conversation. Gao Chao initiated, what is it you wish to discuss? He Han Sheng wasted no time and posed a direct question. Have you ever received a scam call? Certainly. A flicker of amusement danced across Gao Chao's features, intrigued by the unexpected inquiry. He had anticipated a discussion of romantic entanglements, yet here they were discussing scams. He Han Sheng continued relentlessly, how do scam calls typically operate, what are the common opening lines? Gao Chao pondered momentarily. He frequently received such calls, dismissing unknown numbers without hesitation. Nevertheless, he was well versed in the tactics employed by scammers. There are numerous approaches. For instance, they might claim a family member has been injured in an accident and urgently requires funds. Alternatively, they may inform you that a package containing contraband has been sent to you, implicating you in a crime. There are also calls stating that your account has been charged for overseas purchases of weapons, and you are now under investigation, and so forth. The sheer volume of scam calls was overwhelming, each more inventive than the last. He Han Sheng's expression grew increasingly grave as he enunciated, is there a scam involving a marriage certificate? Ha? Gao Chao was taken aback, an expression of disbelief crossing his features. I have not encountered such a method of deception. He was familiar with marriage scams, but a scam involving a marriage certificate was entirely foreign to him. Intrigued, Gao Chao prodded further. What were the circumstances surrounding this call? He Han Sheng's gaze was icy, his voice devoid of warmth. Someone called, stating they had found a marriage certificate. Gao Chao chuckled upon hearing this. That does not sound like a scam call at all. True scams would not initiate with such an approach. The caller likely found the certificate and is merely attempting to return it. As He Han Sheng absorbed this information, a glimmer of frost flashed in his eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. Gao Chao's heart raced. He sensed that He Han Sheng was on the verge of an emotional explosion. Gao Chao recalled He Han Sheng's earlier glance towards Su Xingran's room and speculated, "You do not mean to say that this call was received by Su Xingran, do you?" He Han Sheng remained silent, but the chill emanating from him intensified. Gao Chao chuckled lightly. "Surely you jest. Su Xingran married, with whom, you, or have you two secretly obtained a marriage license without my knowledge?" He Han Sheng shot him a frosty glare. "You were adamant that such scams do not exist." Gao Chao rubbed his chin thoughtfully, mumbling to himself, "I have indeed never heard of such a scam if Su Xingran had received such a call." Suddenly, a revelation struck Gao Chao, and his emotions surged. "I understand now." He clapped He Han Sheng on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "Han Sheng, you truly are oblivious. Su Xingran has been dropping hints so blatantly, and you remain unaware?" He Han Sheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Hints about what?" Gao Chao, exasperated, exclaimed, "Marriage. Su Xingran is subtly indicating her desire for you to marry her. The hints are so unmistakable, yet you fail to grasp their significance." He Han Sheng's cold demeanor softened momentarily, his striking features betraying a flicker of astonishment. Su Xingran wished to marry him. Gao Chao was nearly at his wit's end, utterly baffled by He Han Sheng's emotional ineptitude. Gao Chao continued with a gentle tone, "Did she not receive that call in your presence?" "Yes." "And she did not respond?" "Yes." "Did she inform you that it was a scam?" Then there you have it." Gao Chao asserted confidently, "Su Xingran is indeed hinting that you should marry her. Consider this, you two have attempted to host engagement parties twice without success. She must harbor some frustration, hence, she is suggesting that instead of hosting another engagement party, you should simply get married." Chapter 57 He Han Sheng's proposal. He Han Sheng's slender fingers idly tapped on the table, producing a faint sound, monotonous and devoid of fluctuation. "So you believe she intentionally let me overhear her marriage announcement? To provoke me, and thereby pressure me into marriage?" Gao Zhao felt his conjecture was astutely accurate, and the more he pondered, the more precise it became. It must be so. After all, who could possibly commit fraud using a marriage certificate? There are only two possibilities. 1. Su Xingran is indeed married, and someone has genuinely found her marriage certificate. He Han Sheng asserted with unwavering conviction, that is impossible. Who else could Su Xingran marry but him? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, when Su Xingran received the phone call, her petite face exhibited no emotional turbulence. She didn't even glance at him. But if she truly were married, her performance was nothing short of masterful. Gao Zhao winked at him, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. Why not investigate? After all, with just a phone call, you could ascertain Su Xingran's marital status. Given He Han Sheng's capabilities, he could easily find out whether Su Xingran was married. He Han Sheng shot him a cool glance, confidence radiating from his gaze. "Is it necessary?" Gao Zhao chuckled. "Certainly not. After all, aside from marrying He Han Sheng, who else could Su Xingran possibly wed?" It was a conclusion one could arrive at with mere common sense. Gao Zhao continued with a grin. "Then we must consider the second scenario. I believe she is subtly coercing you into marriage. However, Han Jing, this situation is indeed your fault. You owe her an explanation." He Han Jing recalled the recent perilous incident, his brow furrowing slightly as his voice carried a tone of resignation. "I had arranged everything. She simply does not trust me. Zhao Tianqi was the finest mercenary group in the country, equipped with the best personnel and gear. As long as Su Xingran complied, she would remain unharmed. He could also rescue Xia Qingqing. Gao Zhao shook his head. "You may not have grasped the crux of the matter. It is not merely a question of trust, but rather that you placed her in danger. Women value emotions, yet you persist in your rationality." Gao Zhao regarded him intently. Moreover, an unforeseen event occurred. This unexpected event referred to Tang Jin. He Han Jing's expression instantly turned frigid. A cold smile escaped his lips, his eyes icy. Not only did Su Xingran doubt him, but Tang Jin did as well. That he had even reached an agreement with the kidnappers, nearly endangering Su Xingran's life. He Han Jing would not let Tang Jin off lightly. Tang Jin would face imprisonment. Observing He Han Jing's stern visage, Gao Zhao earnestly declared, "Han Jing, since Su Xingran is being so proactive, it would be inappropriate for you to feign ignorance any longer. Quickly offer her some reassurance, otherwise, should she truly decide to leave you one day, you shall be left to wallow in regret." "She will not." He Han Jing's tone was resolute. Gao Zhao laughed softly. "Ah, you are merely confident in her love for you. It is undeniable that she does love you, but hearts can grow cold. I hope you do not squander the present moment, cherish it while you can." No amount of further discussion would suffice. It was all contingent on He Han Jing's actions. Gao Zhao's phone rang, and he answered promptly. "All right, I will be there shortly." Rising from his seat, he added, "I have a patient arriving, I must take my leave. Reflect on this matter carefully." With that, Gao Zhao departed. He Han Sheng lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a sip at his long fingers delicately grinded the coffee cup, his gaze profound. He Han Sheng entered just as Su Xingran's game reached a feverish climax. He made his way directly to her bedside, seated himself, and placed a vibrant rose along with an exquisite box before her. Su Xingran cast a glance in his direction. All she noticed was the resplendent rose. Her fingers continued to navigate her phone, bemused by He Han Sheng's sudden whim to present her with roses. Had he not previously declared his disdain for such gestures? Oh, she understood now. Perhaps he felt guilty for nearly endangering her life this time. Thank you, she remarked, returning to her game, eager for victory. He Han Sheng's cool voice broke through her concentration, laced with a hint of amusement. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Ha? Open the rose? No, was He Han Sheng unwell? You open it. She was too engrossed in her game. He Han Sheng maintained an expression of calm, though he felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, this was his first proposal. Su Xingran seemed unfazed, which was perhaps a blessing, as it alleviated some of his tension. On his way to purchase the ring, he had researched the details of proposals. Most involved the man opening the ring box and kneeling on one knee. He Han Sheng would not kneel. He bore too much pride, nor would he propose in front of a multitude. He could not bring himself to endure such humiliation. He unveiled the hefty ring box, revealing a 10-carat diamond ring, heart-shaped. He extended it towards Su Xingran. Do you like it? Su Xingran feigned interest, her gaze not straying from the game. She dismissively replied, I like it, I really do. A subtle smile curved He Han Sheng's lips. Since you have accepted my proposal, let us find a time to obtain the marriage certificate. Ha? Su Xingran's hand trembled, causing her to miss an important move, resulting in the opposing player unleashing a devastating blow. The screen flashed, game over, panic surged within her, yet, her shock paled in comparison to the impact of He Han Sheng's words. Finally, she shifted her gaze from her phone to He Han Sheng's hand, where the massive diamond dazzled her senses, leaving her momentarily dazed. She then caught sight of the triumphant smile dancing at the corners of He Han Sheng's eyes. Su Xingran, there is a saying in my culture that I am unsure if I should articulate. He Han Sheng actually proposed to her. She hadn't even realized it was a proposal. Had she accepted? No, she merely expressed her fondness. How had that turned into an agreement? Taking a deep breath, Su Xingran endeavored to steady her emotions. In truth, she was more curious about what had prompted He Han Sheng to propose than her own bewilderment at being proposed to. She tilted her head, her bright eyes blinking in surprise. What prompted you to suddenly wish to marry me? He Han Sheng laughed, the sincerity of his smile unmistakable. I received your subtle hint. Su Xingran. When did I ever hint at that? What kind of scam call begins with finding a marriage certificate? If that isn't an indication of your desire to marry me, then what is? Su Xingran's throat tightened. She immediately gave He Han Sheng a thumbs up. You picked up on such a subtle hint, He Han Sheng. I truly admire your perceptiveness. The absurdity of a scam call starting with a marriage certificate was indeed outrageous. Yet even more astonishing was that He Han Sheng had interpreted it as a signal for him to propose. She was fortunate indeed, if only He Han Sheng's astute mind could take a moment to reflect. The phone was a gift from him, and she had received that nonsensical scam call the moment she turned it on. How could she have orchestrated a hint for him to propose? Was that even reasonable? Truly absurd. Chapter 58. The size of the engagement ring is not hers. He Han Sheng gently took her hand and slipped the ring onto her slender finger, where it sparkled brilliantly. It's beautiful, Su Xingran remarked, shaking her hand slightly, causing the ring to tilt, clearly too large. He Han Sheng pondered her true size. It was quite easy to ascertain. Proposing to her in such a lackadaisical manner, gifting her a ring meant for another was truly audacious. She rolled her eyes internally, yet a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Wow! What a sizable gem, I adore it. Such a grand stone would fetch a handsome sum if sold, just enough to cover her tuition for studying abroad. It could also serve as compensation for the youth she had spent alongside He Han Sheng over the years. As for why she was unwilling to marry him yet accepted his ring, it was simple. A man who mistook fraudulent messages for proposals and one who was negligent even in the size of the ring he offered, was hardly worthy. She had rebuffed his advances countless times. Had any of those refusals ever mattered? Thus, she chose silence, relinquishing her struggle, for she would soon depart. He Han Sheng's proposal was surely born out of guilt over recent events, a way for him to secure an exit strategy. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such a moment to propose, without witnesses, in the midst of her casual gaming, and with a ring that did not fit. Was his proposal sincere? If she took it to heart, she would be utterly foolish. He Han Sheng sat beside her, a relaxed and joyful smile gracing his handsome features, seemingly imbued with genuine affection. Now that you have accepted my proposal, let's put the past behind us and cease the drama, shall we? See? A slap followed by a sweet date. Su Xingran's smile deepened. I have already moved on. Indeed, she had, for she no longer wished to partake in the farce of his white moonlight and red roses. He Han Sheng appeared pleased. You truly are the most understanding. Su Xingran's smile broadened as she nodded repeatedly. She was exceptionally understanding enough to step aside. He Han Sheng reached out to affectionately ruffle her hair, his face radiating tenderness. It's quite late. You should rest early tomorrow. Once you finish your 4, I will come to escort you out of the hospital. Su Xingran responded obediently, all right. He Han Sheng's mood lifted, especially upon seeing her sweet, compliant smile. He was satisfied. She had reverted to her former self, sweet, understanding, and full of love. It was clear that women often needed a proposal, a title, something to placate them. Had he known that such a gesture would soothe her, he would have resorted to it long ago. The past few days of her capriciousness had left him feeling quite stifled, but thankfully, that seemed to be resolved. He Han Sheng departed, and the moment the hospital door closed, Su Xingran's smile vanished. She clutched her chest, overwhelmed by a wave of discomfort. Had he lingered even a moment longer, she would have been sick. How blind had she been to fall for such a dog of a man as He Han Sheng? In truth, after He Qingqing called off their engagement, she had left, and they had parted ways amicably. Perhaps some regret lingered in her heart, some reluctance, some attachment. After all, He Han Sheng had held a unique place in her heart that would never be replaced. It certainly was not a situation as it stood now, where all her emotions had been extinguished by He Han Sheng. She now viewed him as nothing more than a neurotic with a few screws loose. Time to distance herself quickly. Su Xingran retrieved her phone and snapped a picture of the ring to send to Lu Cici. Can you find a way to sell this? Lu Cici. So large, did you buy it? In truth, Lu Cici on the other end had a bold guess, but upon considering He Han Sheng's character, she doubted it was possible. Su Xingran did not conceal the truth. He Han Sheng gave it to me, he proposed. Lu Cici. Wait, what does he mean by this? Lu Cici was baffled by He Han Sheng's intentions. It seemed he had genuinely begun to care for Su Xingran, almost as if he were in love with her. The next moment, Su Xingran sent a video showing the dazzling ring wobbling on her ring finger. Lu Cici. It's the wrong size, he proposed with a ring that doesn't even fit? Was He Han Sheng trying to be funny? Su Xingran frowny face. I didn't take it seriously. Why should you? This ring is so big, it should fetch quite a bit, right? Help me find a way to sell it. Lu Cici. You are truly something else. Hold on, I'll find someone to appraise it. Su Xingran suddenly had a thought and quickly interrupted. Wait, don't inquire just yet, I'll leave the ring with you, and you can sell it once I'm gone. I fear if you ask now, He Han Sheng might find out and go mad. After all, such a large diamond was rare. At first glance, it appeared to be at least 10 carats, though she was uncertain of the exact weight. In the capital, substantial rings like this were not common and not easily circulated. What if He Han Sheng discovered it? Lu Cici frowny face. Thanks for the heads up, we can't sell it in the capital. Keep the ring, and I'll help you find resources to sell it abroad, then transfer the money to your account. Though He Han Sheng's proposal had been haphazard, selling the engagement ring and making it public would certainly tarnish his reputation. To avoid any trouble from He Han Sheng, selling it overseas would put an end to the matter. Su Xingran frowny face. Love you, sis. After finishing her chat with Lu Cici, she promptly deleted the conversation. Lying in her hospital bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Approximately 20 minutes later, she sat up, her beautiful face marred by irritation. Damn it, He Han Sheng's proposal has utterly thrown me off. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This dog of a man was messing with her state of mind. No, if He Han Sheng was messing with her, she would return the favor by meddling in his white moonlight. She located Xia Qingqing's account and donned the ring, squeezing it tightly to feign a perfect fit before recording a video to send to Xia Qingqing. He just proposed to me, and this is the engagement ring he gifted. Honestly, I care a lot about him replacing me with you. I have no intention of accepting his proposal. But he was on his knees, crying and repenting, claiming he would love only me from now on, saying he always regarded you as a sister. If I wasn't interested, he would keep his distance from you. What could I do? My heart softened. Wow, this ring is stunning, it's even heart-shaped, it must be at least 10 carats, worth several million. Indeed, He Han Sheng truly loves me the most. Su Xingran watched the video several times, her tone soaring with exuberance. She felt nauseated by her own performance but was nonetheless satisfied. Clicking send, she reveled in the satisfaction of imagining Xia Qingqing's frantic jealousy upon viewing the video. Delightful. Chapter 59 of The Heart of True Love. Xia Qingqing, unable to contain her agitation, was pierced by the sight of the glimmering ring in the video sent by Su Xingran, a sensation that stung her heart. Ah! In a fit of anger, she swept everything off the cabinet, the cacophony of clattering objects echoing incessantly. Her delicate, fair face contorted into a mask of fury. At that moment, Gao Chao had just concluded his examination of a patient and was passing by Xia Qingqing's ward when he heard the abnormal commotion from within. He knocked on the door and entered, only to be greeted by chaos and the sight of a frenzied Xia Qingqing. Gao Chao furrowed his brows, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Xia Qingqing, this is a hospital, a ward, not your home. Kindly maintain some decorum and silence. Unlike Tang Jin, Gao Chao would not indulge Xia Qingqing without limits or entertain her whims. He also was not He Han Sheng, who catered to her every request. From the perspective of an ordinary friend, he found no fondness for Xia Qingqing. What person of sound judgment would take a liking to a homewrecker? Indeed, in Gao Chao's eyes, Xia Qingqing was nothing more than a shameless mistress. The relationship between He Han Sheng and Su Xingran was common knowledge. Su Xingran was He Han Sheng's fiancée. If Xia Qingqing possessed even a modicum of morality, she would maintain her distance from a married man and refrain from causing trouble on significant occasions. It was utterly disgraceful to disrupt someone else's engagement celebration. Of course, He Han Sheng's indulgence played a part in this scenario. However, Gao Chao found Xia Qingqing's entitled demeanor exceedingly distasteful. Did she not realize that her current predicament was built upon the life of her own brother? When she acted out, she showed no signs of remorse, obliterating the last remnants of her brother's dignity. As a doctor, Gao Chao was even less inclined to tolerate Xia Qingqing. Her behavior in the hospital, throwing tantrums and making unreasonable demands, was the bane of every physician. Such patients were the most troublesome and detestable. Upon seeing Gao Qiao, Xia Qingqing seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. She scrambled over, clutching her phone, and presented the video to him. Brother Han Sheng, didn't he propose to Su Xingran, right? That ring in the video was bought by Su Xingran herself, wasn't he it? In the video, Su Xingran was brimming with pride, her tone dripping with self-satisfaction, as if she were about to ascend to the heavens. Gao Qiao couldn't help but smirk. It appeared that He Han Sheng was indeed aware of the situation. He had directly proposed, and quite swiftly at that. Naturally, Su Xingran sending this video to Xia Qingqing was intentional. Xia Qingqing had previously provoked Su Xingran on numerous occasions, and now, the proverbial boomerang had finally struck her. However, it must be noted that Su Xingran also sought to aggravate Xia Qingqing, as the image of He Han Sheng kneeling and weeping in remorse was utterly implausible, an act entirely uncharacteristic of him. But did such minor details truly matter? Not in the slightest. Gao Qiao returned the phone to Xia Qingqing and stated, Su Xingran and He Han Sheng are engaged. It is entirely normal for him to propose to her. Moreover, that ring cannot possibly be one bought by Su Xingran. It is known as the heart of true love, a representation of the Yi family matriarch, and there exists but one in the world. Although Gao Qiao harbored no fondness for Xia Qingqing, he spoke the truth. This ring was indeed the heart of true love, emblematic of the future matriarch of the Yi family. The fact that He Han Sheng bestowed it upon Su Xingran indicated his serious intentions to marry her. Otherwise, he could have easily chosen a different ring. Instantly, Xia Qingqing's complexion drained of color, her petite shoulders trembling violently, her face devoid of all hue from the blow. She had heard of the Yi family's heirloom diamond, the heart of true love. The previous owner of this ring had been He Han Sheng's grandmother. He Han Sheng's mother was unworthy of receiving this heart of true love. Yet, to her utter disbelief, He Han Sheng had so easily given it to Su Xingran. Did this signify He Han Sheng's acceptance of Su Xingran? No, she refused to believe it. He Han Sheng's demeanor hardly suggested acceptance of Su Xingran. Xia Qingqing's eyes turned red, her delicate face twisted in anguish, hinting at a threat of madness. No, brother Han Sheng would never give the heart of true love to Su Xingran. He is merely feeling guilty. He feels so remorseful about this incident. He is just appeasing Su Xingran. Gao Qiao raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Xia Qingqing, your brother lost his life for He Han Sheng. His guilt towards you is profound. All these years, you must have sensed his guilt. Otherwise, what right do you have to prance about before him? His guilt towards you surpasses that towards Su Xingran and has endured far longer. Why did he not give you the heart of true love? Is it that he did not wish to? Gao Qiao scoffed. No, it is that he would not. It is because you are unworthy. Xia Qingqing had clung to He Han Sheng for so many years. Indeed, he had treated her well and indulged her, yet, that was the extent of it. If He Han Sheng truly intended to offer her a legitimate status, he would have done so long ago. His special treatment of her was solely due to Xia Ming. Without Xia Ming, Xia Qingqing would have had no opportunity to approach He Han Sheng at all. As Xia Qingqing felt as though she were drifting, tears streaming down her face, as she shook her head fervently, insisting, no. Brother Han Sheng likes me, he is special to me. Stop dreaming. Gao Qiao showed no mercy towards Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing, you know exactly what transpired when Xingran kidnapped you. The police have the video as well. Just this incident alone disqualifies you from entering the He family. Xia Qingqing covered her face. I was coerced. Gao Qiao snickered. Perhaps Xingran did compel you, but whether your kidnapping was a result of collusion or coercion, you and Xingran are well aware. It was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that Xia Qingqing had not played a role in this situation. It was simply unfortunate that she had botched it. After delivering his remarks, Gao Qiao had no desire to engage further with Xia Qingqing and left her with a parting shot. Do not make a scene in the hospital. As he departed, the sound of Xia Qingqing's heart-wrenching sobs echoed behind him. Gao Qiao could only think that she had brought this upon herself. Xia Qingqing was far too greedy. Her brother's death had paved a promising path for her, one where she could choose a bright future, with He Han Sheng as her protector for life. Yet, she chose instead to covet He Han Sheng. Greed blinds the heart, and this was her folly. Ultimately, she would end up with nothing. Look at Lin Yuewei, who had once saved He Han Sheng. He had offered her a choice, and while she did not choose to kidnap He Han Sheng, she opted for her career instead. He Han Sheng had continually supported her, and she had become the sole spokesperson for He Jewelry. Presently, she stood as a leading star in the entertainment industry, a dazzling triple-threat actress. Consider her choices, and then look at Xia Qingqing. Therefore, women must possess intelligence. What man can compare to a thriving career? Especially considering that He Han Sheng was an uncontrollable variable. Chapter 60 of this ring represents Mrs. He. The following morning, Gao Qiao arrived to administer in 4 to Su Xingran. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, once you finish these 3 bottles today, you shall be discharged. Upon returning home, take the time to rest and drink plenty of water. The toxins must be thoroughly eliminated. Su Xingran held a favorable impression of Gao Qiao, as he was one of the few individuals in the imperial capital who treated her with kindness. Thank you, she replied. After inserting the needle and starting the 4, Gao Qiao's gaze lingered on her fair hands, seemingly in search of something. Su Xingran assumed he was looking for the mark left by a snakebite and promptly extended her arms. Here. Gao Qiao glanced at the faint bruise adorning her pale arm and chuckled softly. I am not inspecting your injury. Rather, I am inquiring about your ring, the engagement ring that He Han Sheng gifted you. Why are you not wearing it? Su Xingran was momentarily taken aback, her lips curling slightly at the corners. How do you know that He Han Sheng gave me an engagement ring? Gao Qiao let out a laugh. Did you not send a message to Xia Qingqing to boast about it? She was in a frenzy in the ward and, upon seeing me, showed me the video, asking if it were true. His teasing gaze bore into Su Xingran, a mischievous grin on his lips. Did He Han Sheng beg and weep for your forgiveness? Su Xingran's face flushed crimson in an instant. How embarrassing it was to have her private affairs laid bare by Gao Chao, her cousin. She managed a dry chuckle. Ha, it was merely a joke. Gao Chao nodded with a knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with meaning. I understand. In truth, I believe it is commendable that you are learning to take the initiative. Do not merely sacrifice your own happiness, whether facing He Han Sheng or Xiaqingqing. Retreating in every situation will only push you further away. Just like the old Su Xingran, who tirelessly gave of herself but received nothing in return. She had suffered in solitude, her heart heavy with internal strife now. However, she had learned to retaliate. Xiaqingqing had been reduced to tears in her frustration, and He Han Sheng had begun to feel a sense of urgency. Thus, one must not be overly soft. Su Xingran regarded him with a quizzical expression. Why did you not say this sooner? Had he spoken up earlier, she might not have endured so many years of grievance. Gao Chao spread his hands, his handsome face expressing helplessness. Given your previous infatuation, would you have listened to me? Su Xingran. Oh, is this a personal attack now? Yet, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Gao Chao continued, so, this is something only you can come to terms with. No amount of advice from others will prove useful. However, I had thought you would awaken to this realization sooner. Who knew you would persist for 7 years? His gaze held a deep sympathy as he observed her. I once believed your infatuation was beyond salvation. Su Xingran. Did she truly appear foolish in his eyes all that time? Tragically, she could not dispute it. Seeing the discomfort on her face, Gao Chao softened his tone. Nevertheless, you have endured the worst and are now reaping the rewards. He Han Sheng's attitude has shifted significantly. He has proposed to you, and I believe your future together will be filled with joy. Su Xingran's expression remained inscrutable, offering no argument. How could she dispute it? For the past 7 years, she had indeed acted foolishly, enduring He Han Sheng's indifference and callousness, which left her deeply wounded. Gao Chao perceived her situation more clearly than she did, yet, he was mistaken about one thing. She was not experiencing a sweet reward for her suffering, nor did she harbor hopes for He Han Sheng's transformation. She had given up on him entirely. Any prospects of a harmonious future with him were irrelevant to her. However, there was no need to share these thoughts with Gao Chao. Thank you, I will take your words to heart. Gao Chao, his excitement evident, asked, may I see the ring? Su Xingran gestured towards the drawer beside him. It's in the drawer. Gao Chao was taken aback. You keep such an important item in a drawer? Su Xingran sighed. What good would it do to wear something so valuable while I am injured? Primarily, since it was an engagement ring from He Han Sheng, she had no intention of wearing it. She wished to sell it. Gao Chao considered this and nodded in understanding. He retrieved a delicate box from the drawer, opened it, and gazed upon the dazzling ring, revealing a satisfied smile. Indeed, it is the heart of true love. Su Xingran asked, what is the heart of true love? This ring is called the heart of true love, a symbol of the future wife of the He family. He Han Sheng gifting it to you signifies his genuine desire to marry you. Su Xingran, was this not simply an ordinary ring, and did it really bear the melodramatic name of heart of true love? Moreover, did He Han Sheng truly wish to marry her? The size did not even fit. What nonsense. Gao Chao handed her the ring. This ring changes its setting with each new owner, and the setting is engraved with the initials of its owner. You can check to see if your initials are inscribed here. Su Xingran accepted it, initially believing it to be merely a sizable diamond ring. Valuable, indeed, yet, it held such profound significance? The initials of the future Mrs. He were engraved within. He Han Sheng had given it to her. Su Xingran was skeptical. After all, the size was incorrect. How could it possibly be intended for her? Yet, her curiosity piqued. She extracted the ring from its box, discovering indeed that initials were engraved within the band. XXX. In that format, upon closer inspection, she noted the first 3 letters were HHS. Clearly, this stood for He Han Sheng. The last 3 letters, she scrutinized them carefully. Splendid. The anxiety that had lingered in her heart was now extinguished. XQQ. Xiaqingqing. Su Xingran had not anticipated this. She never believed a ring that did not fit could possibly be meant for her. Clearly, the ring was intended for Xiaqingqing, crafted to her size, yet it had been given to her instead. Was this not a blatant act of disdain? He Han Sheng truly lacked any sense of boundaries. Gao Chao, filled with anticipation, inquired, are your initials engraved inside? Su Xingran tightened her grip on the ring, a bashful smile gracing her lips. You are correct. It is indeed my initials. I am so happy, so thrilled, so alright, no need to elaborate further. I understand the excitement and joy you feel within. Therefore, prepare yourself to embrace the beautiful, radiant, and glorious future of being Mrs. He. Su Xingran. His words amused her. Indeed, a beautiful, radiant future. One devoid of He Han Sheng would hardly be beautiful or glorious, would it? Gao Chao felt he had performed admirably as a persuader that day. Proudly, he stood up, declaring, very well, I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. I have other patients to attend to. Simply ring for assistance when you require a water change. Su Xingran nodded, thank you for your efforts. As Gao Chao reached the door, he mischievously winked at her. Take good care of that ring. It is a family heirloom of the He family. Su Xingran smiled and nodded. Rest assured, she would certainly sell the He family's heirloom for a handsome price. Chapter 61 Departure. After 3 days. As Su Xingran was halfway through her 3rd bottle of 4 fluid, He Han Sheng called her. A flicker of impatience crossed her face, yet she answered the call. Hello. He Han Sheng's deep voice resonated from the other end. Have you finished the 4? Just a little left. He Han Sheng. Silence. The silence signified that he would not be able to pick her up as promised. This was Su Xingran's immediate reaction. Nevertheless, she was not in a hurry. As He Han Sheng remained silent, she lifted her head, mentally counting the drips from the 4 bag. 1 drip, 2 drips, 3 drips. I have something to attend to today, so I can't come to pick you up. A knowing expression of resignation appeared on Su Xingran's face. She kindly replied, It's alright, I can go back by myself. Okay, I'll come back in the evening to have dinner with you. Su Xingran inwardly scoffed, fearing she might be unable to eat in his presence. Alright. After a brief pause, He Han Sheng seemed taken aback by her compliance. He had never been adept with words, he was meticulous only in his work, utterly oblivious when it came to interpersonal relationships. At least with women, he required them to initiate conversation to avoid awkward silences. In the past, Su Xingran had chirped incessantly like a sparrow, preventing any discomfort between them, and now, however, she had fallen silent. The tension of silence enveloped them. How awkward. Then I'll hang up. He Han Sheng also struggled to find a topic. The moment he said he would hang up, Su Xingran promptly ended the call. If he was unwilling to engage in conversation, she had no inclination to converse with him. After all, she was quite fatigued. Almost immediately after she hung up, a provocative text from Xia Qingqing arrived. Xia Qingqing, frowny face. Brother Han Sheng promised to pick you up from the hospital, but he can't make it, because he has to take me to pay respects to my brother. Su Xingran, if you had any self-awareness, you would know that He Han Sheng will never let go of me. Su Xingran genuinely believed Xia Qingqing to be a nuisance. She had always thought so. She understood that Xia Qingqing would never withdraw from the world shared with He Han Sheng, that He Han Sheng would never forget Xia Qingqing either. If Su Xingran still harbored feelings for him, how despairing that would be. But she no longer loved him. Xia Qingqing enjoyed playing the role. She would no longer indulge in this performance, yet she would not allow Xia Qingqing to take pride in this. She promptly sent a heartfelt photo back. Wow. That ring is big and sparkly. Who has jealous, who has gone mad? I know, but I won't say. Su Xingran could easily envision Xia Qingqing's reaction on the other end of the line. She smiled. She no longer cared about He Han Sheng. Using him to provoke her was rather amusing, wasn't it? However, Xia Qingqing was invested in He Han Sheng. Would she withstand the sting of Su Xingran's heartfelt gesture? He Han Sheng was torn between 2 women, and the one he cared for most would suffer the greatest hurt. It had once been Su Xingran, now it was Xia Qingqing. Yet, she did not wish for Xia Qingqing to be so fixated, creating turmoil between her and He Han Sheng for years. She would simply distance herself from the madwoman flourishing alone, before fluid was nearly depleted, prompting Su Xingran to press the call button at her bedside. The door swung open a moment later. My 4 is finished. You can remove it. I'll assist you. A warm and gentle voice filled the room. Su Xingran looked up to see Zhuang Yanqing entering with a bouquet of fresh flowers, her face lighting up with surprise. Senior, what brings you here? A hint of apology flickered across Zhuang Yanqing's face. A few days ago, I attended an event, and upon returning, I heard about your situation. I inquired with Lu Sisi about your hospital room and came over. He then knelt gently before Su Xingran, pressing the IV's rotation shaft, delicately removing the bandage from her hand and withdrawing the needle. His large hand pressed firmly over the band-aid on her wound, and when he looked up, his gentle gaze shimmered with warmth. Does it hurt? Su Xingran felt an overwhelming sense of care. Her heart warmed, and she shook her head with a faint smile. Senior, it doesn't hurt. I hurt, Zhuang Yanqing said, his voice trembling. I heard you jumped off a cliff? Su Xingran's heart suddenly lurched, and she quickly explained, I calculated it. The cliff isn't high, probably just around 10 meters. The pool below is quite deep, and I swim well, so I was confident. In truth, she had lied. It was at least 30 meters. She only knew there was a pool below, uncertain of its depth. If it were only 1 meter, she would have landed as a mere splat. Now that the incident was in the past, she did not wish to cause Zhuang Yanqing any worry. His eyes were deep, glimmering with fragmented light, as if he might shatter before her. His concern was genuine. Su Xingran felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Their relationship was merely that of a senior and junior. Her heart had always belonged to He Han Sheng, leaving her indifferent to other men. She had kept her distance. It turned out not everyone was as cold and aloof as He Han Sheng. Zhuang Yanqing's worry was palpable, allowing her to feel it intensely, but He Han Sheng, even offering an apology, felt like a lofty endeavor. Proposing with a ring inscribed with Xia Qingqing's initials, he was devoid of sentiment. Su Xingran was pierced by the affection in Zhuang Yanqing's gaze, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Senior, have your plans for studying abroad been finalized? Zhuang Yanqing nodded. Yes, it's set for Saturday at 11:20 p.m. That is just 3 days away. Su Xingran smiled. Great, I understand, Senior. Please help me gather my things. I'll head straight to the airport to meet you. Zhuang Yanqing applied a gentle pressure on the band-aid, revealing his inner turmoil. His eyes softened, exuding immense warmth that rippled outward. All right. From now on, he would not allow her to be sad. The bleeding had nearly ceased, and Su Xingran said, Senior, thank you for visiting me. I'll treat you to a meal. Zhuang Yanqing smiled gently. Sure, what would you like to eat? Su Xingran shook her injured hand, her beautiful face adorned with a bright smile. Something light, please. I just got discharged. Health must be prioritized. Zhuang Yanqing contemplated for a moment. I know a unique restaurant that serves medicinal meals, ideal for someone just out of the hospital. I'll take you there. Su Xingran's eyes lit up. Such a place exists? Let us go, I'm curious, hurry. She quickly jumped out of bed, dressed, slipped on her shoes, and grabbed her bag from the side. In addition, she retrieved the invaluable heirloom from the He family, placing it into her bag. Zhuang Yanqing noticed the precious box. Its size and shape made its contents all too clear. His gaze darkened. Chapter 62. Her determination to leave He Han Sheng. Su Xingran accompanied Zhuang Yanqing for a meal. Upon exiting the hospital, she directly entered Zhuang Yanqing's car, cradling a large bouquet of fresh flowers in her arms. The smile adorning her delicate face was even more radiant than the blossoms she held. This scene was witnessed by He Han Sheng, who was just returning in his car, along with Xia Qingqing inside. In fact, they had already set off, but Xia Qingqing suddenly remembered that she had left her bag behind in the hospital. It contained the little stars she had folded for Xia Ming. Although the stars were of little significance, she simply wished to return and provoke Su Xingran once more. Having been driven to madness by Su Xingran's provocations, she found it unreasonable that Su Xingran appeared to be perfectly fine. She intended to bring He Han Sheng back to confront the situation. However, she did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Xia Qingqing covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Brother Han Sheng, was that Su Xingran who just got into a man's car? Did you not say you were coming to pick her up? How could she? Xia Qingqing noticed He Han Sheng's face darkening and the air around them suddenly thickening. She dared not utter a word, her eyes wide with panic, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. The implications of her thoughts were clear. Just moments ago, He Han Sheng had called her, stating he could not come to fetch her, yet, in such a short time, she had seen someone else pick her up? It could either mean a premeditated plan or an immediate replacement. Regardless of the scenario, it was something He Han Sheng would not wish to witness. As a man of such pride and stature, He Han Sheng could not tolerate Su Xingran, who bore the title of his fiancée, smiling at another man. He recognized that car. It was the same one that had come to collect Su Xingran when she had been taken to the station. Zhuang Yanqing. He Han Sheng, silent and brooding, retrieved his phone and dialed Su Xingran's number, his expression ominous. Meanwhile, Su Xingran, joyfully chatting with Zhuang Yanqing in the car, felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was He Han Sheng. She answered, perplexed. Hello. Hadn't she gone to see Xia Ming with Xia Qingqing? Why was he calling her now? Have you finished your 4 drip? For some reason, Su Xingran sensed an unusual tone in He Han Sheng's voice. She chose not to dwell on it, unwilling to expend her energy on his mood. I finished ages ago. I have already been discharged. Did you take a taxi? No, a friend came to visit, so I left with them. What friend? Su Xingran frowned, finding He Han Sheng's questioning tone quite irksome. What right did he have to interrogate her? He Han Sheng, mind your tone. You said you would come to pick me up, yet you didn't have time. I refrained from prying into your whereabouts or whom you were with. I have shown you understanding and respect. Therefore, you needn't interrogate me as if I were a criminal. You are the one who stood me up. What right do you have to act so self-righteous? Su Xingran hung up the phone decisively. In truth, she had a sense of what was behind He Han Sheng's cold demeanor on the call. The city was drenched in He Han Sheng's power, and this hospital was under the He family's name. She could surmise that someone had likely reported to him about her whereabouts, perhaps even sent him a photograph. Thus, she deliberately chose to provoke He Han Sheng. This was all your fault. You were the one who broke your promise that I can play with whomever I wish. You have no say in the matter. Zhuang Yanqing handed Su Xingran a piece of candy. Have a sweet. Su Xingran smiled as she accepted it. I'm not a child anymore. Why are you giving me candy? Zhuang Yanqing chuckled. Candy can bring happiness. Su Xingran unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, savoring the refreshing melon flavor. I'm not unhappy. Perhaps Zhuang Yanqing had misinterpreted her anger towards He Han Sheng as unhappiness. In reality, she felt none. Zhuang Yanqing gently patted her hair, his eyes filled with tender affection. Su Xingran felt a warmth spread within her. You and He Han Sheng? Su Xingran nodded. We've broken up. Are you studying abroad because of him? This time, Su Xingran did not conceal the truth. Yes, because he is a madman, and I must escape. She then cheerfully told Zhuang Yanqing, cherish life, stay away from madmen. He Han Sheng insisted on not breaking up. Why should she continue to entangle herself with him? A year prior, she had taken a stab for He Han Sheng, enduring 3 months in the hospital. Even during her most critical phase, He Han Sheng had only visited her frequently for the first month. Once the doctors assured her recovery, he reverted to his previous indifference. He would come once a week, or perhaps every 10 days or 2 weeks, merely sitting with her before leaving. She had assumed He Han Sheng was busy. However, Xia Qingqing had been incessantly messaging her. He Han Sheng was spending time with her, sporadically. Even after she had taken a knife for He Han Sheng, she was not his priority. He had responsibilities towards Xia Qingqing, yet none towards her. It was merely a matter of priorities. Alone in the hospital, staring at the ceiling day after day, coupled with Xia Qingqing's provocations, her emotions had spiraled out of control. The doctor had said she needed 3 months of hospitalization. She had cried out in despair. After 3 months, she was finally discharged. She wished to return to school, but He Han Sheng forbade her, insisting she rest for another 3 months at the villa. Yet, she could no longer endure such stifling days. She was determined to go to school, and then, she was imprisoned by He Han Sheng, confined once more in the villa for 3 months. During that time, He Han Sheng even replaced Aunt Chen, someone she was quite familiar with a new caregiver who spoke not a word to her aside from attending to her needs. The villa was heavily guarded by bodyguards. From that moment on, she understood that He Han Sheng would not permit anyone to defy him. It marked the beginning of her disillusionment with him. Half a year later, her body had fully recuperated. He Han Sheng still forbade her from attending school, insisting she rest for another 6 months. However, he no longer confined her, allowing her to go out occasionally. During that period, she distinctly felt the onset of depression, yet, she resolved to save herself time and again. She shattered her own self, only to rebuild anew. He Han Sheng remained as cold and aloof as ever, yet he promised her they would become engaged in 6 months. Having loved He Han Sheng for many years, she could no longer discern whether it was love or obsession. At the final juncture, she was unwilling to surrender. Gritting her teeth, she persisted. Eventually the engagement banquet, as she had anticipated, did not succeed. She realized then that it was time to leave completely. She had thought it would be an amicable separation, yet He Han Sheng was unwilling. If he did not want to, so be it. Having endured the experience of confinement, she would no longer openly oppose He Han Sheng, placing herself in a passive position. If she could not leave openly, she would do so discreetly. Her resolve to part ways with He Han Sheng was unshakable. Chapter 63. You play the role of a beginner, while I assumed the role of an expert. Xingran paid no heed to He Han Sheng, and He Han Sheng likewise ceased his calls and messages. She relished the tranquility. After consuming the medicinal cuisine suggested by Zhuang Yanqing, she found herself in a remote part of the capital, over an hour's drive away. The experience was quite unique, as the aroma of herbs filled the air, delicious and fragrant. She savored a large bowl. Behind the medicinal restaurant lay a mountain, atop which stood a temple. Zhuang Yanqing smiled and inquired, having just dined, shall we engage in some exercise to aid digestion? He gestured towards the temple at the mountain's summit. It was not particularly high, merely a half-hour trek. Xingran was inclined to take a stroll as well. Sure. They set off together towards the peak. The mountain was equipped with stairways that led directly to the summit, and the path was easy to navigate. The two ascended leisurely. Arriving at the top of there, they discovered a pavilion, behind which stood a small, uninhabited temple. The breeze at the summit was refreshingly comfortable, soothing her spirit. Her dark hair danced in the wind as she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the mountain, the wind, and the scenery. Unbeknownst to her, Zhuang Yanqing captured this moment on his camera. In the image, she radiated a brightness that surpassed even the sky. Xingran then accompanied Zhuang Yanqing to the temple, which was quite ancient, surrounded by newly constructed wooden structures. The interior was small, making it feel cramped for two. Inside, they venerated the Bodhisattva Guanyin. There was no incense burner. On the stone altar lay 2 loaves of bread and a few coins. After rummaging through her bag for some time, Xingran finally procured a coin. She cupped it in her hands, pressed her palms together, and then placed the coin upon the stone altar. Zhuang Yanqing, with his eyes filled with affection for her, asked with a smile, "What wish did you make?" Xingran shook her head. "I did not make a wish, I merely cleared my mind for a moment." She spoke truthfully. What she desired, she would attain through her own efforts, not by beseeching deities. Passing through this place, she simply offered a sincere prayer. In that fleeting moment, her mind had indeed emptied. Zhuang Yanqing nodded with a smile. They lingered on the mountain for a while longer, enjoying the refreshing breeze before descending. Along the way, Xingran queried him, "Senior, the duration of this study abroad program is 5 years, correct?" "Indeed," he replied. Xingran nodded, understood. 5 years would mean she would return at the age of 20-8. By the time she returned to the villa, it was already past 8, with Zhuang Yanqing having accompanied her back. She waved goodbye to him before stepping into the villa. The interior was brightly lit. He Han Sheng, with his tall and aloof figure, sat on the sofa. Upon seeing her return, he squinted slightly. "You still chose to come back?" Xingran changed her shoes and rolled her eyes internally. Has he learned to speak in a sarcastic tone? "Ha, is that all it takes? You returned quite early as well. I thought you would spend the night at Xiaqingqing's place." He Han Sheng frowned, his cold gaze fixed upon her. "Today is the anniversary of Xia Ming's passing. I merely accompanied her to pay respects." Xingran smiled. "Ah, it is understandable that you accompanied Xiaqingqing today given it is the anniversary of her brother. I can also comprehend your presence at my birthday and your kindness in comforting her on commemorative occasions. However, He Han Sheng, I am but a solitary girl. I have no acquaintances in the capital. Is it not permissible for me to ask my senior to pick me up when you fail to do so? Xiaqingqing requires your companionship, and you went to her. I understand that you have no time for me, and I trust you completely. Thus, I sought someone else to accompany me. It does not disturb you, nor does it impose any additional burden upon you." "How considerate of me, wouldn't you agree?" He Han Sheng's expression darkened in an instant. He rose from the sofa, exuding an authoritative presence, his calm eyes betraying a tempest within. "I regard Xiaqingqing as a sister. She is in poor health, and I look after her on behalf of Xia Ming. My feelings towards her are purely fraternal. Why do you care so much?" Xingran spread her hands, gazing at him with innocent, clear eyes. "He is merely my senior, who sees me as lonely and desolate, offering companionship and warmth. My feelings towards him are devoid of romantic inclination. I simply wish to express my gratitude." "Why, then, are you so furious?" Veins throbbed on He Han Sheng's forehead, his restraint wavering. He felt as though a boomerang had struck him. "That's different." Xingran's smile deepened. "Indeed, it is quite different. You shower Xiaqingqing with concern, attend concerts with her, celebrate birthdays together, and are ever available. My interactions with my senior consist only of sharing a meal. I have been wronged. My favorite star is holding a concert again. Next time, I shall attend with my senior. I know you are busy, and I understand that you cannot accompany me. Su Xingran. He Han Sheng was genuinely enraged now, his voice tinged with madness. His eyes burned crimson, harboring an inferno of fury. Su Xingran took a step back, wary of He Han Sheng's potential wrath. She had no desire to be struck. I can hear you, please refrain from shouting so loudly. It disturbs the peace. He Han Sheng's face darkened ominously. Su Xingran, you truly wish to cause a scene, do you? Su Xingran shrugged. Moreover, expect more of this in the future. Every time you choose to accompany Xia Qingqing, I shall promptly seek out a man to accompany me as well. You play the role of the beginner, while I shall assume the role of the expert. If you can endure it, then endure. If not, then part ways. After all, she would be leaving in a few days. It was only fair to give He Han Sheng a taste of his own medicine. He had obstructed her for so many years. Surely, this was no overreaction. He Han Sheng gazed at her indifferent expression, and his inner fury surged. Were it not for the remnants of sanity, he would have been unable to restrain himself from breaking her neck. He let out a cold laugh. You will not have that opportunity. He would not permit her to seek out other men to provoke him, for she would have no chance to meet any other men at all. Su Xingran immediately grasped his implication. So, he intended to confine her once more, did he? She looked at him, unafraid. He Han Sheng, the kitchen is on fire. The disbelief in He Han Sheng's eyes was palpable as he stiffened and turned around. Almost instantaneously, a large flame erupted from the kitchen, rapidly engulfing the space. The bodyguard stationed at the entrance quickly retrieved a fire extinguisher and extinguished the flames with remarkable speed, ensuring no hazards remained. He Han Sheng fixed his gaze on Su Xingran, his eyes icy with a warning. Su Xingran, what do you mean by this? Su Xingran smiled nonchalantly. It serves as a warning. This time it was a fire at home. Next time, it may very well be your commercial building. He Han Sheng's eyes flickered with madness. Su Xingran, you have lost your mind. Su Xingran's ill-fated words could harm the innocent. Should any harm befall them, the repercussions would be doubled. In a crowded place, she could even lose her life. If his building caught fire, and he failed to respond in time, Su Xingran was playing with her own life. Chapter 64 Endure if you can, depart if you cannot. Su Xingran smiled. Oh, I was merely teasing you. I cherish my life far too much to wish for death. Moreover, as you well know, my abilities only work within my line of sight. If you were to imprison me, your company would certainly lie beyond that range, rendering me powerless. The flickering flames in He Han's eyes gradually dimmed, yet, the next moment, they met with the malevolent expression adorning her lovely face. However, this house is well within my view. If it were to catch fire, it would indeed be quite serious, wouldn't it? The recently extinguished flames flared back to life. He Han's brow furrowed, his gaze cold and foreboding, hinting at an impending storm. He closed his eyes, a fleeting weariness crossing his handsome features as he rubbed his temples, striving to compose himself. Su Xingran, what exactly do you wish to achieve? He Han was bewildered as to how their situation had devolved so drastically. Just yesterday, he had proposed to her, and she had radiated joy and happiness. How had she transformed into a veritable thorn today? He had explained himself. Today marked the memorial of Xia Meng, and he had merely accompanied Xia Qingqing to pay his respects. What was there to cause such uproar? Su Xingran held no hope that He Han would discern her grievances, nor did she expect him to change. There were only 3 days remaining. If they could coexist peacefully, that would be ideal. If not, she wouldn't mind casting a few more curses his way. He Han, it has never been about what I want but rather about what you desire. One must not be overly greedy, one cannot desire to have it all. I will treat you as you treat me. If you regard me as inconsequential, then I shall regard you in kind. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, glancing back at the stunned He Han as she reached the second floor. My stance is clear. I advocate for a separation, each taking their own path. Should you refuse to part ways, you may stew in your own discontent. Today's incident will surely repeat itself again and again. As I said, endure if you can, depart if you cannot. With that, she gracefully retreated to her room, leaving He Han with a silhouette of indifference and coldness, slamming the door behind her. Almost instantaneously, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, as if something had been violently struck. Su Xingran reclined comfortably upon her bed, unconcerned about the furious figure below. This was a predicament of He Han's own making. She had finally released her pent-up emotions toward him, and she felt utterly liberated. As for He Han's plight, it was of no consequence to her. If only it would infuriate him to the point of madness. A short while later, a hurried knocking resounded at her door. Miss Su, please open the door, sir appears to be in great distress. Su Xingran opened the door to find An Zheng standing before her, a figure from the old residence. Previously, when He Han had confined her, he had arranged for An Chen and An Zheng to switch roles. It seemed he had orchestrated yet another scheme. A cold smile crossed her lips. Surely, He Han had already devised a plan to confine her again before her return. Su Xingran raised an eyebrow at An Zheng. What is it? Look at sir, he has collapsed on the floor and seems to be in agony. What should we do? He Han lay curled up on the ground, his tall figure appearing somewhat disheveled. Su Xingran replied to An Zheng, it's nothing serious, just an old ailment. Have someone take him to the hospital, or call Gao Zhao to come over. Either will suffice. He Han truly was a troublesome individual. He was fully aware that his stomach condition could not withstand anger, yet he insisted on allowing his temper to flare. Wasn't he usually rather emotionally stable? An Zheng gazed at Su Xingran in astonishment. Aren't you going to help him? Su Xingran shrugged helplessly. I am not a doctor. I am tired and shall be going to sleep. With that, she closed the door, effectively shutting An Zhang out. She held no ill will toward An Zhang. After all, she was a servant of the Yi family, paid to do a job. Whoever paid her would receive her service, and Su Xingran was not about to expect otherwise. An Zhang, not daring to delay, hurriedly called Gao Zhao. Fortunately, Gao Zhao lived nearby. He had just arrived home and told An Zhang he would be there shortly, instructing her to help He Han to his room to rest. Gao Zhao arrived promptly. He Han had already been assisted to his room and lay on the bed, his exquisitely handsome face pale, his stomach hurt, yet he sensed a deeper pain within him. The dual agony made it difficult for him to breathe. Gao Zhao quickly administered medication and prepared an infusion for him. Only then did He Han's pained expression ease slightly. Gao Zhao immediately understood the source of his condition. Anger. Did I not tell you to keep your temper in check? Why do you never listen? In truth, He Han resembled a robot, frighteningly stable in his emotions. The only one capable of eliciting such tumultuous feelings in him was Su Xingran. Moreover, He Han was suffering greatly, yet Su Xingran had yet to appear. In the past, she would have been by his side, tending to him with utmost care. Gao Zhao, feeling exasperated, inquired, "What happened? Did you not just propose yesterday? You were so sincere. How on earth did things escalate to this point?" The spasms in his stomach and the sensation of needles had subsided significantly, and He Han's complexion had improved slightly. He lay on the bed, momentarily lost in confusion, his cold brow furrowing. After a lengthy silence, he finally rasped, "I don't know." He had no understanding of what had transpired. He couldn't fathom why Su Xingran had transformed so drastically. Gao Zhao, raking a hand through his hair in annoyance, realized that He Han and Su Xingran had become a cycle of hospital visits, one today, the other tomorrow. At this rate, it seemed a matter of life and death. With a sigh, Gao Zhao remarked, "Well, asking you won't yield any answers. I shall seek out Su Xingran." He Han was utterly oblivious in matters of the heart. He had no idea what had provoked Su Xingran. It would be far more efficient to inquire directly with her. In Gao Zhao's estimation, the fault lay squarely with He Han, while Su Xingran bore no blame whatsoever. Today, he had even sensed a softening in her demeanor. Clearly, He Han had once again brought this upon himself. Gao Zhao arrived at Su Xingran's door and politely knocked. "Su Xingran, it's Gao Zhao." Midway through a game, Su Xingran heard his voice and rose to answer the door. "You're here. Is He Han all right?" Gao Zhao did not enter her room but stood at the threshold, inquiring politely, "Did he provoke you again?" Su Xingran, still engrossed in her game, did not look up. "I suppose I provoked him." Gao Zhao's interest piqued. It was unusual for Su Xingran to take the initiative to provoke He Han. "Do tell." He sensed the allure of gossip. "My senior came to pick me up from the hospital, and we had a meal together. When I returned, He Han went into a frenzy. I was merely engaging in normal social interaction. I have no idea what his issue is." Gao Zhao, understood. He was jealous. "Wait. Your senior came to pick you up from the hospital? Wasn't it agreed that He Han would come for you?" "Oh, he went with Xia Qingqing to pay respects to Xia Ming." Gao Zhao, Chapter 65 of He Han Sheng, "You are truly selfish." Gao Zhao could not contain his anger and exclaimed, "Is He Han Sheng out of his mind?" Su Xingran shrugged indifferently, her lovely face betraying no concern. "I believe so. It was a case of wanting it all." Wasn't that a form of madness? Gao Zhao was so exasperated he could hardly find the words. If He Han Sheng were not his cousin, he would genuinely advise Su Xingran to break up with him. Was this behavior even human? Mortified, he could not face Su Xingran and stormed directly into He Han Sheng's room. He kicked the door open, fury etched across his face, his gaze fixed on He Han Sheng, as if he wished to pierce him with daggers. Gao Zhao confronted him. "You clearly promised to pick up Su Xingran today. Why did you stand her up?" He Han Sheng weakly explained, "Today is Xia Ming's memorial." He Han Sheng. Gao Zhao shouted in anger, "As a businessman, you should understand the paramount importance of integrity. If you made a promise to her, you must uphold it. If you cannot, then do not commit." A sense of helplessness clouded He Han Sheng's handsome features, his brows knitted tightly. Xia Qingqing said this would be the last time. Gao Zhao was incredulous, almost laughing in disbelief. The last time? How many times has she claimed that? When has it ever been the last? Shaking his head, he remarked, "Han Sheng, I finally understand why Su Xingran has lost all hope in you. You deserve it." He Han Sheng's long fingers tightened. "I merely cared for Xia Qingqing a bit. Why does she take it so seriously? Haven't I promised to marry her? I even proposed. What more does she want?" Gao Zhao was at a loss for words upon hearing He Han Sheng's tone. "Indeed, you have only shown Xia Qingqing a little extra care. Why can't Su Xingran be more magnanimous?" Similarly, Su Xingran merely had dinner with her senior, gazing at the stars and the moon, surrounded by flowers. Why can't you also be a little more generous? Veins throbbed on He Han Sheng's forehead. "This is different. How is it different? You allow yourself to act with impunity while forbidding Su Xingran from doing this or that. You are selfish. You do not permit Su Xingran to engage in certain activities, yet you feel free to indulge yourself. Because you know she loves you, you feel no need to invest effort in her. She will bear any grievances alone." Disappointment etched on Gao Zhao's face as he looked at He Han Sheng. "Han Sheng, you are truly selfish." He Han Sheng could not muster a defense. He could not refute the truth. That was indeed how he felt. He wished for Su Xingran to see only him in her world. He yearned for her love and care at all times. Yet, he was unwilling to invest time in nurturing her. All negative emotions were hers to bear alone. In short, he needed Su Xingran's selfless and fervent love, yet he was unwilling to reciprocate. Gao Chao observed He Han Sheng's silence and shook his head in resignation. He had come to a profound understanding of Su Xingran's feelings. Han Sheng, Su Xingran once loved you deeply, anyone with eyes could see that. But now, can you still feel her love for you? If He Han Sheng had felt pain in his stomach before, Su Xingran would have been by his bedside in an instant. However, since He Han Sheng's illness began, Su Xingran had not even cast a glance in his direction. At most, she would casually inquire. She clearly did not care. When Gao Chao had seen Su Xingran earlier, she had been joyfully engrossed in a game, and when she had set it down, her screen had displayed victory. It was evident that He Han Sheng's plight was of no consequence to her, otherwise, how could she concentrate on her game and win? He Han Sheng found himself at a loss for words. He had certainly sensed the changes in Su Xingran. He had collapsed in front of her multiple times due to his stomach issues, and she had not given him a single glance. His cold, stern face betrayed little emotion, yet he realized that the current state of affairs was not what he desired. He said to Gao Chao, "Call Su Xingran over, I wish to have a serious conversation with her." Gao Chao sensed that He Han Sheng was seeking to change. He too hoped for a reconciliation between Su Xingran and He Han Sheng. He went next door and knocked on the door again. Su Xingran opened it, raising an eyebrow as she regarded him. Gao Chao felt a pang of reluctance to meet her gaze. He Han Sheng's actions were such that even voicing his concerns felt daunting, yet, for the sake of his cousin, he steeled himself and said, "He Han Sheng asked me to call you. He wants to talk." Su Xingran was quite straightforward. "All right." So she followed Gao Chao into He Han Sheng's room. Gao Chao stood at the doorway while Su Xingran turned to him and said, "You should come in too." Gao Chao waved his hand dismissively. "This is between the two of you. I won't interfere." With her arms crossed and a smile illuminating her face, Su Xingran looked at him with clear, bright eyes. "Gao Chao, it's because you are here that I am willing to talk to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't set foot in his room." Gao Chao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Because of me?" Su Xingran chuckled lightly, "Because He Han Sheng and I do not inhabit the same world. We cannot communicate, your presence makes it a little more bearable, otherwise, I wouldn't go in." With a sense of resignation, Gao Chao followed her inside. He Han Sheng heard Su Xingran's words, his expression darkening. Gao Chao found a place to sit, while Su Xingran took a seat across from He Han Sheng. She raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to say? Speak." He Han Sheng's brow was furrowed, his deep-set eyes fixated on her, in stark contrast to her relaxed demeanor. He found himself inexplicably tense and at a loss. This was a first for him. "You need not be angry because of Xia Qingqing, she promised me this would be the last time. She is already preparing her documents to study abroad. At most, she will stay here for a month before leaving on her own." Su Xingran rewarded him with a radiant smile, then shook her head resolutely. "I don't believe it." He Han Sheng's brow furrowed deeper, his expression filled with helplessness. "This time it is true." Su Xingran's smile was laced with skepticism. "So you acknowledge that this has happened many times before? What basis do you provide for me to trust a habitual offender like you, someone who lacks integrity? He Han Sheng, you have disappointed me not just once or twice, but for an entire 7 years." The mention of 7 years sent a shiver through He Han Sheng, stirring an inexplicable sense of panic within him. His fists clenched tightly, then relaxed. "Regardless of whether she leaves or not, I will honor my words to you from now on. I will not abandon you again." Su Xingran struggled to articulate her feelings. "Look at that." He Han Sheng was clearly aware of his coldness towards her, of his indifference and inaction, and the phrase "regardless of whether she leaves or not" implied that if Xia Qingqing did not leave, He Han Sheng would not compel her to do so. So, why should she trust him? Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. "All right, I will give you one more chance. 3 days. Within these 3 days, at any moment, you must resolutely choose me over Xia Qingqing. If you do, I will forgive you. What do you say?" Chapter 66. He Han's method is evading very well. He Han responded without a hint of hesitation. Su Xingran regarded him with a nod, her gaze fixed on Gao Chao. "You bear witness," he has agreed. Gao Chao nodded affirmatively. "I shall bear witness." He then turned to He Han, stating, "This is your commitment. 3 days. Just 3 days." Gao Chao believed this task to be quite manageable. Merely 3 days. Su Xingran's willingness to grant He Han another opportunity indicated that she still harbored feelings for him. Rising to her feet, Su Xingran declared, "All right, ensure you rest well. I, too, am weary and shall return to my room." Gao Chao accompanied her to the door. As she reached the threshold, he remarked, "I must admit, I admire your resolve in offering him a chance." Gao Chao felt somewhat despicable. He Han was evidently a pitfall, and yet, he was pushing Su Xingran toward that very trap. He felt utterly contemptible. Su Xingran winked at him, her lovely face adorned with a hint of provocation. "You don't truly believe I'm giving him a chance, do you?" Gao Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you deceiving him?" Su Xingran shook her head. "I am not deceiving him." "Then what do you mean?" She had clearly granted He Han a test of 3 days, which could be construed as an opportunity. Why then did she say it was not? Su Xingran let out a deep, profound sigh. "Gao Chao, you think too highly of He Han. To my knowledge, he cannot fulfill this point. 3 days, such a fleeting span. Even if it were merely 3 days, He Han would likely fail. In 3 days, she would depart. She did not mind if He Han saw the truth of her heart. His feelings for her were merely a matter of reluctance. The one he truly loved, the one who held a special place in his heart, was only Xia Qingqing. Upon concluding her thoughts, Su Xingran disregarded the astonished expression on Gao Chao's face and retreated to her room. Their conversation had unfolded just outside the door, and He Han had heard every word distinctly. He was at a loss to understand the bittersweet pangs within him, accompanied by a sharp sting. How could Su Xingran not trust him, even for a brief 3 days? Gao Chao entered, changing his water. With a tone of exasperation, he said, "You heard that, right? For these 3 days, do not engage in any nonsense. It's just 3 days. If you cannot endure even this, then Su Xingran's departure will truly be your own doing." A shadow of darkness flickered in He Han's eyes. Su Xingran was unwavering in her belief that He Han would falter, which was why she refrained from provoking Xia Qingqing this time. He Han had indeed shown a marked change. The most significant alteration was the reinstatement of Aunt Chen. Su Xingran did not inquire further. They shared breakfast together, after which He Han departed for work while she attended to matters at school. In the evening, He Han invited her to dinner, where they finally indulged in the steak that had eluded them previously. During their meal, He Han's phone rang, but he ignored it, letting it ring out. Su Xingran noticed keenly. Qingqing, she did not pose any questions. They dined in silence. Xia Qingqing called again, but He Han abruptly ended the call and blocked her. Su Xingran could not suppress a laugh. He Han cast a sidelong glance at her. "What are you laughing at?" Su Xingran met his gaze, her eyes sparkling. "You are doing splendidly. It brings me joy." Though she uttered these words, her heart was laced with disdain. Did He Han dare to answer? The moment he did, Xia Qingqing would surely shed a few tears in feigned distress. Could He Han withstand such a display? He likely knew he could not, which was why he refused to answer Xia Qingqing's calls. Su Xingran had overestimated He Han. She had presumed he would confront the situation, yet he was evading it instead. How naive of her! Xia Qingqing was both obsessive and persistent. If He Han were to answer her call and offer gentle reassurances, she would not resort to such extreme measures. However, his continued silence and the act of blocking her would only drive Xia Qingqing to more desperate actions. Su Xingran was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing her expression of happiness, a flicker of softness appeared on He Han's otherwise stern visage. He spoke slowly. "There is a gala the night after tomorrow. Accompany me." Once they finished dining, he would take her to select a suitable gown. "The night after tomorrow?" she inquired, recalling her flight at 11. "Yes, from 7 to 9. The timing would suffice." Su Xingran nodded obediently. "All right." The atmosphere between them was harmonious, showing signs of alleviation. After their meal, He Han took her to the most upscale dress shop, replete with high-end couture, many of which were one of a kind. Upon entering, the manager rushed over to greet them. He Han instructed, "Choose a gown for her." "Certainly, Mr. He." The manager, a 30-year-old elite woman, wore a standard smile. "Miss Su, do you have any specific requirements for the gown?" Su Xingran casually replied, "Long and unique." "How fortunate. We have a mermaid gown that would beautifully accentuate your figure. Let me retrieve it for you." The manager promptly wheeled out a display case, and under the illumination, the gown emanated a captivating glow. Its hue was a deep ocean blue, as if it had been drawn from the depths of the sea, exuding an aura of mystery and elegance. The bodice of the gown was tailored to fit closely, highlighting the curves of the body and showcasing the feminine grace and elegance. The neckline was a delicate V-shape, perfectly revealing the collarbone and neckline, adding a touch of sensuality from the waist down. The dress flared out, forming a stunning mermaid hem. The hem was adorned with countless shimmering crystals, twinkling like stars, rendering the entire gown even more resplendent. Su Xingran closed her eyes, envisioning the person who would don this gown, as if transformed into a beautiful mermaid, gliding gracefully on stage. The manager introduced, "This gown is titled the Mermaid's Love, designed by the renowned designer A. S. Jack. There are only 2 in the world. The other resides with a princess of Y country. This one is still available, right here." Su Xingran's eyes sparkled with unabashed astonishment. He Han noticed and said to the manager, "We'll take this one." The manager immediately responded respectfully, "Of course, Mr. He." She then turned to Su Xingran, "Miss Su, would you like to try it on?" Su Xingran shook her head. No need. The manager processed the payment and upon returning, said respectfully to Su Xingran and He Han, "Thank you for your support, Mr. He and Miss Su, wishing you both a joyful life." He Han's assistant, Hu Fei, stood outside, observing the pair inside, her lips curling into a cold smirk. Through the glass window, she captured a photo and sent it to Xia Qingqing. "Miss Xia, Mr. He will be taking Miss Su to the gala the day after tomorrow, and they are currently selecting her gown." On the other end, Xia Qingqing was consumed by madness. After being unable to reach He Han by phone and discovering she had been blocked, she had completely lost her composure. The gala He Han was attending with Su Xingran was a symbol of status and identity. Su Xingran, she would never be allowed to shine. As Xia Qingqing replied to Hu Fei's message, "Send me a photo of Su Xingran's gown." Chapter 67. The Dress Collision. How will he choose? The following day passed with serene tranquility. On the third day, the day of Su Xingran's departure, a stylist arrived in the afternoon to prepare her look. Despite the calmness of the past few days, she remained vigilant. A strong intuition told her that Xia Qingqing would not be able to endure for 3 days. It was somewhat amusing, really. To avoid this period, He Han Sheng had not even set foot in his company. He likely understood that he could not refuse Xia Qingqing, hence his decision to hide away for 3 days. If he could just weather this period, everything would be fine. One must admit, He Han Sheng was decisive and astute in the business realm, yet when it came to matters of the heart, he was a coward. A timid soul, he wished to preserve both, but in reality, he could secure neither. Once she was adorned and clad in her gown, she appeared before the mirror like a mermaid princess, free and enchanting in the vast sea. Her features were already striking, and the ethereal blue fishtail gown accentuated her beauty, while the stylist crafted voluptuous waves in her hair, causing her to radiate a luminous charm. Her phone lit up, revealing a message from He Han Sheng. "Frowny face, come out." Su Xingran picked up her pearl clutch and placed her phone inside. Just as she was about to close it, the phone lit up once more. "Xia Qingqing, frowny face, I have a super big surprise for you. It will surely astonish you." Su Xingran smirked. Over the past 3 days, she had dined and strolled with He Han Sheng, their interactions as sweet as a blossoming romance, yet she had never provoked Xia Qingqing. You see, Xia Qingqing did not require her provocation. She was perfectly capable of stirring her own drama. Su Xingran chose not to respond but wore an expression of amusement as she gracefully stepped outside. Today, He Han Sheng arrived in his silver Rolls-Royce, exuding sophistication and elegance. The car door was already ajar, and he sat within, his tall and poised figure radiating an air of regal authority, his long legs casually positioned, embodying both languor and nobility. He was a born ruler, a true figure of ascendancy. Such a person was suited to dominate the business world, not to be a lover. It took her 7 years to realize this. When He Han Sheng beheld the strikingly different Su Xingran today, a flicker of astonishment concealed within his deep-set eyes. As she settled beside him, his cool gaze fell upon her, nodding in satisfaction and offering a slight smile. "You look beautiful today." Su Xingran reminisced about her engagement day, wearing a pristine haute couture wedding gown, a creation she had painstakingly commissioned from a rather obscure designer, who had dedicated 8 months to its crafting. Every detail of that gown was meticulously chosen by her. Standing before He Han Sheng, twirling in the gown that symbolized happiness, she felt it was the most beautiful moment of her life. She had asked him if she was beautiful, but before he could answer, a call from Xingran interrupted, leading to the cancellation of the engagement. Su Xingran smiled softly. "I know I'm beautiful." No affirmation from He Han Sheng was necessary, nor did she seek his attention. He Han Sheng, perceptive as ever, sensed a subtle shift in her emotions, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. The soiree was a gathering of the elite in the capital, with most attendees engaged in business negotiations, where casual banter could lead to billion-dollar contracts. Thus, the event was exceptionally upscale. Equally, those who attended held distinguished status in the capital. Undeniably, He Han Sheng was at the pinnacle of this social hierarchy. Upon his arrival, he captured the attention of everyone present. With his aristocratic handsomeness and exceptional demeanor, he was a natural leader. Su Xingran, radiant at his side, drew gazes of admiration, albeit with a hint of something unusual. It was common knowledge that she was He Han Sheng's fiancée, yet the failed engagements raised questions. Why had they attempted to become engaged twice without success? If he did not wish to be engaged, if he had grown weary of Su Xingran, why had he brought her to the event? The onlookers were puzzled by the nature of He Han Sheng and Su Xingran's relationship. However, being astute individuals, they refrained from prying, recognizing it as a private matter. Su Xingran maintained a poised smile at He Han Sheng's side, her arm linked through his sleeve, observing him engage in lively conversation with the business magnates. Suddenly, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. And the next moment, Xingran's cheerful voice rang out. "Brother Han Sheng." Su Xingran distinctly sensed He Han Sheng's body stiffened. A smile tugged at her lips. Could He Han Sheng truly evade her? After repeatedly indulging and pampering Xingran, he had unwittingly nurtured her sense of entitlement. To Xingran, He Han Sheng was hers alone, a possession no one could claim, not even He Han Sheng himself. Did he believe he could escape her clutches? Su Xingran intertwined her arm with He Han Sheng's and turned to face Xingran. Upon seeing her, the reason behind the collective gasp became clear. Xingran was wearing an identical gown. This mermaid's love gown existed in only 2 pieces. One adorned the royal princess of Wei country, while the other was beside Su Xingran. She had no doubt about the authenticity of her own gown. The boutique would not dare deceive He Han Sheng. Naturally, she also doubted Xingran's ability to acquire another genuine piece. Thus, only one conclusion remained: Xingran's gown was a counterfeit. Su Xingran scrutinized the craftsmanship of the gown Xingran wore. While the workmanship was meticulous, it lacked the essence that her own gown exuded. As the saying goes, wearing the same outfit is nothing to fear. It is the one who looks unflattering who should feel embarrassed. Xingran did not look unattractive. In fact, her gown perfectly accentuated her figure. Yet, when compared to the meticulously styled Su Xingran, who possessed unparalleled beauty, Xingran had already lost. Xiao Bingbing exclaimed, "Ah, isn't that the mermaid's love? It is said there are only 2 pieces, one treasured by the princess of Wei country, and another that has surfaced in the capital. Which of you is the true owner?" Was there truly any doubt? In comparison, Xingran's gown paled significantly in quality. Moreover, standing beside He Han Sheng, as his companion, she would not dare wear a counterfeit. The onlookers cast disparaging glances at Xingran. After all, donning fake attire in such a setting was utterly unacceptable. In an instant, Xingran's complexion turned ashen, her delicate frame trembling, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she gazed at He Han Sheng with a pitiful expression. "Brother Han Sheng, I swear mine is real." Her lips pressed together, her eyes filled with pleading vulnerability, evoking sympathy. He Han Sheng's tension was palpable, his expression darkening, the atmosphere around him heavy with unspoken tension. Everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Whose attire was authentic mattered little. What was crucial was He Han Sheng's choice. Who would he ultimately select? Chapter 68. With a resounding slap, Su Xingran left He Han Sheng standing in place, his tall figure exuding an aura of coldness, leaving everyone breathless in anticipation. This was indeed a scene of ultimate confrontation. The rivalry between Su Xingran and Xingran had escalated to the forefront, a captivating spectacle of 2 women vying for the affections of one man. He Han Sheng possessed the allure to match. Su Xingran stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, her face adorned with a gentle smile. All eyes were fixed upon He Han Sheng, awaiting his command. "Go change," He Han Sheng stated with an impassive expression, his frigid gaze directed at Xingran. Xingran bit her lower lip, her complexion draining of color in an instant, her delicate frame swaying as if struck by a heavy blow. She feebly nodded. I will go change now." With that, she turned to leave. However, He Han Sheng's cold voice rang out once more. "Not you." He Han Sheng then turned to Su Xingran, his stern brow seemingly softened by a hint of exasperation. "There is a lounge here. It contains spare dresses, you should go change." Su Xingran raised an eyebrow. "What if I refuse?" He Han Sheng replied softly, "Be good, don't make a scene." Su Xingran was taken aback, a laugh escaping her lips. At this point, he still thought she was causing trouble. It was evident to all who the real source of chaos was. As it turned out, even if she did nothing at all, He Han Sheng couldn't last 3 days. Fortunately, she held no expectations of him. Slap. The banquet hall fell into a stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Su Xingran had actually struck He Han Sheng across the face, and in such a setting no less. Almost instantly, a vivid red mark appeared on He Han Sheng's cheek, revealing the force of Su Xingran's blow. With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, Su Xingran declared, "If we're going to make a scene, why not go all out?" "Isn't that right?" Xia Qingqing shrieked, rushing to He Han Sheng's side, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Su Xingran. "How dare you hit brother Han Sheng? On what grounds do you strike him?" Su Xingran crossed her arms defiantly. "If I want to hit, I will hit. Do you have any say in it? You and He Han Sheng both are worthless. It's best to lock you away and spare others from your toxicity. I refuse to entertain this any longer." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. He Han Sheng called after her, striding forward to pursue. "Su Xingran." She glanced back, offering him a radiant smile, then pointed to her lips and gestured around the expansive space, a warning to He Han Sheng. Should this place be ruined? He Han Sheng's steps faltered, forced to watch her retreating figure, her resolute departure stirring an inexplicable panic within him. It felt as if, should Su Xingran leave today, he would lose her forever. He attempted to chase after her, but Xia Qingqing suddenly grasped his hand, collapsing weakly, a trickle of blood staining her lips. He Han Sheng was taken aback, concern overshadowing his thoughts of Su Xingran as he scooped Xia Qingqing into his arms and rushed toward the hospital. Once the principal characters departed, the guests exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Based on He Han Sheng's actions, it was clear he held Xia Qingqing in higher regard, yet, after Su Xingran's slap, he showed no signs of anger. This was He Han Sheng. To strike him was akin to slapping the Yi family's face, and all this transpired before such a large audience. He Han Sheng seemed indifferent, the crowd was left puzzled by his intentions. Among them, Xia Bingbing smiled knowingly. This performance appeared to favor Xia Qingqing, but in truth, it was Su Xingran who emerged victorious. She had noticed the urgency and impatience etched on He Han Sheng's face when Su Xingran left. However, Xia Qingqing was skilled at acting. Xia Bingbing truly admired her ability to faint at will and bleed at opportune moments, flawlessly executed. With such an opponent, Su Xingran was indeed unfortunate. After leaving the banquet, Su Xingran found Zhuo Yanqing waiting outside. She climbed into his car, and Zhuo Yanqing, captivated by her radiant beauty, could not conceal his astonishment. "I have prepared some clothes for you. You should change. Traveling in this attire to catch a flight was hardly advisable." Su Xingran thanked him softly, "Thank you." In the car, she lowered the partition and changed into the comfortable clothing Zhuo Yanqing had prepared. While the gown was stunning and eye-catching, it was also restrictive, limiting her movements and requiring decorum. After donning the comfortable outfit, she felt as though her spirit had been liberated. Much like after leaving He Han Sheng, her phone buzzed in her pocket, displaying He Han Sheng's name. Su Xingran glanced at it, smirking, before shutting it off. After being hung up on by Su Xingran, He Han Sheng's subsequent attempts to call her were met with the sound of a deadline. He felt a throbbing in his forehead, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He called Aunt Chen to inquire if Su Xingran had returned, but she replied in the negative. A deep-seated annoyance clouded He Han Sheng's austere features. He realized he had botched things up once again. He looked at Xia Qingqing, pale and bedridden, and a profound loathing surfaced within him. He was utterly fed up. This situation had grown tiresome. He needed to put an end to it. He would have to clarify matters with Xia Qingqing. Today would be his last interaction with her. He would no longer provide her with any opportunities, otherwise Su Xingran would genuinely become upset. By the time Su Xingran arrived at the airport, it was already 10:30. After checking in, she seated herself to wait. Zhuo Yanqing remained by her side, smiling as he asked, "Excited about going abroad? What's your mindset?" Su Xingran smiled back. "Honestly, I feel quite anxious yet excited. It makes me a bit nervous." She took a deep breath. "But I adapt quickly, so don't worry." Zhuo Yanqing reassured her, "You needn't be anxious, I'll be with you. You're not alone." Su Xingran looked at him, her eyes brightening. "Thank you, senior." "No need for thanks. You can simply call me by my name." Su Xingran nodded with a smile, "Thank you, Yanqing." Zhuo Yanqing's eyes were filled with an unshakable tenderness. Soon, the announcement for their flight boarding echoed through the airport, and Su Xingran grabbed her identification and the token of true love she had set aside for tuition. Zhuo Yanqing carried only a simple suitcase. Together, they walked into the boarding tunnel, smiling at one another. Unbeknownst to Su Xingran, since her and Zhuo Yanqing's arrival, a pair of beautiful eyes had been watching her from the adjacent VIP lounge, following her as she and Zhuo Yanqing boarded the plane, lost in their own world. Chapter 69 Unmasking Xia Qingqing's deception. He Han Sheng stood vigil at Xia Qingqing's bedside, as the hospital's doctors conducted a thorough examination. Yet, no abnormalities surfaced. Her physical indicators appeared entirely normal. She should not have been this frail. However, Xia Qingqing had been fainting and spitting blood. Given her significance to He Han Sheng, the doctors dared not speak recklessly. Mr. He, Miss Xia was previously under the care of Dr. Tang, who was well aware of her condition, one doctor remarked. He Han Sheng's expression hardened. "You are medical professionals, how can you be unaware of a patient's condition? Why is she vomiting blood when the tests yield no results?" The doctors exchanged glances, not because they were unable to identify the issue, but rather because the tests revealed no problems. What were they to say? At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Gao Chao entered with a stern expression, accompanied by a middle-aged male doctor. Gao Chao cast a glance at He Han Sheng. Having heard about the events of the evening, Su Xingran had slapped He Han Sheng. The incident had already stirred considerable gossip in the capital. The details of what transpired at the banquet had also spread like wildfire. Gao Chao was infuriated upon hearing the news. It had only been 3 days since that evening, and He Han Sheng had evidently failed to endure even that brief period. Gao Chao felt as though he had encountered a hopeless ally. He also comprehended why, 3 days ago, Su Xingran had been so certain that He Han Sheng would not succeed. Such situations had occurred far too frequently. Su Xingran had long since abandoned all hope for He Han Sheng. It was absurd that He Han Sheng remained oblivious to this fact. Gao Chao was genuinely exasperated with He Han Sheng. Was he truly that foolish? Xia Qingqing claimed to faint and to vomit blood. Was this not ludicrous? He was determined to expose Xia Qingqing's ruse and reveal her cunning to He Han Sheng. Gao Chao addressed He Han Sheng. This is Dr. Zhou, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Since they cannot find any issues, let him take a look. Turning to Dr. Zhou, Gao Chao added, thank you for your assistance. As he spoke, Gao Chao keenly observed that Xia Qingqing's brow seemed to furrow slightly. She was nervous, she was pretending. Dr. Zhou took a seat and began to examine Xia Qingqing's pulse meticulously. He then reported to Gao Chao, this patient exhibits normal health, with no signs of discomfort. Gao Chao inquired, but she is weak, frequently claiming to faint and vomiting blood. Is that normal? She is indeed somewhat weaker than the average person, but fainting and vomiting blood are not common occurrences, Dr. Zhou replied. Even due to emotional distress? Gao Chao pressed. Dr. Zhou's tone was firm. No. Gao Chao scoffed, yet she recently vomited blood in front of a crowd. A trace of blood still lingered at the corner of Xia Qingqing's mouth. Dr. Zhou brushed his fingers against her chin, then brought them to his nose for a sniff. This is chicken blood, not human blood. Gao Chao feigned enlightenment. So, Xia Qingqing, you were merely pretending? Did you have a blood packet in your mouth, ready to spit it out? Xia Qingqing lay on the bed, seemingly unchanged, as if truly unconscious. However, Gao Chao, as a physician, detected the tension in her body. He Han Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Dr. Zhou. Is what you say true? Dr. Zhou remained silent, prompting Gao Chao to interject. I will prove it to you. He poured a cup of scalding hot water from a nearby thermos and grasped Xia Qingqing's hand, placing it on the glass. Ah! It's so hot. Xia Qingqing immediately leaped from the bed. Once she regained her composure, she looked at He Han Sheng in a panic. His response was a gaze devoid of any warmth. Are you pretending? Panic surged within Xia Qingqing. She cursed Gao Chao's ancestors 1,000 times. Desperately, she reached for He Han Sheng's hand, attempting to explain. No, brother Han Sheng, please let me explain. He did not pull away from her grasp but regarded her with a chilling look, his eyes seemingly piercing through her very being. A profound sense of terror enveloped her. His voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Very well, explain. Xia Qingqing's words faltered, unable to articulate her defense. Had she not claimed she was not pretending? Had she truly fainted? Tears fell from her eyes without warning, and she looked at He Han Sheng with a pitiful expression. Brother Han Sheng, I like you, I only like you, and I have done nothing wrong. Gao Chao scoffed derisively from the side. Being a mistress is not your fault, pretending to be ill is not your fault, causing trouble is not your fault, yet you have the audacity to claim you have done nothing wrong in the name of love, while harming another innocent woman? She deserves it. Xia Qingqing cried out desperately. Brother Han Sheng does not even like her. He looks down on her. Can't she see that he doesn't care for her? If it weren't for her using her life-saving grace to bind him, how could he possibly have become engaged to her? Does she even deserve that? Enough. He Han Sheng's dark pupils glinted with a sharp light, and his gaze towards Xia Qingqing lost all traces of affection. Who told you I do not like her? Who said that? Gao Chao sneered from the side. Who needs to say it? It's clear to everyone that you do not like Su Xingran. He Han Sheng, I am utterly disappointed in you. When Su Xingran resolutely claimed that you wouldn't last 3 days, I didn't believe it. But look at your actions. How can anyone believe you like Su Xingran? Everyone could see that the tattered garment Xia Qingqing wore today was a cheap imitation. Why not have Su Xingran change? Your heart is so misplaced that you trample her dignity underfoot. Who would think you love her? Gao Chao had not witnessed the events of the day firsthand, yet merely imagining the circumstances made his heart ache for Su Xingran. The most frustrating part was that even now, He Han Sheng still lingered by Xia Qingqing's side. He truly had a thick skin. This time, Gao Chao did not wish to side with He Han Sheng any longer. He shot a furious glare at him. You deserve to lose Su Xingran. With that, he stormed out alongside Dr. Zhou, leaving the expansive ward with only He Han Sheng and Xia Qingqing remaining. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. He Han Sheng's icy gaze fell upon Xia Qingqing's face. Xia Qingqing, I have been toyed with by you. How does it feel to have such power over me? Xia Qingqing wept, shaking her head fervently. No. It's not like that, brother Han Sheng. He Han Sheng stood, his towering figure striding toward the door of the ward. Xia Qingqing, starting today, I will no longer concern myself with you. From now on, do not appear before me, otherwise, the consequences I bring upon you will be doubled. Chapter 70 of The Wife Who Might Run Away. He Han Sheng retrieved his phone and attempted to call Su Xingran, only to find it switched off. He then dialed the villa, but was informed that she had yet to return. His expression darkened further. He placed a call to Lu Wan, who answered promptly. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. Has Su Xingran come to see your sister? Lu Wan, present at the banquet that day, was well aware of the unfolding events. Upon being questioned, he surmised that Su Xingran must be sulking somewhere instead of returning home. Tonight, my sister is staying in, taking a rest. Su Xingran hasn't come to see her, Lu Wan replied. He Han Sheng's broad shoulders sagged slightly, fatigue etched deeply upon his face. Could you ask your sister if she can get in touch with Su Xingran and find out where she is? With a sigh, Lu Wan responded, He Han Sheng, if you wish to find Su Xingran, you should leverage your own connections. My sister is good friends with her, if she knew anything, she wouldn't share it with you. This was due to the fact that upon Lu Wan's return, Lu Sisi had already berated He Han Sheng countless times. He Han Sheng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. I understand, he murmured before ending the call. Lu Wan glanced at the disconnected line, shook his head, and ascended the stairs, knocking gently on Lu Sisi's door. A voice filled with indignation came from within. Come in. Lu Wan pushed the door open. Lu Sisi was perched on her bed, mercilessly beating a dark-hued doll. He Han Sheng, you scoundrel, you deserve to be single for life. You deserve to be unloved. Lu Wan was at a loss for words. He rubbed his forehead and sat down at her bedside, a mix of exasperation and indulgence on his face. Calm down. It is not your business, why are you so angry? Su Xingran hasn't said anything. He believed his sister was merely an angry youth, no, rather, an angry defender of Su Xingran. Upon hearing Lu Wan's dismissive tone, Lu Sisi leapt from the bed, hands on her hips, looking down at him. Of course I have every right to be angry. Xingran is my dear sister and my closest confidant, she and I are one and the same, how could He Han Sheng treat her so disdainfully without provoking my ire? He Han Sheng, the scoundrel. I curse him to love unrequitedly for his entire life. Lu Sisi felt an overwhelming urge to bestow Su Xingran's curse upon herself, wishing to doom He Han Sheng, the bounder. Lu Wan watched as she became increasingly agitated, utterly baffled by the intensity of their young women's emotions. Of the next moment, Lu Sisi kicked him. Lu Wan's eyes widened in confusion. Why did you kick me? You're friends with He Han Sheng. You are He Han Sheng, I'm kicking you on behalf of Su Xingran. Lu Wan. I'm your brother. Lu Sisi proudly lifted her chin. Not by blood. Lu Wan found himself torn between laughter and tears. Indeed, he and Lu Sisi shared no blood relation. Lu Wan's father had remarried Lu Sisi's mother. Since childhood, Lu Wan had yearned for a sister, while Lu Sisi had longed for an elder brother. They clicked instantly, becoming siblings not by blood, but closer than any biological siblings could be. The Lu family, a remarkable presence in the capital, thrived on the notions of family beyond mere blood ties. They cherished Lu Sisi immensely. By the age of 12, she owned 8% of the Lu family's company shares, making her the largest shareholder after Lu Wan, who would dare to underestimate her. In a fit of anger, Lu Wan seized the doll from the bed and hurled it at her. Oh really, after all these years of treating you like a precious gem, I find myself outdone by a mere friend. I see now, your childhood desire for a brother was merely to have a playmate. You used to follow me around, calling brother incessantly. Now that you've grown up and spread your wings, I am of no use to you, and you've turned your attention to your girlfriends, have you? Is this how you repay kindness? Lu Sisi, your tactics are truly remarkable. Lu Sisi relented, wrapping her arms around Lu Wan's leg. Brother, I was wrong, please don't be angry, you're the most important person to me, no one else compares. My outburst was merely due to my frustration. The things that scoundrel He Han Sheng does are beyond human decency. Brother, avoid him in the future, I have a feeling he will go mad. Since you're close to Su Xingran, he may come looking for trouble when he can't find her. Lu Wan scoffed dismissively. Am I supposed to feel guilty? Isn't he the one who pushed her away, he deserves it. Chapter 71. Su Xingran has eloped with another man. Lu Wan's handsome visage bore an expression of resignation, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable tenderness. You are indeed correct. He Han Sheng deserves it, however, do not provoke him lightly, let this matter pass first. Lu Wan found himself perplexed by He Han Sheng. During their previous drinking session, he had clearly been quite invested in Su Xingran. Yet, his choices tonight left Lu Wan questioning his sanity. Humph. Lu Si thought of He Han Sheng's despicable actions and felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart in her fury. Seething, she sat on the bed, turning her head away, refusing to even acknowledge her own brother, who had been quite close to He Han Sheng. Lu Wan wore an expression of exasperation. My good relationship with He Han Sheng is not a justification for you to take your anger out on me, am I not He Han Sheng? Moreover, I have not hindered your relationship with Su Xingran, so why do you hold a grudge against me? It would have been better had he not spoken those words. Once uttered, Lu Si's gaze turned even more resentful. She had known Su Xingran for many years, and the latter had only visited her home once, during which she had encountered Lu Wan. Though Lu Wan had feigned politeness, he was, in truth, quite distant, something even a fool could perceive. Subsequently, Su Xingran had refrained from visiting Lu Si's home, as Lu Wan's demeanor made her unwelcome. Their interactions henceforth were confined to outings away from home. Lu Wan was well aware of Lu Si's grievances. He had no defense to offer, for Lu Si's bond with Su Xingran was far too strong. Su Xingran posed a significant threat to his standing in Lu Si's heart. It was no surprise that he could hardly welcome her presence. Hastily, Lu Wan sought to shift the conversation. So, where has Su Xingran gone? In this vast capital city, everything lay under He Han Sheng's watchful eye. There was no way for Su Xingran to elude him. Lu Si did not conceal the truth from her brother. She has gone abroad. Lu Wan. When did this happen? Did she leave tonight? This was evidently premeditated. Lucy glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning, and she wore a smug expression. The plane is already soaring at 10,000 meters. At that moment, Luan found himself at a loss for words. He Han Sheng's behavior tonight was indeed. Su Xingran had decisively fled. Luan inquired, where did she go? I don't know, Lucy shrugged. I only know she was leaving today, where to, I cannot say. Luan's scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. You don't know, Lucy met his gaze head-on, her posture brimming with defiance. Luan couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, it's late, you should rest. Whether Lucy knew Su Xingran's whereabouts was of no concern to Luan. After all, it had no bearing on him. His sole worry now was that He Han Sheng would seek to trouble Lucy upon discovering Su Xingran's departure. He vowed to ensure that He Han Sheng's fury would not harm Lucy. Meanwhile, He Han Sheng was instructing his men to locate Su Xingran. Her phone was unreachable, and her acquaintances in the capital were few. There were no signs of her having checked into any hotels. He Han Sheng ordered an investigation into surveillance footage of the recordings revealed that after Su Xingran departed from the banquet, she entered a white vehicle. His men pursued that vehicle, but as it passed a certain intersection, the camera there malfunctioned, causing the vehicle to vanish from sight. Then, it was lost. He Han Sheng scrutinized the footage, his expression darkening, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid, resembling the calm before a storm. Of that night, the entire capital felt an unmistakable oppressive gloom, shrouded in shadows. A glimmer of cold ferocity flashed in He Han Sheng's eyes as he glared at Zhang Chucheng, commanding, search, keep searching until you bring her to me. Even if it meant turning the capital upside down, he would find Su Xingran. Zhang Chucheng nodded, stating, given the current circumstances, it appears this was premeditated. Someone is aiding her. You didn't he sense anything? In other words, was He Han Sheng truly oblivious? Su Xingran's disappearance was undoubtedly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She must have made preparations. As her closest confidant, how could He Han Sheng not have noticed? He Han Sheng's expression remained cold, his obsidian eyes deepening with contemplation. At that moment, his phone rang, shattering the silence. He glanced at the caller ID, Lin Jiyue, his vice president. A woman of exceptional capability, beauty, and cunning. He chose not to answer the call, allowing it to end automatically. Zhang Chucheng felt a twinge of unease. He Han Sheng valued two things above all, his work and Xia Qingqing. Lin Jiyue's call was undoubtedly work-related, yet he chose not to answer. Something was amiss with He Han Sheng. As He Han Sheng's call ended, Zhang Chucheng's phone began to ring. Lin Jiyue again. Having failed to reach He Han Sheng, she turned to Zhang Chucheng. Zhang Chucheng, merely a beleaguered employee, felt the weight of both the president and vice president's expectations. He stepped aside to take the call. Is He Han Sheng with you? Lin Jiyue inquired. He is. He doesn't wish to answer the phone. Tell him I have news about Su Xingran. Zhang Chucheng's brow relaxed, quickly handing the phone to He Han Sheng. Vice President Lin says she has information regarding Su Xingran. He Han Sheng furrowed his brow, his thoughts clouded and murky, yet he accepted the phone. Where is Su Xingran? Lin Jiyue's voice came through the line. I understand you are searching for Su Xingran. You might want to check the airport surveillance. He Han Sheng's gaze turned icy. You saw her at the airport? I was scheduled to go abroad for a meeting today, and I believe I spotted her in the waiting area next to mine. He Han Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chucheng, who promptly began investigating Su Xingran's flight details. He shook his head. There are no records of Su Xingran purchasing a ticket at any of the major airports. Lin Jiyue overheard Zhang Chucheng's words and interjected, I must have seen correctly. You should check the airport surveillance. Without needing further prompting, Zhang Chucheng had already dispatched personnel to review the airport footage. Since Lin Jiyue was traveling abroad, her lounge would undoubtedly be in the international boarding area, and it was there they soon spotted Su Xingran's figure alongside a man. The airport's surveillance had clearly recorded Su Xingran and an unidentified man seated closely together, boarding the same flight. Zhang Chucheng, cross-referencing the footage, identified the flight information. I found it. This flight had 4 international slots reserved for students from the capital university, and the tickets were special, hence no boarding information. He Han Sheng, observing the footage, immediately recognized the man sitting beside Su Xingran. It was Zhuang Yanqing. In an instant, a tempest brewed within He Han Sheng's eyes, a gaping chasm opening in his chest, each pang like 1,000 needles piercing him. Bloodied and raw, she had actually eloped with another man. Chapter 72 Search, keep searching. On the morning of the following day, Su Xingran and Zhuang Yanqing landed in Country M at 10 o'clock. However, they did not exit the airport. Instead, they transferred to Country H. It was not until 2 p.m. the next day that their flight arrived in Country H. Upon exiting the airport, they were greeted by a brilliant blue sky and fresh air. Country H is a charming little nation, where the inhabitants possess romantic ideals, the pace of life is leisurely, and the environment is exceptionally pleasant, truly an idyllic place to reside. After an hour's drive, they arrived at their accommodation, a quaint house resembling a guest house. Zhuang Yanqing gently suggested, let us take some time to rest first, later, I will take you to purchase some essentials. We'll report in tomorrow. Su Xingran entered the house, which was a cozy 2-story loft, immaculate and tidy, encompassing a total of 300 square meters. It boasted a magnificent terrace where one could witness both sunrise and sunset, as well as the blooming flowers of the town. It was a place that exuded tranquility and comfort. Senior, did you arrange for this house? Su Xingran inquired. Zhuang Yanqing smiled warmly, this house belongs to me. Ah? Su Xingran was taken aback. You bought a house here, senior? Zhuang Yanqing nodded with a smile. This little town is beautiful, suitable for living and for artistic inspiration. The moment I set eyes on it at 18, I fell in love. Whenever I face a creative block, I retreat here for a while to rejuvenate my spirit. Su Xingran gazed at Zhuang Yanqing, who was illuminated by the hues of the setting sun, casting an unparalleled glow upon him. Zhuang Yanqing possessed a clean and elegant appearance, exuding a gentle and comforting aura, almost ethereal. Being near him felt incredibly warm. He turned to her and said, "You'll stay upstairs, let me show you around." "All right." They ascended the stairs together, where a spacious room awaited, adorned with a cozy and somewhat feminine decor. Su Xingran stood at the doorway, gesturing inside. This, Zhuang Yanqing's smile deepened. "It's prepared for you." A blush crept onto Su Xingran's cheeks. This seemed to be a well-thought-out gesture. She found no offense in such an unexpected surprise. Rather, she felt that Zhuang Yanqing was quite considerate. The school they were attending for their studies abroad was a unique art institution located in a small town, solely dedicated to teaching painting without providing accommodations or meals, which students needed to arrange for themselves. Her mentor had informed her of this a year prior. She was grateful to Zhuang Yanqing for having everything organized, otherwise, she would have had to search for a place to stay herself. As for living upstairs and downstairs with Zhuang Yanqing, alone male and female, she felt no discomfort. After all, they were in a foreign country, and as a young woman, she was hesitant to live alone, regardless of how delightful the town appeared. Beauty must always be accompanied by caution. Su Xingran looked sincerely at Zhuang Yanqing. "Yanqing, thank you." Zhuang Yanqing smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Thank you as well, for choosing to study abroad and keeping me company." After a brief rest, Zhuang Yanqing took her to the supermarket on his bicycle. Su Xingran had lost track of how long it had been since she last rode a bike. The roads of the town were adorned with vibrant flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air. Sitting on the back of the bicycle and inhaling the subtle, elegant scent emanating from Zhuang Yanqing, she felt her spirit elevate. Undeniably, this little town provided her with comfort and joy, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere she felt in the capital. Perhaps it was the frantic pace of life in the capital, or perhaps it was due to He Han Sheng. The truth was, she had not been happy in the empire, and now, she had embarked on a new chapter in her life, drawing a line under her past with He Han Sheng. Looking ahead, she felt optimistic. Though the town was small, it featured a large supermarket that stocked everything one might need: food, clothing, and toiletries. Arriving empty-handed, they purchased a multitude of items and returned laden with bags. Zhuang Yanqing said, "Please unpack your things, I'll prepare dinner." "How about steak for tonight?" "Sounds great, I'll cook tomorrow." Su Xingran replied gratefully as Zhuang Yanqing smiled, "All right." Watching her hum a tune as she ascended the stairs, a soft glow radiated from his eyes. The atmosphere between them had already begun to hint at something more intimate. There was no rush, they had come this far, and he was willing to wait. In the capital, Zhang Chuchen felt a sense of dread whenever he called or reported to He Han Sheng. It felt as though he might be torn apart at any moment. The atmosphere surrounding He Han Sheng had grown ominously tense in recent days, creating an aura that discouraged any unwelcome approach. On the top floor of the AE office building, Zhang Chuchen stood trembling as he relayed the results of his investigation to He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng reclined in an opulent sofa, his expression cold and devoid of emotion, long fingers tapping idly on the armrest, his eyes betraying a calm demeanor. "Therefore, you're saying that you have been unable to ascertain her whereabouts?" Zhang Chuchen felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead, the immense pressure threatening to crush him. He was in a dire situation. There were 4 exchange students from the capital university, each holding special tickets that flew directly to Country M. However, while the other 2 students reached their designated school in Country M, Su Xingran and Zhuang Yanqing had not. According to the accounts of the other 2, the duo had not left the airport in Country M, instead transferring to another city. Country M is vast, with flights departing for destinations worldwide, beyond the reach of He Han Sheng's influence, rendering the tracking of Su Xingran and Zhuang Yanqing's movements impossible. In other words, they had vanished without a trace, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Zhang Chuchen remarked, "I will enlist professional help to locate them." He Han Sheng's tone remained calm. "Understood. Continue searching until they are found." Receiving the directive, Zhang Chuchen hurriedly departed, his steps brisk. Once outside, he exhaled deeply, his heart racing irregularly. He quickly dialed Gao Zhao's number. Gao Zhao answered promptly. Zhang Chuchen hastily exclaimed, "Brother, my job may be at stake." "What happened?" Gao Zhao queried. "I sense something is off with He Han Sheng these days. Every interaction feels like a blade hanging over my head. It's terrifying." Gao Zhao snorted derisively on the other end of the line. "He deserves it." Gao Zhao and Zhang Chuchen were classmates, and it was Gao Zhao who had introduced him to He Han Sheng, though Zhang Chuchen's abilities were also commendable. Whenever Zhang Chuchen felt burdened, he would call Gao Zhao to vent. Gao Zhao was aware of the frantic search He Han Sheng had undertaken for Su Xingran in recent days. He had also heard from Zhang Chuchen that Su Xingran had gone abroad, accompanied by a man. In the past, he might have felt concerned, but now, He Han Sheng deserved it. Chapter 73 of the Mad He Han Sheng. Gao Zhao indignantly exclaimed, "Brother, even if you find her, do not reveal it to him. Let that girl have a chance to escape." Zhang Chuchen, he pressed his forehead, his face a mosaic of despair. "Brother, if I cannot find her, I will have no way out." "You do not comprehend how terrifying your brother can be. He appears exceptionally calm at the moment, but you must understand, the more tranquil he seems, the more serious the situation is." Zhang Chuchen had been working at AE for a decade. As He Han Sheng's chief legal counsel, he knew his temperament all too well. This incident was extraordinary. He Han Sheng was biding his time. This restraint was nearing its limit. Zhang Chucheng and Gao Chao exchanged messages, thus he was aware of the outrageous actions He Han Sheng had undertaken. To be honest, he had watched He Han Sheng and Su Xingran's journey together. As an observer, he had failed to perceive just how much He Han Sheng cared for Su Xingran. All he witnessed was the apparent indifference, hence, he could not fathom why Su Xingran had fled. So what? He cared not. Why go to such great lengths to search? Zhang Chucheng pondered and arrived at only one possibility. He Han Sheng felt humiliated because Su Xingran had abandoned him for another man. It was a grave insult to his masculine dignity. Therefore, he intended to retrieve Su Xingran and give her a beating. Yes, this rationale seemed most plausible. Zhang Chucheng inquired of Gao Chao, "You share a good rapport with Su Xingran, cannot you reach her?" Gao Chao on the other end fell silent. What relationship could I possibly have with Su Xingran? If she has forsaken He Han Sheng, why would she even acknowledge me? Had he not sent her a flurry of messages? He had sent a multitude, yet Su Xingran had not responded, not even to his barrage of messages that lambasted He Han Sheng. Clearly, her resolve was formidable this time. She wished to sever all ties with He Han Sheng's world. Zhang Chucheng felt despondent. Is there truly no one in the entire capital who knows where Su Xingran has gone? Gao Chao remained silent. If there was indeed someone, it would only be one person. Lucci was nestled at home, playing video games, enjoying the air conditioning, and indulging in imported fruits, completely at ease in content. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door. "Mr. He, you cannot enter. You cannot enter. What are you doing? This is trespassing." The butler's panicked voice resonated from the entrance. Lucci turned around to see He Han Sheng striding in with a cold expression, flanked by 6 towering bodyguards. He Han Sheng advanced with long strides, emanating an icy aura, his handsome face marred by a sinister glare. He loomed over Lucci, coldly demanding, "Where is Su Xingran?" Initially, Lucci was taken aback. Once she regained her composure, her delicate face was ablaze with anger. "Don't ask me, I don't know." He Han Sheng's obsidian eyes resembled a dark abyss, his entire visage steeped in gloom, exuding a palpable madness. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you speak?" Lucci instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. He Han Sheng's demeanor was undeniably terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze imbued with chilling malice, transforming his formerly composed demeanor into that of a frenzied, bloodthirsty demon. It was evident that He Han Sheng was no longer in his right mind. She instinctively retreated 2 steps, then turned on her heels and fled upstairs. However, as a frail woman, she was no match for the bodyguards, who swiftly seized her arms, pinning her before He Han Sheng like a captured criminal. He Han Sheng's gaze held a cruel glint. "Speak, where is she? This is your final chance." Lucci gritted her teeth, glaring at He Han Sheng with resentment. "I don't know." With a mere glance, He Han Sheng signaled, and in the next moment, Lucci let out a piercing scream. A bodyguard pressed down hard on her arm, causing her to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Though her arm was not dislocated, the force was excruciating. She realized clearly that He Han Sheng had gone mad. "He Han Sheng!" A furious voice erupted from the doorway, and in the next instant, Luan struck He Han Sheng, sending him crashing to the ground. Luan was a notorious charmer, his appearance deceptively handsome and amiable, yet at this moment, his face was ablaze with fury. The butler had called in to inform him of He Han Sheng's aggressive arrival, and he had immediately sensed something amiss. He rushed back just in time to hear Lucci's anguished scream. Luan was nearly driven to madness. How dare He Han Sheng? After striking He Han Sheng, Luan's entourage swiftly encircled He Han Sheng's men, creating a standoff. Lucci had been rescued, and Luan, filled with concern, asked her, "Are you all right?" Lucci shook her head, pale-faced. "I'm fine." The pain had subsided now that her arm was free. Luan gazed at Lucci's ashen face, his heart aching. Lucci was his personally chosen sister, the most perfect and beloved sister in his eyes. He would contemplate for ages after scolding her even once. How could he allow He Han Sheng to bully her? Furthermore, had he not arrived early today, what further madness would He Han Sheng have unleashed? "He Han Sheng, have you lost your mind? If you seek your woman, seek her. Why bully my sister?" He Han Sheng's dark pupils were filled with an unfathomable depth, cold as a deep well, suffused with an aura of bone-chilling malevolence. Luan met his gaze, both feeling a chill run down their spines. He Han Sheng, inside the room, the atmosphere was tense. He Han Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile, a smile that concealed a chilling ferocity, sending shivers down the spine. His ghostly, icy gaze landed upon Lucci. Every word was deliberate. "Where is she?" Lucci trembled inside, not from her own fear, but from the sheer terror that He Han Sheng evoked. He resembled a demon from hell, a cold-blooded, cruel fiend. Luan embraced her, gently patting her back. "Do not fear, your brother is here." Luan instilled courage in Lucci, who glared at He Han Sheng in defiance. "He Han Sheng, I do not know where Xingran is. Even if I did, I would not tell you. You are a madman, a pit of fire, a scoundrel. You are unworthy of Xingran." He Han Sheng's expression stiffened, whether provoked by Lucci's words or not, his lips turned pale, and his gaze darkened ominously. With bloodthirsty steps, he advanced toward Lucci. "Repeat that." Luan shielded Lucci behind him, unflinching in the face of the dangerously unhinged He Han Sheng. The syringe was pressed in. Chapter 74. He Han's mood disorder. As He Han collapsed, his dark, piercing eyes remained fixed on Lucci, radiating a chilling intensity. Where had Su Xingran gone? Lu Sisi had never witnessed such a state in He Han. His formidable and capricious aura now seemed to materialize, exuding an ominous menace as if he would drain her blood should she fail to divulge Su Xingran's whereabouts. It was utterly terrifying. Gao Qiao watched as He Han lost consciousness, his heart racing with unease. It was evident that He Han was having an episode, a condition that had not plagued him for over a decade. What could have triggered this sudden relapse? Gao Qiao dared not delay, instructing the bodyguards, carry him away. They lifted the unconscious He Han with urgency. Turning to Lu Sisi, Gao Qiao cautioned, you should keep your distance. He has gone mad. With that, he hurriedly departed, his mind in turmoil. Truth be told, He Han's indifference towards Su Xingran had never been particularly concerning to Gao Qiao, yet, her departure had catalyzed the resurgence of his long-dormant affliction. Was it possible for something deemed insignificant to yield such dire consequences? Conversely, if it were significant, what deeds had He Han committed? Gao Qiao found himself at a loss for words regarding He Han's behavior. With the Yi family being the sole heir, he could not simply stand by idly. It was a headache, a source of great frustration. Once He Han's entourage had vacated the premises, Lu Sisi stepped out from behind Lu Wan, regarding him with concern. Brother, does He Han have a mental illness? Lu Wan pondered, recalling the evident abnormalities in He Han's recent demeanor. He had little interest in He Han's condition. After all, it was of his own making. For the time being, refrain from going out. I will arrange for additional bodyguards to remain at home. Lu Sisi nodded vigorously. Still shaken by He Han's earlier madness, she resolved to avoid him as much as possible. Gao Qiao transported He Han to a lavish private rehabilitation center, heading straight to Gu Guizhi's psychological clinic. Guizhi, you must attend to Han, he is having an episode. Gu Guizhi sat composedly in his chair, his pristine white coat contrasting with his icy demeanor. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses obscured part of his face, lending him an air of refined elegance through the lenses. He observed the unconscious He Han being carried in, his eyes tightly shut and pallor evident. Gu Guizhi quickly approached to examine He Han. Despite being in a stupor, his expression remained taut, and his muscles were rigid. It was clear that he was indeed experiencing a crisis. Gu Guizhi adjusted his glasses, his gaze cold and calculating. What transpired? Hasn't he been stable for over a decade? Gao Qiao sighed. You're aware that Su Xingran has run away, correct? Gu Guizhi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is it due to Su Xingran? He Han suffered from severe bipolar disorder, a condition he had battled since childhood. Gao Qiao's first patient had been He Han. It had taken 5 years to help him stabilize. For over 10 years, He Han had not relapsed, yet now, it seemed that Su Xingran's departure had triggered this episode. His bipolar disorder was characterized by emotional volatility, leading one to wonder if he truly harbored feelings for Su Xingran. Medical science suggested that individuals with such symptoms were incapable of love. Gao Qiao's expression reflected both helplessness and sorrow. You find this hard to believe, don't you? I, too, struggle with it. As a doctor, he understood He Han's condition well, yet he was not a psychologist and could not fathom the depths of He Han's turmoil. A man who seemingly lacked the capacity for emotion had been torn apart by Su Xingran's absence. Did he love her, or was it something else entirely? Gu Guizhi administered an intravenous solution, calming He Han's frayed nerves. He turned to Gao Qiao, stating, once he regains consciousness, I shall inquire about his condition. It is possible that years of repression have reached a breaking point, and Su Xingran's departure has served as the catalyst for his relapse. Bipolar disorder is a lifelong affliction, one that cannot be eradicated. Just because He Han had not relapsed in over a decade did not mean he was free of the illness. Gu Guizhi had recognized He Han's remarkable self-discipline during their counseling sessions. He possessed an extraordinary willpower. Bipolar disorder is a malady from which one cannot rescue oneself, yet He Han had managed to suppress his condition through sheer determination. Now, however, something had shattered that facade of control. Gu Guizhi felt a surge of curiosity. He was skeptical that Su Xingran was the root of the issue, for He Han was not a man prone to emotional upheaval. He did not require feelings. Gao Qiao, with concern etched upon his face, inquired, when do you anticipate he will awaken? Tomorrow, I presume. His nerves are currently in a heightened state of tension. I have administered a sedative. He will be in a deep slumber. Gao Qiao nodded, exasperatedly raking his fingers through his hair. At this rate, I might just develop bipolar disorder myself. Gu Guizhi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret, He Han is no ordinary individual. His ability to maintain control for over a decade is remarkable. He will overcome this hurdle. Gao Qiao gazed earnestly at Gu Guizhi, posing a hypothetical question. What if He Han's condition is indeed a result of Su Xingran's departure? If she remains elusive or does not return, what then? Gu Guizhi was momentarily taken aback by the complexity of the inquiry. Such a possibility is exceedingly slim. He Han's situation differs from that of typical bipolar patients. It stems from a childhood marred by neglect, abuse from his mother, and the trauma of abduction and humiliation. He had developed a profound emotional void and a fractured sense of self. According to psychological theories, individuals like him are at risk of becoming dangerous as adults, yet, He Han had made significant strides in his recovery. Gu Guizhi, deep in thought, mused, can someone devoid of emotion truly develop feelings for Su Xingran? Gao Qiao hesitated. It's difficult to say. He Han's actions towards Su Xingran did not suggest genuine affection, yet, the magnitude of his distress following her departure raised questions about the nature of his feelings. Gu Guizhi pondered aloud. He Han is an emotionally deficient individual who has never experienced love. Su Xingran may well be the only person who loved him unreservedly. He may not know how to love, yet he yearns for love from others. There is no denying that Su Xingran's love was profound and unwavering. She devoted herself entirely to the one she cherished, embodying a pure and fervent affection. It was she who offered He Han such love. Gu Guizhi concluded, suddenly losing such an intense emotional connection must feel like a devastating fall for He Han. The disparity is too great, leading to an emotional breakdown. This is the most reasonable explanation. Yet, Gu Guizhi refrained from considering the possibility that He Han might harbor genuine feelings for Su Xingran, for he believed He Han lacked the capacity to love. Chapter 75. Selling the diamond ring. Su Xingran had arrived in the small town for a week, completing her enrollment procedures and embarking on a rigorous daily study routine. Mornings were devoted to attending classes, while afternoons were spent sketching alongside her classmates and teachers. Evenings were reserved for reviewing her lessons. Her days were simple yet fulfilling, and she quickly adapted to this pace. Lu Sisi had discreetly informed her that He Han Sheng was still searching for her and had not given up, advising her to act low-key and with caution. Consequently, she refrained from using her domestic bank card, fearing that withdrawing money would reveal her whereabouts. During this week, any expenses were covered using Zhuang Yanqing's supplementary card. She had inquired among her classmates about Nisk, the capital of H country, which was known for its wealth and numerous auction houses. She contemplated selling the true love diamond ring she possessed. However, she did not intend to disclose this plan to Zhuang Yanqing, instead telling her that she would be going to Nisk to sketch alongside another international student, Zhang Qingya. Zhuang Yanqing did not object. The journey from the small town to Nisk required an hour by high-speed train, allowing her to go in the morning and return by evening. Nisk was a bustling city, characterized by its European-style architecture, exuding an air of elegance. Zhang Qingya was well acquainted with the area and led Su Xingran directly to an ancient auction house, owned by a fellow Chinese. "Uncle Zhou, this is my friend, she wishes to sell a diamond ring," Zhang Qingya introduced. Uncle Zhou, a kindly middle-aged man in his 50s, regarded Su Xingran with interest. "Let me see the ring you wish to sell," he said. Su Xingran retrieved the diamond ring from her pocket. Upon seeing the true love diamond, Uncle Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Young lady, this diamond ring is quite remarkable." With his extensive experience, he assessed the ring and determined it was between 18 and 20 carats. Furthermore, in terms of cut and clarity, it was of exceptional quality, worth at least 50 million. Su Xingran inquired, "Can it be sold?" "Indeed." Uncle Zhou examined the ring closely and noticed the engraving inside. "What is your name?" he asked. Su Xingran shrugged. "I am Su Xingran, but that name engraved inside is not mine." "What is the origin of this diamond ring?" Uncle Zhou probed further. With a playful smile, Su Xingran replied, "It was stolen." Zhang Qingya rolled her eyes from the side and clarified, "Uncle Zhou, don't mind her nonsense. The ring is definitely legitimate, she simply needs the money, so please help her sell it." Uncle Zhou was unfazed by the ring's origins. Given the engraving, it was evident it belonged to China. Since it was a Chinese item, selling it in M country posed no issue. He could remove the setting and slightly modify the diamond, transforming it into something entirely different. However, Uncle Zhou, being a businessman, noticed Su Xingran's urgency to sell. "This diamond ring is indeed a fine piece. Selling it is possible, but we must wait for the auction results to know the price, and only after deducting our commission can we transfer the funds to you. However, if I buy it privately, I can directly transfer the money to you." Su Xingran raised an eyebrow. "How much will you offer?" Uncle Zhou held up 3 fingers. 30 million. Su Xingran replied decisively, 40 million. Deal. Uncle Zhou agreed promptly, causing Su Xingran to regret her initial low bid. Had she known, she would have asked for 50 million. Nevertheless, despite her regret, she was a person of integrity. Uncle Zhou swiftly transferred 40 million to her account. She had established an overseas bank account using her student ID and identification card, ensuring that He Han Sheng could not trace her transactions. She was remarkably astute. With the money in hand, she felt a wave of happiness and insisted on treating Zhang Qingya to a lavish meal. Zhang Qingya readily accepted, leading Su Xingran to the finest restaurant in Nisk, aptly named Moonlight. The name itself exuded elegance. This restaurant had a unique feature. Every patron was required to wear a mask upon entry. The street was lined with numerous mask vendors, from whom Su Xingran purchased a fox mask while Zhang Qingya opted for a rabbit mask. The restaurant's decor was upscale and refined. Zhang Qingya, a frequent visitor, skillfully ordered their meals from a table by the window on the second floor. With her sunny disposition and natural charm, she loved striking up conversations with attractive girls. Su Xingran, possessing striking beauty, had become her close friend from the very first day she stepped into school. Having a beautiful friend brought daily joy. Propping her chin on her hand, Zhang Qingya excitedly introduced, "You must try the foie gras here. It's absolutely divine. Afterward, we can buy matching sister bags, you'll have to pay." Su Xingran appreciated Zhang Qingya's outgoing nature. Being new to the country, her initial shyness was alleviated by having such a warm-hearted companion. Zhang Qingya, knowing her need to sell the diamond ring, did not pry but rather sought avenues to assist her. Thus, treating her to dinner and gifting her a bag were entirely voluntary acts on her part. As they engaged in lively conversation, a melodious piano tune suddenly wafted up from downstairs. The music flowed gracefully, like an elegant poem, with notes dancing in the air, weaving a dreamlike melody. Su Xingran, having studied dance since childhood, held a deep affection for music. The piano piece stirred an irresistible urge within her to dance. With her face masked, no one would recognize her. She boldly rose, moving to the vacant space in front of the table, her figure light as a swallow as she began to dance. Her movements harmonized flawlessly with the piano's melody, embodying the music itself, showcasing the fluidity of notes and the emotional ebb and flow with exquisite clarity. Zhang Qingya was mesmerized, quickly pulling out her phone to capture the moment. Su Xingran's steps were both graceful and vigorous, akin to notes leaping across the piano keys, resonating with the melody below. Her body lines were smooth and elegant, every turn and lift radiated a unique charm. Her dance seemed to converse with the piano, the two responding to each other, delivering a breathtaking performance. Neither Su Xingran nor the pianist could see each other, separated by floors however, those seated across from them could observe the figure clad in a white gown and golden mask, fingers deftly dancing across the piano, lost in the music just as Su Xingran was immersed in her dance. The audience was captivated by her performance, enchanted by the pianist's melody, as if transported into a world brimming with art and beauty. This perfect fusion of piano and dance evoked the allure and power of artistry. It transcended mere performance, it was a profound cleansing of the soul. Chapter 76 He Han Sheng, Yuan Xia Qingqing's wedding ring has been stolen. As the final notes of the music faded and the dance came to an end, thunderous applause erupted from both upstairs and downstairs. Gu Xingmian, situated below, mistakenly assumed the applause was directed at him and nodded graciously in acknowledgement, preparing to return to his seat to rejoin his friends. His phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, he gestured to his friends at the table that he needed to take a call. Receiving an approving nod in return, he promptly picked up the phone and exited the restaurant. Meanwhile, Su Xingran, located upstairs, believed the applause was meant for her. She inclined her body slightly in gratitude before resuming her seat to continue her meal. Zhang Qingya gazed at her with starry-eyed admiration. Xingxing, your dancing is simply breathtaking. With such prowess, why did you choose to pursue painting instead of dance? Su Xingran smiled and replied, a true polymath. Beyond this, she chose not to elaborate further. Dancing had been her passion since childhood, yet He Han Sheng had never been fond of it. Consequently, she had refrained from dancing in public since then. Dancing became her private joy, an activity she indulged in alone within the confines of her room. She had turned to painting instead. As for her love for He Han Sheng, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to it. She had given everything to love him. However, she had neglected to love herself eagerly. Zhang Qingya showed Su Xingran the video she had just captured. Look at how beautifully you dance. It's simply mesmerizing. In the footage, Su Xingran danced gracefully like a butterfly, adorned in a traditional dress that accentuated her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a fairy descended from the heavens. Zhang Qingya exclaimed with excitement, Xingxing, next time, while you dance, be my model. I must capture your most exquisite self on canvas. Okay. Su Xingran replied, picking up her fork. Let us eat quickly. We still need to buy a bag. They had to hurry back. The thought of the bag brought Zhang Qingya back to reality. Yes, we must buy that bag. The bag was indeed Zhang Qingya's lifeblood. Due to their time constraints and the fear of missing the last bus back to their small town, the two of them devoured their meal with great haste. After settling the bill, they swiftly exited the restaurant. Zhang Qingya led the way, with Su Xingran following closely behind. Just as Zhang Qingya stepped out, a tall man in a white suit unexpectedly emerged beside her, and Su Xingran collided with him. Her petite frame instinctively stumbled backward. Watch out! In the next instant, a strong hand encircled her waist, steadying her. The refreshing and crisp scent of pine enveloped her senses, lingering in the air. Gu Xingmian ensured she regained her balance before releasing his hold and offered a gentlemanly apology. I'm sorry. Su Xingran shook her head, it's all right. She sidestepped him without giving the incident much thought. Gu Xingmian, too, paid little mind to it and returned to his seat, where his friend observed him through the silver mask on his face with a knowing smile. Gu Xingmian chuckled, why do you look at me like that? He felt that Qin Jinghe's gaze was imbued with a certain depth, which bordered on lewdness. Qin Jinghe raised an eyebrow. You seem to share quite the connection with that girl you just bumped into. Gu Xingmian looked perplexed. What girl? The one you ran into at the door. Gu Xingmian shook his head in exasperation. What nonsense! I merely bumped into her, how can that be a connection? He even know what she looked like. Qin Jinghe laughed, from my perspective, you two are quite fated. Moreover, it's a fateful encounter. You played your music and she danced in perfect harmony, and then you collided as you left. This is undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. Gu Xingmian was even more bewildered. What do you mean by music and dance? Qin Jing had tapped his phone a couple of times, causing Gu Xingmian's phone to ring. I sent it to you. Take a look. You often say your music doesn't need dance because no one can match your rhythm, yet when you watched that girl, it seemed every note fell perfectly in place. It was simply exquisite. While Qin Jinghe spoke, Gu Xingmian had already opened the video on his phone. Initially, his expression was nonchalant, but the more he watched, the more serious and then ecstatic he became. Gu Xingmian was a renowned pianist, preferring solo performances over the accompanying dance or other forms of expression. His pride and arrogance had led him to believe that no dance could ever complement his music. He had tried before, but if the dancer did not evoke the desired feeling, he had no use for them. However, the video Qin Jinghe had captured showcased a flawless fusion of dance and piano. The piece had been inspired by a video he had seen of a majestic snow-capped mountain transforming into a golden peak under the sunset, which had struck a profound chord within him. Inspiration swirled in his mind, prompting him to ask Qin Jinghe to film him as he performed. The notes flowed from him, high and low, twisting and turning, all improvised in the moment. Yet the girl dancing in the video seemed to be in perfect sync with every note, every rhythm. She instinctively knew what he was going to play next. Her dance responded to his music. A kindred spirit, this was a rare and extraordinary connection. As the realization flooded his mind, Gu Xingmian felt an uncontrollable urge to rush out. He had to find her, to invite her to be his muse. Seeing Gu Xingmian's urgency, Qin Jinghe followed suit. However, the bustling street had long since lost the girl's presence. Gu Xingmian turned to Qin Jinghe, you go to the shop on the left, and I'll check the one on the right. Ensure you find her. What could Qin Jinghe say? Naturally, he would support his friend armed with the details of the girl's attire from the video. He began inquiring at each store but to no avail. Until he entered Uncle Zhou's shop. Uncle Zhou was carefully polishing a recently acquired piece known as the Heart of True Love. Qin Jinghe's eyes widened as he spotted the Heart of True Love, his jaw dropping in disbelief. No way, no way. Uncle Zhou noticed Qin Jinghe at the entrance and smiled. Good day, sir, how may I assist you? Qin Jinghe approached and pointed at the ring in Uncle Zhou's hand. May I see that ring? Being a businessman, Uncle Zhou was more than willing to oblige, especially since Qin Jinghe appeared to be affluent. Of course. Qin Jinghe picked up the ring and examined it closely, eventually discovering the engraving HHSXQQ. Excellent, this was definitive proof. It was indeed the Heart of True Love belonging to He Han Sheng and Xia Qingqing. Unbelievable, the treasured heirloom of the Yi family had been stolen. Haha, how utterly amusing. He simply had to record a video to mercilessly mock He Han Sheng. Forgetting about the girl, he snapped a quick photo and sent it to He Han Sheng. He Han Sheng, your and Xia Qingqing's wedding ring has been stolen. Haha. Chapter 77. In search of the muse. On the other side, Gu Xingmian searched high and low but found no one. He hurried back to Qin Jinghe's side. Jinghe, have you found her? Found her. Gu Xingmian's eyes lit up. Where? Right here. Qin Jinghe raised the ring in his hand, grinning as he looked at Gu Xingmian. When Gu Xingmian caught sight of the Heart of True Love in Qin Jinghe's possession, his pupils constricted sharply. It was evident that Gu Xingmian recognized the Heart of True Love without a doubt. He was no stranger to this exquisite creation, as it was the pride of his great-grandmother's craftsmanship. There was no way he could be mistaken. Gu Xingmian inquired, how did it end up here? Qin Jinghe shrugged. I have no idea. I messaged He Han Sheng, but he hasn't replied. Gu Xingmian turned to Uncle Zhou. Hello, how did this diamond ring come into your possession? Uncle Zhou, not one to be easily fooled, discerned that the two were familiar with the ring. He replied, industry rules dictate that I cannot disclose the employer's information. Gu Xingmian exchanged a glance with Qin Jinghe and, addressing Uncle Zhou, said, how much for this ring? I'll take it. Uncle Zhou quoted, 80 million. Qin Jinghe immediately countered, 70 million. Uncle Zhou responded, deal. At that moment, Qin Jinghe, too, felt the same urgency that Su Xingran had earlier. They should have negotiated for a lower price. Uncle Zhou would have settled for 60 million. However, Qin Jinghe was unfazed. They surely wouldn't lose out on this ring. He was certain that He Han Sheng would pay a handsome price to reclaim it. Uncle Zhou, a businessman, found it fortuitous to have encountered these two. Had it not been for them, he would have to polish and rework the ring, searching for a new owner, which could have yielded an even higher price but would have been quite a hassle. With this swift transaction, he made a tidy 30 million profit that was more than satisfactory. Moreover, he had just received a message from home indicating there was a situation necessitating his return to the country. The sooner he could finalize the sale of the ring, the better. Gu Xingmian completed the payment, and as Qin Jinghe took the ring, Gu Xingmian asked, did you find her? Qin Jinghe shook his head. I followed the attire from the video to the shop, but no luck. Gu Xingmian fell silent, a profound sense of regret etched across his handsome face. Qin Jinghe pondered for a moment before suggesting, I think you should issue a missing person notice directly on your Weibo, that should make it easier to locate her. The girl in the video donned a flowing ancient-style gown, with cascading black hair and a slender figure, performing a traditional dance undoubtedly of Huagua descent. Given your renown, posting a missing person notice would likely yield swift results. In this era of technological advancement and connectivity, Gu Xingmian was the foremost piano virtuoso in the country, boasting 30 million followers on Weibo. Finding someone would be a simple feat under normal circumstances. Gu Xingmian would never resort to such a method. However, this time was different. The girl's dance resonated with his music, suggesting a profound connection between their souls. He did not wish to let this opportunity slip away, thus, he shared the video, accompanied by his location. My music video, Gu Xingmian's piano prowess was unparalleled, and his refined elegance made him the quintessential nobleman. He attracted fans for both his looks and talents. Almost immediately after posting the video, a torrent of comments flooded in. Ah, the male god has posted on Weibo, first to comment. The male god is searching for his muse. Wow. The synchronization of music and dance in the video is phenomenal. The visual aesthetics are simply a reincarnation of past and present. I know, this is a music restaurant in H country, where diners must wear masks. Such a vibe. Ah. I'm in H country. I can't believe I just missed the male god. Who is the muse the male god is searching for? Family, we found her. It's her, Yang Shui, confirmed. It is Yang Shui. Look, she posted a dance video early this morning at the square in H country, wearing the exact outfit from the male god's video, and her current IP location is also in H country. Qin Jinghe scrolled through the comments on Gu Xingmian's Weibo. Undeniably, there were times when the power of the internet was formidable. Upon hearing that the netizens were identifying her as Yang Shui, he clicked on the tagged Yang Shui's Weibo profile. Yang Shui's Weibo was filled with stunning photos and videos. One particular video posted that morning showcased her gracefully dancing at the Pigeon Square in H country. She danced remarkably well, and astonishingly, she wore the same outfit as the girl in the Moonlight restaurant video. The resemblance in both figure and hairstyle was uncanny. Qin Jinghe excitedly patted Gu Xingmian's shoulder. We found her. He showed Gu Xingmian the video of Yang Shui. Look, isn't it her? Gu Xingmian also viewed Yang Shui's video and her location. To be honest, based on the attire and the address, it was indeed plausible that it was Yang Shui, yet, as he examined both videos, an unsettling feeling lingered. He cautiously remarked, since this Yang Shui is in H country, let us reach out to her and confirm. Qin Jinghe nodded. Alright. As Qin Jinghe was unfamiliar with Yang Shui, he perused her Weibo profile and discovered she had recently signed with AIA Film Company. Coincidentally, AIA was affiliated with his family. He promptly contacted the film company's owner, explaining the situation, and they quickly provided him with Yang Shui's and her manager's contact information. At that moment, Yang Shui was in H country, building her momentum as she prepared to enter the entertainment industry. Her manager was her aunt, Zhang Ke, who had long worked in the industry. Zhang Ke's initial strategy was to craft a high-achieving goddess persona for her, presenting her as a returnee from overseas studies. She aimed to draw attention by showcasing Yang Shui's classical dance performances, creating buzz among foreign onlookers. The morning's dance video had generated a favorable response, marking a successful first step in her promotional campaign. However, the subsequent strategy was still in the works when Yang Shui's early morning video unexpectedly went viral. The backend data surged dramatically. Zhang Ke accessed Yang Shui's Weibo backend and noted the overwhelming mentions of the piano prince Gu Xingnian. Countless comments proclaimed that the male god was searching for her. Zhang Ke's eyes lit up upon clicking on Gu Xingnian's Weibo. How fortuitous! She certainly recognized that the person in the video was not Yang Shui, but that did not preclude her from positioning Yang Shui as the one in the video. With a prominent figure like Gu Xingnian backing her, Yang Shui's path to stardom would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. This was a golden opportunity that must be seized, even if it meant resorting to impersonation. Zhang Ke hurriedly showed the video to Yang Shui. Yang Shui, look, Gu Xingnian is searching for the dancer. How coincidental that you are dressed the same and are in the same location. If you can embody the woman in the video and become Gu Xingnian's muse, your future will undoubtedly be brilliant. Chapter 78. The girl dancing in the video is Su Xingran. Zhang Ke elaborated to Yang Shui on the advantages of this matter, her excitement palpable. Ha! Yang Shui was utterly caught off guard, feeling as though she had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. Hesitantly, she inquired, but auntie, I am not the person in the video. If that person stands up, won't I be humiliated? Yang Shui aspired to enter the entertainment industry and become a She was acutely aware that seizing this opportunity could catapult her to fame, yet, she also recognized that mishandling it could lead to her ruin. Yang Shui yearned for success, but the risk was daunting. Unless she could ascertain that the girl in the video would not reveal herself, how could she be certain? This was a matter for Zhang Ke to ponder. She said, Gu Xingnian's video was recorded during midday here, which means that girl is in H country. We must find her swiftly, discuss cooperation, and offer her money to ensure she stays out of sight, thus granting you this opportunity. Yang Shui pursed her lips, her beautiful face betraying her disapproval. Money? The other party was Gu Xingnian. Gu Xingnian was not merely a piano prodigy, he was also a scion of a prestigious family in the capital. The Gu family held a uniquely elevated status in the capital. If He Han Sheng controlled the economic lifeblood of the capital, the Gu family wielded political power. Gu Xingnian's father was the highest-ranking official in the capital, and his position would eventually be passed down to Gu Xingnian. Before turning 30, Gu Xingnian could freely pursue his dreams and be a pianist. However, after 30, he would have to shoulder his responsibilities. Gu Xingnian's future was resplendent. Any connection to Gu Xingnian would be a tremendous boon for her. Simultaneously, such a person was not to be trifled with, lest she find herself in irrevocable peril. Zhang Ke understood this well, yet having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she was bold and willing to gamble. If she won, it would lead to a glorious life. If she lost, she could always start anew. Yang Shui continued to gaze at the girl dancing in the video. Initially, she felt envy, but the more she watched, her expression darkened, eventually turning sullen. In a fit of anger, she hurled her phone. Zhang Ke was bewildered by Yang Shui's sudden outburst. What's wrong? Yang Shui's face was clouded with shadows, contorted in distress. The woman in the video is Su Xingran. She would not mistake her. Su Xingran's figure, hairstyle, and dance, she recognized them all, because she was so deeply affected by Su Xingran. Zhang Ke was taken aback. Su Xingran? As Yang Shui's aunt, Zhang Ke was indeed familiar with Su Xingran. The woman in the video was Su Xingran. In an instant, Zhang Ke seemed to grasp something significant. Since Yang Shui decided to enter the entertainment industry, her style had transformed drastically, becoming fresh and natural, evoking a sense of comfort and ease. One must remember that Yang Shui's previous style had been sultry and enchanting, such a sudden shift in style, but now, looking at Su Xingran in the video, Zhang Ke understood. Yang Shui was imitating Su Xingran. Zhang Ke was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it was because Yang Shui had always felt overshadowed by Su Xingran, leading to her insecurities. Deep down, she believed she could never measure up to Su Xingran, who shone so brightly. Imitating Su Xingran might garner her more attention, but it was a convoluted situation. Thus, her hairstyle, style, and fashion choices all mirrored Su Xingran's. Even her dancing style seemed similar. Just say, Su Xingran had become her shadow. Zhang Ke inquired, are you certain the person in the video is Su Xingran? Yang Shui scoffed. I would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Zhang Ke was speechless. The woman in the video wore a mask. If not for her intimate familiarity, how could she have recognized her so easily? Zhang Ke pondered, if the person in the video is Su Xingran, we cannot impersonate her. After all, Yang Shui and Su Xingran were at odds. If Su Xingran were to emerge, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. No. A flicker of dark determination crossed Yang Shue's eyes. Precisely because the woman in the video is Su Xingran, I have made my decision. I will impersonate her. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Ke scolded her. Do you not realize your relationship with Su Xingran? Would she allow you to impersonate her? Su Xingran would crush her without mercy, leaving her no chance of redemption. Besides, this was another girl. There remained a possibility of bribery, but if the girl in the video was Su Xingran, then even money would be futile. Yang Shue's gaze met Zhang Ke's with a confident smile. Auntie, you are mistaken. It is precisely because the person in the video is Su Xingran that I must impersonate her. I understand Su Xingran, and she is currently on the run. Even if she discovers that I have taken her place, she would not dare reveal the truth. In present-day capital, everyone with connections knew that He Han Sheng was searching for Su Xingran. And he was searching with an intensity that bordered on madness. Su Xingran was evading He Han Sheng, and this time, she was serious. If she wished to avoid being caught, she would not show her face. Her impersonation would ensure her safety. Zhang Ke contemplated. I see. At that moment, Zhang Ke's phone rang. Upon seeing it was her superior, she quickly moved aside to answer. Hello, boss. Alright, I understand, thank you, boss. I will make every effort to promote her. After hanging up, Zhang Ke excitedly told Yang Shui, Gu Xingmian has actively sought your contact information from the company's boss, expressing a desire to meet you. Since you come from a dance background, learn the dance from the video so we can perform a segment when we meet. Yang Shui nodded, her face alight with barely contained excitement, and began to familiarize herself with the dance in the video. Meanwhile, Zhang Ke swiftly added Gu Xingmian's contact details and scheduled a meeting for an hour later at the Moonlight restaurant. When she returned, smiling, eager to ask Yang Shui how she was progressing with the dance, she was met with Yang Shui's dark, despondent expression. What happened? Yang Shui, who had trained in dance since childhood, might not be a top dancer, but she was certainly skilled. For someone like Yang Shui, picking up ordinary dances would be a breeze. In Zhang Ke's eyes, the dance in the video seemed simple, devoid of difficulty, yet, unbeknownst to her, the choreography was exceedingly complex, demanding precision in every step, power, and spin. Yang Shui's complexion turned pale. Auntie, I can't do it. Zhang Ke, the sky had fallen. Gu Xingmian wanted to meet, and to establish her identity, she would undoubtedly need to perform a segment. And now, Yang Shui couldn't. Yang Shui bit her lip, a flicker of struggle flashing in her eyes. Fortune favors the bold. With this thought, her gaze hardened with resolve. In the next moment, she raised her leg and kicked the table's edge. Ah, Sha Shui, what are you doing? Chapter 79. Su Xingran, you cannot escape in the capital city. He Han Sheng had been under the care of Gu Guizhi ever since he awoke from his episode at the psychological clinic. His condition appeared to be stable. He engaged in conversation fluently, resembling a perfectly normal individual. It was as if the incident that day had merely been a figment of his imagination. He was still the dignified and composed He Han Sheng, the pride of the heavens. Despite this, he instructed Jiang Chuqing to continue searching for Su Xingran, refusing to give up. His emotions had seemingly stabilized, presenting no outward signs of disturbance. The only person who sensed something amiss was Aunt Chen. During the week following Su Xingran's departure, He Han Sheng would retreat into her room every evening, isolating himself until dawn before emerging impeccably dressed for work. To the outside world, this behavior might seem perfectly ordinary, yet it was anything but. He moved about like a meticulously programmed machine, executing each task with precision, as if all emotion had been siphoned away, transforming him into a mere automaton. One day, while in a meeting, He Han Sheng left his phone in the office. Upon the meeting's conclusion, he returned, his expression grave, and diligently reviewed the day's discussions. Once he finished, he picked up his phone to message Jiang Chuqing, inquiring about any updates on Su Xingran's whereabouts. However, he noticed a message from Qin Jinghe, the young master of the Qin family. He first sent a message to Jiang Chuqing and then turned his attention to Qin Jinghe's correspondence. Upon seeing the photograph of the true love heart ring that Qin Jinghe had sent, the calmness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a tempest of emotions. He abruptly stood up from his chair, striding over to the floor-to-ceiling window to call Qin Jinghe. His visage was strikingly handsome, his demeanor serene, yet the hand pressed against the window betrayed a slight pallor, revealing his inner turmoil. Qin Jinghe answered swiftly. Where did you see the ring? He Han Sheng. Qin Jinghe chuckled teasingly. Haha, He Han Sheng, has your house been robbed? He Han Sheng's voice was low and serious. Bring it back for me. This was an admission that theft had indeed occurred. The true love heart had been stolen and sold. How utterly embarrassing. Qin Jinghe couldn't suppress his laughter. He raised an eyebrow. I spent 2 billion on it, you can't offer less. 10 billion. Deal. Qin Jinghe exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Although the true love heart was undoubtedly precious, it was not worth such a sum. The market value of the diamond was around 1 billion. Given the stone's special significance to the He family, asking for an extra billion was hardly unreasonable, yet, He Han Sheng had offered 10 billion. It was a windfall he couldn't refuse. He Han Sheng's voice came through again. Now tell me, where did you buy the ring? I purchased it in the capital of H country. The seller mentioned that it had just come in, but did not disclose the owner's information. However, anyone who knew to steal your ring and sell it abroad surely took the money and ran. In Qin Jinghe's view, this ring was a family heirloom. No one would have the audacity to sell it if it had been entrusted to them by the He family. Even in dire need of cash, one could easily have approached the He family for funds. The fact that it appeared in a pawnshop in a foreign land could only indicate theft. The thief had likely fled with the money immediately after the sale, rather than risk capture. He Han Sheng's gaze darkened. Thus, Su Xingran was in H country. His mind raced as his long fingers tapped rhythmically against the glass window.
He was eager to locate Su Xingran, yet the more urgent his desire became, the calmer he remained. Su Xingran had gone abroad for her studies, specializing in painting. Undoubtedly, she was pursuing further education, suggesting that she was likely enrolled in a prestigious art institution in H country. This revelation narrowed his search considerably. He swiftly resolved to investigate all art schools in H country. It was now confirmed that Su Xingran was indeed there. If he couldn't find her at art schools, he would broaden his search to all educational institutions in H country. With narrowed eyes, He Han Sheng declared, "This little thief is despicable. I am going to H country immediately to personally retrieve her. Once I arrive, I will need your cooperation."
Of course. Qin Jinghe understood He Han Sheng's sentiments.
After all, the theft of a family heirloom was no trivial matter. Decisive action was warranted. He hadn't managed to uncover the seller's information, but He Han Sheng would come to inquire personally. Regardless, it was no concern of his. He had already pocketed over 9 billion, relishing the windfall. As He Han Sheng ended the call, a glimmer of determination shone in his dark eyes.
"Su Xingran, you cannot escape."
After hanging up, Qin Jing had triumphantly informed Gu Xingmian, "I'll give you 5 billion later."
This venture was a joint effort between him and Gu Xingmian, and of course, He Han Sheng's unwitting generosity would be shared equally.
Gu Xingmian shook her head. The earlier conversation had been on speakerphone, intentionally allowing her to witness He Han Sheng's embarrassment. Her thoughts were currently occupied with Yang Shui, rendering her indifferent to the 10 billion. Qin Jinghe, however, was unreserved.
"If you don't want it, I will gladly take it."
He was merely offering what Gu Xingmian had declined. It wasn't that he was withholding anything. Just then, Qin Jinghe's phone chimed with a message from Yang Shui's manager, Zhang Ku.
"They have arrived."
As soon as Qin Jinghe relayed this, Gu Xingmian sprang to her feet, eager to reach the door.
There, Zhang Ku was pushing a wheelchair with Yang Shui seated in it.
The two were waiting at the entrance. Since the Moonlight restaurant required masks for entry, Zhang Ku and Yang Shui, lacking masks, could not enter. Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe stepped outside, only to find Yang Shui in a rather unfortunate state, her right leg encased in a cast. Concerned, Gu Xingmian inquired, "What happened?" Zhang Ku explained, "We encountered a robbery on our way back, and Yang Shui's leg was broken by a wooden stick." Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe gasped in shock. The safety conditions in H country were indeed worrisome, particularly as some criminals targeted citizens from Huaguo. Qin Jinghe quickly asked, "Are you alright?" Yang Shui, pale-faced, shook her head. "It's nothing serious. I just can't have the cast removed for 3 months and won't be able to dance for a while."
"Gu, I know you sought me out for dancing, but I can't cooperate right now."
Neither Gu Xingmian nor Qin Jinghe had anticipated that Yang Shui would encounter such an incident. Gu Xingmian reassured her, "I am not here for dancing, rather, your performance brings me comfort. I will wait for your recovery. For now, focus on healing." Chapter 80, Encountering Su Xingran. A few individuals.
Qin Jinghe proposed, "Shall we retreat to the CAF for a while?"
Certainly, came the reply. Thus, the quartet made their way towards the CAF, with Gu Xingmian even assisting Yang Shui in maneuvering her wheelchair.
Such treatment did Qin Jinghe exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Xingmian and softly inquired, "Is it truly her?"
To Qin Jinghe, Yang Shui embodied the dancer in the video. She possessed the same physique, hairstyle, and even donned similar attire. Furthermore, in H country, she too was a dancer. What a remarkable coincidence. It could only be Yang Shui. Without a shadow of a doubt, however, Gu Xingmian remained cautious, for coincidences often tread the thin line of the inexplicable. Upon encountering Yang Shui, he had nearly confirmed her identity as the individual from the video. When they had collided at the entrance, he had distinctly caught the alluring fragrance of gardenias that enveloped her. Yang Shui emanated the exact same scent. There could be no mistake. Gu Xingmian smiled at Qin Jinghe and nodded. Indeed, it is her. Yang Shui, seated in her wheelchair, attentive. A triumphant glance was exchanged with Zhang Ke. As long as Su Xingran did not appear, she could assume her identity. After all, she had long memorized Su Xingran's attire, appearance, and style. Moreover, she had undergone cosmetic enhancements, altering several features to resemble Su Xingran. Presently, she shared a striking resemblance, and with her deliberate mimicry, she could be 5 parts similar. Unless Su Xingran herself materialized, no one could discern her as an imposter. Yang Shui entered the CAF alongside Gu Xingmian and took a seat, engaging in casual conversation.
"Are you here in H country for tourism?"
Yang Shui shyly lowered her gaze as Zhang Ku, smiling, interjected, "I am Yang Shui's aunt and also her manager. I brought her abroad to shoot a film and build her popularity in preparation for her debut."
Qin Jinghe had already informed Gu Xingmian that Yang Shui had recently signed with AIA and was preparing for her debut.
This was not a secret that needed to be kept hidden. After all, Gu Xingmian was a pianist, and he too was debuting. Given Yang Shui's exceptional dance talent, it was only natural for more people to witness her beauty. Gu Xingmian offered, "I am acquainted with the person in charge of the Starlight Project. If you need assistance, I could make an introduction." Yang Shui's eyes brightened. The Starlight Project was a grand talent show launched by the MO platform, featuring singing, dancing, and various competitions. A total of 100 girls would compete, with only 6 emerging victorious to debut. In truth, even without Gu Xingmian's help, Yang Shui intended to participate in the Starlight Project. However, with a prominent figure like Gu Xingmian endorsing her and backing her up, she would undoubtedly secure a place among the 6 debut slots. Yang Shui gazed at Gu Xingmian with barely contained excitement.
"Is that possible? Would it be too much trouble for you?"
Gu Xingmian was not put off by the ambition gleaming in Yang Shui's eyes. In this day and age, it was peculiar to lack ambition. He smiled and nodded. "Not at all, it's merely a matter of a single sentence. You should focus on your recovery. 3 months of healing is necessary for an injury of this nature."
By the time you are fully recovered, I can accompany you on your debut night.
The implication was unmistakable. Yang Shui and Zhang Ke were related. If Gu Xingmian were to perform alongside her on her debut night, she would undoubtedly claim the center position. It was as if fortune had smiled upon her. She felt giddy with excitement. Meanwhile, her mind raced with thoughts. She realized she could not replicate the dance from the video today, the most straightforward solution she could consider. No need to dance at all. When she cruelly kicked her leg against the table edge, Zhang Ke swiftly intervened, preventing her from hurting herself. Yang Shui fell awkwardly, while Zhang Ke, exasperated, admonished her, "Are you foolish? If you wish to pretend to be injured, why go to such lengths to harm yourself?" The act was merely that, an act. What was so wrong with feigning an injury? It would be far easier to simulate a leg injury. One could simply apply a cast. There was no need to genuinely injure oneself. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Zhang Ke was well versed in various tactics and strategies for public relations. Faced with the inability to dance, there existed countless alternative methods to handle the situation. Yang Shui's approach was the most foolish and desperate. Unless it was the final hour, one would not resort to such extremes. Thus, for now, her leg bore only a light cast, and her pale complexion was accentuated with a touch of makeup to convey weariness. Her legs were perfectly fine. She intended to utilize these 3 months wisely to master the dance from the video. Yang Shui possessed a solid foundation in dance, and her skills were commendable. While she might not achieve a flawless replication, she could certainly manage a close approximation. The remaining nuances could easily be disguised by her claimed injury. Perfection. The group sat comfortably in the CAF, engaged in leisurely conversation. Suddenly, Yang Shui's gaze fell upon the intersection ahead, her pupils dilating in shock. She spotted Su Xingran, dressed identically to her. Su Xingran stood at the intersection, waiting for the traffic light. Positioned right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Yang Shui could distinctly see the designer bag she held. As she laughed and chatted with a female companion, they even held hands, exuding a sense of camaraderie. What an astonishing coincidence to encounter Su Xingran. Moreover, from her current vantage point, Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe could easily catch a glimpse of her. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Xingran. If they were to see Su Xingran, did Yang Shui's face pale. Su Xingran and Zhang Qingye stood at the intersection, waiting for the traffic light, each sporting a C-brand bag of the same style. An insistence from Zhang Qingye to acquire matching bags. Su Xingran, ever indulgent, had complied. After all, finding such a kindred spirit was an extraordinary stroke of luck. The two chatted animatedly, until suddenly, Su Xingran's keen sixth sense alerted her that someone was watching her. She turned slowly, locking eyes with Yang Shui, who was filled with trepidation. It was evident that she was taken aback to see her here. Su Xingran was even more surprised. Was the world truly this small? How could she possibly encounter Yang Shui while abroad? Instinctively, she grasped Zhang Qingye's hand and bolted, disregarding the traffic light. What an unfortunate turn of events. To run into Yang Shui, how utterly disastrous. She fled in haste. Perhaps it was the sheer terror reflected in Yang Shui's eyes that compelled Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe to instinctively glance back. Their eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of a vibrant skirt disappearing from view. Gu Xingmian, concerned, inquired of Yang Shui, "What are you looking at?" At the moment Gu Xingmian turned back, Yang Shui's heart raced to her throat. Thankfully, Su Xingran had made a swift exit. Otherwise, her ruse would have been uncovered. Chapter 81. Xiaming, Yang Shui exclaimed in terror. "I just witnessed 2 individuals blatantly run a red light, nearly getting struck by a vehicle. It terrified me." Qin Jinghe shrugged nonchalantly. "You must acclimate. This isn't your home country. It's nearly impossible to encounter a robbery in broad daylight back home." Indeed, foreign lands possess both admirable qualities and numerous shortcomings. The majority of individuals here are self-centered and disregard rules, with the state unable to intervene. As a result, criminal activities abound, and rule breakers are plentiful. To put it euphemistically, it is democratic freedom. To speak more candidly, it is chaos. Running a red light is merely the most commonplace of offenses. Yang Shui nodded, absorbing the lesson. "I understand." Gu Xingmian inquired with a gentle smile, "How long do you intend to stay here?" Yang Shui replied, "I have a flight back home tomorrow evening." "What time?" "I will accompany you." A flicker of joy crossed Yang Shui's face as she tightened her grip beneath the table. "At 8 tomorrow night." Gu Xingmian's eyes brimmed with tenderness. "Very well." Qin Jinghe observed with a knowing smile. Having been friends with Gu Xingmian for many years, he had never witnessed such eagerness towards any girl before. Despite his artistic elegance, he was inherently aloof and indifferent to human emotions. He had a week's worth of plans yet chose to return home early for Yang Shui and even booked the same flight. Was this not excessive attentiveness? Nevertheless, he understood. Ji Xingmian was a proud and self-assured individual, especially in the realm of music, where few renowned talents could capture his interest. He held his own standards for music, and no one had yet resonated with him. Yang Shui had managed to forge that connection through a single dance, a meeting of souls. Gaining his approval meant receiving his utmost affection. He was not only returning home with her but also arranging her debut and generating buzz for her debut night. This was their first encounter, and he had already bestowed upon her such lavish attention. What would follow? Gu Xingmian was now impulsive, restless, and utterly fervent, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Yang Shui and Zhang Ke certainly sensed Gu Xingmian's unique enthusiasm. Initially, the two had merely intended to leverage Gu Xingmian for publicity. However, now, Yang Shui pondered further. What if she could become Gu Xingmian's partner? Before arriving in country H, she had undergone a blind date arranged by her father. The suitor was an utter wastrel. Before she could utter a word, he brazenly declared his disdain for her. His derision had already humiliated her, but he added insult to injury by stating that had Su Xingran come instead, he would have agreed to the union. Yang Shui felt as though she would explode with rage. Upon returning home, her father was already aware of the suitor's disinterest. Surprisingly, he was not angry. Instead, he remarked that Su Xingran and He Han Sheng would not last, and once He Han Sheng grew weary of her, he would arrange for Su Xingran to have a blind date. Yang Shui was infuriated. It felt as if the entire world was proclaiming that she was inferior to Su Xingran. Even if Su Xingran were to be discarded by He Han Sheng, she would still hold more value than Yang Shui. The crux was that the man from the blind date was willing to pursue Su Xingran but not Yang Shui. She felt she was on the verge of madness, yet now, the situation was different. What if she could marry Gu Xingnian? This was not an ordinary height to aspire to. He Han Sheng would undoubtedly not wed Su Xingran. She was eager to see how Su Xingran would measure up to her in the future. Su Xingran hurriedly pulled Zhang Xingya along, racing to the next intersection. Zhang Xingya had already followed Su Xingran's gaze and spotted a girl in a CAF who bore a striking resemblance to Su Xingran. The moment Su Xingran laid eyes on her, she dragged Zhang Xingya away. It was evidently unusual.
Do you know the person from the CAF? Su Xingran did not conceal the truth. Same father. Zhang Xingya, hailing from a wealthy family herself, instantly grasped Su Xingran's implication. Same father, different mother. Zhang Xingya patted her shoulder. Men are all like that. If he doesn't care about you, then you need not concern yourself with her. You were so exceptional, so beautiful, so wonderful. There's no need to be upset over a scoundrel. Even if that scoundrel happened to be her father, Su Xingran chuckled at her remark. My parents divorced when I was very young. I have almost no impression of him, yet he enjoys making his presence known. In truth, Su Xingran understood her father's intentions well. He likely believed that since she was associated with He Han Sheng, she should bring him some benefits. However, Su Xingran was impervious to his influence. She had never mentioned him even once in front of He Han Sheng. Her father was overthinking. He Han Sheng did not care for her. She was not Xia Qingqing. He Han Sheng would give everything for Xia Qingqing. If she were to beg He Han Sheng for favors on behalf of her father, one could easily predict what He Han Sheng would say. Su Xingran, you have crossed the line. Zhang Xingya consoled Su Xingran. You are the one who stands out. Look, you two resemble each other so much, yet you are far more beautiful and natural. Even if you wore the same outfit, you would outshine her by leaps and bounds. Su Xingran pulled at the corners of her mouth, uncertain how to explain. At the very least, when she first arrived in the capital and saw Yang Shui did not resemble this. Gradually, she began to look somewhat like Su Xingran. She had undergone transformations, mirroring Su Xingran's style. This realization left Su Xingran feeling both disgusted and helpless. The disgust stemmed from the fact that someone she despised bore a resemblance to her. The helplessness arose from the knowledge that Yang Shui wanted to emulate her. She was not a plastic surgeon and could not refuse. It felt akin to swallowing a fly, impossible to digest or expel. It was utterly repulsive. Moreover, seeing Yang Shui today only intensified her revulsion. Yang Shui had always favored waves and a variety of colorful, stylish hairstyles, yet now she sported long, straight black hair. Her bangs were identical to Su Xingran's. The clothes were strikingly similar too. It was astounding. This outfit had been one Su Xingran had purchased earlier that day because she found it appealing. To think that Yang Shui had chosen the same one, she had long since realized that Yang Shui was imitating her and now, they were almost in sync. Su Xingran wished to think no further. After all, she would have little contact with Yang Shui in the future. Otherwise, it would be nauseating. The pair made their way to the station and boarded the subway home amidst the bustling crowd. They were on the last train, during the peak of rush hour, making it particularly crowded, and they found themselves pressed against the window. As Su Xingran gazed out, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Zhang Xingya's head was blocking her view, prompting her to push it aside and strain to see outside. Zhang Xingya exclaimed, Hey, be gentle, don't be so rude. What did you see? Su Xingran's face was one of terror. I saw a ghost. Zhang Xingya responded incredulously, are you kidding me? Where would a ghost come from in broad daylight? Su Xingran. She had truly seen a ghost. Just a moment ago, she seemed to have spotted. Xiaoming. Chapter 82. The arrival of He Han Sheng. The car sped away swiftly, as if in a hurry. She watched the figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaoming vanish into the crowd. Leaning dazedly against the car door, her mind felt foggy, as if her very soul had been extracted. Zhang Xingya observed her state and gently nudged her shoulder, waving her small hand before her eyes. Don't tell me you really saw a ghost, she teased. How could one see a ghost in broad daylight? Su Xingran offered her a faint smile. Indeed, how could one see a ghost in daylight? Unless that was not a ghost. Su Xingran's mind was a whirlwind, just a fleeting glance, yet she had seen it clearly. That face was undoubtedly Xiaoming's. Xiaoming had a distinctive mole on his forehead, remarkably vivid. It was as if her mind had been struck by a heavy blow. An impossible possibility surfaced in her thoughts. Xiaoming was not dead. Xiaoming was alive. For a brief moment, a surge of fierce anger welled up within Su Xingran. Xiaoming was alive. He faked his death. What an intricate maneuver. He had directly propelled Xia Qingqing to the throne of the queen, becoming the most unique presence in He Han Sheng's heart, and turning Su Xingran's life into utter chaos. Yet, this tempest of emotions soon began to dissipate. Her tumultuous life with He Han Sheng was not solely due to Xia Qingqing, but rather because of He Han Sheng himself. Even without Xia Qingqing, there would be Chun Qingqing, Zhou Qingqing, Dong Qingqing. All her grievances and wounds stemmed from He Han Sheng. She took a deep, profound breath. Enough. She had already distanced herself from He Han Sheng. Their chapter had concluded, and it was futile to dwell on these matters. It would only disrupt her life. However, a sudden curiosity arose within her. If He Han Sheng were to learn that Xiaoming was alive, and that he had been manipulated by the sibling duo of Xia Qingqing and Xiaoming, what expression would grace his face?
She found herself eagerly anticipating that moment, wondering if she would ever have the chance to witness it in her lifetime. Upon receiving the photo of Qing Jinghai's true love, He Han Sheng immediately set aside his work and had Hu Fei book a direct flight to Country H. He disclosed nothing about Su Xingran's affairs in Country H to anyone, nor did he bring Hu Fei along. Instead, he arranged for someone else to escort her to Country H. He had also established contact with local forces in Country H. At 10 o'clock that night in Country H, Qing Jinghai received a phone call from He Han Sheng.
He Han Sheng, have you arrived? So soon?
Based on the timeline, He Han Sheng had called him immediately after arriving. Did he not need to wait to buy a ticket? However, he quickly realized that He Han Sheng did not require a ticket, he had a private jet.
Alright, I'm at the entrance of the Grand Theater. Come find me.
Yang Shui, having been invited by Gu Xingmian to attend a concert, stood beside Gu Xingmian. Although Qing Jinghai spoke softly, his voice was not inaudible. The name He Han Sheng was quite distinctive, so Yang Shui heard it clearly.
Once Qing Jinghai hung up, Yang Shui curiously inquired, He Han Sheng, is he the He Han Sheng of the Yi family? Qing Jinghai smiled, yes.
Yang Shui, being considerate, suggested, since I heard you two are meeting, perhaps I should head back. You must be discussing business, and I wouldn't want to intrude.
Gu Xingmian interjected, no need. Qing Jinghai clarified, you're not intruding, we aren't discussing business. He Han Sheng is here to collect something.
Yang Shui, with a puzzled expression, asked, collect something?
But I see nothing with you two.
Neither of them carried a bag, what could they possibly collect? Gu Xingmian was unfazed, but Qing Jinghai found it amusing and felt compelled to share. He pulled a ring box from his pocket.
Look, it's this. Yang Shui, but at first glance, it was indeed a ring box. He Han Sheng was retrieving a ring from Qing Jinghai?
This scene was rather bizarre. The eerie silence alerted Qing Jinghai to the oddity of the situation, and he quickly added, don't get the wrong idea, it's not what you think, there is indeed a ring inside.
Have you heard of the Yi family's true love? Yang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Inside, could it possibly be the true love? Qing Jinghai slowly opened the box, revealing a dazzling diamond ring nestled within. It was striking and precious. How did this end up with you? Gu Xingmian couldn't suppress a smile, and Qing Jinghai chuckled in response. Ha, you wouldn't believe it, the Yi family's true love was stolen and sold abroad.
Coincidentally, I spotted it in a store, purchased it, and sent it to He Han Sheng, who rushed over to retrieve it.
Yang Shui, the Yi family's true love was lost and sold abroad?
She felt there was much more to the story. Curiously, Yang Shui gazed at the true love. May I take a look, just for a moment, I promise I won't damage it.
Of course, Qing Jinghai replied generously.
It was merely a diamond ring, besides, diamonds are the hardest substances on earth, how could they possibly be damaged? Yang Shui cautiously took the true love from the box, examining it meticulously. This ring was indeed beautiful, instantly recognizable as valuable.
She noticed the tiny inscription inside, HHSXQQ. He Han Sheng Xiaqingqing. Ha ha, the meaning of this true love was well known among the prestigious families of the imperial capital. The band bore the names of He Han Sheng and Xiaqingqing. Thus, Xiaqingqing was to be the future Mrs. He. She felt a twinge of pity for Su Xingran. She had dedicated 7 years, while He Han Sheng bestowed upon her the title of girlfriend, even fiancé, yet the emblem of the He family's matriarch was inscribed with Xiaqingqing's name. Su Xingran was truly unfortunate, Su Xingran was truly pitiful. 7 years of heartfelt devotion, all for nothing. She had become the subject of ridicule, absurd, utterly absurd. Several individuals awaited at the entrance when a limited edition Rolls-Royce soon pulled up outside the Grand Theater. He Han Sheng, with his long legs, stepped out. His tall frame seemed to merge with the night, his cold visage exuding an air of aloofness. He strode directly to Qing Jinghai, extending his hand. Hand it over.
Qing Jinghai smiled as he placed the ring in He Han Sheng's palm. He Han Sheng opened the box, revealing the true love within. Su Xingran was in Country H, the ring box tightened in his grip, yet his expression remained impassive.
Where did you buy this? Take me there.
Qing Jinghai, unconcerned by He Han Sheng's impolite demeanor, accepted the 10 billion he had received without a care. He Han Sheng could be as rude as he liked, and he would still wear a smile.
Not far, just around the corner, I'll take you. He Han Sheng's gaze was deep and penetrating. The fact that the other party dared to accept the ring indicated a familiar connection. Su Xingran, he would find her soon. Chapter 83. Must not let He Han Sheng find Su Xingran. Uncle Joe's shop is situated not far from the Grand Theater, nearly a 10-minute stroll away. At this moment, the hour is neither too early nor too late. While the doors of other establishments remain open, Uncle Joe's shop stands resolutely closed. Qing Jinghai notices a sign hanging at the entrance, upon which words are inscribed. He reads the content clearly and informs He Han Sheng, the proprietor of this shop has matters to attend to and will be closed for an indeterminate period. He Han Sheng's expression remains stoic.
I am capable of reading, he replies curtly. Qing Jinghai. Of course, he understands that He Han Sheng can read. His eagerness stems from the 10 billion he has acquired. With He Han Sheng's temperament, who could endure such demeanor, He Han Sheng turns on his heel, ring in hand, but not before casting a fleeting glance at Yang Shui, who is seated in a wheelchair. Yang Shui immediately lowers her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. She is not so naive as to think that He Han Sheng harbors any interest in her. That glance, she surmises, likely reflects the shadow of Su Xingran, for she has deliberately sought to emulate her. Yang Shui is well aware of Su Xingran's habits, perhaps even more so than He Han Sheng. After all, she would not have precisely purchased the same dress as Su Xingran in this foreign land without thorough research. The moment He Han Sheng looks at her, she perceives it as mockery of her clumsy imitation. He Han Sheng's cold silhouette retreats into his vehicle. Xingran shrugs. He Han Sheng is making quite a fuss over a ring.
Gu Xingmian smiles gently, her gaze laden with implication. Do you genuinely believe that He Han Sheng is so beleaguered merely for a ring? Qin Jingha retorts, if not, then what?
Gu Xingmian replies with a smile, the ring itself holds little value.
Its significance is what renders it important. Do you truly think that a ring representing the Yi family's prestige could be easily pilfered by an ordinary thief? Qin Jingha. Upon reflection, Gu Xingmian's words seem quite plausible.
The Yi family's affairs could hardly allow for the loss of such a cherished token. Yang Shui, overhearing their conversation, suddenly gasps, a few days ago, Su Xingran ran away, and He Han Sheng has been searching for her ever since.
Could it be that Su Xingran stole the ring to sell it abroad?
The fact that Su Xingran has fled and He Han Sheng is in pursuit is hardly a secret. After all, every move between them is closely monitored, as they are pivotal figures in the gambling scene of the imperial capital. Although the monetary aspect may not matter, the thrill of the game and the stakes certainly do. Gu Xingmian contemplates, a look of disapproval crossing her gentle features.
Su Xingran would not stoop so low, nor does she possess the audacity. Suddenly, Qin Jingha bursts into laughter, unable to contain himself. I understand her motivation.
After all, the true love token bears the names of He Han Sheng and Xia Qingqing. The mere sight of it would send Su Xingran into a frenzy. She has devoted 7 years of her heart to He Han Sheng, only to discover that the true love token is inscribed with Xia Qingqing's name. One can only imagine the devastation. This is, indeed, a heart-wrenching betrayal. It would be entirely reasonable for her to have stolen the ring out of rage and vendetta. Gu Xingmian. This is quite a predicament. He has not examined the inscription within the ring. Given the circumstances, it would be unsurprising if Su Xingran were to resort to extreme measures. He Han Sheng deserves this. Is it not a deception of a young woman's affections? Yang Shui's slender fingers grip the handles of her wheelchair tightly, a flicker of panic crossing her delicate features. She realizes the gravity of the situation.
He Han Sheng is searching for Su Xingran. They must not allow He Han Sheng to find Su Xingran. The uproar surrounding Gu Xingmian's search for Su Xingran has garnered considerable attention online, with many tagging her. Su Xingran may or may not have seen it. If she has seen it, she would be too fearful to reveal herself, as she is currently evading He Han Sheng. However, if He Han Sheng were to find her, even if she has not yet been discovered, once she participates in the Starlight Project, under the watchful eyes of the public, Su Xingran will surely be exposed. What then? Thus, it is imperative that He Han Sheng must not locate Su Xingran. She immediately adopts a soft and delicate demeanor. Gu, I'm feeling a bit fatigued, could you escort me home? Gu Xingmian replies gently, of course. Together, Gu Xingmian and Qin Jingha escort Yang Shui back to the hotel, where Zhang Ku has been waiting at the entrance. She takes the wheelchair from Gu Xingmian's hands. Thank you, Gu, Mr. Qin.
Yang Shui expresses her gratitude warmly, Mr. Gu, I appreciate your kindness.
Gu Xingmian's face radiates warmth.
Rest well, I shall pick you up for the airport tomorrow.
All right.
A subtle blush creeps onto Yang Shui's cheeks. Gu Xingmian is an unattainable figure for her, not to mention his admirable physique and exceptional qualities. It is love at first sight. Once Gu Xingmian and Qin Jingha depart, Yang Shui's expression darkens instantly.
She clutches Zhang Ku's hand urgently. Auntie, I need your help. What is it? He Han Sheng has arrived. He is searching for Su Xingran. We cannot allow him to find her. If Su Xingran returns with him, she will inevitably expose me. If she is unmasked, the consequences are dire. She stands to lose everything she desires. Gu Xingmian evidently harbors an affection for her. If given even a modicum of time, she could win him over. She intends to marry into the Gu family. Zhang Ku, grasping the stakes involved, narrows her eyes and pats Yang Shui's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I will assist you. I will ensure that He Han Sheng does not find Su Xingran. Not only will Su Xingran be shielded from He Han Sheng, but she shall be rendered invisible to all. She will quietly vanish from this world. Yang Shui remains too naive. She currently occupies Su Xingran's identity, and as long as Su Xingran exists, it is a ticking time bomb. Only with Su Xingran's disappearance will this secret remain hidden. Zhang Ku's first love from her youth is now in Country H and is a member of the mafia, wielding considerable influence there. This is Country H, not their homeland. The silent demise of 1 or 2 Chinese nationals would attract little attention and be difficult to investigate. Su Xingran must vanish. By the time Su Xingran and Zhang Qingya return to the small town, night has fallen. As she rushes into the house, the aroma of food wafts through the air. Zhuang Yanqing is busy in the kitchen, his figure exuding a serene charm. For the past week, her interactions with Zhuang Yanqing have been laced with ambiguity, yet remain just shy of crossing a threshold. In a couple of days, it will be Zhuang Yanqing's birthday, and she plans to confess her feelings then. Today, she has already procured a watch as a symbolic gift of her affection. Zhuang Yanqing will surely adore it. She stealthily tiptoes upstairs to hide her surprise. Zhuang Yanqing watches her mischievous antics with gentle amusement, choosing not to expose her secret. Chapter 84. Zhang Ku comes knocking the following afternoon. After class, Su Xingran, clutching her illustrated book, pedaled away from the school on her bicycle. As she approached the school gate, someone called out her name. Su Xingran. She halted her bike, noticing a fashionably dressed woman wearing heavy sunglasses, with striking red lips and cascading wavy hair, reminiscent of a modern belle from the 70s or 80s. She gazed at the woman. Did you call for me? Indeed, I am Zhang Ku. You may not know me, but I am familiar with you. Zhang Ku removed her sunglasses and smiled at Su Xingran.
Su Xingran furrowed her delicate brows. I truly do not know you. Is there something you need?
Zhang Ke raised an eyebrow. Shall we find a CAF to sit and chat?
Su Xingran chuckled.
I don't know you at all, so why would I want to converse with you?
If there is something to discuss, please state it, otherwise, I shall take my leave.
With that, she prepared to ride away as Zhang Ke shouted, He Han Sheng has arrived. Indeed, Su Xingran's steps faltered.
Zhang Ke approached her side and produced a photograph, handing it to her. In the image, He Han Sheng stood at the entrance of Uncle Zhou's shop, his demeanor cold and imposing. Upon seeing the photograph, a jolt of anxiety surged through Su Xingran. The timestamp indicated it was taken just after 8 the previous evening. She had only sold the ring that morning, and now He Han Sheng had already come? How could he have arrived so swiftly? The decision to sell the ring had been rash. She had assumed this was abroad, and since the ring's setting bore a name, she had mentioned it to Uncle Zhou, who assured her he would dismantle the setting and resell it. Yet, Zhang Ke seemed to perceive Su Xingran's confusion and said meaningfully, you have underestimated the ring's notoriety. While it may not be well known abroad, there are many compatriots here, and coincidentally, a young gentleman from the capital recognized it as the true love token of the He family, thus he purchased it and sought out He Han Sheng.
Your whereabouts have been revealed.
Su Xingran thought to herself how unfortunate. The fact that He Han Sheng had arrived indicated he was aware of her presence in country H. What a dilemma. As long as he wished to find her, it was only a matter of time before he succeeded. What to do? Noticing the troubled expression on Su Xingran's face, Zhang Ke volunteered. I have a friend who possesses remarkable skills. He can discreetly transport you to another city, ensuring He Han Sheng will never find you again.
Su Xingran, I can assist you.
Su Xingran's gaze fixated on her, filled with scrutiny and inquiry.
Why do you wish to help me? Who are you? Zhang Ke smiled.
He Han Sheng and I are sworn adversaries. Making his life difficult brings me great satisfaction. If he seeks you, I shall ensure he cannot find you. The thrill of it is delightful.
Su Xingran retorted, it seems He Han Sheng has many enemies.
No wonder he frequently found himself ensnared in various predicaments, despite being surrounded by numerous bodyguards. Unexpected events continued to arise. How tragic. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xingran replied to Zhang Ke, I need to return and consult with my friend. Zhang Ke produced a business card from her belongings and handed it to Su Xingran.
Should you require assistance, call this number.
You have one day. If I could locate you so swiftly, He Han Sheng will not be far behind. By then, you may find it impossible to escape.
With that, Zhang Ke cast a lingering glance at her before donning her sunglasses and departing with a flourish.
As soon as Zhang Ke left, Su Xingran discarded the business card into a nearby trash bin, scoffing inwardly. Did Zhang Ke truly believe that because they had not formally met, she would not recognize her? Zhang Ke had been standing right next to Yang Shui when Su Xingran saw her yesterday. Zhang Ke bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Yun, Yang Shui's mother. Did she think Su Xingran was blind to that? Zhang Yun might be unaware, but during their time in Xiangqing, Yang Tai had visited multiple times each year, pleading for reconciliation and showering Su Xingran with attention. Unfortunately, neither Su Xingran nor her mother was swayed by his advances. Su Xingran had inquired about her mother's situation with Yang Tai. Her parents epitomized the archetype of an ungrateful phoenix man who regretted their loss only after it slipped away. Why had they not acted sooner? It was worth noting that the union between Yang Tai and Zhang Yun had been orchestrated by none other than Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke had been a financially supported student by Su Xingran's mother, and they had attended university together, becoming close friends. Zhang Ke, envious of Su Xingran's mother's beauty, amiable nature, wealth, and popularity, harbored resentment, feeling like an ugly duckling in comparison. Thus, her psyche became twisted. Her desire was to create discomfort for Su Xingran's mother, so she pursued Yang Tai. Although Yang Tai was a phoenix man, he was still superficial regarding appearances. Zhang Ke was simply not to his taste. Upon learning the reason, Zhang Ke was infuriated and unwilling to concede. At that time, her sister, Zhang Yun, had just experienced a breakup. Despite being sisters, Zhang Ke and Zhang Yun were worlds apart in appearance. Zhang Yun was delicate and breathtakingly beautiful, the kind of woman who inspired protective instincts in men with just one glance. Ultimately, Yang Tai succumbed to temptation. The contrast between the values held by Zhang Yun and Zhang Ke was astonishing. Previously, Zhang Ke had numerous photographs with her mother, hence her familiarity with Zhang Ke. She had no illusions that Zhang Ke would come to warn her out of goodwill. As she watched Zhang Ke's vehicle drive away, Su Xingran muttered ominously, with such ill intentions, may you meet with misfortune. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhang Ke's car skidded, colliding with a roadside pillar, before careening off and crashing through the barriers of the town's moat, flipping into the river with both car and driver. Su Xingran, but how severe, this malice is too great. The claim of being sworn enemies with He Han Sheng was entirely directed at her. Li Zhang Ke was indeed fortunate, the timing coincided perfectly with the school's dismissal hour. Young and strong students, ever eager to help, leaped into action, shattering the car windows with stones and rescuing the unconscious Zhang Ke from the wreckage. She was indeed unfortunate. The airbags had failed to deploy, causing her head to strike the steering wheel, leaving her bloodied and battered. The manner in which foreigners conducted rescues was rather reckless. As they smashed the glass of her driver's side, the shattered glass lacerated her arm, and she was pulled from the water, soaked and injured, a pitiful sight. At the moment of her recovery, a man clad in black, with a long scar across his cheek, rushed over, scooping her up and dashing towards the hospital. The fierce-looking man exuded an aura of menace, yet displayed tenderness towards Zhang Ke. Their relationship was unmistakable. Su Xingran paid no heed and returned home. It was clear that Zhang Ke harbored ulterior motives, yet she had spoken one truth. If she could find Su Xingran so quickly, He Han Sheng would not be far behind. She wished to consult Zhuang Yanqing, but he had gone out today for an art exhibition with a teacher, and would not return until tomorrow evening. This exhibition was significant and exclusive, and all forms of communication were prohibited. Su Xingran clasped her hands together in prayer. May He Han Sheng be delayed for a few more days. Chapter 85. Arson claims her life in the hospital. Zhang Ke gradually regained consciousness. A shift in her position sent waves of discomfort throughout her aching body. Xiaoko, you're awake, Li Chang said, his eyes filled with concern.
Zhang Ke, looking weak, inquired, what happened to me? Li Chang's expression was one of deep sorrow. You were in a car accident. Memories flooded back to Zhang Ke. She recalled the vehicle tumbling into the moat, water surging in an instant. Her complexion turned ashen, a chilling realization dawning upon her. She had thought she was destined for death. To her astonishment, she had survived. Did you save me? She asked, her voice trembling. Li Chang nodded, not offering a rebuttal. After all, had no one jumped in, he would have done so himself. He would have saved Zhang Ke. Moved to tears, Zhang Ke enveloped him in a tight embrace. Chan Gu.
They hailed from the same village, both victims of unfathomable familial neglect. Zhang Ke was the unloved child, a constant target of scorn, while Li Chang bore the burden of a broken home, a sickly grandfather, and a harsh grandmother. They were each other as salvation, a source of warmth amidst their struggles. Yet, two souls entrenched in hardship could hardly withstand life's relentless trials. Zhang Ke, fiercely determined, succeeded in gaining admission to university, but lacked the financial means to attend. Her family offered no support. Upon learning that opportunities awaited abroad, Li Chang ventured overseas to earn money for her tuition. For several months, he sent funds back home, but then the communication ceased. Rumors spread among their families that he had perished abroad. Zhang Ke grieved for a time, yet had no choice but to forge ahead. In truth, Li Chang was alive. He continued to send money each month, but it was siphoned off by Zhang Ke's parents. Zhang Ke had clandestinely emigrated, lacking legal documentation, and was unable to return. He struggled to survive in a foreign land. An uneducated Chinese man, devoid of skills or even a basic command of English, faced insurmountable challenges. The financial crisis struck, the restaurant where he worked shuttered, and he found himself homeless. It was during this tumultuous period that he encountered his current elder brother. Over the years, he fought valiantly for his brother, suffering countless injuries. Finally, he had carved out a name for himself and acquired skills. However, 2 decades had passed, and he was uncertain whether Zhang Ke would still await him. Even if she did, her parents would not permit her to wait indefinitely. If Zhang Ke had moved on with her life, what reason would he have to intrude? Their reunion occurred 3 years prior when one of his underlings pilfered a bag belonging to a fellow Chinese citizen. In their world, protocol dictated that stolen goods be presented to the gang leader for inspection before dividing the spoils. Li Chang was responsible for this oversight. As he rifled through the bag, he stumbled upon a photograph of him and Zhang Ke. It was the sole picture taken with all his savings before his departure, a duplicate of which he had kept, the other belonging to her. His copy had long been lost in the chaos of survival, leaving only hers intact. Desperate, he grasped his underling by the collar, demanding to know whose bag it was and the whereabouts of its owner. When he finally located Zhang Ke, she was already reporting the theft to the police. As he approached, he overheard her utter, "The money inside doesn't matter, I just want that photograph." In that instant, his heart was profoundly stirred. After all those years apart, he had believed she had forgotten him and moved on with her life. Yet, she still remembered him. He stepped forward with a smile.
"Excuse me, madam, is this your lost wallet?"
Upon seeing the familiar wallet, Zhang Ke seized it in a flurry of excitement.
"Yes, it's mine. Thank you, thank you."
She immediately disregarded the money inside, instead opening the compartments to search for the photograph, but to her dismay, the picture was gone.
"Where is the photograph, my photograph?"
Li Chang gazed at her, moved.
"The person in the photograph is me. Why would I return it to you?"
Stunned, Zhang Ke slowly directed her gaze towards Li Chang's face, recognition dawning upon her after a long pause, tears welling in her eyes.
"Chan Gu."
They embraced fervently, filled with emotion. From that moment on, she frequently visited H country, yearning to see Li Chang. This time, accompanying Yang Shui for a film shoot abroad, she balanced work with romantic rendezvous with Li Chang. Lying in her hospital bed, Zhang Ke spoke softly, "Chang good, you saved me once again." If not for Li Chang's intervention in her youth, she would have been sold to a lecherous old man, forsaking the life she now led. Li Chang peeled an apple for her, his words often falling short, yet his affections were abundantly clear. Zhang Ke cherished their dynamic. He offered his presence while she filled the silence with conversation.
"Chang Gu, has Su Xingran contacted you?"
Li Chang shook his head.
"She likely won tea.
After you handed her the business card, I saw her toss it into the trash." Zhang Ke paused, then let out a cold laugh. "It seems her mother has mentioned me. This little girl is quite the actress." Zhang Ke had been testing Su Xingran, uncertain whether her mother had spoken of her. It was now evident that she had. Li Chang handed her the apple, assuring her, "Rest assured, after tonight, she will not be an obstacle for you." Zhang Ke pressed her lips to his.
"Chang Gu, keep it clean."
Su Xingran jolted awake from her dream, drenched in cold sweat, her delicate face pale. "He Han Sheng, you truly are a persistent specter." In her dream, she had been shackled by He Han Sheng, locked away. Cold sweat poured down her. She couldn't fathom why he clung to her when it was clear he cared for Xia Qingqing. Did he not find joy in their love? Why bind her? Did he revel in complicating matters with a third party? What sort of obsession was this? Rubbing her temples, she felt parched and rose to fetch water. As she took her first sip, an acrid scent wafted toward her, seemingly originating from downstairs. Approaching the stairwell, she spotted a shadow lurking suspiciously below. "Who is there?" she shouted. The figure suddenly ignited a lighter and tossed it down the stairs. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the staircase leading to the second floor. Someone was committing arson. Rushing to open the door to the second floor, she found it barred from the outside. Someone intended to burn her alive. Quickly, she covered her mouth and nose, frantically banging on the window, praying someone would see her and come to her aid. The thick smoke filled her lungs, and her head began to spin as she succumbed to unconsciousness. But just before losing consciousness, she thought she heard a heart-wrenching cry.
Su Xingran. Chapter 86.
He Han Sheng saved her. Dense smoke engulfed her, rendering her breathless. Downstairs, someone had doused the area in oil, and the flames were spreading rapidly. She attempted to flee, yet the door above was barricaded, refusing to budge. Despair washed over her as the thick smoke infiltrated her lungs, leaving her lightheaded. She coughed violently, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Approaching the window, she summoned every ounce of strength to beat against it, calling for help. Today, her bad luck had reached its peak. Otherwise, she could have simply made the door explode. Covering her nose with one hand and clutching a portable lamp in the other, she waved it frantically at the window, crying for assistance. However, the flames advanced too swiftly, and her wooden abode, soaked in oil, ignited ferociously. The inferno was utterly relentless. The fire spread, thick smoke billowing around her, suffocating her, rendering her powerless. She collapsed to the ground, coughing from the acrid smoke, surrounded by an oppressive heat.
Su Xingran.
In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to hear someone frantically calling her name. Alarmingly, the voice resembled He Han Sheng's. A bitter smile crept across her lips. Even in such dire circumstances, she was hallucinating his voice. As her awareness waned, she thought she heard the sound of shattering glass. A wooden beam, unable to withstand the heat, fell towards her face. She weakly shut her eyes. Is this how it ends? In her fading memory, she sensed a deep, muffled groan. Then, liquid began to drip onto her face, with a few drops landing on her lips, a faint salty taste. She lost consciousness entirely when she awoke again. The sharp scent of disinfectant assaulted her senses. Recalling the searing heat from before, she immediately opened her eyes. Before her lay an opulent room, the ceiling white, and the furnishings equally pristine. An intravenous drip was attached to her hand. Beside her lay another person, distinctive features, pallid complexion, eyes closed, seemingly engulfed in anguish. Su Xingran furrowed her brows slightly.
How could I be dead and still be with He Han Sheng?
Just then, Wei Zhang entered, having overheard her words. Clad in a white coat and holding a syringe, his demeanor was calm.
You are not dead. Su Xingran looked at him in confusion. Who are you? My name is Wei Zhang, and I am He Han Sheng's personal physician.
Still reeling from the harrowing events of the fire, Su Xingran believed this was merely a figment of her imagination in death. Was it all real? So, the voice she heard back then truly belonged to He Han Sheng? Wei Zhang approached He Han Sheng, injecting the syringe into his arm. When the wood fell, He Han Sheng shielded you. He sustained severe burns on his back and managed to carry you out of the flames. You are unharmed, but his body suffered grave injuries. Su Xingran. He Han Sheng lay bare from the waist up, his back bound in heavy bandages. Wei Zhang regarded her with a knowing smile. What is your relationship with He Han Sheng? He risked his life to save you. As far as I know, he came to H country to find someone. Was it you?
Su Xingran.
Under Wei Zhang's intense scrutiny, Su Xingran found herself at a loss for words. Each question left her unable to respond. It was undeniable that He Han Sheng had saved her. Yet, she could not comprehend him. Whenever she was with Xia Qingqing, he seemed to choose her without hesitation. As long as Xia Qingqing was absent, he would leap off cliffs for her, plunge into infernos for her. Was He Han Sheng suffering from a split personality? Rubbing her temples, fatigue etched across her beautiful face, she declared, I won't disturb his rest any longer. I'll take my leave to another room. As she attempted to rise from the bed, a strong hand firmly grasped hers. Even in his unconscious state, He Han Sheng clung to her hand. Wei Zhang observed the scene with clarity. He smiled gently at her, saying, You should stay here. He certainly does not want you to leave.
Su Xingran.
The crux of the matter was that she wanted to leave. She struggled to break free, but He Han Sheng's grip was as unyielding as a welding torch, impossible to shake off. Eventually, she surrendered, leaning back against the bed, her gaze vacant. The fire from yesterday was undoubtedly an attempt on her life. She had not been in this small town long enough to acquire enemies. The only plausible explanation pointed to Zhang Ko. A cold smile crept across Su Xingran's lips. Zhang Ko had better not cross her path, or she would settle the score, along with her mother's share. As Su Xingran received her 4 fluids, He Han Sheng was likewise hooked up. The medication likely contained sedative properties, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she regained consciousness, she found a warm hand resting upon her waist. Startled, she struggled violently.
MMM.
A deep groan escaped her ear. He Han Sheng's low voice resonated beside her.
Do not move.
His tone was icy, yet beneath it lay an unmistakable hint of pain. He Han Sheng was gravely injured. Not only had he suffered burns on his back, but he had also endured a severe impact when the wood struck him, resulting in bloodshed and internal damage. Outside the window, the sky was adorned with a magnificent glow, casting a mesmerizing beauty. She gently pried He Han Sheng's hand from her waist and quietly slipped off the bed.
You are the patient.
Take care of yourself. He Han Sheng shifted his body awkwardly, propping himself up with a pillow against his back, his gaze resting upon her with a detached calmness. After confirming she was unharmed, he let out a breath of relief and spoke in a soft tone, Do not run away.
It is dangerous abroad. If it weren't for me yesterday, you would have perished. The word die caused He Han Sheng to furrow his brow. He was reluctant to utter it, yet it was the stark truth. His associates had scoured every art school in H country, finally locating Su Xingran's whereabouts. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to her side. Having learned her address, amidst the raging inferno, he had spotted her pleading for help at the window, a sight forever etched in his memory. Su Xingran regarded He Han Sheng with a gaze both inquisitive and complex. She had anticipated an angry reaction from him, yet his tone remained remarkably composed. With a sigh, she remarked, "He Han Sheng, we have already broken up. I cherish my current life, please let me go, if you would." He Han Sheng lowered his gaze, his expression gradually darkening. "Is it because of him, the one you live with?" His tone was calm, yet Su Xingran discerned a hint of suppressed fury. She understood he was referring to Zhuang Yanqing. He Han Sheng was aware of Zhuang Yanqing as well, but his pride prevented him from uttering the name, as if it burned his tongue. Su Xingran sighed wearily, "If you choose to think that way, I cannot change it." Chapter 87 Go Han Sheng, take a look at the ring. Go Han Sheng felt as though he had struck a soft cloud with his fist. His expression tightened, and his eyes were shrouded in a dark, obscure gloom. Subsequently, he retrieved the box containing the ring and placed it on the bedside. "Why did you sell it?" Su Xingran gazed at the ring, her eyes veiled in shadows. Regret washed over her. She could have transferred the money to Lucici and had her deposited into her account abroad. There was no need to risk selling this ring. At least for now, she was safe, beyond Gu Hansheng's reach. Moreover, her intuition told her that as long as she refrained from selling the ring, not only would Gu Hansheng be unable to find her, but she would also avoid the unwarranted disaster of the previous night. Noticing her silence, Gu Hansheng's elongated, indifferent gaze darkened profoundly, as if it could pull one into its depths, deep and perilous. "Speak." His voice had taken on a sharp edge, laced with inquiry and ire. Go Han Sheng was undeniably furious. She had sold his engagement ring. Su Xingran had never intended to answer such meaningless questions, yet Go Han Sheng feigned innocence before her and unleashed his wrath upon her. She could no longer endure it. "Go Han Sheng, do you not find yourself hypocritical? How long will you continue to deceive yourself? You truly do not understand why I sold the ring?" Go Han Sheng genuinely did not comprehend. His eyes clouded as he fixed his gaze upon her. "What do you mean?" Su Xingran let out a derisive laugh, stepped forward, opened the box, and withdrew the ring, slipping it onto her finger. She shook her hand twice, causing the ring to sway precariously. If it weren't for its size wedging between her fingers, it would have long since tumbled into her palm. Su Xingran regarded Gu Hansheng with a semblance of a smile. "A ring that does not fit. I think it is quite reasonable to sell it, don't you agree?" Go Hansheng, he leaned against the pillow, observing her with a complex gaze, his throat dry. "I don't know. Perhaps the person who customized it made an error in size. I will have it resized." "Ha!" A mocking smile danced upon Su Xingran's face as she removed the ring and handed it back to Go Hansheng. "Do not try to wriggle out of this, Go Hansheng. You intended to give this ring to Xia Qingqing, did you not? You merely brought it forth to placate me due to your guilt." Go Hansheng had never truly meant to bestow the ring upon her. He only sought to calm her down, intending to reclaim it once her anger subsided. Ge Hansheng's brows furrowed instantly, his eyes betraying a flicker of irritation. "What nonsense are you spouting? This ring was tailored for you. What does Xia Qingqing have to do with it? Can you refrain from dragging Xia Qingqing into every argument?" Whenever Xia Qingqing was mentioned, Gu Hansheng felt a sense of helplessness. She always stirred trouble due to Xia Qingqing. To she was merely a sister. This ring was crafted specifically for Su Xingran. What relation did it have to Xia Qingqing? Su Xingran had grown accustomed to Gu Hansheng's tone. Every time Xia Qingqing was brought up, he lost his composure. The conversation always circled back to the same two phrases, treating Xia Qingqing as a sister. What was she even fussing about? She raised an eyebrow, mockingly observing Gu Hansheng. "There are words inscribed inside the band. Take a good look and tell me, is this ring truly customized for me?" Gu Hansheng sensed something amiss in her tone. Her mocking expression unsettled him. He clenched the ring in his hand, his gaze dimming, and indeed, he discovered the inscription within the band HHSXQQ. Ge Hansheng, his dark brows knitted together, a heavy surge of hostility flashing within his profound gaze, his eyelashes trembling visibly. Suddenly, he crushed the ring fiercely in his palm, his eyes stormy with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his expression had calmed considerably. He explained to Su Xingran, "I provided your size and name when I had it customized. Why it turned out this way, I do not understand." Su Xingran crossed her arms, regarding him with a bemused smile. "Go Hansheng, do you truly believe your own words? If you had indeed provided the size and name, who would have the audacity to swap them?" Certainly, such a possibility was not out of the question. It was not that they dismissed Gu Hansheng, rather, they disregarded Su Xingran entirely. Ge Hansheng's throat tightened, and for the first time, uncertainty flickered in his usually icy gaze, yet, he maintained his composure. "I will provide you with an explanation." Gu Hansheng pulled out his phone and called his assistant, Hu Fei. "President, this is Hu Fei." Go Hansheng spoke calmly. "Hu Fei, I instructed you to customize the ring with the correct size and name. Why is it incorrect?" "What, the name is wrong, and the size is off. I apologize, President. When you entrusted the task to me, I had a meeting to prepare for, so I delegated it to Qinan. When Qinan handed me the ring, I simply passed it on to you without verification. President, I am truly sorry, it was my oversight, please punish me." Ga Hansheng's pent-up anger and frustration finally found an outlet. Have I not taught you to verify things before proceeding and to check after completion? President, enough. Pack your things and leave immediately.
It was He Han Sheng's first time displaying such fury. After hanging up, he faced Su Xingran, meeting her scrutinizing and mocking gaze. See, you claim to understand the necessity of verification, yet when you gifted it to me, did you not consider verifying it?
He Han Sheng. To put it plainly, you do not care. Tell me, if this ring had been an order worth 10 billion or 100 billion, would you have entrusted it to Hu Fei? Would Hu Fei dare to pass it on so casually? Would Xingran dare to meddle? You do not have much financial interaction with the Xia family. Regarding these contracts, would Xingran and Hu Fei dare to be careless?
Why did they feel so free to neglect this matter? Because they all know that I am of little importance to you, and thus, they do not feel compelled to exert effort.
They might even have intentionally swapped the name and size to irritate me. If this matter involved Xia Qingqing, do you think such a mistake would have occurred? Su Xingran could discern from He Han Sheng's demeanor that he was indeed unaware of the situation. He had also been played. Given Qinnan's involvement, it was clear that he had orchestrated this to vex her. However, stepping back, one could argue that Qinnan and Hu Fei would not dare to pass the buck if not for He Han Sheng's attitude. If the subject had been Xia Qingqing, would they have dared to be negligent? They would not. He Han Sheng clenched his fists tightly, his throat tightening as he sought to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words. Su Xingran took a deep breath and said to He Han Sheng, I must leave you, for loving you has become too much of a humiliation and a burden. Please, let me go, will you? Chapter 88. His despicable desire for Su Xingran's love. Naturally, He Han Sheng did not allow her to leave. The location they currently occupied was a luxurious estate, guarded by numerous bodyguards. Drawing from past experiences, He Han Sheng had specifically hired 2 female bodyguards to shadow her closely, ensuring her every move was monitored. Perhaps due to her previous experience of being confined, Su Xingran adapted remarkably well. She leisurely tended to the flowers in the garden, having come to understand that He Han Sheng was a man of pride and obsession, one who would not willingly let go of her, viewing her as his personal possession. After this incident, Su Xingran realized that merely running away would not resolve her predicament. To address the situation, the first step was to confront He Han Sheng. She had devised 2 plans that would undoubtedly liberate her from his grasp. Encouraging herself internally, she reminded herself to remain calm, composed, and unhurried. As for He Han Sheng, when faced with emotions he could not confront, he chose to evade them. Despite being in the same estate, the two were unable to see each other. In truth, He Han Sheng could have easily laid eyes on her. For instance, at that very moment, he stood by the window on the 2nd floor, gazing down at Su Xingran as she tended to the flowers in the garden below. Her fair skin glistened in the sunlight, rendering her beautiful in his eyes, a realization that had struck him the very first time he saw her. With a profound gaze fixed upon her silhouette, He Han Sheng felt a stirring of emotions within him. He acknowledged his personal flaws, understanding that when Su Xingran first confessed her feelings for him at the age of 18, he had dismissed her words. Over the subsequent 2 years, her unwavering care and affection enveloped him. Warm meals upon his return home, meticulously chosen gifts for holidays and anniversaries. In her innocent heart, she was filled with thoughts of him. He Han Sheng was reluctantly compelled to admit that he was incapable of loving, yet he yearned for love. Su Xingran's affection was undeniable. During the 2 years following her confession, he lived comfortably, with the once cold house now imbued with a sense of anticipation for his return. When she turned 20, he finally relented, and they entered into a relationship. However, their dynamic remained unchanged from 2 years prior. Calm and devoid of any romantic progression, she was hesitant, and he maintained his aloof demeanor until the incident involving the drugging. Had the truth not come to light recently, He Han Sheng would have continued to believe that Su Xingran was the one who drugged him. Strangely, he did not find the act repulsive. He felt it was necessary for a breakthrough in their relationship. The drugging incident indeed drew them closer, achieving its intended purpose, which led him to overlook the matter, even finding it somewhat favorable. He assumed Su Xingran shared the same sentiment, never considering that she was innocent of the act. As time passed, Su Xingran continued to love him fervently, a fact known to all. At that juncture, He Han Sheng merely savored the affection she bestowed upon him, relishing the feeling of being loved, without contemplating a future with her. Irrational yet emotionally detached. Undeniably, he harbored disdain for Su Xingran's background. He believed she was unworthy of the role of Mrs. He. When did this perception begin to shift? It was the moment Su Xingran selflessly shielded him from harm. During her time in a coma, the doctors warned that she might not awaken, and he experienced an unprecedented panic. He could not bear the thought of losing her. This realization struck him with clarity. Hence, when she eventually woke, he proposed engagement. He had previously deemed her unsuitable for the title of Mrs. He, but his status no longer necessitated consideration of her family background. The title of Mrs. He was not exclusive. In that moment when Su Xingran took the knife for him, he comprehended that no one could love him more than she did. The existence of someone who loved him wholeheartedly was a blessing. If that person were to become his future wife, it would be even more fortuitous. He Han Sheng's intentions towards Su Xingran were always clear. He desired her love, an unwavering, passionate, and unconditional affection. As for himself, he was not inclined to love, nor did he wish to invest time in loving her. He desired her affection but was unwilling to reciprocate. Thus, he had never truly valued her. Was he unaware of the cold treatment and disdain she endured? He was aware, yet he felt it was inconsequential to him. Moreover, Su Xingran was an adult. If she could not withstand such minor grievances or resolve trivial matters, it was her own inadequacy. The future Mrs. He would need to withstand life's tempests. If she could not endure these small setbacks, what would become of her in the future? Often, he found himself at a loss regarding how to handle Su Xingran's concerns. For instance, when she questioned why he chose Xia Qingqing over her, he had his reasons: Xia Qingqing's poor health, her being Xiaming's sister, and the superficial nature of their connection.
He regarded Xia Qingqing as a sister. Why did Su Xingran care so much? He provided her with explanations, yet each time, she still caused a scene. He grew weary, feeling that Su Xingran was no longer as gentle and considerate as before. Unsure of how to navigate the situation, he did not wish to confront her relentless complaints. He longed for the Su Xingran who adored him, not the one who brought him distress and acted irrationally. He preferred to avoid her altogether. Consequently, he always responded with indifference, coldness, and distance. His thoughts revolved around the belief that, since Su Xingran loved him so deeply, she would eventually come to her senses and relent. Su Xingran had always been like that. However, he never anticipated that one day, she would refuse to yield, that she would no longer wish to clarify her thoughts. And oh, she did not refuse to think things through. She declared that she had made up her mind. She intended to leave. He Han Sheng could not accept this. He could not bear the thought of Su Xingran, who no longer loved him, nor could he tolerate her departure. Downstairs, Su Xingran's phone buzzed in her pocket. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhuang Yanqing. A smile danced across her features.
Yanqing, have you finished? Zhuang Yanqing's voice was filled with urgency. I just wrapped up. Zhang Xingya messaged me, saying there was a fire at home. Are you alright? What happened? How could there be a fire?
Zhang Xingya had previously called Su Xingran, who reassured her that all was well. Surprised that she had also informed Zhuang Yanqing via message, Su Xingran gently calmed him. I'm fine. It might have been a short circuit. I left last night, but our house has been completely burnt down.
It's alright. A house can be rebuilt. What matters is that you were safe. Where are you now? I'll come find you.
Su Xingran felt a rose petal wither in her hand.
Yanqing, He Han Sheng is here. He saved me last night. I'm with him now.
Chapter 89 of the paranoid He Han Sheng, never letting go. On the other end of the line, Zhuang Yanqing remained enveloped in a prolonged silence.
Did he make things difficult for you?
Su Xingran felt a pang of sorrow in her nose.
Zhuang Yanqing's foremost concern was always her emotions and circumstances. No. Zhuang Yanqing's voice was gentle. Send me your address, I will come to find you, alright?
Su Xingran cast a fleeting glance at the room on the second floor where He Han Sheng resided. In that instant, her gaze locked with He Han Sheng's icy eyes by the window. His gaze was devoid of warmth. Her heart sank. She cursed him silently for being insane. Turning her head, she averted her eyes from He Han Sheng's frigid stare. Nevertheless, the oppressive sensation, akin to a thorn in her back, was impossible to ignore. Yanqing, I wish to resolve this on my own. Hiding is ultimately not a solution. Zhuang Yanqing remained silent for an extended period.
If you need help, you must tell me.
Su Xingran felt her heart soften slightly.
He always respected her. He must be quite worried now, right?
On the other end of the phone, his breath was audible, followed by a long sigh. Ran, what a pity. Su Xingran's heart plummeted, as if it were filled with a sour lemon. Indeed, what a pity. Today was Zhuang Yanqing's birthday. She had initially planned to confess her feelings to him today. She had already selected gifts and flowers. Zhuang Yanqing must have sensed it. His mood had been bright and radiant these past few days. She liked Zhuang Yanqing. Perhaps after enduring He Han Sheng's emotional neglect for so long, she now had no defenses against warm-hearted individuals. Zhuang Yanqing was undeniably warm. After ending the call, she felt a profound sense of loss, her expression forlorn.
Yanqing, that sounds rather intimate.
He Han Sheng's voice suddenly pierced her ears, his breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her to tremble. Instinctively, she took a few steps back, distancing herself from him. His charming smile was unsettling.
How come you walk so quietly? He had clearly been downstairs just a moment ago. How did he appear beside her in the next?
The depths of He Han Sheng's dark pupils were unfathomably profound. He spoke with a mocking tone. It's because you were thinking of another man that you failed to notice my approach.
Unable to suppress a wry smile, Su Xingran regarded He Han Sheng with curiosity. His tone sounded almost jealous. Su Xingran could not be bothered to ponder He Han Sheng's thoughts. She coldly replied, He Han Sheng, refrain from speaking to me in that condescending manner. I am not one to be bothered by you.
After saying this, she turned to leave. However, He Han Sheng grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace. His large hand encircled her waist, while the other held her chin, his dark eyes reflecting an endless depth. Call him Yanqing, and call me He Han Sheng.
Su Xingran, you truly are something.
Irritated, Su Xingran swatted at his hand, gripping her chin, but he only tightened his hold. Frustrated, she turned her head, finally freeing her chin from his grip. It hurt. It was likely red. She met He Han Sheng's gaze with a half-smile.
What do you call me?
He Han Sheng narrowed his eyes. Su Xingran poked his chest with her finger, her eyes brimming with mockery.
Since we met, you have consistently called me Su Xingran, haven't you?
Indeed, that was the case. Su Xingran scoffed, a glint of amusement in her eyes. But you have always called Xia Qingqing. He Han Sheng, momentarily taken aback, He Han Sheng loosened his grip around her waist. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xingran executed a graceful turn and broke free from his embrace, brushing off the spot where he had held her with apparent disdain. She spoke coolly, He Han Sheng, do not be so hypocritical. I in my presence, you are merely He Han Sheng. She had various names for He Han Sheng, Gij, Han Sheng Gij, Han Sheng, A Sheng, yet, He Han Sheng was unyielding. He only accepted being called Han Sheng. He Han Sheng stepped closer, seemingly about to say something. Su Xingran immediately raised her hand in a gesture to halt him, retreating 3 steps to create distance between them. He Han Sheng, please continue to maintain the same indifference and aloofness you have shown me in the past. Do not attempt to explain or justify yourself. I am neither interested nor concerned. Furthermore, your attitude has never been an issue, nor has your previous approach. If there are problems, take a moment to reflect calmly. Over time, they will naturally resolve. After finishing her statement, Su Xingran retreated 10 steps before turning and running away. Her demeanor suggested she was fleeing from a fearsome beast. He Han Sheng took a step forward but was no match for her speed, watching helplessly as she dashed into the house and swiftly ascended the stairs. His outstretched hand, intended to stop her, hung motionless in the air. He Han Sheng felt as though a sword had pierced his chest. He was not adept at handling emotional relationships. When problems arose, he only knew how to evade. Yet this time, he wished to resolve things, to sit down and have a proper conversation with Su Xingran. However, she avoided him like a venomous snake. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him, and his heart felt unbearably heavy. The coldness he had once inflicted upon her had now returned to torment him. It turned out that being neglected and treated coldly felt like this. One hand clutched his head while the other pressed against his chest, his head pounding as if it would burst, and his heart felt as though it were being torn apart. He had disregarded her for 7 long years. Suddenly, he comprehended that Su Xingran's declaration of breaking up, her desire to leave, and her claims of no longer loving him were all genuine. She was not merely throwing a tantrum. This stark realization filled He Han Sheng with an overwhelming sense of panic. Su Xingran now resembled a pile of uncontrollable sand. And no matter how tightly he gripped her, he could not hold on. He Han Sheng retrieved his phone, trembling as he dialed Gao Zhao for a video call. The call connected swiftly. He Han Sheng spoke without hesitation.
I found Su Xingran. What must I do to win her back? Gao Zhao was taken aback.
He had thought He Han Sheng had gone on a business trip to H country, yet it turned out he had gone to find Su Xingran, and he had actually managed to locate her? What terrible luck for Su Xingran. Gao Zhao shook his head helplessly, then advised He Han Sheng. Han Sheng, your situation is not conducive to being a lover. Su Xingran is a good girl. You should let her go. The last time he had taken He Han Sheng to Gu Guizhi, he had discussed He Han Sheng's situation in detail with Gu Guizhi. Gu Guizhi had been clear. He Han Sheng was a person lacking in emotional depth. He was incapable of loving anyone. In other words, being with him meant you could expect everything from him except emotional connection, because one could not expect it. Su Xingran had suffered immensely over these 7 years. In an instant, He Han Sheng's eyes blazed with fury, his voice both possessive and frenzied. No, I will never let go. Chapter 90. Returning to obtain the certificate. Upon returning to her room, Su Xingran immediately messaged Lu Sisi. She had reached out to Lu Sisi as soon as He Han Sheng found her. The two of them huddled together, repeatedly greeting He Han Sheng as if they were performing a ritual. In the video call, Su Xingran lay on her bed, exuding an air of despondency, while Lu Sisi on the other end was seething with indignation.
He Han Sheng must be sick in the head. You've gone to such lengths to hide from him, yet he still exhausts himself searching for you, and upon finding you, he allows you to suffer. What on earth is he thinking? Su Xingran shook her head, equally perplexed by He Han Sheng's mindset. To say he liked her, his actions were contradictory. To claim he didn't like her, his behavior was even more perplexing. He was utterly confusing. Suddenly, Su Xingran glanced around furtively, then leaned closer to the camera, lowering her voice to a whisper. Sister, I have something monumental to tell you. Lu Sisi, knowing Su Xingran well, immediately sensed the tantalizing hint of gossip. Given how anxious Su Xingran appeared, it surely must be a significant revelation. I'm all ears. Well, I saw Xia Ming. Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi. What did you say? You saw who? Xia Ming? Su Xingran, anxious, made a shushing gesture. Shoo, keep your voice down. Lu Sisi's face was one of sheer horror. Su Xingran had seen Xia Ming. Had she seen a ghost? Her heart ached for her friend. Sister, has He Han Sheng driven you to the brink of madness? You're so weak that you can see ghosts now. What on earth does that bastard He Han Sheng want from you? Lu Sisi was aware of Su Xingran's previous struggles with depression. Now, it seemed He Han Sheng had pushed her to the edge of a nervous breakdown. Lu Sisi had heard that when a person's energy is weak, they might see unclean things. Just look at the extent to which He Han Sheng had driven her. He was truly a scoundrel. Su Xingran rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sister, I'm not seeing ghosts. There are no such things in this world. How can you say that? Lu Sisi retorted, her excitement mounting. You have the luck of a crow. How can there be no ghosts? Su Xingran's very existence was proof of the extraordinary. It wouldn't be surprising if ghosts did exist in this world. Su Xingran, she certainly couldn't clarify her crow's luck. However, just because she had such luck didn't mean she would concede to the existence of ghosts. She pointed to her head. Sister, think carefully. Is it possible that what I saw wasn't a ghost? Lu Sisi. In the next moment, she covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Are you implying that Xia Ming is not dead? If Xia Ming were alive. Wow, this revelation was explosive. Lu Sisi nearly leaped out of the screen in her excitement. Goodness, the Xia siblings have orchestrated quite the grand scheme. Ever since Xia Ming's demise, the benefits accrued by the Xia family had been evident to all. Moreover, He Han Sheng's favoritism towards Xia Qingqing was unmistakable. Wasn't Xia Qingqing's title of Princess of the Imperial Capital a result of He Han Sheng's indulgence? Lu Sisi urged. You must tell He Han Sheng, then let me know his reaction. I am dying to know, If Xia Ming were alive, the actions of the two siblings would amount to insurance fraud, deceiving none other than He Han Sheng himself. Wouldn't he be furious? A man as proud as He Han Sheng, upon discovering he had been played by the Xia siblings, would surely be infuriated. She couldn't wait to witness his outrage. Su Xingran raised an eyebrow, non-committal to Lu Sisi's fervor. You mustn't say a word. I won't either.
Lu Sisi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. She looked at Su Xingran in disbelief.
Not say anything? Why not? After all that you've endured at the hands of Xia Qingqing, don't you want to vent?
Each time Su Xingran tried to date He Han Sheng, Xia Qingqing would inevitably intrude, causing He Han Sheng to abandon Su Xingran in favor of Xia Qingqing. Su Xingran had suffered years of humiliation. Now that she had a chance for revenge, to slap Xia Qingqing in the face, why wouldn't she take it? Su Xingran smiled, her beautiful face displaying indifference. While Xia Qingqing has certainly been a nuisance in my life, the true culprit is He Han Sheng. Without his indulgence, Xia Qingqing would have no power. Moreover, I've completely lost interest in He Han Sheng. I'd prefer he remains bound to Xia Qingqing. Why would I want to inform him of the truth? Previously, Xia Qingqing had been a stumbling block in her life with He Han Sheng, a troublemaker. But now, Xia Qingqing was her ally. Why would she sabotage her own ally? Lu Sisi felt a sense of disappointment wash over her. She wouldn't be able to witness Xia Qingqing's comeuppance. But upon reflection, it made sense. If this were exposed and He Han Sheng grew to despise Xia Qingqing, casting her aside, wouldn't that mean He Han Sheng would then only cling to Su Xingran? And Su Xingran had no feelings left for He Han Sheng. The thought was terrifying.
Let us not speak of it.
Lu Sisi made a zipping motion across her mouth, her lips sealed. She wouldn't utter a word about it, much like how He Han Sheng had nearly disciplined her. She would treat this matter as if it had never occurred. Lu Sisi gazed at Su Xingran, sprawled on her bed, her exquisite face more beautiful than a porcelain doll, filled with concern.
What is your current situation? Has that dog of a man, He Han Sheng, imprisoned you again? Su Xingran pouted.
I've grown accustomed to it. Don't worry, I'm not depressed anymore. Previously, when she had been confined, He Han Sheng's coldness, coupled with Xia Qingqing's provocations, had driven her emotions to the brink of collapse. However, she had since pulled herself together and emerged. Now, she had no love left for He Han Sheng, and she harbored hope for facing life, refusing to crumble easily. But, a firm knock echoed at the door, followed by He Han Sheng's deep voice resonating from the other side.
Ran, it's time for dinner.
Su Xingran instantly felt a chill run down her spine. He Han Sheng had never called her Ran before. It was always her full name. In the past, she would have been elated if He Han Sheng had called her affectionately. Reality proved otherwise. She felt not joy, but rather a sense of revulsion. On the other end of the video call, Lu Sisi also heard the exchange. She rubbed her arms vigorously.
That's disgusting.
It was undeniable. They truly were best friends, sharing the same sentiments. Su Xingran signaled for silence to Lu Sisi before ending the call. As she approached the door and opened it, He Han Sheng's tall figure stood like a guardian at her threshold. His dark eyes fixed upon her, the weight of his gaze seeming to penetrate her very soul. He Han Sheng had no intention of letting go, thus, he had resolved to take Su Xingran back with him. And then, straight to obtain their marriage certificate. Chapter 91. Ran, I can change. At the dining table, Su Xingran and He Han Sheng sat across from each other, quietly partaking in their meal. Su Xingran remained utterly absorbed, her brows not even slightly furrowing. He Han Sheng's gaze lingered on her, a dryness in his voice as he spoke. I have many shortcomings in the past, and I will amend them. Startled, Su Xingran's hand trembled as she lifted her bowl of hot soup, spilling it and scalding her hand in the process. In a flurry of panic, she hastily grabbed a wet tissue to wipe the mess. The burn on her hand was lost on her. She was still reeling from He Han Sheng's words. She looked up at him in disbelief, her expression cool and her demeanor poised. He Han Sheng remained the same, proud and self-assured, yet his words struck her with an unexpected shock. She waved her hands urgently. No, brother, you were fine before, please don't change, truly.
Was He Han Sheng acting in a horror film? How could he admit to his faults and express a desire to change?
He Han Sheng observed her startled and fearful reaction, tightening his grip on the spoon in his hand, his eyes dimming. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to explain, his voice laden with difficulty.
Ran, I'm sorry.
I previously neglected your feelings. Su Xingran instinctively clutched her chest, her delicate face paling. She felt as though she were hallucinating. The mere notion of He Han Sheng apologizing was more shocking than witnessing a resurrection. She coughed theatrically a couple of times, dabbed at her mouth, and steadied her emotions before finally looking up at him. It was now clear to her that He Han Sheng genuinely cared for her. In hindsight, it was understandable. After all, she had devoted 7 years by his side, offering meticulous care and concern. Even a dog would develop feelings in such circumstances. Perhaps her abrupt departure had caught him off guard, leaving him unable to cope with the sudden void. However, this withdrawal seemed excessively intense. Gazing into He Han Sheng's eyes, she declared earnestly, He Han Sheng, my intention to break up is sincere. I may have hurt your pride, and for that, I apologize. Whatever you desire as compensation, I am willing to provide, but we are no longer a possibility. Su Xingran believed that how He Han Sheng felt was his own affair. However, she needed to assert her stance clearly. Her decision to end the relationship was resolute. She had the capacity to love deeply, yet also to let go. There was no need for hesitation or coercion. He Han Sheng's breath hitched, his fists clenching tightly, trembling slightly from the exertion as he fought to maintain his composure. Heaven knew that his act of apologizing and offering to change had already drained him of his pride, yet Su Xingran remained steadfast in her rejection. The tension within him snapped when he raised his gaze again. His eyes were red, his voice tinged with restraint. Is it because of Zhuang Yanqing? Have you fallen for him? A flicker of helplessness crossed Su Xingran's eyes. She had anticipated this outcome. My breakup with you has nothing to do with Yanqing. Our relationship is merely that of senior and junior.
At least for now.
There was no overstepping. Furthermore, even if there had been, what of it? She had made her decision to part ways clear. It was He Han Sheng who continued to entangle himself. He Han Sheng scoffed, his gaze sharpening, his tone measured.
Senior and junior?
Living together as senior and junior, you must have slept together.
He Han Sheng.
Su Xingran suddenly stood, her eyes icy as she glared at him.
Do not project your sordid thoughts onto others, and what right do you have to question me?
You suspect I slept with Yanqing, yet what about your years with Xiaoqingqing? You always claimed your relationship was innocent and transparent. Weren't you quite self-righteous back then? Why is it that when it comes to me, you become so aggressive? Su Xingran was truly losing her mind to engage in a rational discussion with He Han Sheng. This man was utterly incapable of communication. To living together equated to sharing a bed. As a young woman studying abroad, receiving care from a senior was hardly scandalous. Wasn't such a situation quite commonplace? Moreover, hadn't He Han Sheng himself spent time alone with Xiaoqingqing? 3 years prior, Xiaoqingqing had undergone an important surgery that lasted a day and night, and He Han Sheng had accompanied her throughout. After her surgery was successful, he remained by her side for an entire month, offering constant care and support. He had acted far more inappropriately. Why had he not found fault back then? Yet now, he was so quick to judge her. Truly, he was lenient with himself while mercilessly critical of others. He Han Sheng's brow twitched, rubbing his temples in agitation, his fingers turning pale as he trembled slightly. He found himself bewildered. He and Su Xingran could not hold a civil conversation. The issues remained unresolved, only escalating into greater problems. He Han Sheng had never felt such overwhelming helplessness.
Ran, can we sit down and discuss this calmly?
Please express your grievances, I will change. Su Xingran had long been incensed by He Han Sheng's condescending tone. She no longer held any affection for him, nor did she feel the need to be tolerant.
He Han Sheng, I will say this only once. I want to break up, let me go. Impossible.
He Han Sheng's brow furrowed deeply.
That request cannot be fulfilled.
Everything else she mentioned, he was willing to amend. I will no longer involve myself with Xiaoqingqing, nor will I abandon you because of her.
From now on, you will be my priority. Is that acceptable? Could they not stay together? His gaze was tinged with fragility and despair, even carrying a hint of pleading. His broad shoulders seemed to sag, enveloped in an aura of defeat. Su Xingran felt an inexplicable irritation.
Where were you all this time, He Han Sheng? I have liked you for 7 years, not 7 days, not 7 weeks, nor 7 months, 7 years. How have you treated me during this time?
You have drained my affection for you. I can no longer love you.
A profound sense of grievance and humiliation welled up within Su Xingran. She accepted that these 7 years were her own doing. She loved He Han Sheng, pouring her heart into warming his cold soul. She had believed that if she persevered, she would eventually see the light, yet she had overestimated herself. Her disillusionment did not stem from the engagement banquet but from the myriad of moments across those 7 years that had gradually sapped her enthusiasm. She would rather He Han Sheng remain high and aloof, forever looking down on her, than witness him bow his head, for that would render her 7 years of deep affection a mere farce. Look, he clearly had the capacity to change, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Su Xingran shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was not for He Han Sheng's lowered demeanor but for the self that had endured so much over those 7 years. He Han Sheng versus Zhuang Yancheng. He Han Sheng gazed into her eyes, which reflected determination and indifference, causing his heart to constrict. A flicker of sorrow passed through his dark orbs. His large hand tightened, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and indescribable anguish. He had contemplated letting go before, yet he found himself incapable of doing so.
Ran, I will prove it to you. Su Xingran understood that communication with He Han Sheng was futile. How will you prove it? When I had to choose between you and Xiaoqingqing, would you have chosen me?
The tips of He Han Sheng's fingers turned pale.
I would.
The response was unwavering. Su Xingran smiled.
I don't believe you. He Han Sheng's tone was resolute. I truly would. Su Xingran smiled again.
When I left, I gave you 3 days to unconditionally choose me, and you answered with the same conviction. But what was the outcome? Thankfully, I never believed you from the beginning. He Han Sheng closed his eyes, suppressing the bitter sensation, while his hoarse voice trembled slightly.
You never gave me a chance.
Your flight and study abroad plans were already set. Regardless of whether I chose you or not, you were destined to leave. Even now, He Han Sheng sought to shift the blame onto her.
Su Xingran laughed. It was the truth, yet she refused to accept it. She continued, if you had chosen me that day, I wouldn't have left. That single statement struck He Han Sheng like a dagger. His fists clenched and unclenched, rendered speechless. Su Xingran was informing him that it was because he did not choose her that she felt compelled to depart. Had he chosen her, she would have stayed. The former was a certainty, while the latter remained a possibility. A tremendous suffocating sensation and powerlessness washed over him. He Han Sheng had never faced such a formidable trial in his life. After a lengthy pause, he finally bowed his noble spine. It is my fault.
Su Xingran raised an eyebrow. I do not believe it is your fault. Were I in your position, I too would choose the one who holds greater significance in my heart. It is only natural to follow one's heart. Just as she had resolutely left with Zhuang Yancheng following her heart, she found herself unable to act otherwise. He Han Sheng felt increasingly powerless. In the past, when faced with Su Xingran's relentless persistence, he chose silence, waiting for time to pass until she could no longer resist, seeking reconciliation, allowing unresolved matters to fade away. Thus, he possessed no experience in resolving such dilemmas. Eventually, when issues arose, he would simply walk away, leading to the current predicament. Su Xingran no longer wished to reconcile, and the matter remained unsolvable. If he were to resolve it, he would first have to contend with a multitude of unresolved issues that had become a tangled mess. He held only a sense of responsibility towards Xingran, never anything akin to a heart's desire. Confused, helpless, and at a loss, He Han Sheng's towering figure appeared desolate, his once proud demeanor now resembling that of a lost child. In the past, Su Xingran would have undoubtedly approached him for a comforting embrace. Now, however, she managed to leave with an unchanging facade. Do not pity a man, it brings misfortune. Her previous 7 years had been just that. Watching Su Xingran ascend the stairs once more, He Han Sheng wearily sank into a chair. Painful struggles flickered within his dark pupils. His throat felt parched as he inhaled deeply, then initiated a video call with Gao Zhao. As soon as the call connected, Gao Zhao's face appeared, bearing a look of distress. He Han Sheng spoke first. What must I do to win her back so that she may forgive me?
Gao Zhao contemplated suggesting that He Han Sheng let Su Xingran go. However, the expression on He Han Sheng's face was shattering, and his tone was laced with humility. This was a side of He Han Sheng that Gao Zhao had never witnessed before. Then, he relented. He Han Sheng sighed, I will assist you one last time. I'll enlist a professional team to teach you how to navigate a romantic relationship. When you return, learn diligently. Let us hope there remains a chance for redemption. He Han Sheng's throat tightened. All right, thank you. The following morning, He Han Sheng knocked on Su Xingran's door. When she opened it, he declared, I will accompany you to handle your leave of absence. Su Xingran responded with disbelief, I won't go. I intend to stay and study. He Han Sheng held out a stack of documents. Read this. Su Xingran sensed something amiss. Upon glancing at the contents, her anger ignited. He Han Sheng, you are truly despicable. The documents revealed that her mentor, Zhuang Mingyue, had engaged in unethical practices to facilitate her study abroad arrangements. In reality, there was no wrongdoing. Zhuang was an exceptional teacher who had a referral slot, which she had granted to Su Xingran. While it was reasonable, it did not prevent He Han Sheng, the capitalist, from distorting the narrative to tarnish Zhuang's reputation. Zhuang was a commendable educator, she did not deserve to be cyberbullying. Fuming, Su Xingran kicked him, but He Han Sheng did not evade. You must return to the country with me. Su Xingran could study abroad, but certainly not under the current circumstances, especially not alongside Zhuang Yansheng. He was now gripped by a sense of urgency. He feared that if he turned away for even a moment, Su Xingran might end up having a child with Zhuang Yansheng. Unbeknownst to Su Xingran, He Han Sheng's mind was racing with exaggerated thoughts. Yet, to avoid bringing trouble to Zhuang, she proceeded to arrange her leave of absence. After completing the process, she encountered Zhuang Yansheng waiting at the door. He appeared weary, having evidently rushed over. Ran. Su Xingran nodded in acknowledgement. Yansheng, I just arranged my leave of absence. I apologize for wasting your efforts. Zhuang Yansheng shook his head, understanding. It is of no consequence. You possess a remarkable talent for painting, yet I know you do not enjoy it. Talent does not equate to passion. The reason he had suggested studying abroad was that he recognized her predicament and offered her an opportunity. If she could break free, it would be for the best. Naturally, there was a degree of selfishness in his intentions. Su Xingran felt genuinely touched by Zhuang Yansheng's thoughtfulness. He understood everything, encouraged her, and provided unwavering support. He was so warm, she felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to him. With fervent eyes, she gazed at him. Wait for me. In the next instant, a large hand encircled her waist, gently pulling her into a cold embrace. The crisp scent belonging to He Han Sheng enveloped her. His voice resonated in her ear. Have you finished? If so, let us depart. Su Xingran pouted, attempting to break free, but his grip was unyielding. As she struggled, she remained oblivious to the silent confrontation between the two men. He Han Sheng's gaze was frigid, while Zhuang Yansheng's eyes remained calm. Water and fire, thunder and mist collided violently yet silently. Unable to escape, Su Xingran decided to cease her struggles. I will be leaving now. Zhuang Yansheng observed her nestled in He Han Sheng's embrace, maintaining his composure. I will return to the country in a few days. I will seek you out. Chapter 93. Returning home, an unexpected encounter with Yang Shui. After Zhuang Yansheng uttered those words, he was met with He Han Sheng's cold, murderous gaze. Zhuang Yansheng, however, remained composed, his expression gentle as ever. Su Xingran sensed the tension brewing between the two and wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble, tugging at He Han Sheng's hand. Let us go, we have a flight to catch. He Han Sheng remained silent, his face inscrutable, as he wrapped an arm around her waist and guided her away. As they departed, he cast a dark glance at Zhuang Yansheng, then smirked. He wanted to return home to pursue Su Xingran, but depended on whether he could even make it back. Su Xingran and He Han Sheng made their way towards the exit. Ran, came the voice of Zhang Xingya from behind. She rushed over, panting slightly. Ran, I heard you've applied for a leave of absence. What is going on? Su Xingran pursed her lips. She couldn't very well disclose that she was being threatened by the madman He Han Sheng, could she? There is an urgent matter at home that requires my attention. Ah. When will you be back? Zhang Xingya genuinely regarded Su Xingran as a friend, feeling disheartened at the thought of her new companion leaving so soon. Su Xingran freed herself from He Han Sheng's embrace and hugged Zhang Xingya. It's all right, we'll have many opportunities to reunite. I can come to see you, and you can visit me too. You won't be abroad forever, will you?
Though she said this, Zhang Xingya felt a pang of reluctance. She hugged Su Xingran tightly and whispered, "Is this person beside you?"
He Han Sheng?
Zhang Xingya was not a native of the capital. She hailed from T-City. Her family was one of the top-tier families there, with significant business ties to the capital. She had attended several high-society events with her father, where she had encountered He Han Sheng once or twice. Given his frequent appearances on the front pages of financial magazines, she recognized him instantly. Heaven knows how astonished she was to see He Han Sheng holding Su Xingran, their closeness resembling that of a couple. Simultaneously, she was taken aback, for she had been rooting for the pairing of Su Xingran and Zhuang Yanqing. How could He Han Sheng intrude upon that? Su Xingran nodded gently as Zhang Xingya's eyes darted back and forth.
What is your relationship with He Han Sheng?
The nature of their relationship was evident to any discerning observer. If there were no connection, would He Han Sheng be holding her? Yet prior to He Han Sheng's arrival, the tension between Su Xingran and Zhuang Yanqing had been palpable. Suddenly, a truth dawned upon her. Su Xingran was a siren, flirting with He Han Sheng while simultaneously ensnaring Zhuang Yanqing. Wow, truly, a top-tier beauty can be so audacious. Who could blame her for her looks, as for such behavior being deemed unscrupulous? No, this was charm. Su Xingran, unsure of how to articulate her relationship with He Han Sheng, merely shrugged. It's a bit complicated, difficult to explain. Zhang Xingya immediately adopted an expression of understanding. Was it a fault to be extraordinarily beautiful? This was the handiwork of Nuwa herself. One could only fault He Han Sheng and Zhuang Yanqing for being so easily swayed by beauty. Zhang Xingya declared, "If you're leaving, I find it pointless to stay here. Just wait, I'll return in a few days to visit you." Zhang Xingya had an older brother and sister. The family affairs were left to them, while she was like a useless goldbricker. The reason she studied abroad was to enhance her resume and enjoy life overseas. Clearly, her time abroad had not been enjoyable. With Su Xingran, who was so congenial, life had been bearable. Now that Su Xingran was leaving, what was the point of remaining? She had no desire to endure this wretched study abroad experience any longer. As soon as Su Xingran returned, she would follow suit. Moreover, she was particularly curious about how Su Xingran had managed to captivate He Han Sheng. In fact, her sister had previously expressed interest in connecting with He Han Sheng. However, after her sister had returned home and insulted He Han Sheng's ancestors, it was unclear how a single meeting could provoke such outrage. Zhang Xingya's sister was a stunningly enchanting woman, akin to a fox, and few men could resist her charms. If she could berate He Han Sheng so fiercely, something significant must have transpired. Yet, her sister remained tight-lipped about it. Zhang Xingya could subtly prompt Su Xingran to inquire of He Han Sheng and uncover the truth behind it all. She had been itching to know the truth for years. Perhaps she could glean the reality through Su Xingran. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xingya, Su Xingran followed He Han Sheng into the car, which sped directly to the airport. He had been recuperating from his injuries over the past few days. Although his wounds were not severe, they required rest. His departure had been hasty, and he still had many matters awaiting him back home. After completing her leave of absence paperwork, he took her straight to the airport for their return. However, upon their arrival at the airport, Su Xingran was surprised to discover the presence of others. Yang Shui and Zhang Ke were there. Yang Shui had initially planned to return 2 days prior, but due to Zhang Ke's injury, she had stayed behind. Gu Xingmian had intended to accompany Yang Shui back, but since she was not returning, he naturally would not either. Qin Jing had not planned to return with them, but family matters arose in the past few days, prompting a sudden call for his return. Coincidentally, upon learning that He Han Sheng's private jet was heading back, he decided to hitch a ride. When Yang Shui saw He Han Sheng and Su Xingran together, her face paled. Ji Yuxingmian had mentioned returning with a friend's private jet, but he never specified that this friend was He Han Sheng. Nor did he mention that He Han Sheng was bringing Su Xingran along. Moreover, Su Xingran was alive. Yang Shui's gaze turned accusingly towards Zhang Ke. When she had visited Zhang Ke in the hospital, Zhang Ke had smugly informed her that Su Xingran had turned to ashes. Their secret would remain undiscovered, yet now, Su Xingran stood before her, unscathed, and was returning home with her. Zhang Ke was equally astonished upon seeing Su Xingran. Li Chang had told her that Su Xingran was dead. Her windows had been sealed, and the room doused in oil. The moment the fire ignited, it would have erupted into a raging inferno, ensuring Su Xingran's demise. How could she possibly still be alive? Everyone boarded the plane. Su Xingran's gaze lingered subtly on Yang Shui. Yang Shui was still wearing that outfit they had both donned the other day. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I have that outfit too. Do you like it?" Su Xingran was perplexed by Yang Shui's intentions. Based on her understanding of Yang Shui, if they both owned identical clothing, Su Xingran would be disgusted and discard it, and Yang Shui would likely share the same sentiment. When she had seen Yang Shui through the window that day, Yang Shui had been wearing that very outfit. She found it hard to believe that Yang Shui hadn't noticed that she had also been wearing it at the time. Yet, she had not only refrained from discarding it but continued to wear it. Chapter 94. Slapping Zhang Ke in the face. When Su Xingran mentioned the dress she was wearing, Yang Shui's complexion paled. Were it not for the fact that this dress could mislead Gu Xingmian, she would certainly not wish to wear the same attire as Su Xingran, even if it meant deliberately imitating her. Fearing that Gu Xingmian might sense something amiss, she hastily shifted the topic. "I heard you ran away. Did He Han Sheng find you, or did you contact him yourself?" Su Xingran raised an eyebrow, her gaze resting on Zhang Ke with a semblance of mockery. "You should ask Ms. Zhang beside you." Zhang Ke's expression tightened. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Miss Su, I do not comprehend what you mean." He Han Sheng, Gu Xingmian, and Qin Jingha all observed them. It was evident that there was something amiss among these women. "Do you not understand?" "Just as well, I am equally perplexed." Su Xingran inquired of He Han Sheng, who stood beside her. "He Han Sheng, do you know this Ms. Zhang?" He Han Sheng glanced at Zhang Ke. "I do not."
Zhang, it seems you are not worth remembering for He Han Sheng.
Su Xingran then turned to He Han Sheng. On the day you found me, this Ms. Zhang approached me, claiming to be your nemesis and offering to help me escape.
She even provided me with a business card.
Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe exchanged astonished glances at Zhang Ku. She is his nemesis. Frankly speaking, she lacks the qualifications for such a title. What does it mean to be a nemesis? It implies two equally matched opponents who are irreconcilable. Zhang Ku, she is not worthy of being He Han Sheng's nemesis. Indeed, He Han Sheng's expression darkened, a shadow crossing his face. He was not angry that she claimed to be Zhang Ku's nemesis, but rather incensed that Zhang Ku, well aware of his search for Su Xingran, would attempt to lead her away. Her intentions were clearly nefarious. All eyes fell upon Zhang Ku, whose complexion turned increasingly pale. She looked at Su Xingran, desperately attempting to explain to Miss Su, I know I have past grievances with your mother, but you needn't slander me so. I have no connection with Mr. He, how could I possibly be his nemesis? You must speak with evidence.
Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe both sensed the juicy scandal unfolding. Zhang Ku had a history with Su Xingran's mother?
Merely hitching a ride on a wave of gossip, they were reaping the rewards of this drama. Very well. Su Xingran smiled sweetly at Zhang Ku. I may lack evidence in my words, but I possess proof.
Su Xingran retrieved her phone, swiftly locating the content she sought, and clicked play. You underestimate the ring's notoriety.
While it may not be widely recognized abroad, many compatriots reside there, and by chance, one of the young nobility from the capital saw it and recognized it as the He family's token of true love, thus purchasing it to seek favor with He Han Sheng.
Your whereabouts have been compromised.
I have a friend, quite capable, who can discreetly transport you to another city where He Han Sheng will never find you. Su Xingran, I can assist you.
Why would you help me? Who are you?
I am He Han Sheng's nemesis. Making his life difficult brings me joy. If he seeks you, I shall ensure he cannot find you. The feeling is quite exhilarating.
Silence and oppressive stillness enveloped the room. The words from the recording were indeed Zhang Ku's, leaving her no room for rebuttal. He Han Sheng's gaze pierced through Zhang Ku, his eyes icy. You knew I was searching for her, so you intended to hide her from me? My misfortune brings you satisfaction?
Zhang Ku's back broke out in a cold sweat. She had never anticipated that Su Xingran had recorded their conversation. Such a heavy scheme. Su Xingran's subsequent words drained the color from her face.
Ms.
Zhang, you approached me first. That very night, the place I was staying caught fire. As I descended the stairs, I distinctly saw someone pouring oil inside. Had He Han Sheng not arrived in time, I would likely have been reduced to ashes.
Su Xingran's implication was unmistakable.
She was questioning Zhang Ku about whether she had set the fire. Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe also regarded Zhang Ku with probing glances. Gu Xingmian held a favorable view of Yang Shui but was indifferent to Zhang Ku. If Zhang Ku were truly as malicious as she appeared, he would have suggested Yang Shui seek a different agent.
It was not me.
Zhang Ku instinctively defended herself.
After I sought you out, I was in a car accident and ended up in the hospital.
Zhang Ku felt this explanation lacked credibility, so she continued to plead with Su Xingran, weakly stating, Ran, I have many entanglements with your mother, and I feel guilty towards her. I know you wish to leave He Han Sheng, which is why I sought you out to help. I wish to atone for your mother. Thus, her actions were not born of malice towards Su Xingran, but rather a desire to make amends for her mother's sake. She was aware that Su Xingran sought to escape He Han Sheng, and her intentions were to assist her. However, Su Xingran was entirely unconvinced. You feel guilt. You shamelessly seduced my father, yet he found you unappealing due to your lack of looks. Consequently, you brought your beautiful sister to entice him, reveling in the role of a matchmaker between my father and your sister. A person as shameless as you could feel guilt? I scarcely remember the meaning of that word. Zhang Ku's complexion turned an ashen hue, as if stripped bare by Su Xingran's words. Gu Xingmian and Qin Jinghe exchanged glances, astonished by this explosive revelation. Unable to entice him with her own looks, she resorted to calling her beautiful sister to do the job. How despicable! Yang Shui shut her eyes, wishing to disappear into the ground. What nonsense was Su Xingran spouting? This was all ancient history. Why dredge it up now? Zhang Ku, her face a mask of fury, insisted, it was not me, my sister and your father were genuinely in love.
What does that have to do with me?
Su Xingran scoffed. They were having their affair in your residence, and you claim it has nothing to do with you. As a struggling student, how could you possibly have a home? My mother supported your studies and provided you shelter, only for you to bring your sister to seduce my father, betraying my mother. You, an ungrateful wretch, now dare to speak of guilt?
Do you not find that laughable?
Zhang Ku was inherently wicked. Thus, she was prepared the moment she encountered Su Xingran. Zhang Ku attempted to explain further, but He Han Sheng's expression had turned utterly frigid. His voice was icy as he commanded, leave. Zhang Ku's expression shifted like the wind, her lips pressed tightly together. Ultimately, resolute, she rose and disembarked from the plane. Meanwhile, Yang Shui remained rooted in place, resolutely feigning ignorance. Su Xingran cast her a sidelong glance, ready to continue her tirade when suddenly, someone interjected. Su Xingran, so true love's heart is yours for sale. I had thought it was stolen. The moment I saw it, I couldn't wait to purchase it and inform He Han Sheng.
Su Xingran.
Thus, the source of He Han Sheng's ability to locate her lay with Qin Jinghe. Chapter 95. If Yang Shui deceived you. Su Xingran smiled sweetly.
Where did you acquire this ring? When did you purchase it?
Qin Jinghe recounted the date and time. Su Xingran felt as though she had been struck by an arrow to the heart. In other words, she had sold the ring just before Qin Jinghe promptly bought it. She struggled to maintain a smile. Xingran's speed was astonishing. Uncle Zhou had originally intended to dismantle the ring. Such a large diamond would make a splendid pendant. In that case, the ring would merely become a heart-shaped pendant, entirely dissociated from the He family's heirloom. He Han's search would yield no results. The outcome, she truly did not anticipate Xingran's swiftness. Xingran looked at Su Xingran with a glint of schadenfreude. How did you come by this ring?
Su Xingran forced a smile. What do you think? Am I a thief? Oh, Xingran had elongated his tone deliberately. Hence, the ring was a gift from He Han to Su Xingran. Upon seeing the initials of He Han and Xia Qingqing etched within the ring, she was incensed enough to flee to another country, even selling the ring? It was utterly explosive. He Han was indeed explosive. Su Xingran was no less formidable. Yet, Xingran had genuinely felt that He Han's actions were extraordinary. If this token of true love was meant for Xia Qingqing, why not give Su Xingran another ring? 20 carats, 30 carats, 40 carats, what did they mean to He Han? Why must he present the ring intended for Xia Qingqing to Su Xingran? Was he not intentionally provoking her? Su Xingran was equally audacious. The ring representing Madame He was sold off without a second thought. What a ruthless individual. He Han's expression darkened. He certainly grasped the implications of Xingran's words. He noted the names inscribed within the ring, a fact He Han could not contest. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, silence enveloping the group. Xingran took a sip of water. Su Xingran, with a smile, remarked, drink slowly, be careful not to choke. Cough. Such severity was not due to malice towards Su Xingran, but rather because of her intentions towards him. It was all his fault for meddling. Once Xingran had regained his composure, his complexion a mix of white and red, he inadvertently remarked to Su Xingran, you have a bit of a cursed tongue. Su Xingran merely smiled, choosing silence. He Han's gaze dimmed. The plane was nearly prepared for takeoff. Su Xingran gazed out the window, catching sight of Zhang Ke standing below, a dark expression directed towards her. Su Xingran smirked. Zhang Ke was not one to be trifled with. Likewise, she was no pushover to Zhang Ke owed her mother, and she would reclaim what was due. Su Xingran raised her middle finger towards Zhang Ke, indifferent to whether she could see it. Her satisfaction was all that mattered. As the plane ascended, swaying gently, Su Xingran felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She reclined her seat to rest. As she settled, a warm blanket was draped over her. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, yet she did not open her eyes. He Han's large hand rested upon her abdomen, gently patting as if soothing her to sleep. Su Xingran, feeling somewhat irritated, turned over, presenting her back to He Han. His hand found its way to her waist, and he shook his head in resignation, continuing to pat her side. Seated opposite them, Qin Jinghe, Gu Xingmian, and Yang Shui observed their subtle exchanges. Gu Xingmian commented to Qin Jinghe, these two are rather peculiar. He Han appeared somewhat eager to please, even helping Su Xingran with gentle pats. Conversely, Su Xingran clearly rebuffed his advances, turning away, displaying her impatience. Qin Jinghe teased, to put it in perspective, your current affection for Yang Shui stems from her being your muse, but what if, hypothetically speaking, Yang Shui deceived you, taking the place of your muse? Upon discovering the truth, what would you do? Gu Xingmian. Given that Yang Shui was seated with them, she overheard Qin Jinghe's lowered voice, hypothetically. Qin Jinghe, your analogy is too precise. Perhaps refrain from such examples in the future. Qin Jinghe chuckled, based on your character, upon realizing Yang Shui's deception, you would surely eliminate her, and she would meet a most unfortunate end. Yang Shui.
Trembling internally, she suddenly regretted her impersonation. How terrifying. Gu Xingmian did not refute him, indicating he genuinely believed so. Yang Shui buried her face beneath the blanket, her body trembling slightly. Qin Jinghe continued, this mirrors your situation. He Han bestowed the token of true love upon Su Xingran, yet it bears Xia Qingqing's name, but it's evident how devastated Su Xingran must be, to the point of boldly selling the ring. Gu Xingmian frowned, a hint of confusion gracing his handsome features.
Why do I feel that He Han is not the type to make such a blunder?
Primarily, this error seemed too trivial for someone of He Han's stature. Qin Jinghe offered a mysterious smile, that remains to be seen, as there are countless possibilities. Perhaps Su Xingran desired the ring, taking it without He Han's knowledge, only to later discover its true nature and become incensed. Alternatively, He Han may have forgotten the engraving of Xia Qingqing's name, presenting the ring to Su Xingran. This scenario could arise if He Han initially favored Xia Qingqing but later developed feelings for Su Xingran, thus forgetting the significance of the ring. After all, He Han's affections for Xia Qingqing over the years were evident. Naturally, from a man's perspective, he would choose Su Xingran over Xia Qingqing, as Su Xingran was beautiful and sincere. Of course, there could be other reasons for the ring's existence, yet, the outcome would undoubtedly be dramatic. Gu Xingmian nodded in understanding, showing little interest in the emotional entanglements of Su Xingran and He Han. He turned to find Yang Shui hiding beneath her blanket. He smiled, tugging at the cover.
Why are you hiding?
Yang Shui, trembling within, dared not emerge.
I'm cold.
The air conditioning on the plane was indeed quite frigid.
I'll fetch you another blanket.
Yang Shui quivered even more beneath the covers, acutely aware that the special attention she received from Gu Xingmian stemmed from her impersonation of Su Xingran. Should Gu Xingmian uncover her ruse, he would likely react as Qin Jinghe had suggested. She would meet a grim fate. After a brief slumber, Su Xingran awoke to the plane's landing. He Han grasped Su Xingran's hand, his step steady and swift. He had but one destination in mind, the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 96. Xia Qingqing lightly bumps into the pillar. I will too. It must be said that He Han's sense of security regarding his relationship with Su Xingran had dissipated entirely. The only thing that could provide him with reassurance now was that marriage certificate. At the very least, the marriage certificate could tether Su Xingran to him. He led Su Xingran through the VIP passage, followed closely by Gu Xingmian, Yang Shui, and the other two.
However, once they disembarked from the plane, everyone returned to their respective homes. Brother Han Sheng. As soon as they exited the VIP passage, they heard Xia Qingqing's delicate voice. Su Xingran rolled her eyes in exasperation. He Han instinctively tightened his grip on Su Xingran's hand, his expression darkening, his eyes simmering with restrained fury. What are you doing here?
Xia Qingqing appeared pitiable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at He Han and Su Xingran. She bit her lip, looking aggrieved as she addressed Su Xingran. Xingran, I'm sorry for what happened at the banquet that day. Her voice trembled. I realize my mistake. I admired your dress so much that I bought a knockoff. I know I embarrassed you that day. It was all my fault, my selfishness, my vanity, all my fault. Please don't be angry with Brother Han Sheng. Don't run away, don't hide from him.
If you have grievances, direct them at me. A glimmer of amusement flickered across Su Xingran's face.
Very well, she stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Xia Qingqing's face. Caught off guard, Xia Qingqing was sent sprawling to the ground. The once pitiful expression on her face vanished, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Xingran. She then glanced at He Han, the meaning in her eyes unmistakable. Su Xingran had the audacity to slap her in front of He Han. The three behind her were equally astonished. Su Xingran was being remarkably bold, she had actually resorted to physical violence. Xia Qingqing was the apple of He Han's eye. Xia Qingqing looked at He Han with a wounded expression. Brother Han Sheng. He Han stood silently to the side, his demeanor icy and indifferent. You have wronged her. A slap in return makes you even, he stated flatly.
Even?
Su Xingran scoffed. How can that possibly be considered even? This merely accounts for the incident at the banquet, the matter of the engagement feast. A single slap cannot rectify so much, such good fortune does not exist. Previously, she had tolerated Xia Qingqing because of her affection for He Han. Now, her patience had worn thin, as she felt Xia Qingqing was testing He Han's limits. He had professed a desire to change, and she was eager to see how he would react when she repeatedly confronted his cherished light. However, this time, He Han seemed to restrain himself. Of course, there was another significant reason for her loss of control in striking Xia Qingqing today. Xia Ming was not dead. For years, Xia Qingqing had benefited from Xia Ming's supposed demise, subjecting Su Xingran to numerous grievances and humiliations. Su Xingran genuinely admired the people in high society. Their tricks and schemes were endless, even concocting a deceitful death in such a despicable, sophisticated manner. She had lost 7 years, and it was no wonder. She had thought she was dealing with a green tea type, only to find herself facing a master of political strategy. Xia Qingqing's pleading gaze sought He Han's help, but she was met with his frigid indifference. Her heart plummeted into despair. He Han had already lost faith in her, she had no chance of redemption. No! Xia Qingqing cried, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xingran, I know it was my fault, I do not deserve your forgiveness. Since you despise me so much, I will atone for my sins with my life. With that, she stood abruptly and made a swift dash towards the pillar beside He Han. Su Xingran was taken aback. From her perspective, Xia Qingqing was genuinely intent on this action. She was truly going to collide with the pillar, yet, just as she was about to make contact, a large hand seized her. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in He Han's embrace, held tightly against him. He Han's face had turned ashen, his voice hoarse as he growled, "Stop this nonsense." Xia Qingqing seemed to collapse, sobbing uncontrollably in He Han's arms. Su Xingran instantly understood the situation. Xia Qingqing truly intended to collide, this was beyond doubt. However, she did not wish to die. Otherwise, why not choose another pillar, such as the one nearer to Su Xingran, which was within closer reach? She deliberately chose the one further away by He Han, knowing he would catch her. Impressive, she had He Han's psychology figured out perfectly. After all, for Xia Ming's sake, He Han would not allow Xia Qingqing to perish before his eyes. It was undeniable that in this round, Xia Qingqing had triumphed once more. Su Xingran conceded her defeat with grace. Truly, she could not match Xia Qingqing's audacity. The other three behind her were equally stunned. Eventually, it was Yang Shui who regained her composure first, accusing Su Xingran. Su Xingran, do you not think you are being too malicious? Are you trying to drive Xia Qingqing to her death?
This is a matter of human life. Stop.
Su Xingran interrupted impatiently. How have I driven her to death? Did I force her to collide with the pillar? Did I incite her to seek death? You struck her, and that is what prompted her to seek death. I slapped her because she stepped forward to apologize to me. Seeing her so guilty and distressed, I thought a slap would balance her emotions and convey that I had forgiven her. How was I to know that a mere slap would lead her to such a breakdown? Yang Shui furiously retorted, since she apologized to you, you should have simply forgiven her.
Why resort to such aggression?
Su Xingran found herself laughing in disbelief.
By your logic, if I were to stab you and then say I am sorry, would that suffice to put the matter to rest? How generous you are when advising others to be magnanimous. Why not take a seat in the vast expanse of Lesan? Yang Shui's face turned pale with anger at Su Xingran's scathing remarks. Do not twist my words. If anything happens to Xia Qingqing today, you will bear primary responsibility.
Su Xingran immediately raised her hand in mock surrender.
Fine, you may have the moral high ground. I, however, cannot tolerate grievances. I too desire to have righteousness on my side. Very well, it is merely a matter of colliding with a pillar. Who cannot do that? I shall do it too. With that, Su Xingran made a beeline for the pillar.
The pillar was near Yang Shui. Su Xingran's audacious action left everyone in shock, especially He Han. Without a moment's hesitation, he released Xia Qingqing from his grasp, causing her to collapse to the ground in exhaustion. He Han swiftly moved forward, catching Su Xingran in his arms before she could collide. In that instant, due to inertia, Su Xingran inadvertently extended her left leg. Unfortunately, it swept across Yang Shui. Consequently, Yang Shui was sent tumbling forward, landing in a most undignified manner. Simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from Yang Shui. Chapter 97 We register our marriage. Gu Xingmian hurriedly stepped forward to support Yang Qingshui.
Are you all right?
He looked up at Su Xingran, his eyes ablaze with anger.
Was it intentional? Su Xingran, sprawled in He Han Sheng's embrace, raised her hands innocently. I had no idea.
I intended to crash into the pillar, but I don't know how it ended up like this. Then, she glanced at Yang Shui, a malicious grin spreading across her face.
Perhaps heaven deemed her too saintly, too meddlesome, and decided to punish her? The implication was clear.
Who asked her to stand up for Xia Qingqing? She deserved it. Gu Xingmian's expression darkened considerably, and he rose to his feet, taking a step toward Su Xingran. He Han Sheng swiftly pulled Su Xingran behind him, his broad form shielding her from Gu Xingmian's gaze. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two men crackled with tension, sparks flying as if a storm were brewing. Xinjing has sensed that He Han Sheng was on the verge of clashing with Gu Xingmian.
He quickly intervened as a peacemaker.
Yang Shui is injured, you should take her to the hospital for a checkup. He then turned to He Han Sheng, saying, you take Su Xingran back, and I'll look after Xia Qingqing. Though Qin Jinghe Henti intended for it to happen this way, with Gu Xingmian tending to Yang Shui and He Han Sheng escorting Su Xingran, he was left with no choice but to care for Xia Qingqing. Su Xingran was dissatisfied with this arrangement. She wriggled free from He Han Sheng's grasp and declared, you take Xia Qingqing home, and let Qin Jinghe take me.
He Han Sheng, Qin Jinghe.
Qin Jinghe realized that Su Xingran indeed possessed a knack for stirring up trouble. His good intentions to mediate seemed to have backfired. He Han Sheng had witnessed her attempt to crash into the pillar, and now his eyes were red with rage. Su Xingran had the audacity to ask him to take her home. Wasn't that a challenge to He Han Sheng's limits? Was she pushing him into the fire? He Han Sheng's expression turned frigid, and with Xia Qingqing quickly scrambled to her feet. Brother Han Sheng, Su Xingran, reveling in the chaos, taunted, go ahead, crash again. If you do, He Han Sheng will leave with you. Xia Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Su Xingran was actually urging her to crash into the pillar. By the time she regained her senses, He Han Sheng had already whisked Su Xingran away through the VIP passage. With He Han Sheng and Su Xingran gone, Qin Jinghe finally exhaled in relief.
He turned to Xia Qingqing and said, shall I call a cab for you to head back?
Xia Qingqing's face was ashen as she shook her head. I have a car, I'll drive myself.
Very well.
Judging by her recent behavior, Xia Qingqing seemed a bit unhinged. Nevertheless, she undoubtedly had calculated her actions. If she truly wished to end her life, she wouldn't have done so in front of He Han Sheng, deliberately colliding in his direction. Anyone could see that. However, she was audacious enough to take such risks. Regarding Su Xingran's behavior, from Qin Jinghe's perspective, he sincerely believed she was not in the wrong. Furthermore, he felt that Yang Shui's earlier accusations, Su Xingran and He Han Sheng were in a romantic relationship, and Xia Qingqing's repeated provocations were indeed third-party actions. Today, she had begun by playing the victim, pretending to be a green tea princess, and when Su Xingran slapped her, she had brought it upon herself. Subsequently, her reckless antics left Qin Jinghe in disagreement. He began to understand why Su Xingran had been so thoroughly overlooked by He Han Sheng previously. With a rival like Xia Qingqing, who had no boundaries and loved to meddle, Su Xingran was indeed unfortunate. Later, when Su Xingran crashed into the pillar, though unnecessary, it served as a powerful counterattack. He was firmly on Su Xingran's side. Gu Xingmian coldly watched Su Xingran's departing figure, his eyes glinting with frost. Su Xingran was pulled into a waiting Rolls-Royce by He Han Sheng, whose expression was clouded with darkness. He gripped her wrist tightly, his obsidian pupils glimmering ominously. Su Xingran struggled twice but could not break free. Instead, his grip tightened, causing her to wince in pain. It hurts. Only then did He Han Sheng slightly loosen his hold, though he still held on. Su Xingran's side in exasperation.
This is uncomfortable. Let me go.
He Han Sheng's gaze bore into her, his voice hoarse. I chose you today, why would you push me towards Xia Qingqing? Su Xingran. She pursed her lips.
You say you chose me today?
She was truly on the verge of laughter at He Han Sheng's audacious assertion. He Han Sheng fixed his somber gaze upon her.
I chose you. Su Xingran rolled her eyes dramatically.
He Han Sheng, do you even understand what it means to choose? Why did you choose me? Because I went to crash into the pillar. Before that, you were still holding Xia Qingqing. How can you shamelessly claim you chose me? Had she not attempted to crash into the pillar, He Han Sheng might have already been running off with Xia Qingqing. How could he dare to speak of choosing her? He Han Sheng clarified, I didn't choose her. I saw her about to crash into the pillar and had to save her. I couldn't just stand by and watch her die, could I? He believed he had not chosen Xia Qingqing today. It merely happened that she had collided with him, and he had no choice but to save her life. Su Xingran crossed her arms, scoffing at him.
He Han Sheng, do you think you saved me?
Let me clarify, I do not wish to die. My act of crashing was feigned. I was aiming for Yang Shui. Yang Shui was overly virtuous and spoke with self-righteousness. She simply wanted to teach Yang Shui a lesson. Had she wanted to be pulled by He Han Sheng, she would have chosen to crash into him like Xia Qingqing. However, truth be told, she hadn't anticipated that He Han Sheng would immediately abandon Xia Qingqing to save her. She had thought he would be reluctant to let go of Xia Qingqing. Su Xingran intended to crash into Xia Qingqing's abdomen. However, when He Han Sheng intervened, she ended up sweeping her leg out. There was no other choice. The self-righteous Yang Shui had it coming. He Han Sheng's pupils flickered with surprise.
So, you don't wish to die? Su Xingran frowned. Am I insane? Do I wish to die?
Remember this, if I resort to any extreme measures in the future, it's merely to teach others a lesson, not to seek death, especially when it comes to Xia Qingqing. Do not choose me.
I am but an act, she is the real deal.
At least when it came to the act of seeking death, she would leave herself an escape route, she would not genuinely perish. However, with a lunatic like Xia Qingqing, she could not be certain. Had He Han Sheng not held her back today, she might have already suffered a grievous fate. She was indeed willing to go to extremes. Impressive, Su Xingran noticed that the car was not headed toward the villa.
Where are we going?
He Han Sheng tightened his grip on her hand, his sharp brows softening.
To the Civil Affairs Bureau. We are registering our marriage. Chapter 98.
Su Xingran, married. The exquisite and radiant face of Su Xingran was awash with astonishment, as she questioned whether she had misheard.
What did you say?
He Han Sheng's eyes darkened, fixating on hers with a tone that was both fervent and resolute. Let us go register our marriage.
Are you out of your mind?
Su Xingran exclaimed, leaping from her seat and inadvertently colliding with the car ceiling. Ignoring the pain, she pressed a hand to her head, contorting her features in agony.
I refuse to marry you. I will not register with you.
She had already experienced He Han Sheng's coldness for 7 long years. What kind of madness would lead her to wed him? He Han Sheng's face hardened.
In this matter, you do not possess the right to refuse.
In a fit of anger, Su Xingran attempted to pull open the car door, only to find it locked tight.
She shouted at He Han Sheng in fury, did you not say you would change? You must learn to respect my wishes. I do not consent.
His gaze was deep and unwavering. Once the certificate is obtained, I will change. Su Xingran felt her anger boil over. She turned her head defiantly.
Regardless, I am unwilling.
He Han Sheng's tone carried an erratic determination, his dark pupils filled with an unfathomable intensity. You must. As He Han Sheng opened the car door, she swiftly followed suit, bolting away. However, she had scarcely taken 2 steps before she was effortlessly lifted and tossed over He Han Sheng's shoulder, who strode purposefully towards the entrance.
Su Xingran's face flushed with anger, her fists pounding against his back. He Han Sheng, you scoundrel, put me down. I refuse to marry you.
He Han Sheng's steps remained resolute, even giving her rear a playful pat.
Marrying me means half of my fortune will belong to you. Su Xingran.
That was a staggering sum. The temptation was overwhelming, yet. I refuse. You have unresolved matters with Xia Qingqing. Marrying you will only lead to my demise at your hands. What use is wealth if I have no life to enjoy it? He Han Sheng reiterated his stance.
I will handle it.
Su Xingran erupted in expletives.
Handle what?
Your indecisiveness with Xia Qingqing is a liability. Today she might crash into a pillar, tomorrow she could leap into a river, and the day after, she might resort to self-harm. Whoever marries you will live in turmoil and chaos. I implore you, sever ties with her and consider it a charitable act.
Good heavens, do not let her be embroiled in this madness.
This pair of lunatics was not to be trifled with. He Han Sheng's expression was somber as he carried her into the Civil Affairs Bureau. The venue had been cleared in advance, prepared solely for He Han Sheng's needs.
He approached the front desk, holding her close. Register us. Su Xingran squirmed in his embrace, desperately shouting to the receptionist, I am not here of my own accord, this is coercion, call the police.
The receptionist regarded her with an expression that suggested a myriad of unspoken sentiments. It seemed to convey, do you truly believe a police report would be of any use? Moreover, her gaze seemed to imply that marrying He Han Sheng was a stroke of good fortune. She should not be so ungrateful. Su Xingran's frustration boiled over. Did they think she did not wish to report it? The process of reporting domestic violence was both convoluted and arduous, especially when entangled in matters of the heart. And with He Han Sheng, no less, others would regard her with the same disdain as the receptionist, implying she was unappreciative. He was He Han Sheng. After all, in this era, people's values often align with appearances. With his extraordinary looks and status as a wealthy heir, the president of a publicly traded company, women flocked to him. What woman would dare to refuse him? It would be tantamount to folly. Su Xingran felt utterly deflated. She glared at He Han Sheng. I tell you, your coercion will yield no results. I will not cooperate in taking wedding photos. She resolved to contort her face into grotesque expressions, ensuring that the photographs would be utterly unphotographable. He Han Sheng cast her a sidelong glance, his tone laced with exasperation. There is no need for you to take them. I have already prepared everything.
Su Xingran's eyes widened in disbelief. Prepared what?
He Han Sheng retrieved documents from his assistant, including the wedding photo. Su Xingran gazed at the image, her face radiating joy, with not a hint of malice. He Han Sheng's expression, however, remained mundane. Suddenly, Su Xingran recalled that in the 3 months leading up to their engagement, they had taken wedding photos together, complete with meticulous makeup, intending to use them for their marriage registration. This was indeed the photo He Han Sheng had produced. Su Xingran scoffed at him.
You didn't even check the name on the ring. How could you possibly find this photo?
See, with determination, anything could be unearthed. Previously, he had simply disregarded her. Even his proposal had been so casual. He Han Sheng, aware of his shortcomings, accepted her scorn with grace. He urged the staff to expedite the process.
Hurry up. The receptionist, seemingly preoccupied, processed the paperwork while munching on snacks.
He Han Sheng was getting married. The beautiful receptionist appeared less than enthusiastic, genuinely reluctant. Was she witnessing a scene reminiscent of ancient tales of forceful abduction? How thrilling, how obsessive. Thus, she dedicated herself to the registration process with renewed vigor. However, when she input Su Xingran's identification number, she hesitated. Surely, she must have misread it. Determined, she refreshed the screen. Undeterred, she continued to refresh.
Still undeterred, refresh again.
He Han Sheng observed her increasingly stiff demeanor and the growing pallor of her complexion. Losing his patience, he pressed her.
Hurry up.
The receptionist's face drained of color as she glanced at He Han Sheng, then at Su Xingran, her expression filled with a mix of respect and trepidation. Su Xingran, bewildered by the admiration in her gaze, questioned its meaning. He Han Sheng's patience had evaporated entirely.
I said to hurry.
His voice was thick with barely restrained anger. The receptionist instinctively trembled, taking a deep breath before speaking softly. I cannot process this. He Han Sheng's brow furrowed. Su Xingran felt a rush of excitement. Could there truly be a realm beyond He Han Sheng's influence? It seemed that the notion of marital freedom held some truth. The receptionist must have recognized her reluctance and reported the matter. Indeed, the receptionist stood firm. He Han Sheng's expression darkened ominously.
Repeat that. The receptionist's face was on the brink of tears.
He Han Sheng, it's not that I cannot assist you, but rather that I cannot. He Han Sheng's gaze was shrouded in dark clouds.
Why can't you?
The receptionist trembled under his fierce scrutiny, her voice quaking as she uttered, Miss Su Xingran is already registered as married. Chapter 99 was on the verge of shattering, as He Han Sheng uttered a single sentence that deflated the atmosphere of the entire Civil Affairs Bureau to absolute zero. Su Xingran's gaze froze momentarily, and then something surged into her mind. Her heart seemed to leap out of her chest in that instant. Indeed, she was already married, to Shen Huaichuan, just the day after her return to Xiangqing. How could she have forgotten such a monumental matter? She had been forcibly brought back by He Han Sheng, and during this period of tension, excitement, and suppression, she had scarcely had the time to contemplate anything. Moreover, her marriage to Shen Huaichuan had been merely a matter of assistance, coupled with the fact that Shen Huaichuan had not reached out to her, nor had she made any effort to contact him. The significant event had fleetingly slipped from her memory. How fortunate she was. No matter how powerful He Han Sheng was, he could not alter the fact that she was married. He could not register her as his spouse. How splendid. Su Xingran approached He Han Sheng, gently patting his shoulder, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity. I apologize for not mentioning this sooner, but I am already married.
Upon hearing that Su Xingran was married, He Han Sheng's mind went blank.
For at least a full minute, he stood there in a daze, his expression hollow and distant. Meanwhile, the young lady at the Civil Affairs Bureau had already turned the computer towards them, revealing that Su Xingran was indeed married. To someone named Shen Huaichuan, it felt as if something in He Han Sheng's mind had exploded with a resounding bang. He gasped for breath, his eyelids fluttering, his hands instinctively clenching tightly as he slowly turned around.
Who is Shen Huaichuan? Su Xingran's gaze was clear and unyielding. He is my husband.
He Han Sheng's throat constricted painfully, leaving him breathless, as if he were on the brink of suffocation.
When did this happen?
Su Xingran replied earnestly, the day after you called off the engagement party, I obtained my marriage certificate, and the other party is my neighbor, an older brother figure.
The day after the engagement party. The day after the engagement party. So, you did this to spite me, did you?
He Han Sheng's towering figure wavered slightly, his dark pupils reflecting a shattered light. The once proud and imperious He Han Sheng seemed, in that moment, as fragile as glass, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Su Xingran perceived this change instinctively. She took a step back. She had never witnessed this side of He Han Sheng. He appeared pitiful, yet, she could not afford to feel sympathy for him. She had been ensnared in that pit for 7 years. Just as she was finally ready to escape, she did not wish to plunge back into it, regardless of He Han Sheng's feelings towards her. It was simply too late. She merely wished to part amicably with someone she had once loved. He Han Sheng, I did not act out of vengeance. I would never use something as significant as marriage to retaliate against you. From the moment you called off the engagement, my resolve to leave you was unwavering. I will not look back. Su Xingran inhaled deeply. He Han Sheng, I am already married. Please, let me go and stop your entanglement. As she spoke, she noticed He Han Sheng's demeanor, which appeared on the verge of shattering. Was there any sense of vindication? None. All she desired was a peaceful separation. She wished for both herself and He Han Sheng to be well. Not wishing to linger any longer, Su Xingran stated, I must take my leave now.
I wish you happiness.
She picked up her identification and swiftly made her exit. She left He Han Sheng standing alone in the Civil Affairs Bureau, a place that symbolized happiness and beauty, his once grand figure now forlorn and desolate.
The day after. The day after.
He Han Sheng's eyes turned crimson in an instant. A wave of immense regret and anguish washed over him. If he had not called off the engagement, Su Xingran would not have married someone else.
Put.
The receptionist screamed in terror upon witnessing He Han Sheng spitting blood. He clutched his chest, dropping to one knee, his noble form radiating sorrow and desolation.
As Su Xingran reached the door, she heard the chaos behind her.
She also caught the sound of He Han Sheng's frenzied laughter. She dared not look back. She could not look back. She dashed out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, running far and wide until she was breathless, leaning against a wall, gasping for air. Her eyes, however, felt sore and gritty. She had finally drawn an imperfect conclusion to her relationship with He Han Sheng. Something fell from her eyes. She reached up to wipe it away, only to realize it was tears. Why was she crying? She had clearly not wished to weep. She had perceived He Han Sheng's desire to reconcile, and glimpsed his sincerity, yet, during this period, she had managed to extricate herself from her feelings for He Han Sheng, observing their relationship from an outsider's perspective. They were destined to part ways. It was not merely the divergence at the engagement party, they would have separated sooner or later. Those 7 years had inflicted too much pain, she no longer had the courage to endure it once more. It was gone this time, she had definitively severed ties with He Han Sheng. Naturally, there was no longer any reason to return to the villa. She found a hotel and checked in. She lay on the bed, emptying her mind, wishing to think of nothing and do nothing, and fell into a deep slumber. Awakening was akin to entering a brand new life. He Han Sheng was carried back by his assistant and bodyguards. The assistant contacted Gao Qiao. When Gao Qiao arrived, he discovered that He Han Sheng had locked himself in his room, unresponsive to knocks on the door. Gao Qiao was utterly bewildered.
Wasn't Su Xingran brought back? Where is she?
He Han Sheng's newly appointed assistant, Yan Lu, stood to the side, hesitating to speak. He was aware of what had transpired at the Civil Affairs Bureau that day. He lowered his voice to Gao Qiao. The president took Miss Su to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain the marriage certificate right after disembarking from the plane.
Gao Qiao. That's a good thing. Was Su Xingran unwilling?
It was, in fact, predictable that Su Xingran would be reluctant. However, it seemed that He Han Sheng felt she had no right to refuse. So, what had happened after they obtained the certificate? Yan Lu shook his head.
It didn't go through. Gao Qiao's face was one of confusion. What do you mean it didn't go through?
Could it be that He Han Sheng suddenly had a change of heart and decided to respect Su Xingran's wishes? He found that hard to believe, as it did not align with He Han Sheng's character. Once he had resolved to take Su Xingran to marry her, he would not consider her feelings.
Gao Qiao's expression was one of unutterable dismay.
Everything was prepared, but when it came time to register, we suddenly discovered that Miss Su was already married. In an instant, Gao Qiao's eyes widened as if he had heard a horror story, his legs going weak as he leaned against the wall. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard.
That can't be true, can it?
Yan Lu, exasperated, replied, how could it possibly be false? The marriage registration system shows that she is indeed married, to someone named Shen Huichuan, and the registration date was precisely the day after the president's first engagement party.
Chapter 100.
Responsibility exceeds emotion. Gao Qiao, who will come to rescue him? What is this path to death? Su Xingran has silently married another man, so last time when He Han Sheng heard someone mention Su Xingran's marriage certificate being found, it was true. This is madness. Su Xingran is indeed a ruthless person. She speaks of marriage and simply goes ahead with it. Now that He Han Sheng has realized his own feelings, is this not akin to placing him on a pyre? Gao Qiao hurriedly said to Yan Lu, quick, find a bodyguard to kick the door down. I fear he might harm himself inside. Yan Lu swiftly called for assistance to force open the door. The bodyguard, true to his title, exerted great strength and kicked the door open with 3 powerful strikes. Inside the room, it was pitch black. Heavy curtains were drawn, creating a serene yet eerie atmosphere. Gao Qiao rushed in and spotted He Han Sheng curled up on the floor beside the bed. This sight sent a chill through Gao Qiao's entire being. He waved his hand to Yan Lu and the bodyguard, signaling them to leave. They both exited immediately, not daring to linger. Gao Qiao crouched beside He Han Sheng, his face revealing profound sorrow.
Han Sheng, are you all right?
He Han Sheng hugged his arms, huddled in a corner at the foot of the bed, his once wise and profound eyes now devoid of all luster. They were filled only with an endless void. It was as if his soul had been extracted. Gao Qiao gazed at such a He Han Sheng, his heart aching fiercely. He truly felt for He Han Sheng, who had endured torment from Zhang Jingyi since childhood, used as leverage to lure his father home. Since his father had lost the ability to conceive, He Han Sheng was destined to be the sole heir of the He family. The He family, a vast clan, harbored numerous dark secrets, compounded by the predatory gazes of many outsiders. From a young age, He Han Sheng had experienced kidnappings and assassination attempts, countless times. Even now, such threats persisted. Thus, he was accompanied 24 hours a day by an elite team dedicated to his protection, both overtly and covertly. One could say he was a man living under immense oppression. He Han Sheng's current state bore a striking resemblance to when he was kidnapped at the age of 12. Back then, he had been abducted by a rival faction of the He family and confined in a dog cage, living with dogs for a whole month. When he was finally rescued, he appeared deranged and torn apart. His body was covered in wounds, some from whips, others from dog bites, looking disheveled, akin to a small beggar. Later, footage from that harrowing time was maliciously shared online. Gao Qiao had yet to summon the courage to watch it a second time. The imagery was too fragmented. The small He Han Sheng, starved for 3 days and nights, fighting for scraps with the dogs, biting them as they bit him. The scene was bloody and cruel, yet, nearby, the kidnapper's laughter echoed, seemingly reveling in his humiliation. The more he struggled and the more tragic his plight, the more delighted they became, laughing uproariously. Subsequently, the once lively child became taciturn, finding solace in curling up in the corner of the bed, as if that small space could offer him security, just as it was now. Gao Qiao understood that he was in a dire state. He spoke to He Han Sheng for a long while, but He Han Sheng did not respond, his gaze fixed vacantly on the floor. The very essence of life seemed to have abandoned him. Gao Qiao quickly called Gu Guizhi. Upon receiving the call, Gu Guizhi rushed over without delay. When he beheld He Han Sheng's condition, his mind erupted with a resounding buzz.
To say that He Han Sheng was unwell would be an understatement.
This was a profound affliction. Gu Guizhi asked Gao Qiao, what happened to him? Gao Qiao closed his eyes, compelled to divulge the truth. He took Su Xingran to register their marriage today, only to discover that Su Xingran had long been married to another. The fury overwhelmed him, causing him to vomit blood, and now he is like this. Gu Guizhi inhaled sharply, producing a sedative from his belongings and swiftly administering it to He Han Sheng's neck. He Han Sheng closed his eyes, motionless. Gao Qiao and Gu Guizhi lifted him onto the bed. Gu Guizhi's handsome face was marred by a deep furrow. Utterly unable to relax, Gao Qiao cautiously inquired, "Is he going to be all right?" Gu Guizhi smirked faintly. "What do you think?" Anyone with eyes could see that He Han Sheng was in serious trouble. Gao Qiao grew anxious. "What shall we do?" Gu Guizhi, wearing a look of helplessness, supported his forehead. He Han Sheng is the most difficult patient I have ever encountered. Back then, I nurtured him with utmost care for 3 years before he was willing to speak to me, allowing me to slowly heal his condition. He Han Sheng possesses a strong sense of vigilance. Even when I helped him, our conversations were superficial. He was just a child then, and now, he is reluctant to speak or seek treatment. Whether it's 3 years, 5 years, or 10, I have no solutions. Patients inherently harbor distrust towards doctors. There is an intrinsic resistance to medical professionals. Back in the day, He Han Sheng was merely a child, yet his vigilance was palpable, and now, considering it, He Han Sheng had likely begun to deteriorate during that last incident. However, he masked it well. Gu Guizhi had not detected the signs that Gao Qiao's brow was furrowed in concern. So what is his condition? Is it truly such a significant blow just because he heard that Su Xingran got married? Did you not say he lacks emotions and understanding of them? Gu Guizhi, He Han Sheng was, in fact, a significant setback in his journey as a psychologist. Gao Qiao gazed at Gu Guizhi, speechless, feeling a creeping unease. I simply cannot comprehend. He has clearly acknowledged his feelings for Su Xingran. Why does he repeatedly choose Xia Qingqing? Is he not unwittingly pushing Su Xingran further away? Gao Qiao remained troubled by the fact that He Han Sheng had opted for Xia Qingqing at the banquet, abandoning Su Xingran. Thus, Su Xingran fled hence. He did not persist for 3 days, causing Su Xingran to completely lose hope. At that moment, he had clearly recognized his feelings for Su Xingran. Gu Guizhi sighed. I believe I now understand why. His feelings for Xia Qingqing stem from a sense of duty, while his feelings for Su Xingran are rooted in emotion. When faced with a choice between emotion and responsibility, he instinctively, uncontrollably opts for duty. Moreover, there is another reason. Perhaps he subconsciously believes that Su Xingran loves him deeply and will not leave. If he does not choose this time, there will always be another opportunity. Gao Qiao, what do we do now? Gu Guizhi sighed. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. He is highly guarded around me. You wouldn't wish for him to take 3 to 5 years to recover, would you? Contact Su Xingran. Alright, I will reach out to Su Xingran immediately. Given the severity of He Han Sheng's condition, Gao Qiao had no other recourse but to contact Su Xingran. He took out his phone and dialed Su Xingran.